This audiobook was created with Google Text-to-Speech. Created by 3T. Don't stop at 10,000 pages a year. And now let's the book begin.
The part about the crimes. The girl's body turned up in a vacant lot in Colonia Las Flores. She was dressed in a white long-sleeved t-shirt and a yellow knee-length skirt, a size too big. Some children playing in the lot found her and told their parents. One of the mothers called the police, who showed up half an hour later. The lot was bordered by Calle Peláez and Calle Hermanos Chacón, and it ended in a ditch behind which rose the walls of an abandoned dairy in ruins. There was no one around, which at first made the policemen think it was a joke. Nevertheless, they pulled up on Calle Peláez and one of them made his way into the lot. Soon he came across two Wo men with their heads covered, kneeling in the weeds, praying. Seen from a distance, the Wo men looked old, but they weren't. Before them lay the body. Without interrupting, the policeman went back the way he'd come and motioned to his partner, who was waiting for him in the car, smoking. Then the two of them returned. The one who'd waited in the car had his gun in his hand, to the place where the women were kneeling, and they stood there beside them staring at the body. The policeman with the gun asked whether they knew her. "No, sir," said one of the women. "We've never seen her before. She isn't from around here, poor thing." This happened in 1993. January 1993. From then on, the killings of women began to be counted. But it's likely there had been other deaths before. The name of the first victim was Esperanza Gómez Saldana and she was 13. Maybe for the sake of convenience. Maybe because she was the first to be killed in 1993, she heads the list. Although surely there were other girls and women who died in 1992. Other girls and women who didn't make it onto the list or were never found, who were buried in unmarked graves in the desert or whose ashes were scattered in the middle of the night, when not even the person scattering them knew where he was, what place he had come to. The identification of Esperanza Gómez Saldana was relatively easy. First, the body was brought to one of the 3 Santa Teresa police stations, where it was seen by a judge and examined by more policemen and photographed. After a while, as an ambulance waited outside the station, Pedro Negrete, the police chief, arrived, followed by a pair of deputies, and he proceeded to examine her again. When he had finished, he met with the judge and 3 policemen who were waiting for him in an office and asked what conclusion they had reached. "She was strangled," said the judge, "it's clear as day." The policeman just nodded. "Do we know who she is?" asked the chief. They all said no. "All right, we'll find out," said Pedro Negrete, and he left with the judge. One of his deputies stayed behind at the station and asked to see the officers who had found the dead girl. "They've gone back out on patrol," he was told. "Well, get them back here, shitheads," he said. Then the body was taken to the morgue at the city hospital, where the medical examiner conducted an autopsy. According to the autopsy, Esperanza Gómez Saldana had been strangled to death. There was bruising on her chin and around her left eye. Severe bruising on her legs and rib cage. She had been vaginally and anally raped, probably more than once, since both orifices exhibited tears and abrasions, from which she had bled profusely. At 2 in the morning the examiner concluded the autopsy and left. A black orderly, who had moved north from Veracruz years ago, put the body away in a freezer. 5 days later, before the end of January, Luisa Selena Vázquez was strangled. She was 16 years old, sturdily built, fair-skinned, and 5 months pregnant. The man she lived with and a friend of his were small-time thieves who stole from stores and appliance warehouses. The police were alerted by a call from neighbors in the couple's building, located on Avenida Rubén Darío, in Colonia Mancera. After breaking down the door, they found Luisa Selena strangled with a television cord. That night, her lover, Marcos Sepulveda, and his partner, Ezequiel Romero, were arrested. Roth were locked up at Precinct No. 2 and subjected to an interrogation that lasted all night, conducted by the police chief's right-hand man, Officer Epi Fanio Galindo, with optimal results, since before the sun came up Romero confessed to having maintained intimate relations with the deceased behind the back of his friend and partner. Upon learning that she was pregnant, Luisa Selena had decided to put an end to these relations, which Romero refused to accept, because he thought that he, not Marcos Sepulveda, was the father of the unborn child. After a few months, when Luisa Selena wouldn't change her mind, he decided in a fit of insanity to kill her, which he finally did one night when Sepulveda was away. 2 days later, Sepulveda was released, and Romero, rather than being sent to prison, remained locked up at Precinct No. 2, where the interrogations continued. Th. Ir object this time not to clear up any lingering questions regarding the murder of Luisa Salina but to incriminate Romero in the murder of Esperanza Gómez Saldana, whose body had by now been identified. Despite what the police expected, deceived as they were by the speed with which they had obtained the first confession, Romero stood firm and refused to implicate himself in the earlier crime. Midway through February, in an alley in the center of the city, some garbagemen found another dead woman. She was about 30 and dressed in a black skirt and low-cut white blouse. She had been stabbed to death, although contusions from multiple blows were visible about her face and abdomen. In her purse was a ticket for the 9 a.m. bus to Tucson, a bus she would never catch. Also found were a lipstick, powder, eyeliner, Kleenex, a half-empty pack of cigarettes, and a package of condoms. There was no passport or appointment book or anything that might identify her. Nor was she carrying a lighter or matches. In March, the female reporter for the radio station El Heraldo del Norte, sister company of the newspaper El Heraldo del Norte, left the broadcast studio at 10 with a male reporter and the sound engineer. They headed to the Italian restaurant Piazza Navona, where they ordered 3 slices of pizza and 3 small bottles of California wine. The male reporter was the first to leave. The female reporter, Isabel Uria, and the sound engineer, Francisco San Tamerfa, decided to stay and talk a little longer. They discussed work matters, scheduling, and programs, and then they began to talk about a friend who had left the station, gotten married, and gone to live with her husband in a town near Hermosillo, the name of which they couldn't recall but which they were sure was near the ocean and which for 6 months out of the year, according to this friend, was the closest thing to paradise. They both left the restaurant. The sound engineer didn't have a car, so Isabel Uria offered to give him a ride home. "No need," said the engineer, his house was nearby and anyway he would rather walk. As the engineer set off down the street, Isabel walked toward the place where she had left her car. As she got out her keys to unlock it, a shadowy figure appeared on the sidewalk and fired at her 3 times. The keys fell. A passerby some 20 feet away dropped to the ground. Isabel tried to get up but she could only lean her head against the front tire. She felt no pain. The shadowy figure approached and shot her in the forehead. The murder of Isabel Uria, covered the first 3 days by her radio station and paper, was explained as a frustrated robbery, the work of a lunatic or drug addict who probably meant to steal her car. The theory also circulated that the perpetrator might be a Guatemalan or Salvadorian veteran of the wars in Central America, someone desperate to get the money to move on to the United States. There was no autopsy, in deference to the family, and the ballistic analysis, which was never made public, was later lost for good somewhere in transit between the courts of Santa Teresa and Hermosillo. A month later, a knife sharpener making his way along Calle El Arroyo between Colonia Ciudad Nueva and Colonia Morelos saw a woman clinging drunkenly to a wooden post. A black Peregrino with tinted windows passed by. At the other end of the street, the knife sharpener spotted an ice cream vendor approaching, covered in flies. The 2 men converged on the wooden post, but the woman had slipped or lost the strength to hold on. Her face, half hidden by her forearm, was a pulpy mass of red and purple flesh. The knife sharpener said they had to call an ambulance. The ice cream vendor stared at the woman and said she looked as if she'd gone 15 rounds with El Torito Ramirez. The knife sharpener realized the ice cream vendor wasn't going to budge and he said to watch his cart, he would be right back. After he crossed the dirt road he turned around to check that the ice cream vendor was obeying, and he saw all the flies that had been circling the vendor settle around the woman's battered head. A few women were watching from the windows across the street. "Somebody needs to call an ambulance," said the knife sharpener. "That woman is dying." After a while an ambulance came from the hospital and the medics wanted to know who would pay for the ride. The knife sharpener explained that he and the ice cream vendor had found the woman lying on the ground. "I know," said the medic, "but what I care about now is finding out who will take responsibility for her." "How can I take responsibility for a person when I don't even know her name?" asked the knife sharpener. "Well, somebody has to," said the medic. "Is there something wrong with your ears, dumbfuck?" asked the knife sharpener, pulling a giant carving knife out of a drawer in his cart. Hey now, said the medic. "Go on, get her in the ambulance," said the knife sharpener. The other medic, who had knelt to examine the fallen woman, swatting away the flies, said there was no point in anyone losing his shit, the woman was already dead. The knife sharpener's eyes narrowed until they looked like two lines drawn with charcoal. "Goddamn motherfucking asshole, it's your fault," he said, and he started after the medic. The other medic tried to intervene, but when he saw the knife in the knife sharpener's hand, he decided to lock himself in the ambulance and call the police. For a while the knife sharpener chased the medic until his fury, exasperation, and bloodlust abated, or until he got tired. And then he stopped, took his cart, and headed off down Calle El Arroyo until the onlookers who had gathered around the ambulance lost sight of him. The woman's name was Isabel Cancino, though she went by Elizabeth, and she was a prostitute. The blows she'd received had destroyed her spleen. The police blamed the crime on one or several dissatisfied customers. She lived in Colonia San Damian, quite a bit farther south than she'd been found, and she wasn't known to have a steady boyfriend. Although a neighbor woman talked about someone called Ivan who came by often, and who couldn't be located on subsequent visits. An attempt was also made to discover the whereabouts of the knife sharpener, whose name was Nicanor, according to the statements of residents of Colonia Ciudad Nueva and Colonia Morelos, where he came around approximately once a week or once every 2 weeks, but all efforts to find him were in vain. Either he had changed jobs or he'd moved from the west of Santa Teresa to the south or east, or he'd left the city altogether. In any case, he was never seen again. The next month, in May, a dead woman was found in a dump between Colonia Las Flores and the General Sepulveda Industrial Park. In the complex stood the buildings of 4 maquiladoras where household appliances were assembled. The electric towers that supplied power to the maquiladoras were new and painted silver. Next to them, amid some low hills, were the roofs of shacks that had been built a little before the arrival of the maquiladoras, stretching all the way to the train tracks and across, along the edge of Colonia La Prechada. In the plaza there were 6 trees, 1 at each corner and 2 in the middle, so dusty they looked yellow. At one end of the plaza was the stop for the buses that brought workers from different neighborhoods of Santa Teresa. Then it was a long walk along dirt roads to the gates where the guards checked the workers' passes, after which they were allowed into their various workplaces. Only one of the maquiladoras had a cafeteria. At the others the workers ate next to their machines or in small groups in a corner, talking and laughing until the siren sounded that signaled the end of lunch. Most were women. In the dump where the dead woman was found, the trash of the slum dwellers piled up along with the waste of the maquiladoras. The call informing the authorities of the discovery of the dead woman came from the manager of one of the plants, Multizone West, a subsidiary of a multinational that manufactured TVs. The policeman who came to get her found 3 executives from the maquiladora waiting for them by the dump. 2 were Mexican and the other was American. One of the Mexicans said they hoped the body would be removed as soon as possible. One of the policemen asked where the body was, while his partner called an ambulance. The 3 executives accompanied the policeman into the dump. The 4 of them held their noses, but when the American stopped holding his nose the Mexicans followed his example. The dead woman had dark skin and straight black hair past her shoulders. She was wearing a black sweatshirt and shorts. The 4 men stood looking at her. The American crouched down and moved the hair from her neck with a pen. "It would be better if the gringo didn't touch her," said the policeman. "I'm not touching her," said the American in Spanish, "I just want to see her neck." The 2 Mexican executives crouched down and peered at the marks on the dead woman's neck. Then they got up and looked at their watches. "The ambulance is taking a long time," said one of them. "It'll be here in a second," said the policeman. "Well," said one of the executives, "you'll take care of everything, won't you?" The policeman said yes, of course, and tucked the money the other man handed him into the pocket of his regulation pants. The dead woman spent that night in a refrigerated compartment in the Santa Teresa hospital, and the next day one of the medical examiner's assistants performed the autopsy. She had been strangled. She had been raped. Vaginally and anally, noted the medical examiner's assistant. And she was 5 months pregnant. The first dead woman of May was never identified, so it was assumed she was a migrant from some central or southern state who had stopped in Santa Teresa on her way to the United States. No one was traveling with her, no one had reported her missing. She was approximately 35 years old and she was pregnant. Maybe she was going to the United States to join her husband or her lover, the father of the child she was expecting. Some poor fuck who lived there illegally and maybe never knew he had gotten this woman pregnant or that she when she found out, would come looking for him. But this first death wasn't the only one. 3 days later, Guadalupe Rojas, her identity clear from the start, was killed. She was 26, a resident of Calle Jasmine, one of the streets parallel to Avenida Carranza, in Colonia Carranza, and employed at the file Cis Maquiladora, recently built on the road to No Gales, some 5 miles from Santa Teresa. As it happened, Guadalupe Rojas didn't die on her way to work, which might have made sense, since the area around the Maquiladora was deserted and dangerous, best crossed in a car and not by bus and then on foot, since the factory was at least a mile from the nearest bus stop, but at the door to her building on Calle Jasmine. The cause of death was 3 gunshot wounds, 2 of them pronounced fatal. The killer turned out to be her boyfriend, who tried to flee that very night and was caught by the train tracks, not far from a night spot called Los Zancudos where he had gotten drunk earlier. It was the owner of the bar, a former city police officer, who called the police. Once the suspect had been questioned, it was revealed that the motive of the crime was jealousy, warranted or not, and after an appearance before the judge and upon the agreement of all present, he was sent without further delay to the Santa Teresa jail to await transfer or trial. The last dead Woe man of May was found on the slopes of Cerro Estrella, the hills that lend their name to the colonia that surrounds them unevenly, as if nothing could easily grow or expand there. Only the eastern side of the hills faced mostly open country. That was where they found her. According to the medical examiner, she had been stabbed to death. There was unmistakable evidence of rape. She must have been 25 or 26. Her skin was fair and her hair light-colored. She was wearing jeans, a blue shirt, and Nike sneakers. She wasn't carrying any identifying documents. Whoever killed her had taken the trouble to dress her, because neither her jeans nor her shirt were torn. There were no indications of anal rape. The only mark on her face was a faint bruise on her upper jaw, near her right ear. In the days after the discovery, El Heraldo del Norte as well as La Tribuna de Santa Teresa and La Voz de Sonora, the 3 city papers, published pictures of the unknown victim of Cerro Estrella, but no one came forward to identify her. On the 4th day after her death, the Santa Teresa police chief, Pedro Negrete, went in person to Cerro Estrella, not accompanied by anyone, even Epifanio Galindo, and examined the place where the dead woman had been found. Then he left the low slopes and began to climb to the top of the cerro. Among the volcanic rocks were supermarket bags full of trash. He remembered that his son, who was studying in Phoenix, had once told him that plastic bags took hundreds, maybe thousands of years to disintegrate. Not these, he thought, noting the rapid pace of decomposition here. At the top some children went running and vanished down the hill, toward Colonia Estrella. It began to get dark. To the west he saw houses with zinc and cardboard roofs, the streets winding through an anarchic sprawl. To the east he saw the highway that led to the mountains and the desert, the lights of the trucks, the first stars, real stars, stars that crept in with the night from the far side of the mountains. To the north he didn't see anything, just a vast monotonous plain, as if life ended beyond Santa Teresa, despite what he hoped and believed. Then he heard dogs, the sounds coming closer and closer until he saw them. They were probably starving and wild, like the children he'd caught a glimpse of when he arrived. He pulled his gun out of his shoulder holster. He counted 5 dogs. He took off the safety and shot. Instead of leaping in the air, the dog collapsed, and the force of the shot sent it skidding through the dust, curled in a ball. The other 4 dogs ran off. Pedro Negrete watched them go. 2 had their tails between their legs and ran in a crouch. Of the other 2, one ran stiff-tailed, and the 4th, for some unknown reason, wagged its tail, as if it had been given a treat. He went over to the dead dog and touched it with his foot. The bullet had gone into its head. Without glancing behind him he walked on down the hill, to the place where the body of the victim had been found. There he stopped and lit a cigarette. A Ducados, unfiltered. Then he continued on to his car. From here, he thought, everything looked different. There were no other deaths of women in May, with the exception of those who died of natural causes, that is, of illness or old age, or in childbirth. But the end of the month marked the appearance of the church desecrator. One day a stranger came into the church of San Rafael, on Calle Patriotas Mexicanos, in the center of Santa Teresa, during the early service. The church was almost empty. There were just a few of the faithful clustered together in the front pews, and the priest was in the confessional. The church smelled of incense and cheap cleaning products. The stranger sat in one of the last pews and got right down on his knees, his head buried in his hands as if it ached or he felt ill. Some of the elderly parishioners turned to look at him and whispered among themselves. One little old lady came out of the confessional and stood motionless staring at the stranger, as a young woman with Indian features went in to confess. When the priest had absolved the Indian woman of her sins, the service would start. But the little old lady who had come out of the confessional just stood there staring at the stranger, although sometimes she shifted her weight from one foot to the other, doing a kind of dance step. She knew immediately that something was wrong with the man and she intended to go and warn the other old ladies. As she walked up the main aisle, she saw a pool of liquid spread across the floor from the pew where the stranger was sitting and she smelled urine. Then, instead of moving on toward where the old ladies were clustered, she turned around and returned to the confessional. She knocked several times on the priest's little window. "I'm busy, my child," he said. "Father," said the little old lady, "there's a man here who's polluting the house of the Lord." "Yes, child, I'll be with you in a moment," said the priest. "Father, I don't like this one bit. Do something, for the love of God." As she talked, the little old lady seemed to dance. "I'm coming, my child, be patient, I'm busy," said the priest. "Father, there's a man doing his business in the church," said the little old lady. The priest poked his head out between the threadbare curtains and peered through the sepia dusk at the stranger, and then he stepped out of the confessional and the woman with Indian features also stepped out of the confessional and the three of them stood frozen watching the stranger who was moaning faintly and kept urinating, wetting his pants and loosing a river of urine that ran toward the vestibule, confirming that the aisle, as the priest had feared, was worryingly uneven. Then the priest went to call the sexton, who was having his coffee at the sacristy table and looked tired, and the two of them went up to the stranger to scold him and throw him out of the church. The stranger saw them coming and gazed at them with his eyes full of tears and asked them to leave him alone. Almost at the same moment, a blade appeared in his hand, and as the old ladies in the front pews screamed, he stabbed the sexton. The case was entrusted to Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez, who was reputed to be capable and discreet, a quality some policemen associated with religious faith. Juan de Dios Martínez talked to the priest, who described the stranger as a man of about 30, average height, dark-skinned, sturdy, your average Mexican. Then he talked to the old ladies. To them, the stranger was no average Mexican, he was the devil incarnate. "So what was the devil doing at the early service?" asked the inspector. "He was there to kill us all," said the old ladies. At 2 in the afternoon, accompanied by a sketch artist, Juan de Dios Martínez went to the hospital to take the sexton's statement. The sexton's description matched the priest's. The stranger smelled of liquor. The smell was strong, as if he had washed his shirt the night before in a basin of 90-proof alcohol. He hadn't shaved for days, although you couldn't really tell because he didn't have much of a beard. How did the sexton know he didn't have much of a beard? Juan de Dios Martínez wanted to know. By the way the hairs grew on his face, skimpy and every which way, like they were stuck there in the dark by his bitch of a mother and his cock-sucking faggot of a father, said the sexton. Also, he had big, strong hands. Hands maybe too big for his body. And he was crying, no question about that, but he also seemed to be laughing, crying and laughing at the same time. "Do you know what I mean?" asked the sexton. "Like he was high?" asked the inspector. "Exactly. That's it." Later Juan de Dios Martínez called the Santa Teresa asylum and asked whether they had an inmate who matched the description he had compiled. They said they had 2, but neither was violent. He asked if they were allowed out. "One is and the other isn't," he was told. "I'm coming to see them," said the inspector. At 5, after eating lunch at a coffee shop where cops never went, Juan de Dios Martínez parked his metallic gray Cougar in the asylum parking lot. He was received by the director, a woman of about 50, with her hair dyed blonde, who had coffee brought in for him. The director's office was pretty and struck him as tastefully decorated. On the walls there were 2 prints, a Picasso and a Diego Rivera. Juan de Dios Martínez spent a long time gazing at the Rivera print as he waited for the director. On the desk were 2 photographs. One was of the director, when she was younger, with her arms around a girl looking straight into the camera. The girl had a sweet, blank expression on her face. In the other photograph the director was even younger. She was sitting next to an older woman, regarding her with an amused expression. The older woman had a serious air about her and stared at the camera as if she thought it was frivolous to have her picture taken. When the director came in at last, the inspector could see immediately that many years had gone by since the pictures were taken. He observed further that the director was still very attractive. For a while they talked about the tall patients. The dangerous ones weren't allowed out, the director informed him. And there weren't many dangerous ones, anyway. The inspector showed her the sketch the artist had made and the director examined it carefully for a few seconds. Juan de Dios Martínez stared at her hands. Her nails were painted and her fingers were long and looked soft to the touch. On the back of her hands he counted a few freckles. The director said the sketch wasn't good and it might be anyone. Then they went to see the two patients. They were in the yard, an enormous yard with no trees, a dirt yard like a soccer field in a slum. A guard dressed in white t-shirt and trousers brought out the first inmate. Juan de Dios Martínez heard the director ask how he felt. Then they talked about food. The patient said he could hardly eat meat anymore, but he said it in such a scattered way that the inspector couldn't tell whether he was complaining about the menu or informing the director of a recently acquired aversion. She talked about protein. The breeze in the yard ruffled the patient's hair. "We need to build a wall," he heard the doctor say. "When the wind blows it makes them nervous," said the guard dressed in white. Then they brought out the other inmate. Juan de Dios Martínez thought at first that they were brothers, although when the two were side by side he realized the resemblance was deceptive. From a distance, he thought, maybe all madmen look alike. Back in the director's office, he asked how long she'd been the head of the asylum. "For ages," she said, laughing. "I can't even remember how long." As they drank more coffee, of which the director was clearly very fond, he asked if she was from Santa Teresa. "No," said the director. "I was born in Guadalajara and I studied in Mexico City and then in San Francisco at Berkeley." Juan de Dios Martínez would have liked to keep talking and drinking coffee, and maybe ask whether she was married or divorced, but he didn't have time. "Can I take them with me?" he asked. The director looked at him uncomprehendingly. "Can I take the patients with me?" he asked. The director laughed in his face and asked if he was right in the head. "Where do you want to take them?" "To be part of a kind of lineup," said the inspector. "The victim is in the hospital and can't go anywhere. You lend me your patients for a few hours, I'll take them on a ride to the hospital, and you'll have them back before dark." "You're asking me?" said the director. "You're the boss," said the inspector. "Bring me a court order from the judge," said the director. "I can get one, but it's just red tape. Also, if I come with a court order, your patients will be brought into the station. They might be kept a night or two, it won't be any fun for them. But if I take them with me now, it'll be easy. They ride in the car with me, I'm the only cop, and if the victim makes a positive identification, you still get your boys back, both of them. Doesn't that seem easier?" "No, not to me it doesn't," said the director. "Bring me a court order from the judge and then we'll see." "I didn't mean to offend you," said the inspector. "I'm shocked," said the director. Juan de Dios Martínez laughed. "Well, I won't take them, then, and that's the end of it," he said. "But will you promise to do your best to make sure neither of them leaves the asylum?" The director got up and for a moment he thought she was going to kick him out. Then she called her secretary and asked for another cup of coffee. "Would you like one?" Juan de Dios Martínez nodded. "Tonight I won't be able to sleep," he thought. That night the stranger from San Rafael found his way to the Church of San Tadeo, in Colonia Quino, a neighborhood springing up amid the scrub and rolling hills of southeastern Santa Teresa. Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez got a call at midnight. He was watching TV and after he hung up he collected the dirty plates on the table and put them in the sink. From the drawer of the night table he took his gun and the sketch, which he had folded in four, and went down the steps to the garage where his red Chevy Astra was parked. When he got to San Tadeo some women were sitting on the adobe steps. There weren't many of them. Inside the church he caught a glimpse of Inspector José Marquez questioning the priest. He asked a policeman whether the ambulance had come yet. The policeman looked at him with a smile and said there were no casualties. What the fuck was all this? Two crime scene technicians were trying to find prints on a statue of Christ next to the altar, on the floor. This time the freak didn't hurt anyone, José Marquez told him when he was done with the priest. Juan de Dios Martínez wanted to know what had happened. "Some tripped-out asshole showed up here around 10, said Marquez. "He was carrying a switchblade or a knife. He sat in the last row. There. Where it's darkest. An old woman heard him crying. Because he was sad or happy, I don't know. He was pissing. Then the old woman went to call the priest and he jumped up and started to smash statues. Christ, the Virgin of Guadalupe, and a couple of other saints. Then he left. And that's all? Asked Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez. End of story, said Marquez. For a while the two of them talked to the witnesses. The description of the perpetrator matched the description of the perpetrator at San Rafael. Juan de Dios Martínez showed the priest the sketch. The priest was young and seemed tired, not because of what had happened that night but because of something that had been wearing him down for years. Looks like him, the priest said indifferently. The church smelled of incense and urine. The chunks of plaster scattered across the floor reminded him of a movie, but he couldn't remember which one. With the tip of his foot he nudged one of the fragments. It looked like a piece of a hand and it was soaked. Have you noticed? Asked Marquez. What? Asked Juan de Dios Martínez. The bastard must have a huge bladder. Or else he holds it as long as he can and waits until he's inside a church to let go. When Juan de Dios Martínez came out, he saw some reporters from El Heraldo del Nun and La Tribuna de Santa Teresa talking to bystanders. He went for a walk through the nearby streets. It didn't smell of incense there, although at times the air seemed to waft directly from a septic tank. The streets were barely lit. I've never been here before, Juan de Dios Martínez said to himself. At the end of the street he spotted the shadow of a big tree. It stood in a poor imitation of a plaza, the tree the only thing that gave the barren semicircle any resemblance to a public space. Around the tree were some clumsily built benches where the neighborhood residents could sit and get a breath of fresh air. There used to be an Indian settlement here, remembered the inspector. A policeman who'd lived in the colonia had told him so. He dropped onto a bench and gazed up at the imposing shadow of the tree silhouetted menacingly against the starry sky. Where are the Indians now? He thought about the director of the asylum. He would have liked to talk to her just then, but he knew he wouldn't dare call her. The attacks on San Rafael and San Tadeo got more attention in the local press than the women killed in the preceding months. The next day, Juan de Dios Martínez and two policemen went back to Colonia Quino and Colonia La Prechada and showed people the sketch of the attacker. No one recognized him. At lunchtime the policeman went downtown and Juan de Dios Martínez called the director of the asylum. The director hadn't read the papers and didn't know anything about what had happened the night before. Juan de Dios asked her out to lunch. Unexpectedly, the director accepted the invitation and they agreed to meet at a vegetarian restaurant on Calle Rio Usumacinta, in Colonia Podesta. He'd never been to the restaurant, and when he got there he asked for a table for two and a whiskey while he waited, but they didn't serve alcohol. The waiter was wearing a checkered shirt and sandals and looked at him as if something was wrong with him or he'd come to the wrong restaurant. It was a nice place, he thought. The people at the other tables talked in low voices and there was the sound of music like water tumbling over smooth stones. The director saw him as soon as she came in, but she didn't say hello. She went to talk to the waiter, who was preparing fresh squeezed juice behind the bar. After exchanging a few words with him, she came over to the table. She was wearing gray pants and a low-cut pearl-colored sweater. Juan de Dios Martínez got up when she reached him and thanked her for agreeing to have lunch with him. The director smiled. She had small, even teeth, very white and sharp, which made her smile look carnivorous in a way that was out of keeping with the restaurant. The waiter asked what they wanted to eat. Juan de Dios Martínez looked at the menu and then said she should choose for him. As they were waiting for their food he told her about San Tadeo. The director listened carefully and at the end she asked if there was anything else. "That's the whole story," said the inspector. "My two patients spent the night at the center," she said. "I know," he said. "How?" "After I left the church I went to the asylum. I asked the guard and the nurse on duty to take me to their rooms. Both were asleep. There were no urine-stained clothes. No one let them out. What you're describing is illegal," said the director. "But now they aren't suspects anymore," said the inspector. "And I didn't even wake them up. They didn't realize a thing." For a while the director ate in silence. Juan de Dios Martínez was beginning to like the water sounds music more and more. He told her so. "I'd like to buy the album," he said. He meant it sincerely. The director seemed not to hear him. For dessert they were served figs. Juan de Dios Martínez said it had been years since he ate figs. The director ordered a coffee and wanted to pay for the meal herself, but he wouldn't let her. It wasn't easy. He had to insist more than once, and the director seemed to turn to stone. When they left the restaurant they shook hands as if they would never see each other again. 2 days later, the stranger got into the church of Santa Catalina, in Colonia Lomas del Toro, late at night when the building was closed, and he urinated and defecated on the altar, as well as decapitating almost all the statues in his path. This time, the story made the nation Al News, and a reporter from La Voz de Sonora dubbed the attacker the demon penitent. As far as Juan de Dios Martínez knew, the culprit might be anyone, but the police decided it had been the penitent and he thought it best to go along with the official story. It didn't strike him as odd that nobody living near the church had heard anything, even though it would have taken time to break all those sacred objects and would have made lots of noise. No one lived at the church. The officiating priest was there from 9 in the morning till 1 in the afternoon, and then he went to work at a parochial school in Colonia Ciudad Nueva. There was no sexton, and the altar boys who helped at Mass sometimes came and sometimes didn't. In fact, Santa Catalina was a church with almost no parishioners, and the things inside were cheap, bought by the diocese at a store downtown that sold cassocks and saints, wholesale and retail. The priest was an open-minded man, a free thinker, or so it seemed to Juan de Dios Martínez. They talked for a while. There was nothing missing from the church. The priest didn't seem scandalized or upset by the outrage. He made a rapid calculation of the damages and said that for the diocese it was a drop in the bucket. He wasn't startled by the shit on the altar. "After you leave this will all be cleaned up in a few hours," he said. But the quantity of urine alarmed him. Shoulder to shoulder, like Siamese twins, the inspector and the priest examined every corner where the penitent had urinated, and the priest said at last that the man must have a bladder the size of a watermelon. That night, Juan de Dios Martínez thought to himself that he was beginning to like the penitent. The first attack was violent and the sexton was almost killed, but as the days went by he was perfecting his technique. With the second attack he had only frightened some churchgoers, and with the third no one saw him and he was able to work in peace. 3 days after the desecration of the church of Santa Catalina, in the early morning hours, the penitent slipped into the church of Nuestro Señor Jesucristo, in Colonia Reforma, the oldest church in the city, built in the mid-18th century and once the seat of the Diocese of Santa Teresa. 3 priests and 2 young Papago Indian seminarians who were studying anthropology and history at the University of Santa Teresa slept in an adjacent building, located at the corner of Calle Solar and Calle Ortiz Rubio. In addition to pursuing their studies, the seminarians performed some minor cleaning tasks, like washing the dishes each night or gathering up the priest's dirty laundry and delivering the load to the woman who did the washing. That night, one of the seminarians wasn't asleep. He had tried to study in his room and then he got up to get a book from the library, where, for no reason, he sat reading in an armchair until he fell asleep. The building was connected to the church by a passageway that led straight to the rectory office. It was said that there was another underground passageway that the priests had used during the Revolution and the Cristero War, but the Papago student had never heard of it. Suddenly he was woken by the sound of breaking glass. First, oddly enough, he thought it was raining, but then he realized the noise was coming from inside the church, not outside, and he went to investigate. When he got to the rectory office he heard moans and he thought someone had gotten locked inside one of the confessionals, which was entirely unlikely, since the doors didn't lock. The Papago student, despite what was commonly believed about people of his ancestry, wasn't brave at all and was afraid to go into the church alone. First he went to wake up the other seminarian and then the two of them knocked very discreetly at the door of Father Juan Carrasco, who at that hour was asleep, like everybody else in the building. Father Juan Carrasco listened to the Papago's story in the hallway and since he read the news he said, "It must be the penitent." Immediately he went back into his room, put on pants and sneakers that he wore to go jogging or to play fronton, and got an old baseball bat out of a cupboard. Then he sent one of the Papagos to wake up the caretaker, who slept in a little room on the first floor, next to the stairs, and, full load by the Papago who had raised the alert, he headed for the church. At first glance both had the impression that no one was there. The opalescent smoke of the candles rose slowly toward the vaulted ceiling and a dense, tawny cloud hovered motionless inside the sanctuary. A moment later they heard the moan, like a child trying not to vomit, then another and and then the familiar sound of the first retch. "It's the penitent," whispered the seminarian. Father Carrasco furrowed his brow and headed resolutely toward the place the noise was coming from. gripping the baseball bat in 2 hands, as if he were about to step up to the plate. The Papago didn't follow him. Maybe he took a small step or 2 in the direction the priest had gone, but then he stood still, prey to a divine terror. Even his teeth were chattering. He could neither advance nor retreat. So, as he later explained to the police, he began to pray. "What did you pray?" asked Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez. The Papago didn't understand the question. "The Lord's Prayer?" asked the inspector. "No, oh no, my mind went blank," said the Papago. "I prayed for my soul. I prayed to the Holy Mother. I begged the Holy Mother not to abandon me." From where he was he heard the sound of the baseball bat slamming against a column. It might have been, he thought, or he remembered having thought, the Penitent spinal column or the 6-foot column on which stood the wooden carving of the Archangel Gabriel. Then he heard someone panting. He heard the penitent moan. He heard Father Carrasco swear at someone, but the words were strange, and he couldn't tell whether it was the penitent who was being sworn at, or he himself for not following, or an unknown person from Father Carrasco's past, someone the Papago would never know and the priest would never see again. Then came the sound of a baseball bat dropping on stones cut with skill and precision. The wood, the bat, bounced several times until at last the noise ceased. Almost at the same instant he heard the scream, which brought back the sense of divine terror, unthinking terror, or a terror expressed in shaky images. Then he thought he saw, as if by candlelight, though it might just as easily have been a ray of lightning, the figure of the penitent shattering the shin bones of the archangel in a single blow and knocking it off its pedestal with the baseball bat. Again the sound of wood, this time very old wood, hitting stone, as if in that place wood and stone were strictly antagonistic terms. And more blows. And then the footsteps of the caretaker, who came running and plunged into the darkness too, and the voice of his Papago brother asking him, in Papago, what was wrong, what hurt. And then more shouting and more priests and voices calling for the police and a flurry of white shirts and an acid smell, as if someone had mopped the stones of the old church with a gallon of ammonia. The smell of piss, as he was informed by Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez, too much urine for one man, for a man with a normal bladder. This time the penitent went berserk, said Inspector José Márquez as he knelt to look at the bodies of Father Carrasco and the caretaker. Juan de Dios Martínez examined the window the penitent had come in through, and then he went outside and spent a while walking along Calle Solar and then Calle Ortiz Rubio and through a plaza the residents used as free parking at night. When he got back to the church, Pedro Negrete and Epifanio were there, and as soon as he came in the police chief motioned for him to join them. For a while they talked and smoked sitting in the last row of pews. Under his leather jacket Negrete was wearing a pajama shirt. He smelled of expensive cologne and he didn't seem tired. Epifanio was wearing a light blue suit that looked good in the dim light of the church. Juan de Dios Martínez told the police chief the penitent must have a car. "What makes you say that? He can't get around on foot without attracting attention," said the inspector. "His piss stinks. It's a long way from Quino to Reforma. It's a long way from Reforma to Lomas del Toro, too. Let's say the penitent lives downtown. You could walk downtown from Reforma, and if it was nighttime, no one would notice you smelled like piss. But to walk downtown from Lomas del Toro, that would take, I don't know, at least an hour. Or more," said Epifanio. "And how far is it from Lomas del Toro to Quino?" "At least 45 minutes, assuming you don't get lost," said Epifanio. "And that's not to mention Reforma to Quino," said Juan de Dios Martínez. "So the bastard gets around by car," said the police chief. "It's the only thing we can be sure of," said Juan de Dios Martínez. "And he probably carries a change of clothes in the car." "What for?" asked the police chief. "As a safety precaution. So in other words you think the penitent is nobody's fool," said Negrete. "He only goes crazy when he's in a church, when he comes out he's just like anybody else," whispered Juan de Dios Martínez. "Goddamn," said the police chief. "What do you think, Epifanio?" "Could be," said Epifanio. "If he lives alone, he can come back smelling like shit, since it doesn't take him more than a minute to get from his car to his base of operations. If he's got some woman at home or his folks, he must change his clothes before he goes in." "Makes sense," said the police chief. "But the question is how we stop all this. Any ideas?" "For now, station an officer in each church and wait for the penitent to make his next move," said Juan de Dios Martínez. "My brother's a churchgoer," said the police chief, as if thinking out loud. I have to ask him a few things. What about you, Juan de Dios? Where do you think the penitent lives? I don't know, Chief, said the inspector, anywhere. Although if he has a car I doubt he lives in Quino. At 5 in the morning, when Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez got home, there was a message from the asylum director on his answering machine. The person you're looking for, said the director's voice, is sacrophobic. Call me and I'll explain. Late as it was, he called her right away. The director's recorded voice answered. Martínez here, from the Policia Judicial, said Juan de Dios Martínez, sorry to call so early. I got your message. I just got in. Tonight the penitent. Anyway, I'll call you tomorrow. Or today, I guess. Good night and thanks for the message. Then he took off his shoes and pants and fell into bed, but he couldn't sleep. By 6 he was at the station. A group of patrolmen were celebrating the birthday of a colleague and they offered him a drink, but he said no. From the offices of the judicial police inspectors, which were empty, he heard them singing, "Happy Birthday," over and over again on the floor above. He made a list of the officers he wanted to work with him. He wrote a report for the Hermosillo office and then he stood out by the vending machine and drank a cup of coffee. He watched 2 patrolmen come down the stairs with their arms around each other and he followed them. In the hallway he saw several cops talking, in groups of 2, 3, 4. Every so often one group laughed loudly. A man dressed in white, but wearing jeans, pushed a stretcher. On the stretcher, covered in a gray plastic sheet, lay the body of Amelia Mina Mina. Nobody noticed. Amelia Mina Mina died in June. Her body was found in the illegal dump near Calle U Catacos, on the way to the Hermanos Corinto brick factory. The medical examiner's report stated that she had been raped, stabbed, and burned, without specifying whether the stab wounds or the burns had been the cause of death, and without specifying whether Amelia Mina Mina was already dead when the burns were inflicted. Fires were constantly being reported in the dump where she was found, most of them set on purpose, others flaring up by chance, so there was some possibility the body had been charred by a random blaze, not set alight by the murderer. The dump didn't have a formal name, because it wasn't supposed to be there, but it had an informal name. It was called El Chile. During the day there wasn't a soul to be seen in El Chile or the surrounding fields soon to be swallowed up by the dump. At night those who had nothing or less than nothing ventured out. In Mexico City they call them teperochos, but a teperocho is a survivor, a cynic and a humorist, compared to the human beings who swarmed alone or in pairs around El Chile. There weren't many of them. They spoke a slang that was hard to understand. The police conducted a roundup the night after the body of Amelia Mina Mina was found and all they brought in was 3 children hunting for cardboard in the trash. The night residents of El Chile were few. Their life expectancy was short. They died after 7 months, at most, of picking their way through the dump. Their feeding habits and their sex lives were a mystery. It was likely they had forgotten how to eat or fuck. Or that food and sex were beyond their reach by then, unattainable, indescribable, beyond action and expression. All, without exception, were sick. To strip the clothes from a body in El Chile was to skin it. The population was stable. Never fewer than 3, never more than 20. The main suspect in the killing of Amelia Mina Mina was her boyfriend. When the police came looking for him at the house where he lived with his parents and 3 brothers, he was already gone. According to the family, he had gotten on a bus a day or 2 before the body was found. The father and 2 brothers spent a few days in a cell, but the only coherent information that could be extracted from them was the address of the father's brother, in Ciudad Guzman, the suspect's ostensible destination. When the police in Ciudad Guzman were alerted, some officers made a visit to the residence in question, equipped with the necessary warrants, but they found no trace of the alleged boyfriend and killer. The case remained open and was soon forgotten. 5 days later, while the investigation was still unconcluded, the janitor at Morelos Preparatory School found the body of another dead woman. It was on a piece of ground where the students sometimes played soccer and baseball, a field with a view of Arizona and the shells of the maquiladoras on the Mexican side of the border and the dirt roads leading from the factories to the network of paved roads. Along one side, separated from the field by a barbed wire fence, were the school yards, and farther off were the 2 3-story school buildings, where classes were taught in big, sunny rooms. The school had opened in 1990 and the janitor had been there since the beginning. He was the first to arrive each morning and one of the last to leave. The morning he found the dead woman, Something caught his attention while he was picking up the master keys from the principal's office. At first he wasn't sure what it was. By the time he came into the supply room he realized. Buzzards. Buzzards were flying over the field next to the yard. But he still had plenty to do, and he decided to investigate later. Shortly afterward, the cook and the kitchen boy arrived, and he went to have coffee with them in the kitchen. They talked for 10 minutes about the usual things, until the janitor asked if they had seen buzzards over the school when they came in. Both of them answered that they hadn't. Then the janitor finished his coffee and said he was going to take a walk out to the field. He was afraid he would find a dead dog. If he did, he would have to come back to the school, to the room where the tools were kept, and get a shovel and go back to the field and bury the dog deep enough so the students wouldn't dig it up. But what he found was a woman. She was dressed in a black shirt and black shoes and her skirt was rolled up around her waist. She didn't have anything on underneath. That was the first thing he saw. Then he got a look at her face and saw she hadn't died that night. One of the buzzards landed on the fence but he shooed it off. The woman had long black hair at least halfway down her back. Some strands were stuck together with coagulated blood. On her stomach and between her legs there was dried blood. He crossed himself twice and stood up slowly. When he got back to the school he told the cook what had happened. The kitchen boy was scrubbing a pot and the janitor spoke in a low voice, so he wouldn't hear. He called the principal from the office, but the principal had already left home. He found a blanket and went to cover up the dead woman. Only then did he realize a stake had been driven straight through her. His eyes filled with tears as he returned to the school. The cook was there, sitting in the yard, smoking a cigarette. She made a gesture as if to ask how it had gone. The janitor responded with another gesture, impossible to decipher, and went out to wait for the principal by the main door. When he arrived they both went out to the field. From the yard the cook watched as the principal lifted one side of the blanket and stared from different angles at the scarcely visible shape on the ground. A little later they were joined by two teachers, and, about 30 feet away, by a group of students. At noon, 2 police cars, a third, unmarked car, and an ambulance arrived, and the dead woman was taken away. Her name was never learned. The medical examiner stated that she had been dead for several days, without specifying how many. The stab wounds to the chest were the probable cause of death, but the examiner couldn't rule out a fractured skull as the principal cause. The dead woman was probably somewhere between 23 and 25. She was 5 feet 7 inches tall. The last dead woman to be discovered in June 1993 was Margarita López Santos. She had disappeared more than 40 days before. The second day she was gone, her mother filed a report at Precinct No. 2. Margarita López worked at K&T, a maquiladora in the El Progreso Industrial Park near the Nogales Highway and the last houses of Colonia Guadalupe Victoria. The day of her disappearance she was working the third shift at the maquiladora, from 9 at night to 5 in the morning. According to her fellow workers, she had come in on time, as always, because Margarita was more dependable and responsible than most, which meant that her disappearance could be fixed around the time of the shift change and her walk home. But no one saw anything then, in part because it was dark at 5 or 5:30 in the morning, and there wasn't enough public lighting. Most of the houses in the northern part of Colonia Guadalupe Victoria had no electricity. The roads out of the industrial park, except the one leading to the Nogales Highway, also lacked adequate lighting, paving, and drainage sys Thames. Almost all the waste from the park ended up in Colonia Las Rositas, where it formed a lake of mud that bleached white in the sun. So Margarita López left work at 5:30. That much was established. And then she set out along the dark streets of the industrial park. Maybe she saw the pickup that parked each night in an empty plaza next to the parking lot of the W.S. Inc. Maquiladora, a truck that sold coffee and soft drinks and different kinds of sandwiches to the workers on their way into or out of work. Most of them women. But she wasn't hungry or she knew there was a meal waiting for her at home and she didn't stop. She left the park in the ever more distant glow of the lights of the maquiladoras. She crossed the No-Gales Highway and turned down the first streets of Colonia Guadalupe Victoria. Crossing Guadalupe Victoria would take her no more than half an hour. Then she would be in Colonia San Bartolomé, where she lived. All in all, a 50-minute walk, more or less. But somewhere along the way something happened or something went permanently wrong and afterward her mother was told there was a chance she had run off with a man. "She's only 16, said her mother, and she's a good girl." 40 days later some children found her body near a shack in Colonia Madarena. Her left hand rested on some guaco leaves. Due to the state of the body, the medical examiner was unable to determine the cause of death. One of the policemen present at the removal of the body, however, was able to identify the guaco plant. "It's good for mosquito bites," he said, crouching down and plucking some little green leaves, pointed and tough. There were no deaths in July. None in August either. Around this time the Mexico City newspaper La Razón sent Sergio González to write a story on the penitent. Sergio González was 35 and recently divorced, and he was looking to make money any way he could. Normally he wouldn't have accepted the assignment, because he was an arts writer, not a crime reporter. He wrote reviews of philosophy books that no one read, not the books or his reviews, and sometimes he wrote about art shows or music. He had been on staff at La Razón for 4 years and his financial situation was acceptable, if not comfortable, until the divorce, when suddenly he was in constant need of money. Since there was nothing else he could write for his own section, where he sometimes used a pseudonym so readers wouldn't be able to tell that all the articles were his, he badgered the editors of the other sections to give him extra assignments to help boost his income. Hence the proposal to travel to Santa Teresa and write the story of the penitent. The person who offered him the story was the editor of the paper's Sunday magazine, who held González in high regard and thought that with his offer he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, González would make some money, and on the other hand, he could take 3 or 4 days of vacation up north, somewhere with good food and clean air, and forget about his wife. So in July 1993, Sergio González flew to Hermosillo and took the bus to Santa Teresa. And in fact, the change of scene suited him perfectly. Hermosillo's bright blue skies, almost a metal lic blue, lit from beneath, cheered him up instantly. The people in the airport and later on the city streets struck him as friendly, relaxed, as if he were in a foreign country and seeing only the good side of its inhabitants. In Santa Teresa, which he thought of as a hard-working city with very little unemployment, he got a room at a cheap hotel called El Oasis in the center of town, on a street where the paving stones dated back to the time of the Reform, and a little later he visited the offices of El Heraldo del Norte and La Voz de Sonora and spoke at length with the reporters who were covering the story of the penitent. They told him how to get to the desecrated churches, which he visited in a single day, in the company of a taxi driver who waited for him out front. He managed to talk to 2 priests, at San Tadeo and San Catalina, who had little new to add, although the priest at Santa Catalina suggested he take a good look around, because in his opinion the church desecrator turned killer wasn't the worst scourge of Santa Teresa. The police let him have a copy of the sketch of the perpetrator and he made an appointment to talk to Juan de Dios Martínez, the inspector in charge of the case. In the afternoon he talked to the mayor, who invited him to lunch at the restaurant next door to the city council building, a restaurant with stone walls that strove and failed to look colonial. But the food was very good, and the mayor and 2 other lower-ranking members of the city administration made it their business to keep things lively with gossip and dirty jokes. The next day he tried to interview the chief of police, but it was a staff member who met with him, probably the police department's press officer, a kid straight out of law school who handed him a folder with all the information a reporter might need to write a story about the penitent. The kid's last name was Zamudio and he had nothing better to do that night than keep Sergio González company. They had dinner together. Then they went to a club. Sergio González couldn't remember having been in a club since he was 17 years old. He told Zamudio, who laughed. They bought drinks for lots of girls. The girls were from Sinaloa and it was immediately clear by their clothes that they were factory workers. Sergio González asked one girl he ended up with whether she liked to dance, and she said she liked it more than anything in the world. The answer struck him as illuminating, though he couldn't say why, and also devastatingly sad. In turn, the girl asked him what a chilango from Mexico City was doing in Santa Teresa, and he said he was a reporter and he was writing a story on the penitent. She didn't seem impressed by the revelation. She had never read La Razón either, which González found hard to believe. At some point, Zamudio took him aside and said they could sleep with the girls. Zamudio's face was distorted by the strobe lights and he looked like a madman. González shrugged. The next day he woke up alone in his hotel room with the sensation of having seen or heard something forbidden. Or at least inappropriate, awkward. He tried to interview Juan de Dios Martínez. The only people in the office were 2 men playing dice, while a third watched. All 3 were judicial police inspectors. Sergio González introduced himself and then sat down in a chair to wait, since they'd told him that Juan de Dios Martínez would be in soon. The inspectors were dressed in warm-up jackets and sweats. Each of the players had a cup of beans, and at each toss of the dice they took a few beans out of their respective cups and placed them in the middle of the table. It seemed strange to González that grown men would bet with beans, but even stranger when he saw that some of the beans in the middle of the table were jumping. He looked carefully, and it was true. Every so often 1 or sometimes 2 of the beans jumped, not very high, maybe half an inch or a quarter of an inch, but they really were jumping. The players paid no attention to the beans. They dropped the dice, of which there were 5, into the barrel, shook it, and, with a sharp knock, spilled them onto the table. At each throw, they spoke words González didn't understand. They said, "Engar rotesime ahi," or meditiado, or peladiaje, or combiliado, or liscornieto, or bola de pinol, or despatilado, or sin desperdicio, as if they were uttering the names of gods or steps in a ceremony that even they didn't understand but everyone had to obey. The inspector who wasn't playing wagged his head in unison. Sergio González asked if the beans were jumping beans. The inspector looked at him and nodded. "I've never seen so many," he said. In fact, he had never even seen one. When Juan de Dios Martínez came in, the inspectors kept playing. Juan de Dios Martínez was wearing a gray suit, slightly wrinkled, and a dark green tie. They sat down at a desk, which from what González could see was the neatest in the office, and talked about the penitent. According to the inspector, although he asked that this be off the record, the penitent was sick. "What kind of sickness does he have?" whispered González, realizing as they spoke that Juan de Dios Martínez didn't want his colleagues to hear. "Sacrophobia," said the inspector. "And what's that?" asked González. "Fear and hatred of sacred objects," said the inspector. According to him, the penitent didn't desecrate churches with the premeditated intent to kill. The deaths were accidental. The penitent just wanted to vent his rage on the images of the saints. It wasn't long before the churches desecrated by the penitent were tidied up and the damages fully repaired, except at Santa Catalina, which for a while remained just as the penitent had left it. "We need money for many things," Sergio González was told by the Ciudad Nueva priest who came once a day to Colonia Lomas del Toro to say Mass and clean, his words implying that there were higher or more urgent priorities than the replacement of the sacred objects that had been destroyed. It was thanks to this priest, the second and last time they met at the church, that Sergio González learned that crimes other than the penitents were being committed in Santa Teresa, crimes against women, still mostly unsolved. For a while, as he swept, the priest talked and talked. About the city, about the trickle of Central American migrants, about the hundreds of Mexicans who arrived each day in search of work at the maquiladoras or hoping to cross the border, about the human trafficking by polleros and coyotes, about the starvation wages paid at the factories, about how those wages were still coveted by the desperate who arrived from Querétaro or Zacatecas or Oaxaca, desperate Christians, said the priest, which was an odd way to describe them, especially for a priest, who embarked on the most incredible journeys, sometimes alone and sometimes with their families in tow, until they reached the border, and only then did they rest or cry or pray or get drunk or get high or dance until they fell down exhausted. The priest sounded like he was chanting a litany, and for a moment, as he listened, Sergio González closed his eyes and nearly fell asleep. Later they went outside and sat on the brick steps of the church. The priest offered him a camel and they smoked, gazing at the horizon. "So besides being a reporter, what other things do you do in Mexico City?" the priest asked. For a few seconds, as he breathed in the smoke of his cigarette, Sergio González thought about what to answer and couldn't come up with anything. "I just got divorced," he said, "and I read a lot." "What kind of books?" the priest wanted to know. "Philosophy, more than anything," said González. "Do you like to read, too?" A couple of girls came running by and greeted the priest by name, without stopping. González watched them cut through a lot where big red flowers were blooming and then cross a street. "Of course," said the priest. "What kind of books?" asked González. "Liberation theology, especially," said the priest. "I like Boff and the Brazilians. But I read detective novels, too." González got up and stubbed out his cigarette on the sole of his shoe. "It's been a pleasure," he said. The priest shook his hand and nodded. The next morning, Sergio Gonzalez took the bus to Hermosillo and then, after a 4-hour wait, flew back to Mexico City. 2 days later he filed his story on the Penitent with the Sunday magazine editor and promptly forgot the whole business. "What is sacrophobia exactly?" Juan de Dios Martínez asked the director. "Teach me a little about it." The director said her name was Elvira Campos and she ordered a whiskey. Juan de Dios Martínez ordered a beer and glanced around the bar. On the terrace an accordion player, followed by a violinist, was trying in vain to attract the attention of a man dressed like a rancher. A narco, thought Juan de Dios Martínez, although since the man had his back to him, he couldn't say who it was. Sacrophobia is fear or hatred of the sacred, of sacred objects, especially from your own religion, said Elvira Campos. He thought about making a reference to Dracula, who fled crucifixes, but he was afraid the director would laugh at him. "And you believe the penitent suffers from sacrophobia?" "I've given it some thought, and I do. A few days ago he disemboweled a priest and another person," said Juan de Dios Martínez. The accordion player was very young, 20 at most, and round as an apple. The way he held himself, however, made him look at least 25. Except when he smiled, which was often, and then all of a sudden it was clear how young and inexperienced he was. "He doesn't carry the knife to hurt anyone, any living thing, I mean, but to destroy the sacred images he finds in churches," said the director. "Shall we call each other by our first names?" Juan de Dios Martínez asked her. Elvira Campos smiled and nodded. "You're a very attractive woman," said Juan de Dios Martínez. "Thin and attractive. You don't like thin women, Inspector?" asked the director. The violinist was taller than the accordionist and she was wearing a black blouse and black leggings. She had long straight hair down to her waist and sometimes she closed her eyes, especially when the accordionist sang and played. The saddest thing, thought Juan de Dios Martínez, was that the narco, or the suited back of the man he thought was a narco, was hardly paying any attention to them, busy as he was talking to a man with the face of a mongoose and a hooker with the face of a cat. "Weren't we going to call each other by our first names?" asked Juan de Dios Martínez. "You're right," said the director. "So are you sure the penitent suffers from sacrophobia?" The director said she'd been looking through the archives at the asylum to see whether she could find some former patient with a case history like the penitent's. She hadn't come up with anything. "If he's as old as you say he is, I'd guess he's been institutionalized at some point." The accordion player suddenly started to stamp in time to the music. From where they were sitting they couldn't hear him, but he was making faces, working his mouth and eyebrows, and then he ruffled his hair with one hand and seemed to howl with laughter. The violinist had her eyes closed. The narco's head swiveled. Juan de Dios Martínez thought to himself that the boy had finally gotten what he wanted. There's probably a file on him in some psychiatric center in Hermosillo or Tijuana. It can't be such a rare case. Maybe he was on medication until recently. Maybe he stopped taking it, said the director. "Are you married? Do you live with anyone?" asked Juan de Dios Martínez in an almost inaudible voice. "I live alone," said the director. "But you have children, I saw the pictures in your office." "I have a daughter, she's married." Juan de Dios Martínez felt something release inside of him and he laughed. "Don't tell me you're already a grandmother. That's not the kind of thing you say to a woman, Inspector." "How old are you?" asked the director. 34, said Juan de Dios Martínez. 17 years younger than me. "You don't look more than 40, said the inspector. The director laughed. "I exercise every day, I don't smoke, I drink very little, I eat right, I used to go running every morning." "Not anymore?" "No, now I've bought myself a treadmill." The two of them laughed. "I listen to Bach on my headphones and I almost always run 3 or 4 miles a day." Sacrophobia. If I tell my colleagues the penitent is suffering from sacrophobia, they'll laugh at me. The man with the mongoose face rose from his chair and said something into the accordionist's ear. Then he sat down again and the accordionist's mouth screwed up into a pout. Like a child on the verge of tears. The violinist had her eyes open and she was smiling. The narco and the woman with the cat face bent their heads together. The narco's nose was big and bony and aristocratic looking. But aristocratic looking how? There was a wild expression on the accordionist's face, except for his lips. Unfamiliar currents surged through the inspector's chest. The world is a strange and fascinating place, he thought. There are odder things than sacrophobia, said Elvira Campos, especially if you consider that we're in Mexico and religion has always been a problem here. In fact, I'd say all Mexicans are essentially sacrophobes. Or take gephyrophobia, a classic fear. Eons of people suffer from it. What's gephyrophobia? Asked Juan de Dios Martínez. The fear of crossing bridges. That's right, I knew someone once, well, it was a boy, really, who was afraid that when he crossed a bridge it would collapse, so he'd run across it, which was much more dangerous. A classic, said Elvira Campos. Another classic. Claustrophobia. Fear of confined spaces. And another. Agoraphobia. Fear of open spaces. I've heard of those, said Juan de Dios Martínez. And one more. Necrophobia. Fear of the dead, said Juan de Dios Martínez. I've known people like that. It's a handicap for a policeman. Then there's hemophobia, fear of blood. That's right, said Juan de Dios Martínez. And peccatophobia, fear of committing sins. But there are other, rarer, fears. For instance, clinophobia. Do you know what that is? No idea, said Juan de Dios Martínez. Fear of beds. Can anyone really fear beds, or hate them? Actually, yes, there are people who do. But they can deal with the problem by sleeping on the floor and never going into a bedroom. And then there's trichophobia, or fear of hair. That's a little more complicated, isn't it? Yes, very much so. There are cases of trichophobia that end in suicide. And there's verbophobia, fear of words. Which must mean it's best not to speak, said Juan de Dios Martínez. There's more to it than that, because words are everywhere, even in silence, which is never complete silence, is it? And then we have vestophobia, which is fear of clothes. It sounds strange, but it's much more widespread than you'd expect. And this one is relatively common. Iatrophobia, or fear of doctors. Or gynophobia, which is fear of women, and natur ali afflicts only men. Very widespread in Mexico, although it manifests itself in different ways. Isn't that a slight exaggeration? Not a bit. Almost all Mexican men are afraid of women. I don't know what to say to that, said Juan de Dios Martínez. Then there are two fears that are really very romantic. Ombrophobia and thalassophobia, or fear of rain and fear of the sea. And two others with a touch of the romantic. Anthophobia, or fear of flowers, and dendrophobia, fear of trees. Some Mexican men may be gynophobes, said Juan de Dios Martínez, but not all of them. It can't be that bad. What do you think optophobia is? Asked the director. Opto, something to do with the eyes, my God, fear of the eyes? Even worse. Fear of opening the eyes. In a figurative sense, that's an answer to what you just said about gynophobia. In a literal sense, it leads to violent attacks, loss of consciousness, visual and auditory hallucinations, and generally aggressive behavior. I know, though not personally, of course, of two cases in which the patient went so far as to mutilate himself. He put his eyes out? With his fingers, the nails, said the director. Good God, said Juan de Dios Martínez. Then we have pedophobia, of course, which is fear of children, and ballistophobia, fear of bullets. That's my phobia, said Juan de Dios Martínez. Yes, I suppose it's only common sense, said the director. And another phobia, this one on the rise. Tropophobia, or the fear of making changes or moving. Which can be aggravated if it becomes agyrophobia, fear of streets or crossing the street. Not to forget chromophobia, which is fear of certain colors, or nyctophobia, fear of night, or ergophobia, fear of work. A common complaint is decidophobia, the fear of making decisions. And there's a fear that's just beginning to spread, which is anthrophobia, or fear of people. Some Indians suffer from a heightened form of astrophobia, which is fear of meteorological phenomena like thunder and lightning. But the worst phobias, in my opinion, are pantophobia, which is fear of everything, and phobophobia, fear of fear itself. If you had to suffer from one of the two, which would you choose? Phobophobia, said Juan de Dios Martínez. Think carefully, it has its drawbacks, said the director. Between being afraid of everything and being afraid of my own fear, I'd take the latter. Don't forget I'm a policeman, and if I was scared of everything I couldn't work. But if you're afraid of your own fears, you're forced to live in constant contemplation of them, and if they materialize, what you have is a system that feeds on itself, a vicious cycle, said the director. A few days before Sergio González came to Santa Teresa, Juan de Dios Martínez and Elvira Campos went to bed together. This isn't anything serious, the director warned him. I don't want you to get the wrong idea about where things are going. Juan de Dios Martínez promised that she would set the limits and he would simply abide by her decisions. The director found the first sexual encounter satisfactory. The next time they saw each other, 15 days later, the results were even better. Sometimes he was the one who called, usually in the afternoon, while she was still at work, and they would talk for 5 minutes, sometimes 10, about the events of the day. It was when she called him that they made plans to see each other, always at Elvira's apartment in a new building in Colonia Michoacán, on a street of upper-middle-class houses where doctors and lawyers, a few dentists, and 1 or 2 college professors lived. Their meetings always followed the same pattern. The inspector left his car parked on the street and took the elevator up, checking in the mirror to make sure his appearance was impeccable, at least to the extent possible, considering his limitations, which he would be the first to enumerate, and then he would ring the director's doorbell. She would open the door, they would greet each other with a handshake or without touching, and immediately they would have a drink sitting in the living room, watching the dark move over the mountains to the east through the glass doors that led onto the big terrace where, in addition to a couple of wooden and canvas chairs and a sun umbrella furled for the night, there was only a steel-gray exercise bicycle. Then, with no preliminaries, they would go into the bedroom and make love for 3 hours. When they were done, the director would put on a black silk bathrobe and go shower. When she came out, Juan de Dios Martínez would already be dressed, sitting in the living room, gazing not at the mountains but at the stars visible from the terrace. The silence was absolute. Sometimes there would be a party going on in the yard of one of the nearby houses and they would watch the lights and the people walking or embraching next to the pool or coming in and out, as if at random, of the tents erected for the OCCA Scion or the gazebos of wood and wrought iron. The director wouldn't talk and Juan de Dios Martínez would contain the urge he sometimes felt to rattle off questions or tell her things about his life that he'd never told anyone. Then she would remind him, as if he'd asked her to, that he had to go and the inspector would say you're right or glance pointlessly at his watch and leave at once. 15 days later they would see each other again and everything would be just as it had been the time before. Of course, there wasn't always a party at a house nearby and sometimes the director couldn't or didn't want to drink, but the dim light was always the same, the shower was always repeated, the sunsets and the mountains never changed, the stars were the same stars. Around this time, Pedro Negrete traveled to Villavichosa to hire someone trustworthy for his old friend Pedro Rengifo. He saw several young men. He scrutinized them, asked some questions. He asked if they knew how to shoot. He asked if he could rely on them. He asked if they wanted to make money. It had been a while since he'd been back to Villavichosa and the town looked the same as it had the last time he was there. Low adobe houses with small front yards. 2 bars and a grocery store. To the east, the foothills of mountains that seemed to shrink or grow depending on the progression of the sun and shadows. When he'd made his choice, he called Epifanio over and asked privately what he thought. "Which one is it, boss?" "The youngest one," said Negrete. Epifanio let his gaze drift over the boy and then he glanced at the others and before he went back to the car he said the kid wasn't bad, but you never knew. Then Negrete let a couple of old men from Villavichosa buy him a drink. One was very thin, dressed in white, and wearing a gold-plated watch. Judging by the wrinkles on his face, he was over 70. The other man was even older and thinner and wasn't wearing a shirt. He was short and his torso was covered in scars partly hidden by the folds of his skin. They drank pulque and every so often huge glasses of water because the pulque was salty and made them thirsty. They talked about goats lost in the Blue Hills and about holes in the mountains. During a pause, without fanfare, Negrete called the boy over and told him he'd been chosen. "Go on. Say goodbye to your mother," said the shirtless old man. The boy looked at Negrete and then looked at the floor, as if thinking what to say, but suddenly he changed his mind, said nothing, and went out. When Negrete left the bar, the boy and Epifanio were leaning on the fender of the car, talking. The boy sat beside him, in the back. Epifanio was at the wheel. When they had left the dirt streets of Villavichosa behind and were driving through the desert, the police chief asked what his name was. "Olegario Cura Exposito," said the boy. "Olegario Cura Exposito," said Negrete, staring up at the stars, "strange name." For a while they were silent. Epifanio tried to tune in a Santa Teresa radio station but he couldn't get it and turned off the radio. From his window the police chief glimpsed a flash of lightning many miles away. Just then the car shuddered and Epifanio braked and got out to see what he had hit. The police chief watched him head down the highway and then he saw the beam of Epifanio's flashlight. He rolled down the window and asked what it was. They heard a gunshot. The chief opened the door and got out. He took a few steps to stretch his stiff legs, and Epifanio came ambling back. "I killed a wolf," he said. "Let's see," said the police chief, and the two of them set out into the darkness again. There were no headlights visible on the highway. The air was dry, but sometimes there were gusts of salty wind, as if before it made its way into the desert the air had brushed across a salt marsh. The boy looked at the lighted dashboard of the car and then he covered his face with his hands. A few yards away the police chief ordered Epifanio to pass him the flashlight and he shone it on the body of the animal lying in the road. "It isn't a wolf," said the police chief. "Oh, no? Look at its coat. Wolves' coats are shinier, sleeker, not to mention they aren't dumb enough to get themselves run over by a car in the middle of a deserted highway. Let's see. Let's measure it, you hold the flashlight." Epifanio trained the beam on the animal as the chief laid it straight and eyeballed it. "Coyotes," he said, "are 28 to 36 inches long, counting the head. What would you say this one measures? About 32? Asked Epifanio. "Correct," said the police chief. And he went on. "Coyotes weigh between 22 and 35 pounds. Pass me the flashlight and pick it up, it won't bite you." Epifanio picked up the dead animal, cradling it in his arms. "How much would you say it weighs?" "Somewhere between 26 and 33, maybe," said Epifanio. "Like a coyote." "Because it is a coyote, jackass," said the police chief. "They shone the flashlight in its eyes." "Maybe it was blind and that's why it didn't see me," said Epifanio. "No, it wasn't blind," said the police chief, looking at the coyote's big dead eyes. Then they left the animal by the side of the road and went back to the car. Epifanio tried to get a Santa Teresa station again. All he heard was static and he turned the radio off. He imagined that the coyote he'd hit was a female coyote and it was looking for a safe place to give birth. "That's why it didn't see me," he thought, but he wasn't satisfied by the explanation. At El Altillo, when the first lights of Santa Teresa appeared, the police chief broke the silence into which the three of them had fallen. "Olegario cura exposito," he said. "Yes, sir," said the boy. "So what do your friends call you?" "Lalo," said the boy. "Lalo?" "Yes, sir. Did you hear that, Epifanio?" "I heard," said Epifanio, still thinking about the coyote. "Lalo cura?" asked the police chief. "Yes, sir," said the boy. "You're kidding, right?" "No sir, that's what my friends call me," said the boy. "Did you hear that, Epifanio?" asked the police chief. "Sure, I heard," said Epifanio. "His name is Lalo Cura," said the police chief, and he started to laugh. "Lalo Cura? Lunacy, get it?" "Of course I get it," said Epifanio, and he started to laugh too. Soon the three of them were laughing. That night the Santa Teresa police chief slept soundly. He dreamed about his twin brother. They were 15 and they were poor and they had gone out to roam the scrub hills where many years later Colonia Lindavista would rise. They crossed a gully where boys sometimes went in the rainy season to hunt toads, which were poisonous and had to be killed with stones, although he and his brother were interested in lizards, not toads. At dusk they returned to Santa Teresa, children scattering through the countryside like defeated soldiers. On the edge of the city there was always traffic, trucks going to Hermosillo or heading north or on their way to Nogales. Some were inscribed with odd phrases. One said, "In a hurry? Go right on under me." Another one said, "Passing on the left? Just pump my horn." And another one, "Like the ride?" In the dream neither he nor his brother talked, but all of their movements were identical, the same stride, the same pace, the arm swinging. His brother was already quite a bit taller, but they still looked alike. Then they were back on the streets of Santa Teresa and they strolled along the sidewalk and the dream vanished little by little in a comfortable yellow haze. That night Epifanio dreamed about the female coyote left by the side of the road. In the dream he was sitting a few yards away, on a chunk of basalt, staring alertly into the dark and listening to the whimpering of the coyote, whose insides were torn up. "She probably already knows she lost her pup," thought Epifanio, but instead of getting up and putting a bullet in her brain he sat there and did nothing. Then he saw himself driving Pedro Negrete's car along a long track that came to an end on the slopes of a mountain bristling with sharp rocks. There were no passengers in the car. He couldn't tell whether he had stolen the car or the chief had loaned it to him. The track was straight and he could easily get up to 90 miles an hour, although whenever he hit the accelerator he heard a strange noise from under the chassis, like something jumping. Behind him rose a giant plume of dust, like the tail of a hallucinogenic coyote. But the mountain still looked just as far away, so Epifanio braked and got out to inspect the car. At first glance everything looked all right. The suspension, the engine, the battery, the axles. Suddenly, with the car stopped, he heard the knocks again and turned around. He opened the trunk. There was a body inside. Its hands and feet were tied. A black cloth was wrapped around its head. "What the fuck is this?" shouted Epifanio in the dream. When he had checked that the body was still alive, its chest was rising and falling, though perhaps too violently, he closed the trunk without daring to remove the black cloth and see who it was. He got back in the car, which leapt forward at the first thrust. On the horizon the mountains seemed to be burning or crumbling, but he kept driving toward them. That night Lalo Cura slept well. The cot was too soft, but he closed his eyes and started to think about his new job, and soon he was asleep. He'd been to Santa Teresa only once before, with some old women who had come to the market to sell herbs. He could hardly remember the trip now, because he'd been very small. This time he hadn't seen much either. The lights of the highway ramps and then a neighborhood of dark streets and then a neighborhood of big houses behind high walls bristling with glass. And later another road, heading east, and the sounds of the country. He slept in a bungalow next to the gardener's house, on a cot in a corner that no one used. The blanket smelled of rancid sweat. There was no pillow. On the cot there had been a stack of old newspapers and magazines with pictures of naked women, which he put under the bed. At 1 in the morning the two men who slept on the cots next to his came in. They were both wearing suits and wide ties and fancy cowboy boots. They turned on the light and looked at him. One of them said, "He's a little guy." Lalo smelled them without opening his eyes. They smelled of tequila and chilaquiles and rice pudding and fear. Then he fell asleep and didn't dream about anything. The next morning the two men were sitting at the table in the kitchen of the gardener's house. They were eating eggs. And smoking. He sat down next to them and drank a glass of orange juice and a cup of black coffee. He didn't want anything to eat. Pedro Renjifo's security chief was an Irishman named Pat and he was the one who made the formal introductions. The two men weren't from Santa Teresa or anywhere nearby. The bigger one was from the state of Jalisco. The other was from Ciudad Juarez in Chihuahua. Lalo met their eyes and thought they didn't seem like gunmen, they seemed like cowards. When he was done with breakfast the security chief took him to the farthest corner of the yard and gave him a Desert Eagle .50 Magnum pistol. He asked Lalo if he knew how to use it. Lalo said he didn't. The chief put a 7-round magazine on the gun and then found some cans in the weeds that he set on the roof of a car up on blocks. For a while the two of them shot. Then the chief explained how to load a gun, how to use the safety, how to carry it. He said his job would be to watch out for Mrs. Renjifo, the boss's wife, and he would be working with the two men he'd just met. He asked if he knew how much he would be paid. He told him that payday was every 15 days, that he personally paid every one, and no one ever had any complaints in that regard. He asked him his name. "Lalo Cura," said Lalo. The Irishman didn't laugh or give him a strange look or think it was a joke. He wrote down the name in a little black book that he kept in the back pocket of his jeans, and then their meeting was over. Before he left he told Lalo his name was Pat O'Banion. In September another dead woman was found. This time in a car in the Buenavista subdivision, past Colonia Lindavista. It was a lonely place. The only building there was a prefab house used as an office by the salesman who showed the plots. The rest of the subdivision was bare, with a few sickly trees, their trunks painted white, the last survivors of an old meadow and woods that drew water from an aquifer. Sunday was the day when the most people bustled around the subdivision. Whole families or developers came to see the plots, although without much enthusiasm, because the most promising spaces were already sold, although no one had started to build yet. The rest of the week, visits were by appointment, and by 8 there was no one left except the occasional pack of kids or dogs who had come down from Colonia Mairena and couldn't find their way back up. The discovery was made by one of the salesmen. He got to the subdivision at 9 in the morning and parked in his usual spot, next to the prefab house. As he was about to go in he noticed another car parked in a lot that hadn't been sold yet, just behind a rise in the ground, which had hidden it until then. He thought it might be another salesman's car but dismissed the idea as absurd, because who would leave his car so far away when he could park right next to the office? So instead of going inside, he headed toward the strange car. He thought maybe the driver was a drunk who had parked there to sleep, or someone lost, because the exit for the southbound highway wasn't far away. He even thought it might be an overeager buyer. The car, when he came around the rise, excellent plot, with nice views and enough land to build a pool on later, struck him as too old to belong to a buyer. He was leaning again toward the idea that it was a drunk and was tempted to turn back, but then he saw a woman's head resting against one of the rear windows and decided to keep going. The woman was wearing a white dress and she was barefoot. She was about 5'7". There were 3 cheap rings on her left hand, on the index finger, middle finger, and ring finger. On her right hand she was wearing a couple of bracelets and 2 big rings with fake stones. According to the medical examiner's report, she had been vaginally and anally raped and then strangled. She wasn't carrying any identification. The case was assigned to Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo, who first made inquiries among Santa Teresa's high-class hookers to see whether anyone knew the dead Wo man, and then, when his questioning yielded scant results, among the cheap hookers, but no one from either group had seen her before. Ortiz Rebolledo visited hotels and boarding houses, checked out some motels on the edge of town, mobilized his informers. His efforts were unsuccessful, and the case was soon closed. The next dead woman appeared in October, at the dump in the Arsenio Ferrell Industrial Park. Her name was Marta Navales Gomez. She was 20 years old, 5'7", and she had long brown hair. She had been missing from home for 2 days. She was dressed in a bathrobe and stockings that her parents didn't recognize as hers. She had been anally and vaginally raped several times. The cause of death was strangulation. The odd thing about the case was that Marta Navales Gomez worked at Iwo, a Japanese maquiladora located in the El Progreso Industrial Park, but her body was found in the Arsenio Ferrell Industrial Park, in the dump, a difficult place to reach unless you were driving a garbage truck. The body was found by some children in the morning, and by noon, when it was taken away, a considerable number of workers had gathered around the ambulance to see whether the victim was a friend, coworker, or acquaintance. In the same month, 2 weeks after the discovery of the dead woman in the Buenavista subdivision, another body turned up. The victim was Gabriela Moron, 18, shot by her boyfriend, Feliciano José Sandoval, 27, both of them workers at the maquiladora Nip Mex. The events, according to the police investigation, revolved around a fight caused by Gabriela Moron's refusal to immigrate to the United States. The suspect, Feliciano José Sandoval, had already made 2 attempts and had been sent back each time by the American Border Police, which hadn't diminished his desire to try his luck for a 3rd time. According to some friends, Sandoval had relatives in Chicago. Gabriela Moron, on the other hand, had never crossed the border, and after finding work at Nip Mex, where she was well liked by her bosses, which meant she had hopes of a quick promotion and a raise, her interest in seeking her fortune across the border dropped to practically zero. For a few days the police looked for Feliciano José Sandoval in Santa Teresa and Lomas de Poniente, the Tamaulipas town he was from, and an arrest order was also issued by the proper American authorities, in case the suspect, his dream come true, had made it to the United States, although oddly enough no coyote or pattern who might have helped him cross over was questioned. To all intents and purposes, the case was closed. In October, too, the body of another woman was found in the desert, a few yards from the highway between Santa Teresa and Villavichosa. The body, which was in an advanced state of decomposition, was face down, and the victim was dressed in a sweatshirt and synthetic fabric pants, in the pocket of which was found an ID card in the name of Elsa Luz Pintado, an employee at Hypermercado del Norte. The killer or killers didn't bother to dig a grave. Nor did they bother to venture too far into the desert. They just dragged the body a few yards and left it there. Subsequent questioning at Hypermercado del Norte yielded the following results. None of the cashiers or saleswomen had gone missing recently. Elsa Luz Pintado had been on the payroll. Yes, but it had been a year and a half since she lent her services to that branch or any other branch of the superstore chain that stretched across the north of Sonora. Those who had known Elsa Luz Pintado described her as a tall woman, 5'7.5", and the body found in the desert probably measured 5'3" at most. An unsuccessful attempt was made to discover the whereabouts of Elsa Luz Pintado in Santa Teresa. The officer in charge of the case was Inspector Angel Fernandez. The forensic report failed to establish the cause of death, alluding vaguely to the possibility of strangulation, but it did confirm that the body had been in the desert for at least 7 days and no more than 1 month. Sometime later, Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez joined the investigation and issued a request for a search for Elsa Luz Pintado, who had presumably also disappeared. He wanted an oficial letter to be sent to police stations all over the state, but his request was returned with the recommendation that he focus on the specific case under investigation. In the middle of November, Andrea Pacheco Martínez, 13, was kidnapped on her way out of vocational school 16. Although the street was far from deserted, there were no witnesses, except for 2 of Andrea's classmates who saw her head toward a black car, probably a Peregrino or a Spirit, where a person in sunglasses was waiting for her. There may have been other people in the car, but Andrea's classmates didn't get a look at them, partly because the car windows were tinted. That afternoon Andrea didn't come home and her parents filed a police report a few hours later, after they had called some of her friends. The city police and the judicial police took charge of the case. When she was found, 2 days later, her body showed unmistakable signs of strangulation, with a fracture of the hyoid bone. She had been anally and vaginally raped. There was tumefaction of the wrists, as if they had been bound. Both ankles presented lacerations, by which it was deduced that her feet had also been tied. A Salvadorian immigrant found the body behind the Francisco I School, on Madero, near Colonia Alamos. It was fully dressed, and the clothes, except for the shirt, which was missing several buttons, were intact. The Salvadorian was accused of the homicide and spent 2 weeks in the cells of Police Precinct No. 3, at the end of which he was released. When he got out he was a broken man. A little later he crossed the border with a pollero. In Arizona he got lost in the desert and after walking for 3 days, he made it to Patagonia, badly dehydrated, where a rancher beat him up for vomiting on his land. He was picked up by the sheriff and spent a day in jail and then he was sent to a hospital, where the only thing left for him to do was die in peace, which he did. On December 20, the last violent death of a woman was recorded for the year 1993. The victim was 50 years old and, as if to contradict some voices that were timidly beginning to be raised, she died at home and her body was found at home, not in a vacant lot, or a dump, or the yellow scrub of the desert. Her name was Felicidad Jiménez and she worked at the Multizone West Maquiladora. The neighbors found her on the bedroom floor, naked from the waist down, with a piece of wood jammed in her vagina. The cause of death was multiple stab wounds, more than 60 as counted by the medical examiner, delivered by her son, Ernesto Luis Castillo Jiménez, with whom she lived. The boy, according to the testimony of some of the neighbors, suffered from attacks of madness, which sometimes, depending on the state of the family finances, were treated with anti-anxiety medication or stronger drugs. The police found him that very night, hours after the macabre deed, wandering the dark streets of Colonia Morelos. In his statement he admitted without any coercion whatsoever that he had killed his mother. He also admitted to being the penitent, the desecrator of churches. When he was asked what made him jam the piece of wood in his mother's vagina, first he answered that he didn't know, and then, after thinking about it more carefully, that he had done it to teach her. Teach her what? Asked the policemen, among whom were Pedro Negrete, Epi Fanio Galindo, Angel Fernandez, Juan de Dios Martínez, and José Márquez. To take him seriously. Then he lapsed into incoherence and was transferred to the city hospital. Felicidad Jiménez had another son, an older son, who had immigrated to the United States. The police tried to contact him, but no one could provide a reliable address. In the subsequent search of the house they found no letters from this son, or any personal objects left behind after his departure, or anything that testified to his existence. Just 2 photographs. In one, Felicidad appears with 2 boys between the ages of 10 and 13, both of them staring seriously into the camera. In the other picture, dating farther back, Felicidad appears again with 2 children, one just a few months old, gazing up at her, her killer, years later, and the other, about 3, who would immigrate to the United States and never come back to Santa Teresa. When he was released from the psychiatric hospital, Ernesto Luis Castillo Jiménez was taken to the Santa Teresa prison, where he proved to be unusually talkative. He didn't like to be alone and he was always requesting the presence of policemen or reporters. The police tried to pin other unsolved murders on him. The prisoner's willing nature invited it. Juan de Dios Martínez was sure Castillo Jiménez wasn't the penitent. Probably the only person he had killed was his mother, and he couldn't even be held responsible for that, because it was clear he was mentally unstable. And this was the last death of 1993, which was the year the killings of women began in the Mexican state of Sonora, under Governor José Andrés Briceño of the Partido de Acción Nacional (PAN), and Santa Teresa Mayor José Refugio de las Heras of the Partido Revolucionario Institucional (PRI), decent and upright men who did the right thing, without fear of reprisals, prepared for any unpleasantness. Before the end of the year, however, another lamentable event occurred that had nothing to do with the killings of women, assuming the killings were related to one another, which had yet to be proved. Around this time, Lalo Cura and his two sorry partners worked every day protecting Pedro Rengifo's wife. Lalo had seen Pedro Rengifo only once, from far away. And yet by now he knew several of the bodyguards who worked for him. There were some who seemed interesting. Pat O'Banion, for example. Or a Yaqui Indian who almost never talked. But all he felt for the two men he worked with was distrust. There was nothing to be learned from them. The tall one from Tijuana liked to talk about California and the women he had met there. He mixed Spanish and English. He told lies, stories appreciated only by his partner, the man from Juarez, who was quieter but struck Lalo as the less trustworthy of the two. One morning, like so many others, Pedro Rengifo's wife took the children to school. They left in two cars, the wife's light green Mercedes, and a brown Jeep Grand Cherokee that stood parked at the corner outside the school all morning with two other bodyguards inside. These two were called the kids' bodyguards, in the same way that Lalo and his two partners were called the wife's bodyguards, all of them inferior to the three on Pedro Rengifo's team, who were called the boss's bodyguards or the boss's men, thus indicating a hierarchy not only of pay and duties but also of bravery, daring, and disregard for personal safety. After she dropped the children off at school, Pedro Rengifo's wife went shopping. First she stopped at a boutique and then she went into a drugstore and later she decided to visit a friend on Calle Astronomos, in Colonia Madero. For almost an hour Lalo Cura and the two bodyguards waited for her, the man from Tijuana in the car and Lalo and the man from Juarez leaning on the fender, in silence. When Pedro Rengifo's wife came out, her friend accompanied her to the door. The man from Tijuana got out of the car and Lalo and the other bodyguard straightened. There were a few people on the street. Not many, but a few. People walking into town to run some errand or another. People getting ready for the Christmas holidays. People going out to buy tortillas for lunch. The sidewalk was gray but the sun coming through the branches of the trees made it look bluish, like a river. Pedro Rengifo's wife gave her friend a kiss and stepped out onto the sidewalk. The man from Juarez hurried to open the gate for her. On one side of the street, the sidewalk was empty. On the other side, two maids were walking toward them. As Pedro Rengifo's wife came through the gate, she turned and said something to her friend, who was still in the doorway. Then the bodyguard from Tijuana spotted two men walking behind the two maids and he stiffened. Lalo Cura saw his face and he saw the men and he knew instantly that they were gunmen and they were there to kill Pedro Rengifo's wife. The man from Tijuana sidled up to the man from Juarez, who was still holding open the gate, and said something, though it wasn't clear whether it was in words or gestures. Pedro Rengifo's wife smiled. Her friend gave a laugh that Lalo heard like something coming from very far away, from the top of a hill. Then he saw the way the man from Juarez was looking at the man from Tijuana. Up and down, like a pig staring into the sun. With his left hand he released the safety of his Desert Eagle and then he heard the clack of heels, Pedro Rengifo's wife heading to the car, and the voices of the two maids, full of question marks, as if instead of chatting they were constantly interrogating each other and lapsing into astonishment, as if not even they could believe what they were saying. Neither of them was over 20. They were wearing ochre skirts and yellow blouses. The friend, who was waving goodbye from the doorway, was wearing tight pants and a green sweater. Pedro Rengifo's wife was wearing a white suit and her high-heeled shoes were white too. Lalo thought about his boss's wife's outfit just as the other two bodyguards took off down the street. He wanted to shout, "Don't run, you fucking pussies," but he could only murmur pussies. Pedro Rengifo's wife didn't notice anything. The gunman shoved the maids aside. One was carrying an Uzi submachine gun. He was thin and his skin was very dark. The other was carrying a pistol and wearing a dark suit and a white shirt, without a tie, and he looked like a professional. Just as the maids were pushed aside to clear the line of fire, Pedro Rengifo's wife felt someone tugging on her suit and pulling her to the ground. As she went down she saw the maids fall in front of her and she thought there had been an earthquake. Out of the corner of her eye, she also saw Lalo, kneeling with his gun in his hand, and she heard a noise and saw a shell leap from the gun in Lalo's grasp, and then she didn't see anything because her forehead hit the cement of the sidewalk. Her friend, who was still standing in the doorway and therefore had a broader view of the scene, started to scream, frozen in place, although in the back of her mind a little voice was saying that instead of screaming she should go inside and lock the door, or if she couldn't do that, at least get down and hide behind the geraniums. By now, the man from Tijuana and the man from Juarez had covered quite a distance, and although they were sweating and panting since they weren't used to physical exercise, they didn't stop running. As for the maids, from the moment they hit the ground, they both curled up and began to pray or scan the faces of their loved ones, and both closed their eyes and didn't open them until everything was over. Meanwhile, for Lalo Cura the problem was deciding which of the two gunmen would shoot him first, the one with the Uzi or the one who looked more like a Profes Cyanal. He should have fired at the latter, but he fired at the former. The bullet struck the thin, dark-skinned man in the chest and felled him instantly. The other gunman shifted imperceptibly to the right and experienced his own moment of uncertainty. How was it that the boy was armed? Why hadn't he gone running? Off with the other two bodyguards? The professional's bullet lodged in Lalo Cura's left shoulder, severing blood vessels and fracturing the bone. A shudder ran through Lalo Cura, and without changing position he fired again. The professional fell flat on his face on the ground and his second shot went wide. He was still alive. He could see the cement sidewalk, the blades of grass growing through the cracks, the white suit of Pedro Rengifo's wife, the sneakers of the boy coming toward him to shoot him dead. "Fucking kid," he whispered. Then Lalo Cura turned and saw the figures of his two ex-partners in the distance. He aimed carefully and fired. The man from Juarez realized they were being shot at and ran faster. At the first corner they disappeared. 20 minutes later a patrol car showed up. Pedro Rengifo's wife had a cut on her forehead, but she wasn't bleeding anymore, and it was she who directed the policeman's first steps. Her initial concern was for her friend, who was in a state of shock. Then she realized that Lalo Cura was wounded and she demanded they call another ambulance for him and that both Lalo and her friend be taken to the Perez Guterson clinic. Before the ambulances came, more policemen arrived and several recognized the professional, who was lying dead on the sidewalk, as a state judicial police inspector. Just as Lalo Cura was about to be put in an ambulance, a couple of officers grabbed him by the arms, shoved him in a car, and drove him to precinct number 1. When Pedro Rengifo's wife got to the clinic, after leaving her friend settled in one of the best rooms, she went to check on the state of her bodyguard and was told he had never arrived. She demanded that the medics from the other ambulance be fetched immediately, and they confirmed that Lalo Cura had been arrested. Pedro Rengifo's wife picked up the phone and called her husband. An hour later the Santa Teresa police chief appeared at precinct number 1. With him was Epifanio, looking as if he hadn't slept for 3 days. Neither of the two seemed pleased. They found Lalo in one of the basement cells. There was blood on the boy's face. The policemen who were questioning him wanted to know why he had finished off the two gunmen, and when they saw Pedro Negrete come in they stood up. The chief sat in one of the vacated chairs and made a sign to Epifanio. Epifanio grabbed one of the policemen by the neck, pulled a switchblade from his jacket, and slashed the man's face from mouth to ear. He did it in such a way that not a single drop of blood landed on him. "Is this the one who fucked you up?" asked Epifanio. The boy shrugged. "Take off his handcuffs," said Pedro Negrete. The other policeman took off the handcuffs, all the while muttering I. "What's wrong, man?" asked Pedro Negrete. "We made a mistake, boss," said the policeman. "Get Pepe into a chair, it looks like he's about to pass out," said Pedro Negrete. Between Epifanio and the other policeman they sat the wounded officer down. "How are you?" "Fine, boss, it's nothing, I'm just dizzy, that's all," said the officer as he felt in his pockets for something to press against the wound. Pedro Negrete handed him a tissue. "Why did you arrest him?" he asked. "One of the guys he shot was Patricio Lopez, from the state judicial police," said the other policeman. "Well, what do you know, so it was Patricio Lopez, but why did you think it was the kid who did it and not one of his partners?" asked Pedro Negrete. "His partners ran off," said the other policeman. "God damn, that's what I call partners," said Pedro Negrete. So what did my boy do then? The policeman said that as far as they could establish, it seemed Lalo Cura had proceeded to shoot at them. At his own partners? That's right, his own partners, but before that, wounded in the shoulder and seemingly for no good reason, he had finished off Patriciu Lopez and a shit-head with an Uzi. It must have been the shock, said Pedro Negrete. I'm sure you're right, said the officer with the cut face. Anyway, what else could he do? Asked Pedro Negrete. If Patriciu Lopez had gotten the chance, he would have finished the kid off too. That's true, said the OTHR policeman. Then they talked and smoked for a while longer, with a few brief interruptions for the officer with the cut face to change tissues, and then Epifanio escorted Lalo Cura out of the cell and helped him to the door of the police station where Pedro Negrete's car was waiting for him, the same car that had driven him away from Villavichosa a few months before. A month later, Pedro Negrete visited Pedro Rengifo's ranch, southeast of Santa Teresa, and demanded the return of Lalo Cura. I gave him to you, Pedro, and now I'm taking him back, he said. And why is that, Pedro? Asked Pedro Rengifo. Because of the way you've treated him, Pedro, said Pedro Negrete. Instead of putting him with someone experienced, like your Irishman, so my boy could learn, you put him with a couple of faggots. You're right. About that, Pedro, said Pedro Rengifo, but I'd like to remind you that one of those faggots came to me on your recommendation. True, I admit it, and as soon as I get my hands on him I'll right the wrong, Pedro, said Pedro Negrete, but now we're here to right your wrong. Well, as far as I'm concerned there's no problem, Pedro. If you want the boy back, he's yours, and Pedro Rengifo gave orders to one of his men to bring Lalo Cura from the gardener's house. While they were waiting, Pedro Negrete asked about Pedro Rengifo's wife and children. About the livestock. About Pedro Rengifo's grocery businesses in Santa Teresa and other northern cities. The wife spends all her time in Cuernavaca, said Pedro Rengifo, and we sent the children away to the United States for school. He was careful not to say where. The livestock is more a worry than a business, and the superstores have their ups and downs. Then Pedro Negrete wanted to know how Lalo Cura's shoulder was. It's just like new, Pedro, said Pedro Rengifo. The work is easy. The kid spends all day sleeping and reading magazines. He's happy here. I know he is, Pedro, said Pedro Negrete, but the way things are, one of these days he might get killed. Don't make it sound worse than it is, Pedro, said Pedro Rengifo with a laugh, but then he turned pale. On their way back to Santa Teresa, Pedro Negrete asked the boy if he'd like to be on the police force. Lalo Cura nodded. Shortly after they left the ranch they passed an enormous black stone. On the stone Lalo thought he saw a Gila monster, motionless, staring into the endless west. They say that stone is really a meteorite, said Pedro Negrete. In a gully, farther to the north, the Rio Paredes curved, and from the road the tops of trees were visible like a green-black carpet with a cloud of dust hanging over them where Pedro Rengifo's cattle came to drink each afternoon. But if it was a meteorite, said Pedro Negrete, it would have left a crater, and where's the crater? When Lalo Cura looked at the black stone again in the rearview mirror, the Gila monster was gone. The first dead woman of 1994 was found by some truck drivers on a road off the Nogales Highway in the middle of the desert. The truckers, both Mexican, worked for the Maquiladora Key Corp. And that afternoon, despite having full loads, they decided to stop for food and drinks at a bar called El Ajo, where one of the truck drivers, Antonio Villas Martinez, was a regular. On their way to the bar in question, the other truck driver, Rigoberto Resendez, was dazzled for a few seconds by a flash in the desert. Thinking it was a joke, he radioed his friend Villas Martinez and the trucks pulled over. The road was deserted. Villas Martinez tried to convince Resendez that it had probably been the reflection of the sun off a bottle or some broken glass. But then Resendez saw a shape about 300 yards from the highway and strode toward it. After a while, Villas Martinez heard Resendez whistle and he set off after him, not without first checking that both trucks were locked. When he got to where his friend was waiting he saw the body, which was clearly a woman's, though her face was a bloody mess. Oddly, the first thing he noticed were the woman's shoes. She was wearing nice tooled leather sandals. Villas Martinez crossed himself. "What do we do, compadre?" he heard Resendez ask. By the tone of his friend's voice he understood that the question was rhetorical. "Call the police," he said. "Good idea," said Resendez. Villas Martinez spotted a belt with a big metal buckle around the dead woman's waist. "That's what was flashing, compadre," he said. "Yes, I saw," said Resendez. The dead woman was wearing hot pants and a silky yellow shirt with a big black flower stamped on the chest and a red flower on the back. When the body reached the medical examiner, he discovered, in astonishment, that under the hot pants the woman still had on white underpants with little bows on the sides. He also noted that she had been anally and vaginally raped, and that the cause of death was massive craniocerebral trauma, although she had been stabbed twice too, once in the chest and once in the back, wounds that had caused her to lose blood but weren't necessarily fatal. Her face, as the truck drivers had observed, was unrecognizable. The date of death was fixed, in a general way, between January 1 and January 6, 1994, although there was some possibility that the body had been dumped in the desert on December 25 or 26 of the previous year, now fortunately past. The next dead woman was Leticia Contreras Zamudio. The police reported to La Riviera, a nightclub between Calle Lorenzo Sepulveda and Calle Alvaro Obregon, in the center of Santa Teresa, after receiving an anonymous call. In one of the private rooms at La Riviera, they found the body, which exhibited multiple wounds to the abdomen and chest, as well as to the forearms, which led to the conclusion that Leticia Contreras had fought for her life to the last. The dead woman was 23 and had been working as a prostitute for more than 4 years, without a single brush with the police. After being questioned, none of the other girls could say who was with Leticia Contreras in the private room. At the time she was killed, some thought she had been in the bathroom. Others said she was in the basement, where there were 4 pool tables, because Leticia couldn't resist a game of pool and she wasn't a bad player. One girl even went so far as to suggest she had been alone. But what would a whore be doing alone in a private room? At 4 in the morning the whole staff of La Riviera was brought in to Precinct No. 1. Around this time, Lalo Cura was learning the traffic cop beat. He worked at night, on foot, and he drifted like a ghost through Colonia Alamos and Colonia Ruben Dario, from south to north, in no hurry, until he reached the center of the city, and then he could go back to Precinct No. 1 or do whatever he liked. He heard the screams as he was taking off his uniform. He got in the shower without paying much attention, but when he turned off the water he heard them again. They were coming from the cells. He tucked his gun in his belt and went out into the corridor. At that time of night, Precinct No. 1 was almost empty, except for the waiting room. In the anti-theft task force office he found another policeman, asleep. He woke him and asked if he knew what was going on. The policeman said there was a party in the cells, and he could go down if he wanted. When Lalo Cura left, the policeman went back to sleep. From the stairs Lalo Cura smelled alcohol. There were 20 people jammed into one of the cells. He stared at them without blinking. Some were asleep on their feet. One who was up against the bars had his pants undone. The ones in the back were a shapeless mass of darkness and hair. It smelled of vomit. The cell must not have been more than 10 feet square. In the corridor he saw Epifanio, who was watching what was happening in the other cells with a cigarette between his lips. He moved toward him to tell him the men were going to suffocate or be crushed to death, but with his first step he was silenced. In the other cells policemen were raping the whores from La Riviera. "How's it rolling, Lolito?" said Epifanio, "going to get in on the action one?" "No," said Lalo Cura, "you?" "Me neither," said Epifanio. When they'd seen enough they went out for some fresh air. "What did those whores do?" asked Lalo. "It looks like they bumped off another girl," said Epifanio. Lalo Cura was quiet. The early morning breeze along the streets of Santa Teresa really was fresh and cool. The scarred moon still shone in the sky. 2 of the girls who worked with Leticia Contreras Zamudio were formally accused of her murder, although there was no proof they were guilty, except for their presence at La Riviera at the time of events. Nati Gordillo was 30 years old and had known the dead woman since the latter came to work at the nightclub. At the moment in question she was in the bathroom. Ruby Campos was 21 and she hadn't been at La Riviera for more than 5 months. At the moment in question she was waiting for Nati in the bathroom, with only the door of the stall between them. The 2 of them, it was established, had a very close relationship. And it was proved that Ruby had been verbally attacked by Leticia 2 days before Leticia was killed. Another girl had heard Ruby say that Leticia would pay. The suspect didn't deny this, although she made it clear that she had planned to beat her up, not murder her. The 2 whores were transferred to Hermosillo and locked up at Paquita Avendano, the women's prison, where they remained until their case was handed over to another judge, who was quick to declare them innocent. In all, they spent 2 years in prison. When they got out they said they were going to try their luck in Mexico City, or maybe they went to the United States. The one thing certain is that they were never seen in the state of Sonora again. The next victim was Penelope Mendez Becerra. She was 11 years old. Her mother worked at the Maquiladora Interzone Bernie. Her older sister, 16, was also an Interzone Bernie employee. Her older brother, 15, worked as a delivery boy and messenger for a bakery not far from Calle Industrial, where they lived, in Colonia Veracruz. Penelope was the youngest and the only one in school. 7 years before, the children's father had left home. At the time, they all lived in Colonia Morelos, near the Arsenio Ferrell Industrial Park, in a house Penelope's father had built himself from cardboard and stray bricks and sheets of zinc, next to a trench that 2 of the Maquiladora companies had dug to build a drainage system that in the end was never completed. Both parents were from the state of Hidalgo, in the middle of the country, and both had migrated north in 1985, in search of work. But one day Penelope's father decided that the family's living conditions weren't going to improve with what he earned at the Maquiladoras, and he decided to cross the border. He left with 9 OTHers, all from Oaxaca. One had made the trip 3 times already and said he knew how to dodge the migra. For the others it was the first attempt. The pollero who led them across told them not to worry. If they were unlucky enough to be arrested, he said, they should give themselves up without a struggle. Penelope Mendez's father spent all his savings on that trip. He promised he would write as soon as he got to California. He planned to bring his family to join him in less than a year. They never heard from him again. Penelope's mother imagined that maybe he had found another woman, American or Mexican, and they were doing well for themselves. She also wondered, especially in the first few months, whether he had died in the desert, at night, alone, listening to the coyotes howl or thinking of his children, or on an Amer Icon street, killed by a driver who left him to die. But these thoughts paralyzed her. In them everyone, including her husband, spoke a different, incomprehensible, language, and she decided not to think them. Also, if he had died, she reasoned, someone would have let her know, wouldn't they? In any case she had enough problems at home without speculating about her husband's fate. It was hard to keep her family afloat. But since she was a neighborly and circumspect woman, optimistic by nature, and since she knew how to listen, she had plenty of friends. Especially women, who found her story familiar, nothing strange or out of the ordinary. One of these friends got her the job at Interzone Bernie. At first she walked a long way to work. Her older daughter took care of the other children. Her name was Livia, and one afternoon a drunken neighbor tried to rape her. When her mother got home from work, Livia told her what had happened and her mother went to call on the neighbor with a knife in her apron pocket. She talked to him and she talked to his wife and then she talked to him again. "Pray to the Virgencita that nothing happens to my daughter," she said, "because if it does I'll blame you and I'll kill you with this knife." The neighbor said that from then on everything would change. But by this point she didn't trust the word of men and she worked hard and put in overtime and even sold sandwiches to her own coworkers at lunch until she had enough money to rent a little house in Colonia Veracruz, which was farther from Interzone than the shack by the trench. But it was a real little house, with 2 rooms, sturdy walls, a door that could be locked. She didn't mind having to walk 20 minutes longer each morning. In fact, she almost sang as she walked. She didn't mind spending nights without sleeping, working 2 shifts back to back, or staying up until 2 in the morning in the kitchen when she had to leave for the factory at 6, making the chili-spiked sandwiches her fellow workers would eat the next day. In fact, the physical effort filled her with energy. Her exhaustion was transformed into vivacity and grace. The days were long, slow, and the world, perceived as an endless shipwreck, showed her its brightest face and made her aware, as a matter of course, of the brightness of her own. At 15, her older daughter started work. They still walked to the factory, but the trip seemed shorter with all their talking and laughing. Her son left school at 14. He worked at Interzone Bernie for a few months, but after several warnings he was fired for not being quick enough. The boy's hands were too big and clumsy. Then his mother got him a job at a neighborhood bakery. The only child still in school was Penelope. Her school was called Aquiles Cerdán Primary School and it was on Calle Aquiles Cerdán. There were children there from Colonia Carranza and Colonia Veracruz and Colonia Morelos and even a few children from the center of the city. Penelope Mendez Becerra was in the 5th grade. She was a quiet girl, and she always got good grades. She had long straight black hair. One day she left school and was never seen again. That very evening her mother requested Permis Sion from Interzone to go to Precinct No. 2 to file a missing person report. Her son went with her. At the precinct a policeman wrote down her name and told her she would have to wait a few days. Her older daughter, Livia, wasn't able to come with her because Interzone was of the opinion that it was sufficient to have given her mother leave. The next day Penelope Mendez Becerra was still missing. Her mother and brother and sister showed up at the police station again and wanted to know what progress had been made. The policeman behind the desk told them not to be insolent. The Aquiles Certain principal and 3 teachers were at the station, inquiring about Penelope, and it was they who led the family away before they could be fined for disorderly conduct. The next day Penelope's brother talked to some of her classmates. One said she thought Penelope had gotten into a car with tinted windows and hadn't gotten out again. By the description it sounded like a Peregrino or a master road. Penelope's brother and her teacher talked to the girl for a long time, but the only thing they could get clear was that it was an expensive black car. For 3 days her brother crisscrossed Santa Teresa on exhausting walks looking for a black car. He found many, even some with tinted windows, gleaming as if they had just come from the factory, but the people in them didn't look like kidnappers, or were young couples. Their happiness made Penelope's brother cry, or women. Still, he noted down all the license plate numbers. At night the family would gather at home and talk about Penelope in words that meant nothing or whose ultimate meaning only they could understand. A week later her body turned up. It was found by some city maintenance workers in a drainage pipe that ran beneath the city from Colonia San Damian to the El Ojito ravine, near the Casas Negras highway, past the clandestine dump El Chile. The body was immediately removed to the medical examiner's office, where it was established that the girl had been anally and vaginally raped, with considerable tearing of both orifices, and then strangled. After a second autopsy, however, it was declared that Penelope Mendez Becerra had died of a heart attack while being subjected to the abuses described above. Around this time, Elo Cura turned 17, 6 years older than Penelope Mendez when she was killed, and Epifanio found him a place to live. It was in one of the tenement buildings that still stood in the center of the city. The tenement was on Calle Obispo, and after crossing a hall where the stairs began, the visitor came out into a huge courtyard, with a big fountain in the middle, around which rose 3 floors of flaking arcades where children played or neighbor women talked, arcades half covered by wooden roofs supported by very narrow iron columns, rusted with the passage of time. Lalo Cura's room was big, with enough space for a bed, a table and 3 chairs, a refrigerator, next to the table, and a wardrobe too large for the few items of clothing he possessed. There was also a little stove and a new cement sink where he could wash dirty pots and dishes or splash his face. The toilet, like the shower, was communal, and there were 2 latrines on each floor and 3 more on the roof. Epifanio showed him his own room first, which was on the first floor. His clothes hung from a cord strung from one wall to the other, and next to the unmade bed Elo Cura spotted a stack of old newspapers, almost all Santa Teresa papers. The bottom ones were yellowing. The stove didn't seem to have been used in a long time. Epifanio said it was best for a policeman to live alone, but that he should do as he liked. Then he took Elo Cura up to his room, which was on the 3rd floor, and gave him the keys. "Now you have a home, Elito," he said. "If you want to sweep, borrow a broom from your neighbor." Someone had written a name on the wall, Ernesto Arancibia. Arancibia was spelled with A verses instead of Allah. Elo pointed to the name and Epifanio shrugged his shoulders. "Rent is due at the end of the month," he said, and he left without further explanations. Around this time, too, Juan de Dios Martínez was ordered to stop working on the Penitent case and look into a series of armed robberies that had taken place in Colonia Centeno and Colonia Podesta. When he asked whether this meant the Penitent case was closed, he was told it didn't, but since the Penitent seemed to have vanished and the investigation was stalled, and given that a limited number of investigators were assigned to Santa Teresa, they would have to prioritize more urgent cases. Of course, this didn't mean they had forgotten about the Penitent or that Juan de Dios Martínez was no longer in charge of the investigation, but the officers under his command, who were wasting their time watching the city's churches 24 hours a day, would have to devote themselves to matters of greater benefit to public security. Juan de Dios Martínez accepted the assignment without protest. The next dead woman was Lucy Ann Sander. She lived in Huntsville, about 30 miles from Santa Teresa, in Arizona, and she had been to El Adobe first, with a friend, and then they had driven across the border, ready for a sampling, at least, of Santa Teresa's non-stop nightlife. Her friend, Erica Delmore, was the owner and driver of the car. They both worked at a crafts factory in Huntsville that made Indian beads sold wholesale to tourist gift shops in Tombstone, Tucson, Phoenix, and Apache Junction. They were the only two white women at the factory, because all the other workers were Mexican or Indian. Lucy Ann had been born in a little town in Mississippi. She was 26 and her dream was to live near the ocean. Sometimes she talked about going back home, but usually only when she was tired or upset, which wasn't often. Erica Delmore was 40 and she had been married twice. She was from California, but she was happy in Arizona, where there weren't many people and life was more relaxed. When they got to Santa Teresa they headed straight to the downtown clubs, first El Pelicana and then Domino's. Along the way they were joined by a 22-year-old Mexican who said his name was Manuel or Miguel. He was a nice guy, according to Erica, who tried to hook up with Lucy Ann, and then, when Lucy Ann turned him down, with Erica, and in no way could be called a stalker or a bully. At some point, while they were at Domino's, Manuel or Miguel, Erica couldn't remember his name exactly, went off and they were left alone at the bar. Then they drove randomly around the center, visiting the city's historic landmarks. The cathedral, the town hall, some old colonial buildings, the colonnaded Plaza de Armas. According to Erica, no one bothered them, nor were they followed. As they circled the plaza, an American tourist called out, "Girls, you have to see the bandstand, it's amazing." Then he vanished into the bushes and they decided it might not be a bad idea to walk for a while. The night was bright, cool, full of stars. As Erica was looking for a place to park, Lucy Ann got out, took off her shoes, and went running through the grass, which had just been watered. After she parked, Erica went to look for Lucy Ann but couldn't find her. She decided to head into the plaza, toward the famous bandstand. Some of the paths were dirt, but the main ones were still paved with old stone. On the benches she saw couples talking or kissing. The bandstand was wrought iron, and in it, though it was late at night, insomniac children played. The lights, Erica noted, were dim, just bright enough to let you see where you were going, but with so many people around, there was no sense of threat. She couldn't find Lucy Ann, but she did think she recognized the American tourist who had shouted to them from the plaza. He was with 3 others and they were drinking tequila, passing the bottle around. She went up to them and asked whether they had seen her friend. The American tourist looked at her as if she had escaped from a mental institution. They were all drunk and very young, but Erica knew how to handle drunks and she explained the situation. Since they had nothing better to do, they decided to help her. After a while the plaza echoed with shouts for Lucy Ann. Erica went back to where she had parked the car. No one was there. She got in, locked the doors, and honked the horn several times. Then she started to smoke until the air inside became unbreathable and she had to roll down a window. At dawn, she went to the police station and asked if there was an American consulate in the city. The policeman attending her didn't know and had to ask some other policemen. One of them said there was. Erica filed a missing person report and then she headed to the consulate with a copy of it. The consulate was on Calle Verdeo, in Colonia Centro Norte, not far from where she'd been the night before, and it was still closed. A few steps away was a coffee shop, and Erica went in to have breakfast. She ordered a vegetable sandwich and pineapple juice and then she used the phone to call Huntsville, Lucy Ann's house, but no one answered. From her table she watched the slow stirrings of the street as it came to life. When she had finished her juice she called Huntsville again, but this time she dialed the sheriff's number. A kid called Rory Campuzano, someone she knew well, picked up the phone. He said the sheriff wasn't in yet. Erica told him that Lucy Ann Sander had disappeared in Santa Teresa, and the way things looked, she was going to spend all morning at the consulate or making the rounds of hospitals. "Tell him to call me at the consulate," she said. "Will do, Erica, sit tight," said Rory, and then he hung up. She sat there for an hour, picking at her vegetable sandwich, until she saw activity around the door of the consulate. She was helped by a man who said his name was Kurt A. Banks and who asked her all kinds of questions about her friend and herself, as if he didn't believe Erica's story. Only after she left did Erica realize he suspected the two of them of being whores. Then she went back to the police station, where she had to tell the same story twice more to policemen who knew nothing about the report she had filed and was finally informed that there was no news of her missing friend, who might very well have crossed back over the border. One of the policemen recommended that she do likewise, best to leave the matter in the hands of the consulate and go home. Erica stared at him. He looked like a good person and his advice seemed well-intentioned. The rest of the morning and much of the afternoon she spent visiting hospitals. Until that moment she hadn't stopped to think how Lucy Ann might have ended up at a hospital. She ruled out the possibility of an accident, because Lucy Ann had disappeared in the plaza or somewhere nearby and she hadn't heard any noise at all. No shout, no squealing of brakes, no skid. After trying to come up with other reasons that might explain why Lucy Ann would be in a hospital, all she could think of was an amnesia attack. The likelihood was so remote that her eyes filled with tears. Anyway, none of the hospitals she visited had any record of having admitted an American woman. At the last one, a nurse suggested she try the Clinica America, a private hospital, but she answered with a burst of sarcasm. "We're blue-collar workers, honey," she said in English. "Like me," said the nurse, also in English. The two of them talked for a while and then the nurse invited Erica to have coffee at the hospital cafeteria, where she informed her that many women disappeared in Santa Teresa. "It's the same in the United States," said Erica. The nurse met her eyes and shook her head. "It's worse here," she said. When they parted they exchanged phone numbers and Erica promised to keep the nurse posted on any developments. She ate outside at a restaurant in the center of the city and twice she thought she saw Lucy Ann walking along the sidewalk, once coming toward her and once heading away, but it wasn't really Lucy Ann either time. Almost without knowing what she was ordering, she pointed at random to a couple of dishes that weren't too expensive. Both were seasoned with lots of hot pepper and after a while tears came to her eyes, but she kept eating anyway. Then she drove her car to the plaza where Lucy Ann had disappeared, parked in the shade of a big oak, and went to sleep with both hands clutching the steering wheel. When she woke she headed to the consulate, and the man named Kurt A. Banks introduced her to another man who said his name was Henderson. He told her it was still too soon for there to be any progress in the matter of her friend's disappearance. She asked when it wouldn't be too soon. Henderson gazed at her impassively and said, 3 more days. And he added, at least. As she was leaving, Kurt A. Banks said the Huntsville sheriff had called asking for her and inquiring about Lucy Ann Sanders' disappearance. She thanked him and left. When she got outside she found a public phone and called Huntsville. Rory Campuzano answered and told her the sheriff had tried to get in touch with her 3 times. "He's out now," said Rory, "but when he comes back I'll tell him to call you." "No," said Erica, "I still don't have a place to stay, I'll call back in a little while." Before it got dark she checked out several hotels. The ones that seemed good were too expensive and finally she got a room at a boarding house in Colonia Rubendario, without private bath or television. The shower was down the hall and there was a little bolt to lock the door from inside. She took her clothes off, but not her shoes, afraid of catching a fungus, and stood under the water for a long time. Half an hour later, still wrapped in the towel with which she dried herself, she fell into bed and forgot about calling the Huntsville sheriff and the consulate and slept deeply until the next day. That day they found Lucy Ann Sander not far from the border fence, a few yards past some gas tanks in a ditch running alongside the Nogales Highway. The body exhibited stab wounds, most them very deep, to the neck, chest, and abdomen. It was discovered by some workers who immediately alerted the police. In the forensic examination a significant sampling of semen was found in the vagina, and it was established that Lucy Ann Sander had been raped several times. Death was caused by one of 5 stab wounds, any of which might have been fatal. Erica Delmore was given the news when she called the American consulate. Kurt A. Banks asked her to come in immediately, saying he had some sad news for her, but so insistent was she and so loud did her voice grow that he had no choice but to tell her the whole truth without further preamble. Before she went to the consulate, Erica called the Huntsville sheriff and this time she was able to reach him. She told him Lucy Ann had been murdered in Santa Teresa. "Do you want me to come get you?" asked the sheriff. "I'd like that, but it's all right if you can't, I have my car," said Erica. "I'll come get you," said the sheriff. Then she called the nurse who had befriended her and gave her the latest and presumably final update. "They'll probably want you to identify the body," said the nurse. The morgue was in one of the hospitals she'd visited the day before. She went with Henderson, who was nicer than Kurt A. Banks, but she would really have preferred to go alone. As they were waiting in a corridor in the basement, the nurse appeared. They hugged and kissed each other on the cheek. Then she introduced the nurse to Hen. Durson, who greeted her distractedly but wanted to know how long they'd known each other. 24 hours, said the nurse. Or less. It's true, thought Erica, just a day, but I already feel as if I've known her for a long time. When the medical examiner turned up, he said Henderson couldn't come in with her. Believe me, I'd rather not, said Henderson, with a half-smile, but it's my duty. The nurse gave her a hug and the two WO men went in together, followed by the American official. 2 Mexican policemen were in the room examining the dead woman. Erica went to look and said it was her friend. The policemen asked her to sign some papers. Erica tried to read them but they were in Spanish. It's nothing, said Henderson, sign them. The nurse read the papers and told her she could sign. Is that all? Asked Henderson. That's all, said one of the Mexican policemen. Who did this to Lucy-Ann? She asked. The policeman looked at her uncomprehendingly. The nurse translated and the police said they didn't know yet. Past noon, the Huntsville sheriff drove up to the American consulate. Erica was smoking in her car with the doors locked when he arrived. The sheriff spotted her from the distance and they talked. She's still sitting in the car and he bent toward her, one hand resting on the open door and the other on his belt. Then he went to request more information from the consulate and Erica stayed in the car with the doors locked again, chain-smoking. When the sheriff came out he said they should go home. Erica waited for the sheriff to start his car and then, as if in a dream, she followed him along the Mexican streets and across the border and through the desert, in Arizona now, until the sheriff honked his horn and waved and both cars stopped at an old gas station that also served food. But Erica wasn't hungry and she just listened to what the sheriff had to tell her. That Lucy-Ann's body would be sent to Huntsville in 3 days. That the Mexican police had promised to catch the killer. That the whole thing stank like shit. Then the sheriff ordered scrambled eggs with refried beans and a beer and she got up from the table and went to buy more cigarettes. When she got back the sheriff was cleaning his plate with a piece of sandwich bread. His hair was thick and black and made him look younger than he was. "Do you think they told you the truth, Harry?" she asked. "No, I don't," said the sheriff, "but I plan to make it my business to find it out." "I believe you, Harry," she said, and started to cry. The next dead woman was found near the Hermosillo Highway, 5 miles from Santa Teresa, 2 days after Lucy-Ann Sanders' body turned up. The discovery fell to 4 ranch hands and the ranch owner's nephew. They had been searching for runaway cattle for more than 20 hours. The 5 trackers were on horseback, and when they could see that it was a dead woman, the nephew sent one of the hands back to the ranch with orders to tell the boss, while the rest of them stayed behind, perplexed by the bizarre position of the body. Its head was buried in a hole. As if the killer, clearly a lunatic, had thought it was enough to bury the head. Or as if he'd thought that by covering the head with earth the rest of the body would be invisible. The body was face down with its hands pressed to its body. Both hands were missing the index and little finger. There were stains of coagulated blood in the chest region. The woman wore a light dress, purple, the kind that fastens in front. She wasn't wearing stockings or shoes. In the subsequent forensic examination it was determined that despite multiple cuts to the chest and arms, the cause of death was strangulation, with a fracture of the hyoid bone. There were no signs of rape. The case was assigned to Inspector José Marquez, who soon identified the dead woman as America Garcia Cifuentes, 23, a waitress at Serafino's, a bar belonging to Luis Chanter, a pimp with a long police record who was said to be a police informer. America Garcia Cifuentes shared a house with 2 friends, both waitresses, who had nothing of substance to contribute to the investigation. The only thing established beyond a doubt was that America Garcia Cifuentes had left home at 5 for Serafino's, where she worked until 4 in the morning, when the bar closed. She never came home, said her friends. Inspector José Marquez held Luis Chanter for a few days, but his alibi was impeccable. America Garcia Cifuentes was from the state of Guerrero and had been living in Santa Teresa for 5 years, where she had come with a brother, who was in the United States now, according to the testimony of friends, and with whom she never corresponded. For a few days, Inspector José Marquez investigated some Serafino's patrons but didn't come up with anything. 2 weeks later, in May 1994, Monica Duran Reyes was kidnapped on her way out of the Diego Rivera School in Colonia Lomas del Toro. She was 12 years old and she was a little scatterbrained but a good student. It was her first year of secondary school. Both her mother and father worked at Maderas de Mexico, a maquiladora that built colonial and rustic-style furniture that was exported to the United States and Canada. She had a younger sister who was in school, and 2 older siblings, a 16-year-old sister who worked at a maquiladora that made wiring, and a 15-year-old brother who worked with his parents at Maderas de Mexico. Her body appeared 2 days after the kidnapping, alongside the Santa Teresa Pueblo Azul highway. She was dressed and next to her was her schoolbag full of books and notebooks. According to the forensic examination, she had been raped and strangled. In the subsequent investigation, some friends said they had seen Monica get into a black car with tinted windows, maybe a Peregrino or a Master Road or a Silencioso. It didn't look as if she was taken by force. She had time to scream, but she didn't scream. When she saw one of her friends, she even waved goodbye. She didn't seem to be afraid. In Colonia Lomas del Toro once again, a month later, the body of Rebecca Fernández de Hoyos, 33, was found. She had long dark hair down to her waist, and she had been a waitress at El Catron, a bar on Calle Jalapa, in nearby Colonia Rubén Darío. Previously she had worked at the Homes and West and Iwo Maquiladoras, where she was fired for trying to organize a union. Rebecca Fernández de Hoyos was from Oaxaca, although she had been living in the north of Sonora for more than 10 years now. When she was 18, she had lived in Tijuana, where she appeared on a register of prostitutes, and she had made several unsuccessful attempts to settle in the United States, brought back to Mexico 4 times by the Migra. Her body was discovered by a friend who had a key to her house and was surprised Rebecca hadn't come in to work at El Catron, because, as she stated later, the deceased was a responsible woman and missed work only when she was sick. The house, according to her friend, was the same as always, or in other words at first glance she didn't see anything to suggest what she was about to find. It was a small house, with a living room, bedroom, kitchen and bathroom. When she went into the bathroom, she discovered her friend's body, which was sprawled on the floor as if Rebecca had fallen and knocked herself on the head, though there was no blood. Only when she tried to revive her, patting water on her face, did she realize that Rebecca was dead. She called the police and the Red Cross from a public phone and then she went back to the house, moved her friend's body to the bed, sat in one of the 2 armchairs in the living room, and watched a TV show while she waited. The Red Cross came much more quickly than the police. There were 2 medics, one of them very young, 20 at most, and the other about 45, who might have been his father. It was the older man who told her there was nothing they could do. Rebecca was dead. Then he asked her where she'd found the body and she said in the bathroom. "Well, let's put her back in the bathroom, you don't want trouble with the cops," said the man, motioning to the boy to take the dead woman by the feet as he lifted her by the shoulders, returning her to the original scene of death. Then the medic asked her what position she had found her friend in. Sitting on the toilet, propped against it, on the floor, huddled in a corner? She turned off the TV and came to the door of the bathroom and gave instructions until the 2 men had left Rebecca just as she'd found her. The 3 of them stared from the doorway. Rebecca seemed to be drowning in a sea of white tiles. When they were tired of the sight or felt queasy, they sat down, she in the armchair and the medics at the table, and lit some cigarettes that the medic took out of the back pocket of his pants. "You must be used to this," she said, somewhat incoherently. "That depends," said the medic, who didn't know whether she was talking about the cigarettes or about hauling dead and injured people every day. The next morning the medical examiner wrote in his report that the cause of death had been strangulation. The dead woman had had sexual relations in the hours before her murder, although the examiner couldn't certify whether she'd been raped or not. "Probably not," he said when a final opinion was demanded. The police tried to arrest her lover, a man by the name of Pedro Pérez Ochoa. But when they at last found where he lived, a week later, the person in question had been gone for days. Pedro Pérez Ochoa lived at the end of Calle Sayuca, in Colonia Las Flores, in a shack built, rather skillfully, of adobe and bits of trash, with room for a mattress and a table, a few yards from the waste pipe of the east-west maquiladora, where he had worked. The neighbors described him as a polite and generally clean-looking man, from which it was deduced that H.E. had showered at Rebecca's house, at least in recent months. No one knew where he was, so no arrest warrant was sent anywhere. At East-West his file had been lost, which wasn't unusual at the maquiladoras, since workers were constantly coming and going. Inside the shack, several sports magazines were found, as well as a biography of Flores Magón, some sweatshirts, a pair of sandals, 2 pairs of shorts, and 3 photographs of Mexican boxers cut out of a magazine and stuck to the wall next to the mattress, as if Perez Ochoa had wanted to burn the faces and fighting stances of those champions onto his retina before he went to sleep. In July 1994 no woman died, but a man showed up asking questions. He came on Saturdays around noon and left late Sunday night or early Monday morning. The man was of Avenue or Ridge height and had black hair and brown eyes and dressed like a cowboy. He began by pa-ching the Central Plaza, as if he were taking measurements, but then he became a regular at some clubs, especially El Pelicana and Domino's. He never asked any direct questions. He looked Mexican, but he spoke Spanish with a gringo accent and his vocabulary was limited. He didn't understand puns, although when people saw his eyes they were careful not to kid him. He said his name was Harry Magaña, or at least that's how he wrote it, but he pronounced it Magaña, so that when he said it you heard Magana, as if the self-sucking faggot was of Scottish descent. The second time he came by Domino's he asked for somebody called Miguel or Manuel, a young guy, in his early 20s, about so tall, built like so, a nice kid with an honest face, but no one could or would tell him anything. Another night he made friends with one of the bartenders, and when the bartender left work Harry Magaña was waiting for him outside, sitting in his car. The next day the bartender couldn't come into work, supposedly because he'd been in an accident. When he came back to Domino's 4 days later with his face covered in bruises and scabs, everyone was shocked. He was missing 3 teeth, and if he lifted his shirt he revealed countless bruises in the most outrageous colors on his back and chest. He didn't show his testicles, but there was still a cigarette burn on the left one. Of course, he was asked what kind of accident he'd gotten into and his answer was that on the night in question he had been out drinking until late, with Harry Magaña, as it happened, and that after he left the Gringo and was on his way home to Calle Tres Virgenes, a group of maybe 5 bastards had attacked him and beaten the shit out of him. The next weekend Harry Magaña wasn't seen at Domino's or El Pelicana. Instead, he visited a whorehouse called Internal Affairs, on Avenida Madero Norte, where he spent a while drinking highballs and then settled in at a pool table and played Demetrio Aguila, a big man, 6'3" and over 250 pounds, with whom he got to be friendly, because the big man had lived in Arizona and New Mexico, working as a field hand, by which he meant tending livestock, and then he had come back to Mexico because he didn't want to die far from home, he said, although later he admitted he didn't really have much family in the usual sense, a sister who must be around 60 by now and a niece who had never married and lived in Cananea, where he was from too, but Cananea could start to feel small, stifling, tiny, and sometimes he needed a trip to the big city that never sleeps, so then he hopped in his pickup without a word to anyone, or maybe with a see you later to his sister, and no matter what time it was he turned onto the Cananea Santa Teresa highway, which was one of the prettiest highways he had ever seen in his life, especially at night, and drove non-stop to Santa Teresa, where he had a cozy little house on Calle Luciérnaga, in Colonia Rubén Darío. You're welcome to stay anytime, Harry, my friend, one of the few old houses still standing after all the change and the mostly shoddy redevelopment projects that had been carried out. Demetrio Aguila must have been about 65 and he struck Harry Magaña as a good person. Sometimes he went to a room with a whore, but most of the time he preferred to drink and watch the crowd. Harry asked if he knew a girl called Elsa Fuentes. Demetrio Aguila wanted to know what she looked like. About so tall, said Harry Magaña, raising his hand to just over 5 feet. Blonde dye job. Pretty. Nice tits. I know her, said Demetrio Aguila. Elsita, that's right, nice kid. Is she here? Harry Magaña wanted to know. Demetrio Aguila said he'd seen her on the dance floor a while ago. I want you to point her out to me, Señor Demetrio, said Harry. Can you do that? Certainly, my friend. As they went up the stairs to the dance club, Demetrio Aguila inquired whether he had some score to settle with her. Harry Magaña shook his head. Elsa Fuentes was sitting at a table with 2 other whores and 3 clients, laughing at something one of the girls said in her ear. Harry Magaña leaned on the table with one hand, his other hand resting his belt, behind his back. He told her to get up. The whore stopped laughing and raised her head to get a good look at him. The clients were about to say something, but when they saw Demetrio Aguila behind Harry they shrugged it off. Where can we talk? Let's go to a room, he said into Elsa's ear. As they were on their way up the stairs Harry Magaña paused and told Demetrio Aguila it wasn't necessary for him to come along. "Of course not," said Demetrio Aguila, and he started back down. In Elsa Fuentes' room everything was red. The walls, the bedspread, the sheets, the pillow, the lamp, the light bulbs, even half the tiles. Through the window you could see the bustle of Madero Norte late at night. Cars crawling by and people overflowing the sidewalks between the food carts and juice carts and the cheap restaurants jostling for business. The prices of their daily specials scrawled on big blackboards that were constantly revised. When Harry Magaña turned to look at Elsa, she had taken off her blouse and bra. She does have big tits, he thought, but he didn't plan to make love to her that night. Don't get undressed, he said. The girl sat on the bed and crossed her legs. Do you have cigarettes? She asked. He pulled out a pack of Marlboros and offered her one. Give me a light, said the girl in English. He lit a match and held it out to her. Elsa Fuentes' eyes were a brown so light they looked yellow like the desert. Stupid kid, he thought. Then he asked her about Miguel Montes, where he was, what he was doing, the last time she'd seen him. So you're looking for Miguel? Asked the whore. Do you mind telling me why? Harry Magaña didn't answer. He undid his belt and then rolled it up in his right hand, letting the buckle dangle like a bell. I don't have time, he said. The last time I saw him was about a month ago, maybe 2, she said. Where was he working? Nowhere and everywhere. He wanted to get a degree, I think he was going to night school. Where did he make the money? Odd jobs here and there, said the girl. Don't lie to me, said Harry Magaña. The girl shook her head and blew a stream of smoke up to the ceiling. Where does he live? I don't know, he's always moving. The belt whistled through the air and left a red mark on the whore's arm. Before she could scream, Harry Magaña covered her mouth with one hand and pushed her down on the bed. If you scream, I'll kill you, he said. When the whore sat up again, the mark on her arm was bleeding. It'll be your face next time, said Harry Magaña. Where does he live? The next dead woman turned up in August 1994, on Callejon Las Animas, almost at the end of the alley, where there were 4 abandoned houses, 5 counting the victim's house. She wasn't a stranger, but, oddly, no one could say what her name was. No personal papers or anything that might lead to a rapid identification were found in the house, where she had lived alone for 3 years. A few people, not many, knew her first name was Isabel, but almost everyone called her La Vaca. She was a solidly built woman, 5'5", dark-skinned, with short curly hair. She must have been about 30. According to some of her neighbors, she worked as a hooker at a club downtown or in Madero Norte. According to others, La Vaca had never worked. And yet it couldn't be said she was short of money. When her house was searched, the kitchen shelves were found to be full of canned food. She also had a refrigerator. She stole electricity from the city lines, like most of her neighbors on the alley, well stocked with meat, milk, eggs, and vegetables. She dressed carelessly, and no one could say she put on airs. She had a new TV and a video player, and the police counted more than 60 tapes, most of them romances or melodramas, that she'd bought over the last few years. Behind the house was a little yard full of plants, and, in a corner, a wire chicken coop with a rooster and 10 hens. The case was handled jointly by Epifanio Galindo and Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo, with Juan de Dios Martínez joining them as backup, neither side particularly happy about the arrangement. It didn't take much digging to discover that La Vaca's life was unpredictable and full of contradictions. According to an old lady who lived at the head of the alley, women like Isabel were few and far between. She was the real thing. One night a drunken neighbor was hitting his wife. Everyone who lived on the alley heard her screams, which rose or fell in intensity as time passed, as if the battered woman was in the throes of a difficult childbirth, the kind that often ends in the death of the mother and the little angel. But the woman wasn't giving birth, she was just being beaten. Then the old woman heard footsteps and went to the window. In the gloom of the alley she glimpsed the unmistakable silhouette of Isabelita. Anyone else would have walked on home, but the old woman saw how La Vaca stopped and stood there, listening. Just then the screams weren't very loud, but after a few minutes the volume rose again, and during all that time, the old woman said to the police with a smile, La Vaca stood motionless, waiting, like someone who walks down a random street and suddenly hears her favorite song, the saddest song in the world, coming from a window. And it's clear which window it is. What happened next is hard to believe. La Vaca went into the house, and when she came back out she was dragging the man by the hair. I saw it myself, said the old woman, and maybe everyone saw it, but they were too embarrassed to say so. She hit like a man, and if the drunk's wife hadn't come out of the house and asked her for the love of God to stop hitting him, Lavaca would have killed him for sure. Aneth neighbor testified that she was a violent woman, that she came home late, usually drunk, and then no one would see hide nor hair of her until after 5 in the afternoon. It didn't take Epifanio long to establish a connection between Lavaca and 2 men who had recently been visiting her, one of them called El Mariachi and the other El Cuervo, who often stayed to sleep or stopped by every day, and other times vanished as if they had never existed. Lavaca's friends were probably musicians, not just because of the first one's nickname, but because they were occasionally seen walking down the alley with their guitars. While Epifanio visited clubs with live music in the center of Santa Teresa and around Madero Norte, Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez kept investigating in the alley. The conclusions he drew were the following. 1. Lavaca was a good person, according to the majority opinion of the women. 2. Lavaca didn't work, but she always had plenty of money. 3. Lavaca could be extremely violent and she had strong ideas about right and wrong, rudimentary ideas, but ideas nonetheless. 4. Someone was giving Lavaca money in exchange for something. 4 days later El Mariachi and El Cuervo were arrested. They turned out to be the musicians Gustavo Dominguez and Renato Hernández Saldana, respectively, and after being questioned at Precinct No. 3 they declared that they had committed the murder on Callejon Las Animas. As it happened, it was a movie that triggered the crime, a movie Lavaca wanted to watch and couldn't because her friends kept bursting out laughing. All 3 of them were pretty drunk. Lavaca started it, punching El Mariachi. At first El Cuervo didn't want to get involved, but when Lavaca started swinging at him he had to defend himself. The fight was long and fair, said El Mariachi. Lavaca had asked them to step out into the street so they wouldn't damage the furniture, and they obeyed. Once they were outside, Lavaca informed them that it would be a clean fight, fists only, and they agreed, although they knew how strong their friend was. After all, she weighed almost 180 pounds. And it wasn't fat, it was muscle, said El Cuervo. Outside, in the dark, they really started to give each other hell. They kept it up for almost half an hour, back and forth, without a pause. When the fight was over, El Mariachi's nose was broken and he was bleeding from both eyebrows, and El Cuervo was complaining of a rib he said was broken. Lavaca was on the ground. Only when they tried to hoist her up did they realize she was dead. The case was closed. Shortly afterward, Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez went to visit the musicians at the Santa Teresa penitentiary. He brought them cigarettes and a few magazines and asked how things were going. "We can't complain, boss," said El Mariachi. The inspector said he had some friends inside and he could help them if they wanted. "What do you want from us in return?" asked El Mariachi. "Just some information," said the inspector. "What kind of information?" "Very simple. You and Lavaca were friends, close friends. I'll ask you some questions, you answer them, that's all." "Let's hear the questions," said El Mariachi. "Did you sleep with Lavaca?" "No," said El Mariachi. "And what about you?" "Never," said El Cuervo. "Well, now," said the inspector. "And why is that?" "Lavaca didn't like men, she was already macho enough herself," said El Mariachi. "Do you know her full name?" asked the inspector. "No idea," said El Mariachi, "we just called her Vaca." "Real close friends, weren't you?" said the inspector. "It's the honest truth, boss," said El Mariachi. "So do you know where she got her money from?" asked the inspector. "We wondered that ourselves, boss," said El Cuervo, "because we would have liked to make a few extra pesos, but Lavaca never talked about it." "And didn't she have any friends? I mean besides you and the old women in the alley?" asked the inspector. "Sure. Once when we were in my car she pointed out a friend of hers," said El Mariachi. "Some girl who worked in a coffee shop downtown, nothing special, on the skinny side, but Lavaca pointed and asked if I had ever seen such a pretty woman. I said no, so she wouldn't get mad, but really the girl wasn't anything special." "What was her name?" asked the inspector. "She didn't tell me her name," said El Mariachi, "and she didn't introduce me to her either." While the police were working to solve the murder of Lavaca, Harry Magaña found the house where Miguel Montes lived. One Saturday afternoon he kept watch, and after 2 hours, tired of waiting, he forced the lock and went in. The house had only one room and a kitchen and a bathroom. On the walls were pictures of Hollywood actors and actresses. On a shelf were 2 framed photographs of Miguel himself, and he really was a kid with an honest face, good looking, the kind of man women like. He went through all the drawers. In one he found a checkbook and a knife. When he lifted the mattress on the bed he found some magazines and letters. He flipped through the magazines. In the kitchen, under a cupboard, he came upon an envelope containing 4 Polaroids. One was of a house in the middle of the desert, a modest-looking adobe house, with a little porch and 2 tiny windows. A 4-wheel drive pickup was parked next to the house. Another picture was of 2 girls with their arms around each other's shoulders, their heads tilted to the left, gazing at the camera with similar expressions of incredible assurance, as if they had just set foot on this planet or their suitcases were already packed to leave. This picture was taken on a crowded street, which might have been in downtown Santa Teresa. The third picture was of a little plane on a dirt landing strip, in the desert. Behind the little plane was a hill. Everything else was flat, nothing but sand and scrub. The last picture was of 2 men who weren't looking at the camera and were probably drunk or high, dressed in white shirts, one of them in a hat, shaking hands as if they were great friends. He looked everywhere for the Polaroid camera but couldn't find it. He put the pictures, the letters, and the knife in his pocket, and after searching the house once more he sat down in a chair to wait. Miguel Montes didn't come back that night or the next. He thought maybe he'd had to leave town in a hurry or maybe he was dead. He felt depressed. Luckily for him, ever since he'd met Demetrio Aguila he no longer stayed at a boarding house or hotel or spent sleepless nights wandering from dive bar to dive bar and drinking. Instead, he slept at the house on Calle Luciérnaga, in Colonia Rubén Darío, owned by his friend, who had given him a key. The little house, despite what a person might expect, was always clean, but its cleanliness, its neatness, lacked any feminine touch. It was a stoic cleanliness, utterly graceless, like the cleanliness of a prison or monastery cell, a cleanliness that tended toward sparseness, not abundance. Sometimes when he came in he found Demetrio Aguila making café de olla in the kitchen and the 2 of them would sit in the living room and talk. Talking to the Mexican relaxed him. The Mexican talked about the days when he'd been a cowboy at the Triple T Ranch and about the 10 ways to tame a wild colt. Sometimes Harry told him he should come to Arizona to visit and the Mexican answered that it was all the same, Arizona, Sonora, New Mexico, Chihuahua, it's all the same, and Harry thought about it and in the end he couldn't accept that it was all the same. But it made him sad to contradict Demetrio Aguila and so he didn't. Other times they would go out together and the Mexican was able to observe the gringos' methods from close up. He didn't like their harshness in principle, but he believed they were justified. That night, when Harry got back to the house on Calle Luciérnaga, he found Demetrio Aguila up, and as he made coffee he told him he thought his last lead had disappeared. Demetrio Aguila didn't say anything. He poured the coffee and made scrambled eggs with bacon. The 2 of them began to eat in silence. "I think nothing ever disappears," said the Mexican. "There are people, and animals, too, and even objects, that for one reason or another sometimes seem to want to disappear, to vanish. Whether you believe it or not, Harry, sometimes a stone wants to vanish, I've seen it. But God won't let it happen. He won't let it happen because he can't. Do you believe in God, Harry?" "Yes, Señor Demetrio," said Harry Magaña. "Well, then, trust in God, he won't let anything disappear." Around this time, Juan de Dios Martínez was still sleeping with Dr. Elvira Campos every 2 weeks. Sometimes the inspector thought it was a miracle the relationship had survived. There were difficulties, there were misunderstandings, but they were still together. In bed, or so he believed, the attraction was mutual. He had never wanted a woman the way he wanted her. If it had been up to him he would have married the director without a second thought. Sometimes, when it had been a long time since he saw her, he began to mull over their cultural differences, which he saw as the main hurdle. The director liked art and could look at a painting and say who the painter was, for example. The books she read he had never heard of. The music she listened to just made him pleasantly drowsy, and after a while all he wanted was to lie down and sleep which, of course, he was careful not to do at her apartment. Even the food the director liked was different from the food he liked. He tried to adapt to these new circumstances and sometimes he would go to a record store and buy some Beethoven or Mozart, which he would then listen to alone at home. Usually he fell asleep. But his dreams were peaceful and happy. He dreamed that he and Elvira Campos lived together in a cabin in the mountains. The cabin didn't have electricity or running water or anything to remind them of civilization. They slept on a bearskin, with a wolfskin over them. And sometimes Elvira Campos laughed, a ringing laugh, as she went running into the woods and he lost sight of her. "Let's read the letters, Harry," said Demetrio Aguila. "I'll read them to you as many times as you need me to." The first letter was from an old friend of Miguel's who lived in Tijuana, although the envelope wasn't postmarked, and it was a catalogue of memories of the happy times they'd had together. It made reference to baseball, hookers, stolen cars, fights, alcohol, and it mentioned in passing at least 5 crimes for which Miguel Muniz and his friend could have gotten jail time. The second letter was from a woman. It had been postmarked in Santa Teresa itself. The woman demanded money and insisted on swift payment. "Otherwise beware the consequences," it said. The third letter, to judge by the handwriting, since it wasn't signed either, was from the same woman, with whom Miguel still hadn't settled his debt, and it said he had 3 days to show up with the money, you know where, and if not, and here, according to Demetrio Aguila and also Harry Magana. It was possible to discern a hint of sympathy. The hint of feminine sympathy Miguel could always count on, even at the worst of moments. The woman recommended that he leave town as soon as possible and without a word to anybody. The fourth letter was from another friend, and it might have come from Mexico City, although the postmark was illegible. The friend, a northerner who had recently arrived in the capital, described his impressions of the big city. He talked about the metro, which he compared to a mass grave, about the coldness of the residents of Mexico City, who never lifted a finger to help anyone, about how hard it was to get around, since in Mexico City there was no point having a badass car because the traffic jams were endless, about the pollution and how ugly the women were. Regarding this he made some tasteless jokes. The last letter was from a girl from Chucurit, near Navajoa, in the south of Sonora, and, predictably, it was a love letter. It said of course she would wait, she would be patient, that even though she was dying to see him it was up to him to take the first step, and she was in no hurry. "It sounds like a letter from a hometown girlfriend," said Demetrio Aguila. "Chucurit," said Harry Magana. "I have a hunch our man was born there, Señor Demetrio." "Will you believe that's just what I was thinking?" said Demetrio Aguila. Sometimes Juan de Dios Martínez would sit and think how he wished he knew more about the director's life. For example, her friendships. Who were her friends? He didn't know any of them, except for a few employees at the psychiatric center. People the director treated warmly but also kept at arm's length. Did she have friends? He suspected she did, although she never talked about it. One night, after they had made love, he told her he wanted to know more about her life. The director said he already knew more than enough. Juan de Dios Martínez didn't insist. La Vaca was killed in August 1994. In October the next victim was found at the New City dump, a festering heap 1.5 miles long and half a mile wide in a gully south of the El Ojito ravine, off the Casas Negras highway, where a fleet of more than 100 trucks came each day to drop their loads. Despite its size, the dump would soon be too small and there was already talk, given the proliferation of illegal sites, about creating a new dump on the edge or to the west of Casas Negras. The dead girl was between 15 and 17 years old, according to the medical examiner, although the final word was left to the pathologist, who examined her 3 days later and concurred with his colleague. She had been anally and vaginally raped and then strangled. She was 4'7". The scavengers who found her said she was dressed in a bra, denim skirt, and Reebok sneakers. By the time the police got there the bra and denim skirt were gone. On the ring finger of her right hand she was wearing a gold ring with a black stone, inscribed with the name of an English academy in the center of the city. She was photographed and later the police visited the language academy, but no one recognized the dead girl. The photograph was published in El Heraldo del Norte and La Voz de Sonora, with the same lack of results. Inspector José Márquez and Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez questioned the head of the school for 3 hours and apparently they went too far, because his lawyer sued them for harassment. The suit didn't go anywhere but it got them each a reprimand from the state representative and the chief of police. A report was also issued on the conduct of the head of the judicial police in Hermosillo. 2 weeks later the body of the unidentified girl was sent to swell the supply of corpses for medical school students at the University of Santa Teresa. Sometimes Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez was surprised how well Elvira Campos could fuck and how inexhaustible she was in bed. She fucks like someone on the brink of death, he thought. More than once he would have liked to tell her it wasn't necessary, she didn't need to work so hard, that just feeling her nearby, brushing against him, was enough. But when it came to sex the director was practical and businesslike. "Darling, Juan de Dios Martínez would say to her sometimes, "Sweetheart, love," and in the darkness she would tell him to be quiet and then suck every last drop from him, of semen? Of his soul? Of the little life he felt, at the time, remained to him? They made love, at her express request, in semi-darkness. A few times he was tempted to turn on the light and look at her, but he didn't, not wanting to upset her. "Don't turn on the light," she said to him once, and it seemed to him Elvira Campos could read his mind. In November, on the second floor of a building under construction, some workers found the body of a woman of about 30, 5 feet tall, dark-skinned, bleached blonde, 2 gold crowns on her teeth, dressed in only a sweater and hot pants or shorts. She had been raped and strangled. No identification was found on the body. The building was on Calle Alondra, in Colonia Podesta, in the upper part of Santa Teresa. Because of where it was, the workers didn't stay to sleep, as they would at other construction sites. At night a private security guard kept watch over the building. When he was questioned, he confessed that despite the terms of his contract, he usually slept at night, since during the day he worked at a maquiladora, and some nights he would be at the site until 2 in the morning and then go home, to Ave and Ida Cuauhtémoc, in Colonia San Damian. The interrogation, conducted by the chief's right-hand man, Epifanio Galindo, was tough, but from the beginning it was clear the watchman was telling the truth. It was assumed, not without reason, that the victim was a recent arrival and there must be a suitcase somewhere with her clothes in it. With this in mind, inquiries were made at boarding houses and hotels in the center, but none was missing a guest. Her picture was published in the city papers, to no avail. Either no one knew her or the picture wasn't good or no one wanted trouble with the police. Missing person reports from other states were checked for matches, but no description fit the dead woman who had turned up in the building on Calle Alondra. Only one thing was clear, or at least clear to Epifanio. The woman wasn't from the neighborhood, she hadn't been strangled and raped in the neighborhood, so why dump the body in the upper part of the city, on streets assiduously patrolled at night by the police or private security guards? Why go to the effort to leave the body on the second floor of a building under construction, with all the risks that entailed, including a fall downstairs still missing a railing, when the logical thing would be to dispose of it in the desert or at the edge of a dump? For 2 days he thought about it. As he ate, as he listened to his companions talk about sports or women, as he drove Pedro Negrete's car, as he slept. Until he decided that no matter how much he thought about it he wasn't going to come up with a good answer, and then he didn't think about it anymore. Sometimes, especially on his days off, Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez would have liked to go out with the director. That is, he wanted to be seen in public with her, eat at a downtown restaurant with her. Neither a cheap nor a very expensive restaurant but a normal restaurant where normal couples went and where he would almost certainly run into someone he knew, to whom he would introduce the director naturally, casually, coolly. "This is my girlfriend, Elvira Campos, she's a psychiatrist." After they ate they'd probably go back to her apartment to make love and then nap. And at night they'd go out again, in her BMW or his Cougar, to the movies or some outdoor café for a soda or to dance at one of Santa Teresa's many clubs. The perfect happiness, goddammit, thought Juan de Dios Martínez. But Elvira Campos wouldn't even hear of a public relationship. Phone calls to the psychiatric center, yes, so long as they were short. Meetings in person every 2 weeks. A glass of whiskey or absolute vodka and nocturnal landscapes. Sterile goodbyes. That same month of November 1994, the partially charred body of Silvana Perez Arjona was found in a vacant lot. She was 15 and thin, dark-skinned, 5'3". Her black hair fell below her shoulders, although when she was found half her hair was scorched off. The body was discovered by some women from Colonia Las Flores who had hung their washing on the edge of the lot, and it was they who called the Red Cross. When the ambulance arrived, the older man, the ambulance driver, asked the women and the onlookers milling around the body if anyone knew the dead woman. Some filed by, gazed at her face, and shook their heads. No one knew her. "Then my friends, if I were you I'd move along," said the older medic, "because the cops will want to question you all." He didn't say it loudly, but his voice carried and everyone backed away. Now it looked as if there was no one in the lot, but the 2 medics smiled because they knew people were watching from their hiding places. While one of them, the younger one, radioed the police from the ambulance, the older one went off on foot down the dirt roads of Colonia Las Flores to a taco stand where the owner knew him. He ordered 6 pork tacos, 3 with sour cream and 3 without. all 6 of them extra hot, and 2 cans of Coca-Cola. Then he paid and strolled back to the ambulance, where the kid who looked like his son was reading a comic book, leaning on the fender. By the time the police showed up, both of them had finished eating and they were having a smoke. For 3 hours the body lay in the vacant lot. According to the medical examiner, the girl had been raped. 2 direct stabs to the heart were the cause of death. Then the killer had tried to burn the body to erase his tracks. But apparently he was a fuck-up, or else someone had sold him water for gasoline, or else he'd lost his nerve. The next day it was learned that the dead girl was Silvana Perez Arjona, a machine operator at a maquiladora in the General Sepulveda Industrial Park, not far from where the body had been found. Until a year ago Silvana had been living with her mother and 4 siblings, all workers at different maquiladoras around the city. She had been the only one in school, at Professor Emilio Cervantes, a high school in Colonia Lomas del Toro. For financial reasons, however, she'd had to drop out, and one of her sisters found her a job at Horizon W&E, where she met Carlos Llanos, 35, started to date him, and finally moved into his house on Calle Promedio. According to his friends, Llanos was a good-natured man, a drinker but not a drunk, and a person who read books in his spare time, which was unusual and gave him the aura of someone exceptional. According to Silvana's mother, it was this that seduced her daughter, who had never even had a boyfriend, not counting some innocent romances at school. They were together for 7 months. Llanos read, yes, and sometimes the 2 of them would sit in his little living room and talk about what they were reading, but he drank more than he read, and he was an extremely jealous and insecure man. When Silvana visited her mother, sometimes she would confess that Llanos hit her. Mother and daughter often spent hours in each other's arms, crying in the dark. Llanos' arrest, which presented no difficulties, was the first in which La Locura took part. 2 Santa Teresa patrol cars drove up, the police knocked, Llanos came to the door, the police beat him to the ground without a word, handcuffed him, and took him into the station, where they tried to stick him with the murder of the woman on Calle Alondra, or at least of the girl they'd found at the New City dump, but it wouldn't work. Silvana Perez herself was his alibi, since he'd been seen with her on the dates in question, strutting around Colonia Carranza's ramshackle park, where there'd been a carnival, and even Silvana's relatives had seen the 2 of them together. As far as nights were concerned, until barely a week ago he'd spent them on the night shift at the maquiladora, and his fellow workers could vouch for him. Of Silvana's murder he declared himself guilty and was only sorry he had tried to burn her. Silvana was a good kid, he said, and she didn't deserve to be treated like that. Around this time, too, a seer appeared on Sonora TV. Her name was Florida Almada, but her followers, whose numbers were small, called her La Santa. Florida Almada was 70, and it was only recently, 10 years before, that she had been granted the gift of sight. She saw things no one else saw. She heard things no one else heard. And she knew how to find a meaningful explanation for everything that happened to her. Before she became a seer she had been an herbalist, which was her true calling, or so she said, because seer meant someone who sees. And sometimes she didn't see anything. The picture was fuzzy, the sound faulty, as if the antenna that had sprung up in her brain wasn't installed right, or had been shot full of holes, or was made of aluminum foil and blew every which way in the wind. So even though she called herself a seer, or let her followers call her one, she put more faith in herbs and flowers, in healthy eating and prayer. She recommended that people with high blood pressure give up eggs and cheese and white bread, for example, because those were foods high in sodium, and sodium attracts water and causes extra fluid to build up in the body, which raises blood pressure. Plain as day, said Florida Almada. No matter how much you like to eat huevos rancheros or huevos a la mexicana for breakfast, if you have high blood pressure, sure you'd better give up eggs. And if you've given up eggs, you might as well give up meat and fish, too, and eat nothing but rice and fruit. Rice and fruit are very good for you, especially when you're over 40. She also denounced the excessive consumption of fat. Your total intake of fat, she said, should never be more than 25% of the total energy quotient of the food you eat. Ideally, the consumption of fat should settle at between 15 and 20%. But the employed sometimes consume up to 80 or 90% of fat, and if their employment is stable, consumption rises to 100%, which is disgraceful, she said. In contrast, consumption of fat by the unemployed is between 30 and 50%, which is an affliction, too, because those poor people aren't just undernourished, they're also malnourished. if you follow me," said Florida Almada, "and really, being undernourished is an affliction in itself, and being malnourished doesn't help. Maybe I haven't made myself clear. What I'm trying to say is that a tortilla with chili is better for you than pork rinds that are actually dog or cat or rat," she said, sounding apologetic. Then, too, she was against cults and healers and all those despicable people who tried to swindle the poor. She thought botanomancy, or the art of predicting the future through plants, was trickery. Still, she knew how it worked, and once she explained to a third-rate healer the different branches of the divinate ori art of botanomancy, namely, floromancy, or the study of the shapes, movements, and reactions of plants, subdivided in turn into chromneomancy and fructomancy, the reading of sprouting onions or fruits, and also dendromancy, the interpretation of trees, and philomancy, the study of leaves, and xylomancy, or divination using wood and tree branches, which, she said, is lovely, poetic, but has more to do with laying the past to rest and nurturing and pacifying the present than with predicting the future. Then came claromantic botanomancy, subdivided into favormancy, practiced with several white beans and a black bean, as well as the disciplines of rhabdomancy and belomancy, in which wooden rods were used. She had nothing against any of these arts and hence nothing to say about them. Then came plant pharmacology, or the use of hallucinogenic and alkaloid plants, which she had nothing against either. Everyone was free to mess with their own heads. It worked well for some people and not for others, especially lazy youths with regrettable habits. She'd rather not rule in favor or against. Then came meteorological botanomancy, which really was interesting but which very few people had mastered, no more than could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and which was based on observation of the reactions of plants. For example, if the poppy lifts its petals, the weather will be fine. For example, if a poplar begins to quiver, something unexpected will happen. For example, if the little flower with white petals and a tiny yellow corolla, called the pahuli, bows its head, it will be hot. For example, if another flower, the kind with yellowish and sometimes pink petals, called camphor in Sonora, why I don't know, and crow's beak in Sinaloa because from a distance it looks like a hummingbird, well, if the little rascal shuts, then rain is coming. And finally we have radiesthesia, a practice that originally required a hazel rod, now replaced by a pendulum, and about which Florida Almada had nothing to say. When you know something, you know it, and when you don't, you'd better learn. And in the meantime, you should keep quiet, or at least speak only when what you say will advance the learning process. Her own life, as she explained, had been a constant AP apprenticeship. She didn't learn to read or write until she was 20, more or less. She was born in Nicori Grande and she couldn't go to school like a normal child because her mother was blind and the task of caring for her fell to Florida. About her brothers and sisters, of whom she preserved fond, vague recollections, she knew nothing. The gale forces of life had scattered them to the four corners of Mexico and they might be in their graves by now. Her childhood, despite the hardships and misfortunes typical of a peasant family, was happy. I loved the country, she said, although now it bothers me a little because I've stopped being used to the bugs. Life in Nicori Grande, believe it or not, could sometimes be very involving. Taking care of her blind mother could be fun. Tending the chickens could be fun. Washing the clothes could be fun. Cooking could be fun. The only thing she regretted was not having gone to school. Then they moved, for reasons not worth discussing, to Villa Pesquiera, where her mother died and where she, 8 months later, married a man she barely knew, a hardworking and honorable man, who treated everyone with respect, someone quite a bit older than she was, incidentally, 38 to her 17 the day they stood before the altar, in other words 21 years her senior, a livestock dealer who mostly bought and sold goats and sheep, although every once in a while he also dealt in cattle or even pigs, and who was obliged by the circumstances of his work to travel constantly in the area, to towns like San José de Batic, San Pedro de la Cueva, Huepari, Tepache, Lampazos, Divisaderos, Nicori Chico, El Chorro, and Napopa, along dirt roads or animal tracks and on shortcuts that skirted the maze-like mountains. Business wasn't bad. Sometimes she went with him on his trips, not of 10, because it was considered unseemly for a dealer to travel with a woman, especially his own wife, but she did go occasionally. It was a unique opportunity to see the world. To get a glimpse of other landscapes, which, though they might seem familiar, when you looked carefully were very different from the landscapes of Villa Pesquiera. Every 100 feet the world changes, said Florida Almada. The idea that some places are the same as others is a lie. The world is a kind of tremor. Of course, she would have liked to have children, but nature in general or her husband's nature, she said, laughing, denied her that responsibility. The time she would have devoted to a baby she used to study. Who taught her to read? Children taught me, said Florida Almada, there are no better teachers. Children with their alphabet books, who came to her house for toasted cornmeal. Such is life that just when she thought her chances of taking classes or going back to school, unlikely, since in Villa Pesquiera they thought night school was the name of a brothel outside San José de Pimas, had vanished forever, she learned almost effortlessly to read and write. From that moment on she read everything that fell into her hands. In a notebook, she jotted down thoughts and impressions inspired by her reading. She read old magazines and newspapers, she read political flyers distributed every so often from pickups by young men with mustaches, she read the daily Pas-Pers, she read the few books she could find and the books her husband got into the habit of bringing back each time he returned from his buying and selling trips to neighboring towns, books he purchased sometimes by the pound. 10 pounds of books. 15 pounds of books. Once he came back with 25 pounds. And she read every single one, and from each, without exception, she drew some lesson. Sometimes she read magazines from Mexico City, sometimes she read history books, sometimes she read religious books, sometimes she read dirty books that made her blush, sitting alone at the table, the pages lit by an oil lamp's light that seemed to dance and assume demonic shapes. Sometimes she read technical books about the cultivation of vineyards or the construction of prefabricated houses. Sometimes she read horror stories or ghost stories. Any kind of reading that Providence placed within her reach, and she learned something each time, sometimes very little, but something was left behind, like a gold nugget in a trash heap, or, to refine the metaphor, said Florida, like a doll lost and found in a heap of somebody else's trash. Anyway, she wasn't an educated person, at least she didn't have what you might call a classical education, for which she apologized, but she wasn't ashamed of being what she was. Because what God takes away the Virgin restores, and when that's the way it is, it's impossible not to be at peace with the world. And so the years went by. One day, by the miraculous laws of symmetry, her husband went blind. Luckily she was already experienced in the care of the sightless and the livestock dealers last years were peaceful, because his wife looked after him with skill and tenderness. Then she was alone and by that time she had turned 44. She didn't marry again, not for lack of suitors but because she found she liked being alone. What she did was buy hers .38 revolver, because the shotgun her husband had left her seemed unwieldy, and, for the moment, she took over the business of buying and selling livestock. But the problem, she explained, was that to buy and especially to sell livestock a certain sensibility was required, a certain training, a certain propensity to blindness that she in no way possessed. Traveling with the animals along the mountain trails was lovely. Auctioning them at the market or the slaughterhouse was a nightmare. So she soon abandoned the business and kept traveling, with her late husband's dog and her revolver and sometimes her animals, which began to age with her, but this time she went as a healer, one of the many in the blessed state of Sonora, and on her travels she foraged for herbs or recorded her thoughts while the animals grazed, as Benito Juárez had done when he was a shepherd boy. Oh, Benito Juárez! What a great man! So honorable, so wise, and what a charming boy, too. Little was said about that period of his life, in part because little was known, in part because Mexicans were aware that when they talked about children they tended to speak nonsense. Mind you, she had something to say on the subject. Of the thousands of books she had read, among them books on the history of Mexico, the history of Spain, the history of Colombia, the history of religion, the history of the popes of Rome, the advances of NASA, she had come across only a few pages that depicted with complete faithfulness, utter faithfulness, what the boy Benito Juárez must have felt, more than thought, when he went out to pasture with his flock and was sometimes gone for several days and nights, as is the way of these things. Inside that book with a yellow cover everything was expressed so clearly that sometimes Florida Almada thought the author must have been a friend of Benito Juárez and that Benito Juárez had confided all his childhood experiences in the man's ear. If such a thing were possible. If it were possible to convey what one feels when night falls and the stars come out and one is alone in the vastness, and life's truths, night truths, begin to march past one by one, somehow swooning or as if the person out in the open were swooning or as if a strange sickness were circulating in the blood unnoticed. "What are you doing, moon, up in the sky?" asks the little shepherd in the poem. "What are you doing, tell me, silent moon? Aren't you tired of plying the eternal byways? The shepherd's life is like your life. He rises at first light and moves his flock across the field. Then, weary, he rests at evening and hopes for nothing more. What good is the shepherd's life to him or yours to you? Tell me." "The shepherd muses," said Florida Almada in a transported voice. "Where is it heading, my brief wandering, your immortal journey?" "Man is born into pain, and being born itself means risking death," said the poem. And also, "But why bring to light, why educate someone we'll console for living later? And also, if life is misery, why do we endure it? And also, this, unblemished moon, is the mortal condition. But you're not mortal, and what I say may matter little to you. And also, and on the contrary, you, eternal solitary wanderer, you who are so pensive, it may be you understand this life on earth, what our suffering and sighing is, what this death is, this last paling of the face, and leaving earth behind, abandoning all familiar, loving company. And also, what does the endless air do, and that deep eternal blue? What does this enormous solitude portend? And what am I? And also, this is what I know and feel, that from the eternal motions, from my fragile being, others may derive some good or happiness. And also, but life for me is wrong. And also, old, white-haired, weak, barefoot, bearing an enormous burden, up mountain and down valley, over sharp rocks, across deep sands and bracken, through wind and storm, when it's hot and later when it freezes, running on, running faster, crossing rivers, swamps, falling and rising and hurrying faster, no rest or relief, battered and bloody, at last coming to where the way in all effort has led, terrible, immense abyss into which, upon falling, all is forgotten. And also, this, O virgin moon, is human life. And also, O resting flock, who don't, I think, know your own misery. How I envy you. Not just because you travel as if trouble-free and soon forget each need, each hurt, each deathly fear, but more because you're never bored. And also, when you lie in the shade, on the grass, you're calm and happy, and you spend the great part of the year this way and feel no boredom. And also, I sit on the grass, too, in the shade, but an anxiousness invades my mind as if a thorn is pricking me. And also, yet I desire nothing, until now I have no reason for complaint. And at this point, after sighing deeply, Florida Almada would say that several conclusions could be drawn. 1. That the thoughts that seize a shepherd can easily gallop away with him because it's human nature. 2. That facing boredom head-on was an act of bravery and Benito Juarez had done it and she had done it too, and both had seen terrible things in the face of boredom, things she would rather not recall. 3. That the poem, now she remembered, was about an Asian shepherd, not a Mexican shepherd. But it made no difference, since shepherds are the same everywhere. 4. That if it was true that all effort led to a vast abyss, she had 2 recommendations to begin with. First, not to cheat people, and, second, to treat them properly. Beyond that, there was room for discussion. And that was what she did, listen and talk, until the day Reynaldo stopped by to consult her about a lost love and left with a diet plan and some calming herbal infusions and other aromatic herbs that he tucked in the corners of his apartment. Herbs that made it smell like a church and a spaceship at the same time. As Reynaldo told his friends when they came to visit, a glorious smell, a smell that soothes and gladdens the spirit. It even makes you want to listen to classical music, don't you think? And Reynaldo's friends began to insist that he introduce them to Florida. Reynaldo, I need Florida Almada. One after the other, like a procession of penitents with their purple or fabulous vermilion or checkered hoods. And Reynaldo weighed the pros and cons. All right, boys, you win. I'm going to introduce you to Florida. And when Florida met them, one Saturday night, at Reynaldo's apartment, so thoroughly decked out for the occasion that there was even a lonely piñata on the terrace, she didn't turn up her nose or look displeased but instead said, "Why, you've gone to so much trouble for me. These amazing treats. Who made them? I want to compliment the cook. This delicious cake. I never had anything like it in my life. It's pineapple, no? The fresh squeezed juices, the perfectly laid table. What charming young men, so thoughtful. Look, you brought me presents, and it's not even my birthday." And then she went into Reynaldo's bedroom and the boys trooped in one by one to tell her their woes. And those who went in bowed with care came out full of hope. That woman, Reynaldo, where did you find her? She's a saint, she's a miracle worker. I wept and she wept with me. I couldn't find the words and she guessed what was wrong. She told me to try sulfured glycosides, because they're supposed to stimulate the renal epithelium and they're a diuretic. I was told to try a course of colon hydrotherapy. I saw her sweat blood. I saw her forehead studded with rubies. She rocked me on her breast and sang me a lullaby, and when I woke up it was like I'd just gotten out of the sauna. La Santa understands Hermosillo's unfortunates better than anyone. La Santa has a feeling for those who've been hurt, for sensitive and abused children, for those who've been raped and humiliated, for those who are the butt of jokes and laughter. Everyone gets a kind word, a bit of practical advice. The freaks feel like divas when she speaks to them. The scatterbrained feel sensible. The fat lose weight. The AIDS patients smile. So it wasn't many years before Florida Almada, beloved of all, made her TV debut. But the first time Reynaldo asked her, she said no, she wasn't interested, she didn't have time. If worse came to worst, someone might think to ask her how she made her money, and she wasn't about to pay taxes, absolutely not. Better to leave it for another day, she was no one. Months later, when Reynaldo had stopped insisting, it was she who called and told him she wanted to come on the show because she had a message she'd like to make public. Reynaldo wanted to know what kind of message, and she said something about visions, the moon, pictures in the sand, the reading she did at home, in the kitchen, sitting at the kitchen table when her visitors had gone, the newspapers, the things she read, the shadows that watched her through the window, though they weren't shadows, which meant they weren't watching, it was the night that sometimes seemed pixelated. She was going on in such a way that Reynaldo had no idea what she meant, but since he really did love her, he found a spot for her on his next show. The television studios were in Hermosillo, and sometimes the signal was strong in Santa Teresa. But other times the broadcast was interrupted by ghostly images and fog and background noise. The first time Florida Almada was on, the reception in Santa Teresa was terrible, and almost no one in the city saw her, although An Hour with Reynaldo was one of Sonora's most popular shows. She was scheduled to speak after a ventriloquist from Guaymas, an autodidact who had made a name for himself in Mexico City, Acapulco, Tijuana, and San Diego, and who thought his dummy was a living creature. He came right out and said so. He's alive, the little bastard. There've been times he tried to escape, times he tried to kill me. But his little hands aren't strong enough to hold a gun or a knife, let alone strangle me. When Reynaldo, looking straight into the camera and smiling his trademark wicked smile, said that in films about ventriloquists the same thing always happened. In other words, the dummy rebelled against its master. The ventriloquist from Guaymas, in the broken voice of the infinitely misunderstood, answered that he was well aware of it, he had seen those films, and probably many more of them than Reynaldo or anyone in the live audience had seen. And all he could think was that the reason there were so many films was that the rebellion was much more widespread than he had first believed, so that by now it extended all over the world. Deep inside, all of us ventriloquists, one way or another, know that once the bastards reach a certain level of animation, they come to life. They suck life from the performances. They suck it from the ventriloquist's capillaries. They suck it from the applause. And especially from the gullibility of the audience. Isn't that right, Andresito? Yes, sir. And are you good, or are you sometimes an evil little bastard, Andresito? Good, very, very good. And you've never tried to kill me, Andresito? Never, never, never. It so happened that Florida Almada was impressed by the wooden dummy's profession of innocence and the story of the ventriloquist, to whom she took an immediate liking, and when it was her turn the first thing she did was offer the man a few words of encouragement, despite surreptitious hints from Reynaldo, who smiled and winked at her as if to say the ventriloquist wasn't quite right in the head and she should ignore him. But Florida didn't ignore him. She asked about his health, asked how many hours a night he slept, how many meals a day he ate and where, and although the ventriloquist's replies were mostly ironic, addressed to the audience in a bid for applause or fleeting sympathy, La Santa got more than enough information to recommend, quite vehemently, too, that he visit an acupuncturist with some knowledge of craniopuncture, an excellent technique for treating neuropathies originating in the central nervous system. Then she glanced at Reynaldo, who was fidgeting in his chair, and began to talk about her latest vision. She said she had seen dead women and dead girls. A desert. An oasis. Like in films about the French Foreign Legion and the Arabs. A city. She said that in this city they killed little girls. As she talked, trying to recall her vision as exactly as possible, she realized she was about to go into a trance, and she was mortified, since sometimes, not often, her trances could be violent and end with the medium crawling on the ground, which she didn't want to happen since it was her first time on television. But the trance, the posse's scion, was progressing. She felt it in her chest and in the blood coursing through her, and there was no way to stop it no matter how much she fought and sweated and smiled at Reynaldo, who asked her if she felt all right, Florida, if she wanted the assistants to bring her a glass of water, if the glare and the spotlights and the heat were bothering her. She was afraid to speak, because sometimes the first thing to be seized was her tongue. And even though she wanted to, because it would have been a great relief, she was afraid to close her eyes, since it was precisely when they were closed that she saw what the spirit possessing her saw. So Florida kept her eyes open and her mouth shut, though curved in a pleasant and enigmatic smile, watching the ventriloquist, who looked back and forth between her and his dummy, as if he had no idea what was going on but he could smell danger, the moment of revelation, unsolicited and afterward uncomprehended, the kind of revelation that flashes past and leaves us with only the certainty of a void that very quickly escapes even the word that contains it. And the ventriloquist knew this was dangerous. Dangerous especially for people like him, hypersensitive, of artistic temperament, their wounds still open. And Florida glanced at Reynaldo too when she got tired of looking at the ventriloquist, and he said to her, "Don't be afraid, Florida, don't be shy, think of this show as your home away from home." And she also glanced, though less often, at the audience, where several friends of hers were seated, waiting to hear what she had to say. Poor things, she thought, they must be feeling so sorry for me. And then she couldn't help it and she went into a trance. She closed her eyes. She opened her mouth. Her tongue began to work. She repeated what she had already said. A big desert, a big city, in the north of the state, girls killed, women killed. What city is it? She asked herself. Come now, what city is it? I must know the name of this infernal city. She concentrated for a few seconds. It's on the tip of my tongue. I don't censor myself, ladies, a speck. Eally not at times like this. It's Santa Teresa. It's Santa Teresa. I see it clearly now. Women are being killed there. They're killing my daughters. My daughters. My daughters. She screamed as she threw an imaginary shawl over her head and Reynaldo felt a shiver descend his spine like an elevator, or maybe rise, or both at once. The police do nothing, she said after a few seconds, in a different voice, deeper and more masculine. The fucking police do nothing, they just watch. But what are they watching? What are they watching? At this point Reynaldo tried to call her to order and get her to stop talking, but he couldn't. Away from me, you bootlicker, said Florida. The state governor must be informed, she said in a hoarse voice. This is no joke. José Andrés Briceño must hear about this. He must know what's being done to the women and girls of beautiful Santa Teresa. Beautiful and hardworking too. The silence must be broken, friends. José Andrés Briceño is a good man and a wise man and he won't let so many killers go unpunished. Such terrible apathy and such terrible darkness. Then, in a little girl's voice, she said, some are driven away in black cars, but they kill them anywhere. Then she said, in a normal voice, can't they at least leave the virgins in peace? A moment later, she leapt from her chair, perfectly captured by the cameras of Sonora TV's Studio One, and dropped to the floor as if felled by a bullet. Reynaldo and the ventriloquist hurried to her aid, but when they tried to help her up, each taking an arm, Florida roared. Never in his life had Reynaldo seen her like this, a real fury. Don't touch me, you cold-hearted wretches. Don't worry about me. Haven't you understood what I've said? Then she got up, turned toward the audience, went to Reynaldo and asked him what had happened, and a moment later she apologized, gazing straight into the camera. Around this time, Lalo Cura found some books at the precinct, books no one read that seemed destined to be rat food, on top of shelves of forgotten reports and files. He took them home. There were 8 books, and at first, so as not to make trouble, he took 3. Techniques for Police Instructors by John C. Clotter, The Informer in Law Enforcement by Malachi L. Harney and John C. Cross, and Modern Criminal Investigation by Harry Soderman and John J. O'Connell. One afternoon he told Epifanio what he'd done and Epifanio said they were books sent from Mexico City or Hermosillo, books no one read. So he ended up bringing home the 5 he'd left behind. The one he liked best, and the first one he read, was Modern Criminal Investigation. Despite its title, the book had been written long ago. The first Mexican edition was dated 1965. The copy he had was the 10th edition, published in 1992. In fact, in the reprinted preface to the 4th edition, Harry Soderman complained that the death of his dear friend, the late Inspector General John O'Connell, had placed the burden of revision on his own shoulders. And later he said, "In the process of reworking this book, I've sorely missed the inspiration, the rich experience, and the valued collaboration of the late Inspector O'Connell." Probably, thought Lalo Cura as he read the book in the dim light of a single bulb at night in the tenement or by the first rays of sunlight that filtered in the open window. Soderman himself had been dead for some time and he would never know it. But it didn't matter. In fact, the lack of certainty was just one more thing spurring him on to read. And he read, and sometimes he laughed at what the Swede and the gringo had to say, and other times he was dumbstruck, as if he'd been shot in the head. Around this time, too, the speed with which the murder of Silvana Perez was solved obscured the previous police failures, and the news was on Santa Teresa TV and in the two city papers. Some officers seemed happier than usual. In a coffee shop, Lalo Cura ran into a few young cops, 19 or 20 years old, who were discussing the case. How could Llanos rape her? One of them asked, if he was her husband. The others laughed, but Lalo Cura took the question seriously. He raped her because he forced her, because he made her do something she didn't want to do, he said. Otherwise, it wouldn't be rape. One of the young cops asked if he planned to go to law school. Do you want to be a lawyer, man? No, said Lalo Cura. The others looked at him like he was some kind of idiot. Meanwhile, in December 1994 there were no more killings of women, at least that anyone knew of, and the year ended peacefully. Before the year was over, Harry Magaña traveled to Chucuret and found the girl who had been writing love letters to Miguel Muniz. Her name was Maria del Mar Enciso Muniz and she was Miguel's cousin. She was 16 and she had been in love with him since she was 12. She was very thin and she had chestnut hair, bleached by the sun. She asked Harry Magaña why he wanted to see her cousin, and Ari said he was a friend and talked about some money Miguel had lent him one night. Then the girl introduced him to her parents, who had a little grocery store where they also sold salted fish that they went to buy themselves from the fishermen, driving along the coast from Huatabampo to Los Medanos and sometimes farther north, to Isla Lobos, where almost all the fishermen were Indians and had skin cancer, which didn't seem to bother them, and when they'd filled their pickup with fish they came back to Chucuret and then they did the salting themselves. Harry Magaña liked Maria del Mar's parents. That night he stayed for dinner. But first he went out and drove around Chucuret with the girl, looking for a place to buy something, a small gift for her parents, who had shown him such hospitality. The only place he could find anything was a bar, where he tried to buy a bottle of wine. The girl waited for him outside. When he came out she asked if he wanted to see Miguel's house. Harry said yes. They drove to the edge of Chucuret. In the shade of some trees stood an old adobe house. No one lives here anymore, said Maria del Mar. Harry Magaña got out of the car and saw a pigsty, a corral with a rotting, broken wooden fence, a henhouse where something moved, maybe a rat or a snake. Then he pushed open the door of the house and the smell of dead animal hit him in the face. He had a presentiment. He went back to the car, got his flashlight, and returned to the house. This time Maria del Mar followed. In the room were many dead birds. He shone the flashlight upward. Through beams made of branches you could see part of the attic, where there were piles of unidentifiable objects or natural excrescences. The first to leave was Miguel, said Maria del Mar in the darkness. Then his mother died and his father held on for a year here alone. One day he was gone. My mother says he killed himself. My father says he went north to look for Miguel. Didn't they have any other children? They did, said Maria del Mar, but they died when they were babies. Are you an only child too? Asked Harry Magaña. No, it was the same in my family. All of my older brothers and sisters got sick and died before any of them were 6. I'm sorry, said Harry Magaña. The other room was even darker. But it didn't smell of death. Strange, thought Harry. It smelled of life. Maybe life suspended, fleeting visits, cruel laughter, but life. When they came out the girl pointed up at the Chucuret sky full of stars. Do you hope Miguel will come back someday? Harry Magaña asked her. I hope he comes back, but I don't know if he will. Where do you think he is now? I don't know, said Maria del Mar. In Santa Teresa? No, she said, if he was there you wouldn't have come to Chucuret, would you? True, said Harry Magaña. Before they left, he took her hand and told her Miguel Muniz didn't deserve her. The girl smiled. She had small teeth. But I deserve him, she said. No, said Harry Magaña, you deserve much better. That night, after dinner at the girl's house, he headed north again. Early in the morning he got to Tijuana. All he knew was that Miguel Montez's friend in Tijuana was called Chucho. He thought about searching the bars and clubs for a waiter or bartender by that name, but he didn't have time. Nor did he know anyone in the city who could help him. At noon he called an old acquaintance from California. "It's me, Harry Magaña," he said. The man said he didn't know any Harry Magaña. "5 years ago we took a course together in Santa Barbara," said Harry Magaña, "do you remember?" "Fuck. Of course, it's the sheriff from Huntsville, Arizona." "Are you still sheriff?" "Yes," said Harry Magaña. Then they asked about each other's wives. The cop from East LA said his was fine, getting fatter every day. Harry said his had died 4 years ago, a few months after he'd finished the course in Santa Barbara. "I'm sorry," said the other man. "It's all right," said Harry Magaña, and there was an uncomfortable silence until the cop asked how she had died. "Cancer," said Harry. It was quick. "Are you in Los Angeles, Harry?" the other man wanted to know. No, I'm nearby, in Tijuana." "So what are you doing in Tijuana? Are you on vacation?" No, said Harry Magaña. "I'm looking for somebody. I'm looking in an unofficial capacity, if you know what I mean. But I only have a name." "Do you need help?" asked the cop. "It wouldn't hurt," said Harry. "Where are you calling from?" "I'm at a phone booth." "Put in more coins and wait a couple of minutes," said the policeman. As he waited, Harry didn't think about his wife. Instead, he thought about Lucy Ann Sander, and then he stopped thinking about Lucy Ann and he watched the people on the street, some in cardboard sombreros painted black or purple or orange, all with big bags and smiles, and the idea passed through his head, but so fleetingly it didn't even register, of going back to Huntsville and forgetting the whole thing. Then he heard the voice of the cop Fr. East LA giving him a name, Raúl Ramírez Cerezo, and an address, 401 Calle Oro. "Do you speak Spanish, Harry?" asked the voice from California. "Less and less," answered Harry Magaña. At 3 in the afternoon, under a blazing sun, he rang the bell at 401 Calle Oro. A 10-year-old girl in a school uniform opened the door. "I'm looking for Mr. Raúl Ramírez Cerezo," said Harry. The girl smiled, left the door open, and disappeared into the darkness. At first Harry wasn't sure whether to go in or wait outside. Maybe it was the sun that propelled him inside. It smelled of water and plants that had just been watered in hot, wet clay pots. 2 hallways led from the room. At the end of one of them was a gray tiled patio and a vine-covered wall. The other hallway was even darker than the entranceway or whatever this room was called. "What do you want?" asked a man's voice. "I'm looking for Mr. Ramírez," said Harry Magaña. "And who are you?" asked the voice. "A friend of Don Richardson, of the LAPD." "Well, now," said the voice, "isn't that interesting? And how can Mr. Ramírez help you?" "I'm looking for a man," said Harry. "You and everybody else," said the voice, sounding equal parts melancholy and tired. That afternoon Harry Magaña went with Raúl Ramírez Cerezo to a police station in downtown Tijuana, where the Mexican left him alone with more than 1,000 files. "Check these out," he said. After 2 hours Harry Magaña found one that seemed a perfect match. "This guy's a small-time crook," Ramírez said when he came back and took a look at the file. "Occasionally works as a pimp. We can find him tonight at Wow, a club where he hangs out, but first let's get some dinner," said Ramírez. As they ate at an outdoor restaurant, the Mexican cop told his life story. "I don't come from money," he said, "and for the first 25 years of my life it was one obstacle after another." Harry Magaña didn't feel much like listening. He would rather have been talking to Chucho, but he pretended to pay attention. Spanish could slide off his skin when he wanted it to and not leave a trace. It wasn't the same with English, although he'd tried that too. He gathered vaguely that Ramírez's life had not, in fact, been easy. Operations, surgeons, an unhappy mother accused Tom to misfortune. The bad rap policemen got, sometimes deserved, sometimes not, the cross we all have to bear. A cross, thought Harry Magaña. Then Ramírez talked about woe men. Women with their legs spread wide. What do you see when a woman spreads her legs? What do you see? For Christ's sake, this wasn't dinner conversation. A goddamn hole. A goddamn hole. A goddamn gash, like the crack in the Earth's crust they've got in California, the San Bernardino Fault, I think it's called. Is there something like that in California? First I've heard, but I live in Arizona, said Harry. Far from here, yes, sir, said Ramírez. No, right around the corner, tomorrow I'm going home, said Harry. Then came a long story about children. "Have you ever listened carefully to a child cry, Harry?" "No," he said, "I don't have children." "True," said Ramirez, "forgive me, I'm sorry." "Why is he apologizing?" wondered Harry. "A decent woman, a good woman. A woman you treat badly, without meaning to. Out of habit. We become blind, or at least partly blind, out of habit, Harry, until suddenly, when there's no turning back, this woman falls ill in our arms. A woman who took care of everyone, except herself, and she begins to fade away in our arms. And even then we don't realize," said Ramirez. "Did I tell him my story?" wondered Harry Magana. "Have I sunk that low?" "Things aren't the way they seem," whispered Ramirez. "Do you think things are the way they seem, as simple as that? No complicating factors, no questions asked?" "No," said Harry Magana, "it's always important to ask questions." "Correct," said the Tijuana cop. "It's always important to ask questions, and it's important to ask yourself why you ask the questions you ask. And do you know why? Because just one slip and our questions take us places we don't want to go. Do you see what I'm getting at, Harry? Our questions are, by definition, suspect. But we have to ask them. And that's the most fucked up thing of all. That's life," said Harry Magana. Then the Mexican cop was silent and both of them watched the people walking by, feeling the breeze on their hot cheeks. A breeze that smelled of motor oil, withered plants, oranges, a cemetery of cyclopean proportions. "Should we have another couple of beers or should we go find our man Chucho right now?" "Let's have another beer," said Harry Magana. When they got to the club he let Ramirez take the lead. Ramirez called over one of the bouncers, a man with the build of a weightlifter and a sweatshirt that clung to his torso like a leotard, and said something into his ear. The bouncer listened with his eyes on the ground. Then he looked up and seemed about to say something, but Ramirez said come and he disappeared into the lights. F the club. Harry Magana followed Ramirez to the back corridor. They went into the men's room. There were 2 men there, but when they saw the cop they left in a hurry. For a while Ramirez gazed at himself in the mirror. He washed his hands and face and then he took out a comb and proceeded to carefully comb his hair. Harry Magana didn't do anything. He stood leaning against the bare cement wall, until Chucho appeared in the doorway and asked what they wanted. "Come here, Chucho," said Ramirez. Harry Magana closed the door. Ramirez asked the questions and Chucho answered all of them. He knew Miguel Muniz. He was a friend of Miguel Montes. As far as he knew, Miguel Montes was still in Santa Teresa, where he lived with some whore. He didn't know the whore's name, but he did know she was young and she'd worked for a while at a club called Internal Affairs. "Elsa Fuentes?" asked Harry Magana, and Chucho turned around, looked at him, and nodded. He had the resentful gaze of the poor bastard who never gets a break. "I think that's her name," he said. "So how do I know you're not lying to me, Chuchito?" asked Ramirez. "Because I never lie to you, boss," said the pimp. "But I have to know for sure, Chuchito," said the Mexican cop, taking a knife out of his pocket. It was a switchblade, with a mother-of-pearl handle and a slender 6-inch blade. "I never lie to you, boss," whined Chucho. "This is important to my friend, Chuchito. How do I know you aren't going to call Miguel Montes as soon as we're gone?" "I would never do that, never, never, not if it was you asking me not to, boss. The thought would never even cross my mind." "What should we do, Harry?" asked the Mexican cop. "I don't think the bastard's lying," said Harry Magana. When he opened the door, 2 whores and the bouncer were just outside. The whores were short and fleshy and they must have been the sentimental type because when they saw Chucho safe and sound they ran to hug him, laughing and crying. Ramirez was the last to leave the washroom. "Anything wrong?" he asked the bouncer. "No," said the bouncer in a thin voice. "Everything okay, then?" "We're cool," said the bouncer. Outside was a line of kids waiting to get into the club. At the end of the sidewalk, Harry Magana spotted Chucho walking with his arms around his 2 whores. Above him hung a full moon that reminded Harry of the ocean, an ocean he had seen only 3 times. "He's off to bed," said Ramirez when he came up next to Harry Magana. "When you've been that scared and on a roller coaster of emotions all you want is a nice comfortable chair, a nice cocktail, a nice TV show, and a nice meal cooked by your 2 old ladies. Really, cooking is all they're good for," said the Mexican cop as if he'd known the whores since school. There were some American tourists in the line, too, talking in shouts. "What do you plan to do now, Harry?" asked Ramirez. "I'm going to Santa Teresa," said Harry Magana, looking at the ground. That night he followed the path of the stars. As he crossed the Rio Colorado he saw a meteor in the sky, or a shooting star, and he made a silent wish as his mother had taught him. He drove the lonely road from San Luis to Los Vidrios, where he stopped and had 2 cups of coffee, his mind blank, feeling the hot liquid burning his esophagus as it went down. Then he turned onto the Los Vidrios Sonoita road and after that he headed south, toward Caborca. Trying to find the exit, he drove through the center of town and everything looked closed, except the gas station. He turned east and passed through Altar, Pueblo Nuevo, and Santa Ana, finally ending up on the 4-lane highway to Nogales and Santa Teresa. It was 4 in the morning when he got to the city. There was no one home at Demetrio Aguila's, so he didn't even lie down for a moment. He washed his face and arms, scrubbed his chest and armpits with cold water, and took a clean shirt out of his suitcase. Internal affairs hadn't closed yet when he arrived, and he asked to talk to the madam. The man he spoke to gave him a mocking look. He was in a carved wooden booth, a stage designed for a single person, a master of ceremonies or a barker, and he looked taller than he was. "There's no madam here, sir," he said. "Then I'd like to talk to the manager," said Harry Magana. "There's no manager, sir." "Who's in charge?" asked Harry Magana. "There's a manageress, sir." "Our manageress of public relations, sir. Miss Isella." Harry Magana tried to smile and said he wanted to speak to Miss Isella for a moment. "Go up to the club and ask for her," the master of ceremonies said. Harry Magana went into a lounge and saw a man with a white mustache asleep in an armchair. The walls were covered with a red quilted fabric as if the lounge were a padded cell in a madhouse for whores. On the stairs, the banister covered in the same red fabric, he passed a whore with a client and grabbed her by the arm. He asked if Elsa Fuentes still worked there. "Let me go," said the whore, and she went on the stairs. There were quite a few people on the dance floor, although the music playing was boleros or sad danzones from the south. The couples scarcely moved in the darkness. With difficulty he located a waiter and asked where he could find Miss Isella. The waiter pointed to a door at the other end of the club. Miss Isella was with a man of about 50, dressed in a black suit and yellow tie. When she asked Harry Magana to sit down, the man went to lean on the windowsill. Harry Magana said he was looking for Elsa Fuentes. "And why is that?" Miss Isella wanted to know. "For no good reason," said Harry Magana with a smile. Miss Isella laughed. She was thin and had a nice body, a tattoo of a blue butterfly on her left shoulder, and she couldn't have been more than 22. The man by the window tried to laugh too, but all he could manage was a smirk that barely made his upper lip quiver. "She doesn't work here anymore," said Miss Isella. "How long has it been since she left?" asked Harry Magana. "About a month," said Miss Isella. "And do you know where I might find her?" Miss Isella looked over at the man by the window and asked whether they could tell him. "Why not?" said the man. "If we don't spill the beans ourselves, he'll find out some other way." "This gringo looks stubborn." "It's true," said Harry Magana, "I'm stubborn. So fuck the suspense, Isolita, tell him where Elsa Fuentes lives," said the man. Miss Isella took a narrow, hardcover ledger out of a drawer and flipped through it. "Elsa Fuentes, as far as we know, lives at 23 Calle Santa Catarina." "And where is that?" asked Harry Magana. "In Colonia Carranza," said Miss Isella. "If you ask around you'll find it," said the man. Harry Magana got up and thanked them. Before he left he turned and was about to ask them if they knew Miguel Muniz or had heard the name, but he changed his mind in time and said nothing. He had a hard time finding Calle Santa Catarina, but he got there at last. Elsa Fuentes' house had whitewashed walls and a steel door. He knocked twice. The nearby houses were completely silent, although he had passed 3 women on the street on their way to work. The 3 of them flocked together as soon as they left their houses and vanished rapidly after glancing at his car. He pulled out his knife, crouched down, and got the door open with no trouble. On the inside of the door was an iron bar that served as a bolt and wasn't in place, by which he guessed no one was home. He closed the door, ran the bolt, and began to search. The rooms gave no sense of having been abandoned. Instead they had an air of decorum, with a hint of coquettishness. The walls were hung with jugs, a guitar, bundles of medicinal herbs that gave off a pleasant scent. The bed in Elsa Fuentes' room was unmade, but otherwise the room was impeccable. The clothes in the closet were neatly put away. There were several photographs on a night table, 2 of Elsa with Miguel Muniz. The dust hadn't had time to build up on the floor. There was plenty of food in the refrigerator. Nothing was turned on, not even the electric candle next to the picture of a saint. Everything seemed set to wait for Elsa Fuentes to return. He looked for signs that Miguel Muniz had been staying there but found nothing. He sat in a chair in the living room and prepared to wail. He couldn't say exactly when he fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was noon and no one had tried to get in. He went into the kitchen and looked for something to eat for breakfast. He drank a big glass of milk after checking the expiration date on the carton. Then he took an apple from a plastic basket near the window and ate it as he searched every corner of the house again. He didn't want to light the stove, so he didn't make coffee. The only thing in the kitchen that had spoiled was the bread, which was stale. He looked for an address book, a bus ticket, the least sign of a struggle that he might have missed. He checked the bathroom, he looked under Elsa Fuentes' bed, he rummaged in the trash. He opened 3 boxes of shoes and found only shoes. He looked under the mattress. He lifted the 3 small rugs, all oriental, coquettish in Elsa Fuentes' particular way, and didn't find anything. Then it occurred to him to look up at the ceiling. In the bathroom and the living room there was nothing. In the kitchen, however, he spotted a crack. He got on a chair and dug with the knife until plaster fell to the floor. He made the hole bigger and stuck in his hand. He found a plastic bag with $10,000 and a notebook inside. He put the money in his pocket and began to leaf through the notebook. There were phone numbers without name or label, seemingly set down at random. He guessed they were clients. A few numbers were attached to names: Mama, Miguel, Lupe, Juana, and some nicknames, possibly friends from work. Among the Mexican telephone numbers he recognized a few Arizona numbers. He put the notebook in his pocket with the money and decided it was time to go. He was nervous and his body was crying out for coffee. When he started the car he had the feeling that he was being spied on. And yet everything was quiet, except for some boys playing soccer in the middle of the street. He honked the horn and the boys took a long time to get out of the way. In the rearview mirror he saw a Rand Charger appear at the other end of the street. He coasted along and let the Rand Charger catch up. The driver and his companion showed not the least interest in him, and at the corner the Rand Charger passed his car and left him behind. He drove downtown and stopped in front of a fairly crowded restaurant. He ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with ham and a cup of coffee. As he was waiting for his food he went up to the counter and asked a boy if he could make a call. The boy, who was wearing a white shirt and black bow tie, asked if he planned to call the United States or Mexico. "Here in Sonora," said Harry Magana, and he brought out the notebook and showed him the numbers. "Okay," said the boy, "you call where you want and then I'll charge you, all right?" "Sure," said Harry Magana. The boy brought over the telephone and then went to wait on other customers. First Harry Magana called Elsa Fuentes' mother. A woman answered. He asked for Elsa. "Elsita isn't here," said the woman. "But isn't this her mother?" he asked. "I'm her mother, yes, but Elsita lives in Santa Teresa," said the woman. "So where am I calling then?" asked Harry Magana. "Excuse me?" said the woman. "Where do you live, señora?" "In Tocanilco," said the woman. "And where is that, señora?" asked Harry Magana. "In Mexico, señor," said the woman. "But where in Mexico?" "Near Tepehuanes," said the woman. "And where is Tepehuanes?" yelled Harry Magana. "Why, in Durango, señor." "The state of Durango?" asked Harry Magana as he wrote the words Tocanilco and Tepehuanes and finally Durango on a sheet of paper. Before he hung up, he asked for her address. The woman gave it to him, all garbled, but without any hesitation. "I'll send you some money on your daughter's behalf," said Harry Magana. "God bless you," said the woman. "No, señora, bless your daughter," said Harry Magana. "So be it, then," said the woman, "God bless my daughter, and you too." Then he motioned to the boy in the bow tie, indicating that he hadn't finished yet, and returned to the table, where his scrambled eggs and coffee were waiting for him. Before he made another call he asked for a refill of coffee, and with the cup in his hand he went back up to the counter. He called Miguel Montez's number, although it might be a different Miguel, he thought, and just as he'd feared, no one answered. Then he called the number of the woman named Lupe, and the conversation was even more chaotic than the one he'd just had with Elsa Fuentes' mother. What he managed to get straight was that Lupe lived in Hermosillo. She didn't want to have anything to do with Elsa Fuentes or Santa Teresa. She had indeed known Miguel Muniz, but she didn't want to have anything to do with him either. If he was still alive, her life in Santa Teresa had been a mistake from start to finish and she didn't plan to make the same mistake twice. Next he called two other women, the one listed as Juana and the woman, though it might have been a man, it wasn't clear, tagged Vaca. Both numbers, a pre-recorded voice informed him, had been disconnected. The last attempt he made almost at random. He called one of the numbers in Arizona. A man's voice, distorted by the answering machine, asked him to leave a message and promised to return the call. He asked for the bill. The boy with the bow tie did some math on a paper he took out of his pocket and asked whether he had enjoyed his meal. "Very much," said Harry Magana. He took a nap at Demetrio Aguila's, on Calle Luciérnaga, and dreamed of a street in Huntsville, the main street, pounded by a sandstorm. "We have to get the girls at the bead factory," shouted someone behind him, but he paid no attention and remained immersed in a file, photocopied documents that seemed to be written in a language not of this world. When he woke he took a cold shower and dried himself with a big white towel, pleasing to the touch. Then he called in formation and gave them Miguel Montez's number. He asked what address the number belonged to. The woman made him wait a moment and then read the name of a street and a number. Before he hung up he asked whose name the number was registered in. "Francisco Diaz, sir," said the operator. Night was falling fast in Santa Teresa when Harry Magana got to Calle Portal de San Pablo, parallel to Avenida Madero Centro, in a neighborhood that still retained traces of what it had once been. 1- and 2-story cement and brick houses, middle class, formerly inhabited by government employees or young professionals. The only people to be seen on the street now were old men and women and gangs of adolescents who went by at a run or on bikes or in beat-up cars, always in a hurry, as if they had something very urgent to do that night. In fact, the only one with anything urgent to do is me, thought Harry Magana, and he sat in his car, motionless, until everything was dark. He crossed the street without being seen. The door was wooden and didn't seem hard to crack. He went to work with the knife and the lock soon gave way. From the living room a long hallway led to a small yard lit by the lights of a neighboring yard. Everything was a complete wreck. He heard the muted sounds of a TV in another house and a grunt. He knew immediately that he wasn't alone. It was then that Harry Magana regretted not having his gun with him. He peered into the first bedroom. A man, short and broad-backed, was pulling a bundle out from under a bed. The bed was low and it was hard to get the bundle out. When the man managed it at last and began to drag it into the hallway, he turned and looked at Harry Magana without surprise. The bundle was wrapped in plastic and Harry Magana felt choked by nausea and rage. For an instant the two of them stood frozen. The short man was wearing a black zip-up overall, probably the official overall of Immaquilatura, and his expression was angry and even embarrassed. "I always get stuck with the dirty work," it seemed to say. With a sense of fatalism, Harry Magana imagined that he was somewhere else, not a few minutes from downtown, at Francisco Diaz's house, which was like being at no one's house, but in the country, in the dust and brush, at a shack with a corral and a henhouse and a woodstove, in the Santa Teresa desert or any other desert. He heard someone closing the front door and then steps in the living room. A voice calling the short man. And he heard the latter reply, "I'm over here, with our friend." His rage grew. He wanted to bury his knife in the man's heart. He lunged at him, glancing desperately out of the corner of his eye at the two shadowy figures he had seen in the Rand Charger, coming down the hallway. The year 1995 began with the discovery, on January 5, of another dead woman. This time it was a skeleton shallowly buried in a field belonging to the Hijos de Morelos farming cooperative. The farm workers who dug it up didn't know it was a woman. They assumed it was a small man. There were no clothes or anything buried with the skeleton that might have helped to identify the remains. The cooperative alerted the police, who showed up 6 hours later. In addition to taking statements from everyone who had been present when the skeleton was found, they asked whether any worker was missing, whether there had been fights lately, whether there had been a change in anyone's behavior in recent days. As might be expected, 2 young men had left the cooperative, like every year, for Santa Teresa or Nogales or the United States. Fights happened all the time, but they were never serious. The workers' behavior varied depending on the season, the harvest, the little livestock they had left, in sum, on the economy, like everyone else's. The Santa Teresa medical examiner soon established that the skeleton was a woman's. If to this one added the fact that there were no clothes or scraps of cloth in the hole where she was buried, the verdict was plain: it was murder. How had she been killed? It was impossible to say now. And when? Probably about 3 months before, although on this last point the medical examiner preferred not to venture any definitive conclusion, since corpses decompose at different rates. If anyone required an exact date, they would have to send the bones to the Institute of Forensic Anatomy in Hermosillo, or better yet, to Mexico City. The Santa Teresa police issued a public statement in which it ultimately and vaguely evaded any responsibility. The killer might easily have been a driver headed to Chihuahua from Baja California, and the dead woman might have been a hitchhiker picked up in Tijuana, killed in Sarric, and randomly buried here. On January 15 the next dead woman turned up. Her name was Claudia Perez Millan. The body was found on Calle Sahuaritos. The deceased was dressed in a black sweater and had 2 cheap rings on each hand, plus an engagement ring. She wasn't wearing a skirt or panties, although she did have on red imitation leather flats. She had been raped and strangled and wrapped in a white blanket, as if the killer had planned to move the body elsewhere and had suddenly decided, or been obliged by circumstance, to leave it behind a dumpster on Calle Sahuaritos. Claudia Perez Millan was 31 and lived with her husband and 2 children on Calle Marquesas, not far from where the body was found. When the police paid a visit to her place of residence, no one came to the door, although crying and shouts could be heard from inside. Equipped with the proper warrant, the police broke down the door of the dead woman's residence, and, locked in one of the bedrooms, they found the minors Juan Aparicio Perez and his brother Frank Aparicio Perez. In the room were 2 loaves of sandwich bread and a bucket of drinking water. Questioned in the presence of a child psychologist, the minors both admitted that it had been their father, Juan Aparicio Regla, who had locked them in the night before. Then they had heard noises and shouting until they fell asleep, though they hadn't been able to tell who was shouting or where the noises came from. The next morning the house was empty, and when they heard the police they began to scream. The suspect owned a car, which wasn't found either, leading to the conclusion that he had fled after killing his wife. Claudia Perez Millan worked as a waitress in a coffee shop in the center of the city. Juan Aparicio Regla had no known occupation. Some thought he worked at a maquiladora, others that he was a pollero, leading migrants across the border into the United States. An urgent arrest warrant was issued, but those in the know were sure he would never set foot in the city again. In February Maria de la Luz Romero died. She was 14, and 5'3", with long hair down to her waist, although she planned to cut it someday soon, as she had revealed to one of her sisters. She had just started working at EMSA, one of the oldest maquiladoras in Santa Teresa, which wasn't in any industrial park but in the middle of Colonia La Prechada, like a melon-colored pyramid, its sacrificial altar hidden behind smokestacks and 2 enormous hangar doors through which workers and trucks entered. Maria de la Luz Romero left home at 7 in the evening, accompanied by some friends who had stopped by for her. She told her siblings she was going out dancing at La Sonorita, a cheap club on the border of Colonia San Damian and Colonia Plata, and she would get something to eat near the club. Her parents were working the night shift and weren't home. Maria de la Luz did, in fact, eat with her girlfriends, on foot next to a van that sold tacos and quesadillas, parked across the street from the club. It was 8 when they went in, and the club was full of kids they knew, either because they worked at EMSA too or because they lived in the neighborhood. According to one of her friends, Maria de la Luz danced alone, unlike the other girls, who had boyfriends or acquaintances there. Twice, however, she was approached by different boys who wanted to buy her a drink or a soda, which Maria de la Luz refused, the first time because she didn't like the boy and the second time out of shyness. At 11:30, she left with a friend. Both of them lived more or less nearby, and walking home together was much nicer than making the trip alone. They parted about 5 blocks from Maria de la Luz's house. There her trail vanished. When some of the neighbors who lived along the final stretch of her walk were questioned, all declared they hadn't heard any cries, much less a call for help. Her body appeared 2 days later, by the Casas Negras highway. She had been raped and hit multiple times in the face. A few of the blows were particularly violent, and she also exhibited a fracture of the palatine bone, which was highly unusual for a beating and led the medical examiner to conjecture, although of course he just as quickly abandoned the idea, that the car in which Maria de la Luz was picked up had been in an accident. The cause of death was stab wounds to the torso and neck, which had pierced both lungs and multiple arteries. The case was handled by Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez, who once again questioned the friends with her at the club, the owner of the club and some of the bartenders, and the people who lived along the 5 blocks. Maria de la Luz had walked or tried to walk alone before she was snatched. The results were disappointing. In March no dead woman turned up in the city, but in April 2 appeared just a few days apart, as did the first complaints about the police, who were incapable not only of stopping the wave, or incessant drip, of sex crimes but also of apprehending the killers and restoring peace and quiet to a hard-working city. The first dead woman was found in a room at Mi Reposo, a hotel in the center of Santa Teresa. She was under the bed, wrapped in a sheet, wearing only a white bra. According to the manager of Mi Reposo, the dead woman's room was registered to a guest by the name of Alejandro Penalva Brown, who had taken it 3 days before and hadn't been seen since. When the cleaning women and the 2 clerks were questioned, all were in agreement that the only glimpse they'd had of the aforementioned Penalva Brown was on the first day of his stay at the hotel. The cleaning women, meanwhile, swore that on the second and third day they hadn't found anything under the bed, although this, according to the police, could easily be a fib to cover up the sloppy job they did on the rooms. In the hotel registry, Penalva Brown had left an Hermosillo address. When the Hermosillo Police were alerted, it was discovered that no Penalva Brown had ever lived at that address. The arms of the dead woman, who was about 35, dark and solidly built, were covered in needle tracks, so the police delved into the city's drug scene, without turning up any clues that might lead to the identification of the body. According to the medical examiner, the cause of death was an overdose of bad cocaine. The possibility wasn't ruled out that the cocaine had been supplied by the suspected killer, and that Penalva Brown knew he was giving her poison. 2 weeks later, when all efforts were focused on solving the second murder, 2 women appeared at the precinct station, where they stated that they had known the dead woman. Her name was Sofia Serrano and she had worked at 3 Maquiladoras and as a waitress, and most recently as a whore in the vacant lots of Colonia Ciudad Nueva, behind the cemetery. She had no family in Santa Teresa, just some friends, all of them poor, so her body was handed over to the University of Santa Teresa Medical School. The second dead woman turned up next to a trash can in Colonia Estrella. She had been raped and strangled. Shortly afterward she was identified as Olga Paredes Pacheco, 25, salesgirl at a clothing store on Avenida Real, near the center of the city, single, 5'3", resident of Calle Hermanos Redondo, in Colonia Rubén Dario, where she lived with her younger sister, Elisa Paredes Pacheco, both of them well known in the neighborhood for their warmth, friendliness, and trustworthiness. Their parents had died 5 years before, scarcely 2 months apart. First their father, of cancer, and then their mother, of a heart attack, and Olga had taken charge of the household smoothly and easily. She wasn't known to be dating anyone. Her sister, 20, was engaged to be married. Elisa's fiancé, a young lawyer recently graduated from the University of Santa Teresa, worked in the offices of a well-known corporate lawyer, and also possessed an alibi for the night when it was believed Olga had been kidnapped. Shaken by the death of his future sister-in-law, he confessed during the informal questioning to which he was subjected to not having the least idea who could wish Olga ill, let alone want to kill her, and he appeared to be obsessed by the bad luck, the tragic fate, that, according to him, had beset his fiancé's family, first with the death of her parents and then the death of her sister. Olga's few friends confirmed what her sister and the young lawyer had said. Everybody loved her, she was the kind of woman you didn't often come across in Santa Teresa anymore, that is, virtuous, true to her word, honest, and responsible. And she knew how to dress, too, with elegance and good taste. Concerning her taste in clothing, the medical examiner was in agreement. He also discovered something odd about the body. The skirt she was wearing the night of her death—the skirt in which she was found, was on backward. In May the American consul visited the mayor of Santa Teresa and then, along with the latter, paid an informal visit to the police chief. The consul's name was Abraham Mitchell, but his wife and friends called him Conan. He was a tall man, 6'3", 230 pounds, his face lined and his ears perhaps too big, who loved living in Mexico and camping in the desert and who intervened personally only in serious matters. In other words, he almost never had anything to do, except attend parties as his country's representative and make occasional surreptitious visits, once every 2 months, along with a few fellow countrymen of great drinking prowess, to the 2 most famous pulquerias in Santa Teresa. The Huntsville sheriff had disappeared and all available reports indicated that he had last been seen in Santa Teresa. The police chief wanted to know whether he had been in Santa Teresa on official business or as a tourist. "As a tourist, of course," said the consul. "Well, then, what do you expect me to know?" asked Pedro Negrete. "Hundreds of tourists come through here every day." The consul reflected for an instant and ultimately agreed that the police chief was right. Better not to stir things up, he thought. Still, as a courtesy to the mayor, who was Pedro Negrete's friend, permission was granted for the consul or whomever he deemed appropriate to go through the photographs of unidentified dead bodies found in the city from November 1994 to the present, and none of the bodies were identified by Rory Campuzano, assistant to the sheriff, who came from Huntsville for that express purpose. "Probably the sheriff flipped out," said Kurt A. Banks, "and killed himself in the desert. Or now he's living with a transvestite in Florida," said Henderson, the other consular officer. Conan Mitchell frowned and said it wasn't respectful to talk that way about a United States sheriff. In May, meanwhile, no woman was killed in Santa Teresa and the same was true of June. But in July 2 dead women turned up, and the first protests were staged by a feminist organization, Women of Sonora for Democracy and Peace, WSDP, a group whose headquarters were in Hermosillo and that had only 3 members in Santa Teresa. The first dead woman appeared in the yard of an auto repair shop, at the end of Calle Refugio, near the Nogales Highway. The woman was 19 and had been raped and strangled. Her body was found in a car about to be scrapped. She was dressed in jeans, a low-cut white blouse and cowboy boots. 3 days later it was learned that she was Paula Garcia Zapatero, resident of Colonia Lomas del Toro, machine operator at the Maquiladora Tecnosa, born in the state of Querétaro. She lived with 3 other women from Querétaro, and she wasn't known to have a boyfriend, although she'd been involved with 2 fellow workers from the same Maquiladora. The men were found and questioned for several days and both could substantiate their alibis, although one of them ended up in the hospital with nervous shock and 3 broken ribs. While the case of Paula Garcia Zapatero was still under investigation, the second dead woman of July turned up. Her body was found behind some Pemex tanks along the Casas Negras highway. She was 19, thin and dark-skinned, with long black hair. She had been raped repeatedly, anally and vaginally, according to the medical examiner, and the presence of multiple hematomas testified to the excessive violence employed against her. Her body, however, was found fully clothed, jeans, black panties, pantyhose, white bra, white blouse, garments without a single rip or tear, from which it was deduced that the killer or killers, after stripping and molesting and killing her, had proceeded to dress her before dumping her body behind the Pemex tanks. The Paula Garcia Zapatero case was handled by Inspector Efraí Bustelo of the State Judicial Police, and the Rosora Lopez Santana case was assigned to Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo, and both cases soon hit a wall, since there were no witnesses or leads. In August 1995, the bodies of 7 women were found. Florida Almada made her second appearance on Sonora television, and 2 Tucson cops came to Santa Teresa asking case tie-ons. The Tucson cops spoke with the consular officers Kurt A. Banks and Dick Henderson, since the consul was spending some time at his ranch in Sage, California, actually a rotting wooden cabin, on the far side of the Ramona Indian Reservation, while his wife took a few months' break with her sister in Escondido, near San Diego. There had once been land with the cabin, but the land was sold by Conan Mitchell's father and all that was left now was a quarter-acre of overgrown yard where Conan Mitchell spent his time shooting field mice with a Remington 870 Wingmaster and reading cowboy novels and watching porn videos. When he was bored he would get in his car and go down to Sage, to the bar, where some of the old men had known him since he was a boy. At times Conan Mitchell would stare at the old men and think it was impossible they could remember his childhood so well, since some of them didn't seem much older than he was. But the old men clattered their false teeth and recalled the young Abe Mitchell's pranks as if they were occurring before their eyes, and Conan had no choice but to pretend he was laughing too. The truth is, he didn't have clear memories of his childhood. He remembered his father and his older brother, and sometimes he remembered thunderstorms, but the rain had been somewhere else he'd lived, not Sage. He'd had the superstition since childhood that he would die struck by lightning, and he did remember that, although he hadn't told many people about it, except his wife. The truth is, Conan Mitchell wasn't much of a talker. That was one of the reasons he liked to live in Mexico, where he had 2 small transport companies. Mexicans like to talk, but they'd rather not talk to higher-ups, especially if they're American. This idea, which he'd come up with himself, though God knows how it had taken shape in his head, soothed him when he was south of the border. Sometimes, though, and always at his wife's insistence, he had to spend periods in California or Arizona, which he accepted with resignation. The first few days the change didn't seem to affect him. 2 weeks later, unable to bear the noise directed at him and requiring answers, he left for Sage, to hole up in his old cabin. When the Tucson police came to Santa Teresa, Conan had been gone for 20 days, which the policemen were secretly glad of, because they'd heard talk of his incompetence. Henderson and Banks acted as guides. The policemen traveled all over the city, visited bars and clubs, were introduced to Pedro Negrete, with whom they had a long conversation about drug trafficking, held a meeting with Inspector Ortiz Rebolledo and Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez, spoke to 2 medical examiners from the city morgue, examined some files of nameless bodies found in the desert, and visited the brothel Internal Affairs, where they each slept with a whore. Then, as suddenly as they had come, they went away. As for Florida Almada, her second television appearance was less spectacular than the first. She spoke, at Reynaldo's particular request, about the 3 books she'd written and published. They might not be good books, she said, but for a woman who'd been illiterate until she was past 20, they weren't entirely lacking in merit. Everything in this world, she said, no matter how big, was the tiniest speck compared to the universe. What did she mean by that? Why, that human beings, if they put their minds to it, could better themselves. She didn't mean that a peasant, to give an example, would be capable from one day to the next of running NASA, or even of working for NASA, but who could say that the peasant's son, guided by his father's love and example, might not end up working there one day? She, to give another example, would have liked to go to school and become a teacher, because in her modest understanding, teaching children might be the best job in the world, gently opening children's eyes, even the tiniest bit, to the treasures of life and culture, which were ultimately one and the same. But it wasn't to be, and she was at peace with the world. Sometimes she dreamed she was a schoolteacher and she lived in the country. Her school was at the top of a hill with a view of the town, the brown and white houses, the dusky yellow roofs where the old folks sometimes settled to gaze down on the dirt streets. From the schoolyard she could see the girls on their way to class. Black hair gathered in ponytails or braids or held back with bands. Dark-skinned faces and white smiles. In the distance, the peasants worked the land, reaped fruit from the desert, tended flocks of goats. She could hear them, the way they said good morning or good night, how clearly, effortlessly. She could hear them, every word they spoke, the words that never changed and the words that changed each day, each hour, each minute. Well, that was the way it was in dreams. There were dreams in which everything fit together and other dreams in which no thing fit and the world was like a creaky coffin. For all that, she was at peace with the world, since even though she hadn't studied to become a schoolteacher, which was her dream, now she was an herbalist and, in the view of some, a seer, and many people were grateful to her for a few little things she had done for them. Nothing important, bits of advice, small suggestions, like for example recommending that they incorporate vegetable fiber into their diets. Vegetable fiber isn't food for human beings. In other words, our digestive system can't break it down and absorb it, but it helps us go to the toilet, or make number 2 or, begging the pardon of Reynaldo and this distinguished audience, defecate. Only the digestive system of herbivorous animals, said Florida, is equipped with substances capable of digesting cellulose and therefore of absorbing the glucose molecules that make up cellulose. Vegetable fiber is the name we give to cellulose and other similar substances. The consumption of vegetable fiber, even though it doesn't provide us with usable energy-producing elements, is beneficial. When it isn't absorbed, the fiber causes the bolus, in its passage through the digestive tract, to re-toin its volume. And that causes pressure to be generated inside the intestine, which stimulates intestinal activity, assuring the easy passage of waste through the whole digestive tract. Diarrhea is hardly ever a good thing, but going to the bathroom once or twice a day brings serenity and balance, a kind of inner peace. Not great inner peace, why exaggerate, but a small and shining inner peace. What a difference between vegetable fiber and iron and what they represent. Vegetable fiber is the food of herbivores and it's small and provides us not with nourishment but with peace the size of a jumping bean. Iron, in contrast, represents harshness in our treatment of others and ourselves, harshness in its most extreme form. What iron am I talking about? Why, the iron that swords are made from. Or that swords used to be made from and that stands for inflexibility. Either way, iron was the dealer of death. King Solomon was a wise king, probably the wisest in history, son himself of the king from Las Mananitas, our birthday song, and protector of childhood, although it said he once wanted to slice a child in two. When King Solomon ordered the Temple of Jerusalem to be built, he strictly forbade the use of iron as a support in the construction, even in the smallest details, and he also forbade the use of iron in circumcision, a practice, let it be said in passing and with no intention to offend, that might have had its purposes in those days and those deserts, but now, with modern hygiene, strikes me as unnecessary. I think men should circumcise themselves at 21 if they want, and if they don't want to, fine. Getting back to iron, said Florida, let it also be said that neither the Greeks nor the Celts used it in the collection of medicinal or magical herbs. Because iron signified death, inflexibility, power. And this was at odds with healing practices. Though later the Romans attributed a long series of therapeutic virtues to iron, believing it relieved or cured various afflictions, like the bites of rabid dogs, hemorrhage, dysentery, hemorrhoids. This notion carried over into the Middle Ages, in which it was also believed that demons, witches, and wizards fled from iron. And why shouldn't they when iron was the instrument of their deaths? They would have been complete idiots if they hadn't run away. In those dark years iron was used in the practice of the divinatory art called sideromancy. This consisted of heating a piece of iron in the forge until it was red hot and then tossing bits of straw on it, which burned with a blinding brightness, like the stars. The metal, well polished, served to protect the eyes from the venomous glare of witches. That makes me think, if you'll pardon the digression, said Florida Almada, about the dark glasses worn by some of our political leaders or labor bosses or policemen. Why do they cover their eyes, I ask? Have they been up all night studying how to help the country advance? How to promise workers greater job security or pay raises? How to fight crime? Maybe so. It's not for me to say otherwise. Maybe that's why they have circles under their eyes. But what would happen if I went up to one of them and took off his glasses and saw that he didn't have circles under his eyes? It frightens me to imagine it. It makes me angry. Very angry, dear friends. But it made her even more frightened and angry, and this she had to say here, in front of the cameras, on Reynaldo's lovely show, so fittingly called An Hour with Reynaldo, a nice, wholesome program that gave everyone a chance to laugh and enjoy themselves and learn something new in the process. Because Reynaldo was a cultured young man and he always took the trouble to find interesting guests, a singer, a painter, a retired fire eater from Mexico City, an interior designer, a ventriloquist and his dummy, a mother of 15 children, a composer of romantic ballads, and now that she was here, she said, it was her duty to take this opportunity to speak of other things, by which she meant that she couldn't talk about herself, she couldn't let herself succumb to that temptation of the ego, that frivolity, which might not be frivolity or sin or anything of the sort if she were a girl of 17 or 18, but would be unforgivable in a woman of 70, although my life, she said, could furnish material for several November else or at least a soap opera. But God and especially the Blessed Virgin would deliver her from talking about herself. Reynaldo will have to forgive me. He wants me to talk about myself. But there's something more important than me and my so-called miracles, which aren't miracles, as I never get tired of saying, but the fruit of many years of reading and handling plants. In other words, my miracles are the product of work and observation, and, possibly, I say possibly, also of a natural talent, said Florida. And then she said, it makes me very angry, it makes me frightened and angry what's happening in the lovely state of Sonora, which is my homeland, the place I was born and will probably die. And then she said, I'm talking about vis ions that would take away the breath of the bravest of brave men. In dreams I see the crimes and it's as if a television set had exploded and I keep seeing, in the little shards of screen scattered around my bedroom, horrible scenes, endless tears. And she said, after these vis ions I can't sleep. No matter what I take for my nerves, nothing helps. The shoemaker's son always goes barefoot. So I stay up until dawn and I try to read and do something useful and practical, but in the end I sit down at the kitchen table and start to mull over the problem. And finally she said, I'm talking about the women brutally murdered in Santa Teresa. I'm talking about the girls and the mothers of families and the workers from all walks of life who turn up dead each day in the neighborhoods and on the edges of that industrious city in the northern part of our state. I'm talking about Santa Teresa. I'm talking about Santa Teresa. As for the dead women of August 1995, the first was Aurora Muñoz Alvarez, and her body was found on the pavement of the Santa Teresa Cananea Highway. She had been strangled. She was 28 and she was dressed in green leggings, a white t-shirt, and pink tennis shoes. According to the medical examiner, she had been beaten and whipped. The marks of a wide belt were still visible on her back. She had worked as a waitress at a café in the center of the city. The first to take the rap was her boyfriend, with whom she often fought, according to some witnesses. The man's name was Rogelio Reynosa and he worked at the Maquiladora Rem & Co. and didn't have an alibi for the evening Aurora Muñoz was kidnapped. He spent a week in one interrogation session after another. A month later, after he had already been moved to the Santa Teresa jail, he was released for lack of evidence. There were no other arrests. According to the eyewitnesses, who had no idea it was a kidnapping, Aurora Muñoz had gotten into a black Peregrine with two men she seemed to know. 2 days after the appearance of the first August victim, the body of Emilia Escalante San Juan, 33, was found, presenting multiple hematomas over the chest and neck. The body was discovered at the intersection of Michoacán and General Saavedra, in Colonia Trabajadores. The medical examiner's report stated that the cause of death was strangulation, after the victim had been raped countless times. The report of Inspector Angel Fernandez, who took charge of the case, indicated, on the contrary, that the cause of death was alcohol poisoning. Emilia Escalante San Juan lived in Colonia Morelos, in the west of the city, and worked at the Maquiladora New Markets. She had 2 young children and lived with her mother, whom she had sent for from Oaxaca, where she was from. She didn't have a husband, although once every 2 months she went out to clubs downtown, with friends from work, where she usually drank and went off with some man. Practically a whore, said the police. A week later the body of Estrella Ruiz Sandoval, 17, turned up next to the Casas Negras highway. She had been raped and strangled. She was dressed in jeans and a dark blue blouse. Her arms were tied behind her back. Her body showed no signs of torture or beating. She had disappeared from home, where she lived with her parents and siblings, 3 days before. The case was handled by Epifanio Galindo and Noe Velasco, of the Santa Teresa Police Department, to ease the burden on the judicial police inspectors, who were complaining about having too much work. 1 day after Estrella Ruiz Sandoval's body was found, the body of Monica Posadas, 20, was discovered in a vacant lot near Calle Amistad, in Colonia La Prechada. According to the medical examiner, Monica had been anally and vaginally raped, although traces of semen were also found in her throat, which led to talk in police circles of a three-way rape. There was one cop, however, who said a full rape meant a rape of all 5 orifices. Asked what the other 2 were, he said the ears. Another cop said he'd heard of a man from Sinaloa who raped 7 ways. That is, the 5 known orifices, plus the eyes. And another cop said he'd heard of a man from Mexico City who did it 8 ways, which meant the 7 orifices previously mentioned. Call it the 7 classics, plus the navel, where the man from Mexico City would make a small incision with his knife, then stick in his dick. Although to do that, of course, you had to be out of your tree. Anyway, the story of the 3-way rape spread and became a favorite among the Santa Teresa police, acquiring semi-official status and occasionally cropping up in reports, interrogations, and off-the-record conversations with the press. In the case of Monica Posadas, the victim hadn't only been raped 3 ways, but also strangled. The body, which was found half hidden behind some cardboard boxes, was naked from the waist down. The legs were stained with blood. So much blood that if seen from a distance, or from a certain height, a stranger, or an angel, since there was no nearby building from which to look down, might have said the girl was wearing red tights. Her vagina was torn. Her vulva and thighs showed clear signs of bites and tears, as if a street dog had gnawed at her. The inspectors centered their investigation on the family circle and among the acquaintances of Monica Posadas, who lived with her family on Calle San Hipólito, about 6 blocks from the vacant lot where the body was found. Her mother and stepfather, as well as her older brother, worked at Overworld, a maquiladora where Monica had worked for 3 years, after which she'd left to try her luck at Country and SeaTech. Monica's family came from a little town in Michoacán and had moved to Santa Teresa 10 years ago. At first, life seemed to get worse instead of better, and Monica's father decided to cross the border. He was never heard from again, and after a while his family gave him up for dead. Then Monica's mother met a hard-working, responsible man whom she ended up marrying. 3 children were born of this marriage. One worked at a small boot factory and the other 2 went to school. Upon being questioned, it wasn't long before Monica's stepfather began to flagrantly contradict himself, and in the end, he admitted he was guilty of the murder. According to his confession, he had loved Monica in secret from the time she was 15. His life since then had been a living hell, he told Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez, Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo, and Inspector Ephraim Rebolledo, but he had controlled himself and stayed away from her, partly because she was his stepdaughter and partly because her mother was also the mother of his own children. His account of the day of the crime was vague, full of holes and forgotten details. In his first statement he said it was late at night. In the second he said it was early morning, and only he and Monica were in the house because they were both working the afternoon shift that week. He hid the body in a wardrobe. "In my wardrobe," he told the inspectors, "a wardrobe no one touched because it was my wardrobe and I demanded respect for my things." At night, while the family was asleep, he wrapped the body in a blanket and left it in the nearest vacant lot. Asked about the bites and the blood covering Monica's legs, he didn't know what to answer. He said he had strangled her and that was all he remembered. The rest had been erased from his memory. 2 days after Monica's body was discovered in the vacant lot on Calle Amistad, the body of another dead woman appeared on the Santa Teresa Caborca highway. According to the medical examiner, the woman was probably between 18 and 22, although she might well have been between 16 and 23. The cause of death, at least, was clear. She had been shot. 100 feet from where she was found, the skeleton of another woman was discovered, half buried in a decumbent position, still wearing a blue jacket and good quality leather shoes with a small heel. The state of the body made it impossible to determine the cause of death. A week later, when August was nearing an end, the body of Jacqueline Rios, 25, salesgirl at a drugstore in Colonia Madero, was found next to the Santa Teresa Cananea highway. She was dressed in jeans and a light gray blouse, white tennis shoes, and black underwear. She had been shot in the chest and the abdomen. She had an apartment with a friend on Calle Bulgaria, in Colonia Madero, and both dreamed of going to live in California someday. Found in her bedroom, which she shared with her friend, were clippings of Hollywood actresses and actors and pictures of places around the world. "First we wanted to move to California, find decent, well-paying jobs, and then, once we were settled, see the world on our vacations," said her friend. Both of them studied English at a private academy in Colonia Madero. The case remained unsolved. "Those fucking judiciales never solve a case," Epifanio said to Lalo Cura. Then he began to rummage through his papers until he found a little notebook. "What do you think this is?" he asked. "An address book," said Lalo Cura. "No," said Epifanio, "it's an unsolved case. This happened before you came to Santa Teresa. I don't remember the year. A little before Don Pedro brought you, that I do remember, but I'm not sure about the exact year. Maybe 1993. What year did you come?" "In 93, said Lalo Cura. "Is that so?" "Yes," said Lalo Cura. "Well, then this was months before you got here," said Epifanio. A radio reporter was killed. Her name was Isabel Uria. She was shot to death. No one ever figured out who the killer was. They tried to find him, but they couldn't. Of course, it didn't occur to anyone to look at Isabel Uria's appointment book. The assholes thought it was a mugging gone wrong. There was talk about a Central American. Some desperate fuck who needed money to cross the border, and illegal, see? And illegal even in Mexico, which is saying a lot, because we're all potential illegals here and one more or one less hardly makes a difference. I was there when they searched her house to see if they could find some clue. Of course, they found nothing. I remember I sat in an armchair, with a glass of tequila next to me, Isabel Uria's tequila, and I glanced through the appointment book. An inspector asked me where I had gotten the tequila. But no one asked me where I had gotten the appointment book or whether there was anything important in it. I glanced through it, some of the names sounded familiar, and then I left it with the rest of the evidence. A month later I went into the archives at the precinct, and there was the AP appointment book, along with a few other things belonging to the reporter. I slipped it into my pocket and took it. That way I could study it in my own time. I found the phone numbers of 3 narcos. One of them was Pedro Rengifo. I also found the numbers of several judiciales, including a big boss in Hermosillo. What were those phone numbers doing in an ordinary reporter's appointment book? Had she interviewed them, put them on the air? Was she friends with them? And if she wasn't, who had given her the numbers? A mystery. I could have done something. I could have called some of the names I'd found and asked for money. But money doesn't do it for me. So I kept the notebook, fuck it, and didn't do anything. Early in September, the body of a girl later identified as Marissa Hernandez Silva appeared. She was 17 and had vanished at the beginning of July on her way to the Vasconcelos Preparatory School, in Colonia Reforma. According to the forensic report, she had been raped and strangled. One of her breasts was almost completely severed and the other was missing the nipple, which had been bitten off. The body was found at the entrance to the illegal dump El Chile. The call that alerted the police was made by a woman who had come to the dump to dispose of a refrigerator, at noon, a time of day when there were no tramps, just the occasional pack of children or dogs. Marissa Hernandez Silva was sprawled between 2 big gray plastic bags full of scraps of synthetic fiber. She was wearing the same clothes she'd had on when she disappeared: denim pants, yellow blouse, and sneakers. The mayor of Santa Teresa ordered that the dump be closed, although he later changed the order, informed by his secretary of the legal impossibility of closing something that, for all intents and purposes, had never been open, to decree the dismantling, removal, and destruction of that pestilential no-man's land. For a week a police guard was posted on the edge of El Chile, and for 3 days a few garbage trucks, aided by the 2 city dump trucks, ferried trash to the dump in Colonia Quino. But faced with the magnitude of the job and their own lack of manpower, they soon gave up. Around this time, Sergio Gonzalez, the reporter from Mexico City, had moved up the ranks of his paper's arts page and his salary was higher, which meant he could send monthly support payments to his ex-wife and still live comfortably, and he even had a lover, a reporter from the international news section, with whom he slept occasionally, but to whom he couldn't talk, because they were so different. He hadn't forgotten, although he wondered himself why the memory persisted, the days he'd spent in Santa Teresa or the killings of women, or the priest-killer called the Penitent, who had vanished as mysteriously as he'd appeared. Sometimes, he thought, being an arts reporter in Mexico was the same as reporting on crime. And being on the police beat was the same as working for the arts page, although in the minds of the crime reporters, all the arts reporters were faggots, aesthetes, they called them, and in the minds of the arts reporters, all the crime reporters were scum. Some nights after work he went for drinks with a few older reporters from the crime page, which, as it happened, had the highest percentage of the oldest reporters at the newspaper, trailed distantly by national news and sports. Usually they ended up at a bar frequented by whores in Colonia Guerrero, a huge lounge presided over by a 7-foot-tall plaster statue of Aphrodite, probably, he thought, a place that had enjoyed a certain louche glory back in Tintin's day, and since then had been in perpetual decline, one of those interminable Mexican declines, meaning a decline stitched together here and there with a muted laugh, a muted shot, a muted whimper. A Mexican decline? More like a Latin American decline. The crime reporters liked to drink there, but they hardly ever slept with the whores. They talked about old cases, recalled tales of corruption, extortion, and bloodshed, greeted the cops who dropped by too, or took them aside to talk, as they put it, on background, but they hardly ever went with a whore. At first, Sergio Gonzalez followed their example, until he figured out that the reason the older reporters didn't sleep with the whores was essentially because they had already been with all of them, years ago, and because they weren't of an age to throw their money around. So he stopped following their example, found a pretty young whore, and took her to a nearby hotel. Once, he asked one of the oldest reporters what he thought about the killings of women up north. The reporter answered that Santa Teresa was a center of the drug trade and most likely nothing happened there that wasn't related to the phenomenon one way or another. This struck him as an obvious answer, an answer anyone might have given him, but every so often he pondered it, as if despite the obviousness or simplicity of what the reporter had said, the answer was orbiting his brain and emitting signals. His few writer friends, those who came to visit him at the arts department, had no idea what was happening in Santa Teresa, although news of the dead women reached Mexico City at a steady rate, and Sergio imagined they probably didn't care much what was happening in some distant corner of the country. His fellow reporters, even those on the police beat, were indifferent too. One night, after making love with the whore, as they lay smoking in bed, he asked her what she thought about all the kidnappings and all the bodies of women found in the desert, and she said she had only a vague idea what he was talking about. Then Sergio told her everything he knew about the dead women and described the trip he'd taken to Santa Teresa, and why he took it, because he needed the money, because he'd just gotten divorced, and then he talked about the killings, which he, as a newspaper reader, had followed, and about the press releases from a women's organization whose initials, WSDP, he remembered, although he'd forgotten what they stood for, Women of Sun Aura for Democracy and the People. And as he was talking the whore yawned, not because she wasn't interested in what he was saying but because she was tired, which irritated Sergio and made him say, in exasperation, that in Santa Teresa they were killing whores, so why not show a little professional solidarity, to which the whore replied that he was wrong. In the story as he had told it, the women dying were factory workers, not whores. Workers, she said. And then Sergio apologized, and, as if a light bulb had gone on over his head, he glimpsed an aspect of the situation that until now he'd overlooked. The month of September still held surprises for the citizens of Santa Teresa. 3 days after the discovery of Marisa Hernandez Silva's mutilated body, the body of an unidentified woman turned up next to the Santa Teresa, Cananea Highway. The dead woman must have been about 25 and she had a congenital dislocation of the right hip. And yet, no one missed her, and even after the details of her deformity were published in the press, no one came to the police with new information that might lead to an identification. She was found with her hands bound, the strap of a woman's purse used for the purpose. Her neck was broken and both arms displayed knife wounds. But most significant of all was that, just like young Marisa Hernandez Silva, one of her breasts had been severed and the nipple of the other breast had been bitten off. The same day that the victim with the hip dislocation was found next to the Santa Teresa Cananea Highway, city workers who were trying to move the El Chile dump discovered the rotting body of a woman. It was impossible to determine the cause of death. She had long black hair. She was dressed in a light-colored blouse with dark patterns that couldn't be made out because of the body's state of decay. She was wearing Jocko brand jeans. No one came to the police with information that might lead to an identification. At the end of September, the body of a 13-year-old girl was found on the east side of Cerro Estrella. Like Marisa Hernandez Silva and the woman by the Santa Teresa, Cananea Highway, her right breast had been severed and the nipple of her left breast had been bitten off. She was dressed in Lee jeans, a sweatshirt, and a red vest. She was very thin. She had been raped numerous times and stabbed, and the cause of death was a fracture of the hyoid bone. But what surprised the reporters most was that no one claimed or acknowledged the body. As if the girl had come to Santa Teresa alone and lived there invisibly until the murderer or murderers took notice of her and killed her. As the crimes followed one after the other, Epifanio carried on alone with his investigation of the death of Estrella Ruiz Sandoval. He talked to her parents and the siblings still living at home. They didn't know anything. He talked to an older sister, who was married and lived on Calle Esperanza now, in Colonia Ayomas del Toro. He looked at pictures of Estrella. She was a pretty girl, tall, with beautiful hair and nice features. Her sister told him who her friends were at the Maquiladora where she'd worked. He waited for them outside. He noticed that he was the only older person waiting. The others were children, some even carrying schoolbooks. Near the children was a man with a green ice cream cart. The cart had a white umbrella. As if Epifanio wanted to make them disappear, he whistled to the children and bought all of them ice cream bars, except one who wasn't even 3 months old yet, a baby in the arms of her sister, who might have been 6. The names of Estrella's friends were Bosa Marquez and Rosa Maria Medina. He asked how to find them, and one of the women leaving work pointed out Rosa Marquez. He told her he was a cop and asked her to find her friend. Then they went walking out of the industrial park. As they talked about Estrella, the one called Rosa Maria Medina started to cry. The three liked the movies and on Sundays, though not every Sunday, they would go downtown, where they usually saw the double feature at the Rex. Other times they just window shopped, looking at women's clothes especially, or they went to a mall in Colonia Centeno. There was live music there on Sundays and it was free. He asked if Estrella had plans for the future. Of course she had plans. She wanted to study, not spend her whole life working at the Maquiladora. What did she want to study? She wanted to learn how to use a computer, said Rosa Maria Medina. Then Epifanio asked if they wanted to learn a trade too, and they said they did, but it wasn't easy. Did she only go out with you, or did she have any other friends? He wanted to know. We were her best friends, they answered. She didn't have a boyfriend. Once she did. But that was a long time ago. They didn't know him. When Epifanio asked how old Estrella was then, the two girls thought a little and said she was at least 12. How can it be that such a pretty girl didn't have any boys chasing her? He wanted to know. The friends laughed and said there had been lots of men who would have liked to date Estrella. But she didn't want to waste her time. What do we need men for when we have our own jobs and make money and can do what we want? Rosa Marquez asked him. True, said Epifanio, you're right, although sometimes, especially when you're young, there's nothing wrong with going out and having fun, sometimes you need to. We have fun by ourselves, the girls told him, and we never feel the need. When they had almost reached the house of one of the girls, he asked them, even though it might not do any good, to describe the men who had wanted to date Estrella or be her friend. They stopped on the street and Epifanio wrote down 5 names, no last names, all of them workers at the same maquiladora. Then he walked a few more blocks with Rosa Maria Medina. I don't think it was any of them, said the girl. Why do you say that? Because they seem like nice people, said the girl. I'll talk to them, said Epifanio, and after I've talked to them I'll let you know. In 3 days he had tracked down the 5 men on the list. None of them looked like a bad person. One of them was married, but the night Estrella disappeared he had been at home with his wife and 3 children. The other 4 had more or less solid alibis, and, most important, none had a car. He talked to Rosa Maria Medina again. This time he sat outside her house waiting for her. When the girl got home she asked, scandalized, why he hadn't knocked. I knocked, said Epifanio, and your mother came to the door and asked me in for a cup of coffee, but then she had to go to work and I came out here to wait for you. The girl invited him in, but Epifanio said he would rather sit outside, claiming it was too hot indoors. He asked her whether she smoked. At first the girl remained standing to one side, and then she sat on a flat stone and said she didn't smoke. Epifanio gazed at the stone. It was very odd, shaped like a chair, but with no back, and the fact that Rosa Maria Medina's mother or someone in the family had set it there, in that little yard, showed good taste and even sensitivity. He asked the girl where the stone had come from. My father found it, said Rosa Maria Medina, in Casas Negras, and he carried it back all by himself. That's where Estrella's body was found, said Epifanio. On the highway, said the girl, closing her eyes. My father found this stone right in Casas Negras, at a party, and he fell in love with it. That's how he was. Then she said her father had died. Epifanio wanted to know when. Years and years ago, said the girl, with a shrug. He lit a cigarette and asked her to tell him again, any way she wanted, about her outings with Estrella and the other girl. What was her name? Rosa Marquez, on Sundays. The girl started to talk, with her gaze fixed on the few potted plants her mother kept in the tiny front yard, although from time to time she lifted her eyes and glanced at him as if to gauge whether what she was telling him was useful or a waste of time. When she was finished, Epifanio had gotten one thing clear. They didn't go out only on Sundays. Sometimes they went to the movies on Mondays or Thursdays, or out dancing. It all depended on the shifts at the maquiladora, which followed no set pattern and obeyed production schedules beyond the workers' comprehension. Then he changed the line of questioning and wanted to know what they did for fun on Tuesdays, say, if that was the day of the week they had off. The routine, according to the girl, was similar, although in some ways it was a little better, because the stores downtown were all open, which wasn't the case on Sundays. Epifanio pushed a little. He wanted to know what their favorite movie theater was, besides the Rex, what other theaters they had gone to, whether anyone had approached Estrella anywhere, what businesses they had visited even if they hadn't gone in and just stood looking in the windows, what coffee shops they had been to, the names of the coffee shops, whether they had ever been to any club. The girl said they had never been to a club. Estrella didn't like that kind of place. But you do, said Epifanio. You and your friend Rosa Marquez. The girl wouldn't look him in the face and she said that sometimes, when they went out without Estrella, they went to the clubs downtown. And not Estrella? Estrella never went with you? Never, said the girl. Estrella wanted to know things about computers, she wanted to learn, she wanted to get ahead, said the girl. Computers, I don't believe a word you're saying. Cupcake, said Epifanio. I'm not your fucking cupcake, said the girl. For a while they sat there without speaking. Epifanio laughed a little and then lit another cigarette, sitting there at the door to the house, watching people come and go. "There's a place," said the girl, "but now I don't remember where it is. It's downtown, a computer store. We went there a few times. Rosa and I waited for her outside and she went in by herself and talked to a tall man, really tall, much taller than you," said the girl. "Tall, and what else?" asked Epifanio. "Tall and blonde, a galero," said the girl. "And what else?" "Well, at first Estrella seemed excited, I mean, the first time she went in and talked to that man. She said he was the owner of the store and he knew a lot about computers and also you could tell he had money. The second time we went to see him Estrella was mad when she came out. I asked her what had happened and she didn't want to say. It was just the two of us and then we went to the carnival in Colonia Verac Ruz and we forgot all about it." "And when was that, Cupcake?" asked Epifanio. "I already told you I'm not your fucking cupcake, you pig," said the girl. "When was that?" asked Epifanio, who could already see a very tall, very blonde man walking in the dark, along a long, dark passageway, back and forth, as if waiting for him. "A week before she was killed," said the girl. "Life is hard," said the mayor of Santa Teresa. "We have 3 clear-cut cases," said Inspector Angel Fernandez. "Everything has to be examined with a magnifying glass," said the man from the Chamber of Commerce. "I do examine everything with a magnifying glass, over and over, until I can't see straight," said Pedro Negrete. "The important thing is not to stir up any shit," said the mayor. "We have to do what it takes," said Pedro Negrete. "We have a serial killer, like in the Gringo movies," said Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo. "We have to watch our step," said the man from the Chamber of Commerce. "What's the difference between a serial killer and an ordinary killer?" asked Inspector Angel Fernandez. "Very simple. The serial killer has a signature, you see? He doesn't have a motive but he does have a signature," said Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo. "What do you mean he doesn't have a motive? Is he moved by electrical charges?" asked the mayor. "In this kind of business you have to be careful what you say, or else you end up somewhere you don't want to be," said the man from the Chamber of Commerce. "There are 3 dead women," said Inspector Angel Fernandez, holding up his thumb, index finger, and middle finger. "If only it were just 3, said Pedro Negrete. 3 dead men whose right breasts were cut off and whose left nipples were bitten off," said Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo. "What does that sound like to all of you?" asked Inspector Angel Fernandez. "A serial killer?" asked the mayor. "Well, of course," said Inspector Angel Fernandez. "It would be too much of a coincidence if 3 bastards chose the same way to carve up their victims," said Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo. "Sounds logical," said the mayor. "But that might not be the whole story," said Inspector Angel Fernandez. "If we let our imaginations run wild there's no knowing where it'll lead us," said the man from the Chamber of Commerce. "I know what you're trying to get at," said Pedro Negrete. "And do you think we're right?" asked the mayor. "If the 3 women with their right breasts sliced off were killed by the same person, wouldn't that person have killed other women too?" asked Inspector Angel Fernandez. "It's only scientific," said Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo. "The killer is a scientist?" asked the man from the Chamber of Commerce. "No, I'm talking about the modus operandi, the way this son of a bitch is warming up to his work," said Inspector Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo. "Let me explain. He began by raping and strangling, which is what you might call a normal way to kill. When he wasn't caught, his murders became more personalized. The monster was unleashed. Now each crime bears his personal signature," said Inspector Angel Fernandez. "What do you think, Judge?" asked the mayor. "Anything is possible," said the judge. "Anything is possible, but there's no need to descend into chaos, no need to lose our bearings," said the man from the Chamber of Commerce. "What does seem clear is that the person who killed and mutilated those 3 poor women is the same person," said Pedro Negrete. "Well, find him and put an end to this goddamn business," said the mayor. "But discreetly, if I may make one request, without sending anyone into a panic," said the man from the Chamber of Commerce. Juan de Dios Martínez wasn't invited to the meeting. He knew it was being held, he knew Ortiz Rebolledo and Angel Fernandez would be there, and he knew he was being left out. But when Juan de Dios Martínez closed his eyes, all he saw was Elvira Campos's body in the half-light of her apartment in Colonia Michoacán. Sometimes he saw her in bed, naked, leaning toward him. Other times he saw her on the terrace, surrounded by metallic objects, phallic objects, that turned out to be all kinds of telescopes. There were really only 3, through which she scanned the starry sky of Santa Teresa and then took notes in pencil. When he came up behind her and looked at the notebook, all he saw were telephone numbers, most of them Santa Teresa numbers. The pencil was an ordinary pencil. The notebook was a school notebook. Both objects struck him as nothing like the kind of thing the director would own. That night, after he heard about the meeting from which he'd been excluded, he called her and said he needed to see her. A moment of weakness. She replied that she couldn't and hung up. Sometimes the doctor treated him like a patient, he thought. He remembered that once she had talked to him about age, her age and his. "I'm 51, she told him, "and you're 34. Before long, no matter how well I take care of myself, I'll be a lonely old hag and you'll still be young. Do you really want to sleep with someone like your mother?" It was the first time Juan de Dios had heard her talk like that. An old hag? Honestly, it had never crossed his mind to think of her as old. "Because I kill myself exercising," she said. "Because I take care of myself. Because I keep thin and I buy the most expensive anti-wrinkle products on the market." Anti-wrinkle products? Lotions, moisturizing creams, woman things, she said in a neutral voice that frightened him. "I like you the way you are," he said. His voice didn't sound convincing to him. If he opened his eyes, though, and gazed at the real world and tried to control his own jitters, everything stayed more or less in place. "So Pedro Rengifo is a narco?" asked Lalo Cura. "That's right," said Epifanio. "I can hardly believe it," said Lalo Cura. "Because you're still a fledgling," said Epifanio. A fat old Indian woman brought them each a dish of pozole. It was 5 in the morning. Lalo Cura had worked all night on traffic duty. While he and his partner were stopped at a corner, someone knocked on the window. Neither Lalo Cura nor the other cop had seen anyone coming. It was Epifanio, up late and looking drunk, although he wasn't. "I'm taking the kid," he told the other patrolman. The patrolman shrugged and was left alone on the corner, under some oaks with white painted trunks. Epifanio was on foot. The night was cool and all the stars were out in the desert breeze. They walked downtown, without talking, until Epifanio asked if he was hungry. Lalo Cura said he was. "Then let's get something to eat," said Epifanio. When the fat old Indian woman served them the pozole, Epifanio sat looking at the earthenware dish as if he'd seen someone else's face reflected in its surface. "Do you know where pozole comes from, Lolito?" he asked. "No idea," said Lalo Cura. "It's from the middle of the country, not the north. It's a Mexico City specialty. The Aztecs invented it," he said. "The Aztecs? Well, it's good," said Lalo Cura. "Did you eat pozole in Villaviciosa?" asked Epifanio. Lalo Cura thought about it, as if Villaviciosa were very far away, and then he said no, in fact he hadn't, although now it seems strange to him that he hadn't tried it before he came to live in Santa Teresa. "Maybe I did try it and now I don't remember," he said. "Well, this pozole isn't quite the same as the original pozole," said Epifanio. "It's missing an ingredient." "What ingredient is that?" asked Lalo Cura. "Human flesh," said Epifanio. "Don't fuck with me," said Lalo Cura. "It's true. The Aztecs cooked pozole with pieces of human flesh," said Epifanio. "I don't believe it," said Lalo Cura. "Well, it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm wrong or the guy who told me was wrong. Although he knew all kinds of shit," said Epifanio. Then they talked about Pedro Rengifo, and Lalo Cura asked how it was possible he hadn't realized Don Pedro was a narco. "Because you're still an infant," said Epifanio. And then he said, "Why did you think he had so many bodyguards?" "Because he's rich," said Lalo Cura. Epifanio laughed. "Come on," he said, "let's get to bed, you're half asleep already." In October no dead women turned up in Santa Teresa, in the city or the desert, and work to get rid of the illegal dump El Chile was permanently halted. A reporter for La Tribuna de Santa Teresa who was covering the relocation or demolition of the dump said he'd never seen so much chaos in his life. Asked whether the chaos was caused by the city workers involved in the futile effort, he answered that it wasn't, it came from the inertia of the festering place itself. In October 5 judicial police inspectors were sent from Hermosillo to supplement the team of inspectors already in the city. One of them came from Caborca, another from Ciudad Obregón, and the remaining 3 from Hermosillo. They seemed to be up to the task. In October, Florida Almada made another appearance on An Hour with Reynaldo and said she had consulted with her friends. Sometimes she called them friends and other times protectors, and they had told her the crimes would continue. They had also told her to be careful, there were people who wished her ill. "But I'm not worried," she said, "why should I be, when I'm already an old woman?" Then, in front of the cameras, she tried to talk to the spirit of one of the victims, but she couldn't and she fainted. Reynaldo thought the faint was faked and tried to rouse her himself, patting her cheeks and giving her sips of water to drink, but it wasn't faked at all. It was a real blackout, and Florida ended up in the hospital. Blonde and very tall. Owner or possibly trusted employee at a computer store. Downtown. It didn't take Epifanio long to find the place. The man's name was Klaus Haas. He was 6'3" and he had canary yellow hair, as if he dyed it once a week. The first time Epifanio visited the store, Klaus Haas was sitting at his desk talking to a customer. A short, very dark boy came up to him and asked if he needed help. Epifanio pointed to Haas and asked who he was. "The boss," said the boy. "I want to talk to him," he said. "He's busy now," said the boy. "If you tell me what you want, maybe I can find it for you." "No," said Epifanio. He sat down, lit a cigarette, and prepared to wait. 2 other customers came in. Then a man in blue overalls came in and left some cardboard boxes in a corner. Haas waved to him from his desk. His arms are long and strong, thought Epifanio. The boy went over and left him an ashtray. At the back of the store there was a girl typing. When the customers left, a woman who looked like a secret airy came in and began to look at the laptops. As she looked she noted down prices and features. She was wearing a skirt and high heels, and Epifanio thought she must definitely be fucking her boss. Then 2 other customers came in and the boy left the woman and went to wait on them. Haas, removed from it all, kept talking to the man Epifanio could see only from behind. Haas's eyebrows were almost white and sometimes he laughed or smiled at something the other man said and his teeth gleamed like a movie actor's. Epifanio put out his cigarette and lit another. The woman turned and glanced at the street, as if someone was waiting for her outside. Her face seemed familiar, as if a long time ago he had arrested her. How long ago? He wondered. Years and years. But the woman didn't look older than 25, so she couldn't have been more than 17 at the time. Might be, thought Epifanio. And then he thought that business wasn't bad for the Guero. He had steady customers and he could permit himself the luxury of sitting behind his desk, carrying on a leisurely conversation. Then Epifanio thought about Rosa Maria Medina and her credibility. "It isn't worth shit," he said to himself. Half an hour later there was no one in the store. When the woman left she glanced at him as if she recognized him too. Haas and his friend weren't laughing anymore. Behind the counter, which was horseshoe-shaped, the Guero was waiting for him with a smile. Epifanio took the picture of Estrella Ruiz Sandoval out of his pocket and showed it to him. The Guero looked at it without touching it and then made a strange face, jutting his lower lip over his upper lip, and glanced at him as if to ask what this was all about. "Do you know her?" "I don't think so," said Haas, "but lots of people come through the store." Then Epifanio introduced himself. Epifanio Galindo of the Santa Teresa police. Haas held out his hand and when Epifanio shook it he got the feeling the blond man's bones were made of steel. He would have liked to tell him not to lie, that he had witnesses, but instead he smiled. Behind Haas, sitting at the other desk, the boy pretended to go through some papers, but he hadn't missed a word. After he locked up the store, the boy got on a Japanese motorcycle and took a slow spin around the city center, as if he expected to see someone. When he came to Calle Universidad he accelerated and headed off in the direction of Colonia Veracruz. He stopped in front of a 2-story house and locked the motorcycle again. His mother had been waiting for him for 10 minutes with dinner ready. The boy gave her a kiss and turned on the television. His mother went into the kitchen. She took off her apron and picked up an imitation leather purse. She gave the boy a kiss and left. "I'll be right back," she said. The boy thought about asking where she was going but he didn't say anything. From one of the bedrooms came the wail of a child. At first the boy ignored it and kept watching television, but when the wailing got louder he got up, went into the bedroom, and came out with a little baby in Haas's arms. The baby was white and pudgy, the complete opposite of his brother. The boy sat him on his knee and kept eating. There was a news program on TV. He saw a group of blacks running along the streets of an American city, a man talking about Mars, a group of women who strode out of the ocean and burst into laughter in front of the cameras. He changed the channel with the remote. A couple of kids boxing. He changed the channel again, because he didn't like boxing. His mother seemed to have vanished, but the baby had stopped crying and the boy didn't mind holding him. The doorbell rang. The boy had time to change the channel, a soap opera, and then he got up with the baby in his arms and opened the door. "So this is where you live," said Epifanio. "Yes," said the boy. Behind Epifanio was a cop, a short cop, though he was taller than the boy, and he sat in the armchair without asking permission. "Were you having dinner?" asked Epifanio. "Yes," said the boy. Keep eating," said Epifanio as he popped in and out of the other rooms, as if with a single glance he could search every corner of the house. "What's your name?" asked Epifanio. "Juan Pablo Castanon," said the boy. "Well, Juan Pablo, first sit down and keep eating," said Epifanio. "Yes, sir," said the boy. "And don't be nervous or you'll drop the baby," said Epifanio. The other policemen smiled. An hour later they left and everything was much clearer to Epifanio. Klaus Haas was German, but he had acquired American citizenship. He owned 2 stores in Santa Teresa where he sold everything from Walkmans to computers, and he had another similar store in Tijuana, which meant he had to travel once a month to check the books, pay the employees, and replenish stock. He also traveled to the United States every 2 months, although not on a fixed date or in a regular way, except that none of his trips ever lasted more than 3 days. He had lived for a while in Denver and left because of woman trouble. He liked women, but as far as anyone knew he wasn't married and he didn't have a girlfriend. He frequented clubs and brothels downtown, and he was friendly with a few of the owners, for whom he had at some point installed security cameras or computer accounting programs. In one case, at least, the boy knew this for a fact, because he had been the programmer. As a boss, Haas was fair and reasonable and he didn't pay badly, although sometimes he got angry for no good reason and might hit anyone, no matter who it was. The boy had never been hit, but he had been scolded for coming in late to work a few times. Who had Haas hit, then? A secretary, the boy said. Asked if the secretary he'd hit was the current secretary, the boy said no, it was the previous one, a woman he hadn't met. Then how did he know she'd been hit? Because that was what the oldest employees said, the ones at the warehouse, where the Guero stored part of his stock. The names of the employees were all neatly recorded. Finally, Epifanio showed the boy the picture of Estrella Ruiz Sandoval. "Have you seen her around the store?" The boy looked at the picture and said yes, her face was somehow familiar. The next time Epifanio visited Klaus Haas it was close to midnight. He rang the bell and had to wait a long time before anyone came to the door, although there were lights on in the house. The place was in Colonia El Cerrizal, a middle-class neighborhood of 1- and 2-story houses, not all of them new, where you could walk to buy bread or milk along quiet, tree-lined sidewalks, far from the noise of Colonia Madero, which was a little farther out, and away from the din of the center. It was Haas himself who opened the door. He was wearing a white shirt, untucked, and at first he didn't recognize Epifanio or pretended not to recognize him. Epifanio showed his credentials, as if it were a joke, and asked Haas whether he remembered him. Haas asked what he wanted. "Can I come in?" asked Epifanio. The living room was nicely furnished, with armchairs and a big white sofa. Haas took a bottle of whiskey from a liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass. He asked Epifanio if he wanted some. Epifanio shook his head. "I'm on duty," he said. Haas shook with a strange laugh. It was as if he'd said ah, or ha, or sneezed, but only once. Epifanio sat in one of the armchairs and asked if he had a good alibi for the day Estrella Ruiz Sandoval was killed. Haas looked him up and down and after a few seconds he said sometimes he didn't even remember what he'd done the night before. His face turned red and his eyebrows seemed wider than they really were, as if he was making an effort to control himself. "I have 2 witnesses who say they saw you with the victim," said Epifanio. "Who?" asked Haas. Epifanio didn't answer. He looked around the living room and nodded. "This must have cost you a fortune," he said. "I work hard and I don't do badly for myself," said Haas. "Will you show me around?" asked Epifanio. "What?" asked Haas. "The house," said Epifanio. "Don't fuck with me, man," said Haas. "If you want to search my house, come with a warrant." Before he left, Epifanio said, "I think you killed that girl. Her and who knows how many others." "Don't fuck with me," said Haas. "See you later," said Epifanio, and he held out his hand. "Don't fuck with me," said Haas. "You've got balls," said Epifanio from the door. "For God's sake, man, for God's sake, quit fucking with me and leave me alone," said Haas. From a friend on the El Adobe police force, Epifanio got Klaus Haas's police record. That's how he found out that Haas had never lived in Denver, but in Tampa, where he had been accused of attempted rape by a woman named Lori Enciso. He was locked up for a month and then Lori Enciso dropped the charges and they let him go. He had also been charged with exhibitionism and indecency. When Epifanio asked what the hell the gringos meant by indecency, he was told that it basically referred to groping, off-color verbal insinuations, and a third offense that was a combination of the first two. In Tampa, too, Haas had been fined several times for soliciting sex with prostitutes, nothing very serious. He was born in Bielefeld, in the former West Germany, in 1955, and he immigrated to the United States in 1980. In 1990 he decided to switch countries again, this time as an American citizen. Coming to live in Mexico, in northern Sonora, was evidently a fortunate choice, because he soon opened a second store in Santa Teresa, where his client portfolio continued to grow, and another in Tijuana, which seemed to be doing well. One night, accompanied by 2 Santa Teresa policemen and an inspector, Epifanio paid a visit to Haas's downtown store. The other store was in Colonia Centeno. The place was much bigger than he'd thought. Several rooms in the back were full of boxes of computer parts that Haas himself would later assemble. In one of the rooms there was a bed, a candlestick with a candle, and a big mirror next to the bed. The light didn't work, but the inspector who had come with Epifanio realized right away that the only reason it didn't work was because someone had unscrewed the bulb. There were 2 bathrooms. One was very neat, with soap, toilet paper, and a clean floor. Next to the toilet was a toilet brush that Haas required his employees, accustomed to just pulling the chain, to use. The other bathroom was so dirty that it might have been abandoned, even though the water was running and the toilet worked, but instead it seemed set there on purpose to illustrate an asymmetrical and incomprehensible phenomenon. Then came a long hallway that led to a door onto an alley. The alley was full of trash and cardboard boxes, but from the door you could see one of the busiest corners in the city, the center of Santa Teresa's nightlife. Then they went down to the basement. 2 days later, Epifanio, 2 inspectors, and 3 Santa Teresa policemen showed up at the store bearing warrants authorizing the arrest of Klaus Haas, 40-year-old American citizen, as a suspect in the rape, torture, and murder of Estrella Ruiz Sandoval, 17-year-old Mexican citizen. But when they got to the store, they were told by the employees that the boss hadn't come in that day, so the party split up, and while 1 inspector and 2 Santa Teresa cops drove to the other store, located in Colonia Centeno, Epifanio, 1 inspector, and the remaining cop left for the German-American's house in Colonia El Cerizal, where they scattered strategically, the Santa Teresa officer covering the back of the house while Epifanio and the inspector rang the doorbell. To their surprise, Haas himself came to the door, looking as if he was in the throes of a cold or the flu, or at least showing clear signs of having spent a bad night. The policeman declined his invitation to come in, and Haas was immediately informed that he was under arrest, then shown the arrest warrant and given a brief glance at the search warrants for his house and 2 stores. The cuffs went straight on after that, because the suspect was a big man and no one knew how he might react once he had gathered what was happening. Then they put him in the back of the patrol car and drove immediately to precinct number 1, leaving the Santa Teresa cop guarding the suspect's residence. The interrogation of Klaus Haas lasted 4 days and was performed by Epifanio Galindo and Tony Pintado of the Santa Teresa Police and Ernesto Ortiz Rebolledo, Angel Fernandez, and Carlos Marin of the Judicial Police. Present at the interrogation was Santa Teresa Police Chief Pedro Negrete, who brought as special guests 2 city judges and Cesar Huerta Cherna, head of the Deputy Attorney General's Office of Sonora's Northern Zone. The suspect was seized by 2 attacks of uncontrollable rage, during which he had to be subdued by the officers interrogating him. After this, Haas acknowledged having had dealings with Estrella Ruiz Sandoval, who had visited him at his store on 3 occasions. 5 Hermosillo officers from the Special Anti-Kidnapping Group of Sonora's Policia Judicial searched for incriminating evidence at Haas's house as well as at his 2 Santa Teresa stores, paying special attention to the basement of the downtown store, and found traces of blood on one of the blankets in the basement room and on the floor. Estrella Ruiz Sandoval's family members came in for DNA testing, but the blood samples were lost before they got to Hermosillo, from where they were supposed to be sent to a lab in San Diego. Asked about the blood, Haas said it was probably from one of the women with whom he'd had relations during her menstrual period. When Haas relayed this information, Inspector Ortiz Rebolledo asked what kind of man he thought he was. "An ordinary man," said Haas. "An ordinary man doesn't fuck a woman when she's bleeding," said Ortiz Rebolledo. "I do," was Haas's answer. "Only swine behave like that," said the inspector. "In Europe we're all swine," answered Haas. Then Inspector Ortiz Rebolledo got too agitated and was replaced in the interrogation room by Angel Fernandez and Santa Teresa police officer Epifanio Galindo. The crime scene technicians from the anti-kidnapping group didn't find fingerprints in the basement room, but they did find several sharp instruments in Haas's garage, including a machete with a 30-inch blade, old but in a perfect state of preservation, and 2 big hunting knives. These weapons were clean and not a single trace of blood or fabric could be found on them. During his interrogation, Klaus Haas had to be taken to the General Sepulveda hospital twice, first when his flu took a turn for the worse and he developed a high fever, and the second time so he could be treated for cuts and bruises to his eye and right eyebrow, incurred on the way from the interrogation room to his cell. On the third day of his stay, at the suggestion of the Santa Teresa police themselves, Haas agreed to call his consul in the city, Abraham Mitchell, whose whereabouts were revealed to be unknown. Another official, Kurt A. Banks, took the call, and the next day he came by the pre-CINCT, where he spoke for 10 minutes to his fellow countrymen, after which he left without filing a single complaint. Shortly afterward, Klaus Haas was put in a van and driven to the city jail. While Haas was at the precinct, some cops came to look at him. Most stopped by the cells, but all Haas did there was sleep or pretend to sleep, his face covered with a blanket, and the only thing they could do was ogle his huge bony feet. Sometimes he deigned to talk to the officer who brought him his meals. They talked about food. The cop asked if he liked Mexican food and Haas said it wasn't bad and then he was silent. Epifanio Galindo brought Lalo Cura to see Haas during one of the interrogations. Lalo thought Haas seemed sharp. He didn't look sharp, but Lalo guessed he was by the way he answered the questions the inspectors asked him. And he seemed to have endless stores of energy, too, making the men who were shut in the soundproof room with him sweat and lose their patience as they swore friendship or understanding and told him to talk, unburden yourself, in Mexico there's no death penalty, get it off your chest, and then hit him and insulted him. But Haas was unwearying and he appeared to escape reality, or try to make the inspectors lose their grip on it, with unexpected remarks and incoherent questions. For half an hour Lalo Cura watched the interrogation, and he could have stayed 2 or 3 hours longer, but Epifanio told him to leave because the boss and some other important people were coming soon and they didn't want the questioning to turn into a spectacle. At the Santa Teresa jail Haas was placed in a private cell until his fever went down. There were only 4 private cells. One of them was occupied by a narco accused of killing 2 American policemen, another by a mercantile lawyer accused of fraud, the third by the narco's 2 bodyguards, and the fourth by a rancher from El Alamillo who had strangled his wife and shot and killed his 2 children. To make room for Haas, they moved the narco's bodyguards to cell block 3 into a 5-inmate cell. The private cells were furnished with only a bed, bolted to the floor, and when Haas was left in his new home he could tell by the smell that 2 people had been there, one who slept on the bed and another who slept on a pallet on the floor. The first night he spent in prison he had a hard time sleeping. He paced the cell and every once in a while he slapped himself on the arms. The rancher, who was a light sleeper, called out to him to stop making noise and go to sleep. Haas asked, in the darkness, who had spoken. The rancher didn't answer and for a minute Haas stood motionless, silent, waiting for someone to say something. When he realized no one was going to answer he kept circling the cell and slapping his AR. Ms., as if he were killing mosquitoes, until the rancher demanded again that he stop making noise. This time Haas didn't pause or ask who had spoken. "Nights are made for sleeping, you gringo son of a bitch," he heard the rancher say. Then he heard him tossing and turning and he imagined the man covering his head with his pillow, which triggered an attack of hilarity. "Don't cover your head," he said aloud and in a booming voice, "you're still going to die." "And who's going to kill me, you gringo son of a bitch?" "You? Not me, motherfucker," said Haas, "a giant is coming and the giant is going to kill you." "A giant?" asked the rancher. "You heard me right, motherfucker," said Haas. "A giant. A big man, very big, and he's going to kill you and everybody else." "You crazy ass gringo son of a bitch," said the rancher. For a moment no one said anything and the rancher seemed to fall asleep again. A little while later, however, Haas called out to say he heard footsteps. The giant was coming. He was covered in blood from head to toe and he was coming now. The mercantile lawyer woke up and asked what they were talking about. His voice was soft, sharp, and frightened. "Our friend here has lost his mind," said the rancher's voice. When Epifanio came to visit Haas, one of the guards told him the gringo wouldn't let the other prisoners sleep in peace. He talked about a monster and was up all night. Epifanio wanted to know what kind of monster and the guard said a giant, a friend of Haas's, probably, who would come to rescue him and kill everyone who had done him wrong. "Since he can't sleep he won't let anybody else sleep," the guard said, and he showed no respect for Mexicans either, he called them Indians or greasers. Epifanio wanted to know why greasers, and the guard, very serious, answered that, according to Haas, Mexicans didn't wash, didn't bathe. He added that, according to Haas, Mexicans had a gland that made them secrete a kind of oily sweat, more or less like blacks, who, according to Haas, exuded a particular and unmistakable smell. In fact, the only one who didn't bathe was Haas, since the prison officials preferred not to make him visit the showers until they received orders from the judge or the warden in person, who, it seemed, was handling the business with kid gloves. When Epifanio came face to face with Haas, Haas didn't recognize him. He had big circles under his eyes and he seemed much thinner than the first time Epifanio had seen him, but none of the injuries he'd suffered during the interrogation were visible. Epifanio offered him a cigarette, but Haas said he didn't smoke. Then Epifanio talked about the Hermosillo prison, which was new, with spacious cell blocks and huge yards with exercise equipment. If Haas pleaded guilty, he said, he would see to it that he be transferred to Hermosillo, where he would have a cell to himself, a much better one than this. Only then did Haas look him in the eye and say, "Don't fuck with me." Epifanio realized that Haas had recognized him and he smiled. Haas didn't return the smile. The expression on his face, Epifanio thought, was strange, I don't know, scandalized somehow. Morally scandalized. He asked him about the monster, the giant. He asked whether the giant was Haas himself, and then Haas did laugh. "Me? You have no clue," he spat. "Go fuck your goddamn mother." The inmates in the private cells could go out into the cell block yard or spend their days inside, venturing out only very early, from 6:30 to 7:30 in the morning, when the yard was off limits to the rest of the inmates, or then after 9 at night, when in theory the night count had been taken and the prisoners had returned to their cells. The rancher who had killed his wife and children and the mercantile lawyer would go out alone at night, after dinner. They would stroll around the yard, talk business and politics, and then go back to their cells. The narco kept to the same schedule as the rest of the inmates and could spend hours leaning against a wall, smoking and gazing at the sky, as his bodyguards, never far away, traced an invisible boundary around their boss with their presence. Klaus Haas, when his fever subsided, decided to go out during regular hours, as they were described to him by the guard. When the guard asked whether he wasn't afraid he would be killed in the yard, Haas made a scornful gesture and said something about the corpse-like pallor of the rancher and lawyer, whose faces were never touched by the sunlight. The first time he went out into the yard, the narco, who until then had shown no interest in him, asked who he was. Haas gave his name and introduced himself as a computer expert. The narco looked him up and down and kept walking as if his curiosity had been instantly exhausted. Some prisoners, just a few, wore mended remnants of what had been the prison uniform, but most wore whatever they wanted. Some sold sodas that they kept in coolers, the box carried under one arm, and later set on the ground next to the 4-on-4 soccer matches or basketball games. Others sold cigarettes and porn shots. The most discreet dealt drugs. The yard was V-shaped. Half was cement and the other half was dirt, and it was flanked by 2 walls topped by watchtowers, with bored guards staring out smoking marijuana. At the narrow end of the V were the windows of some cells, with clothes strung on lines between the bars. Across the open end, there was a chain-link fence some 30 feet high, behind which ran a paved road leading to other prison buildings, and beyond that there was another fence, not as high but topped with a coil of razor wire, a fence that seemed to rise straight out of the desert. The first time he went out into the yard, Haas had the airy sense that he was walking through a park in a foreign city where no one knew him. For an instant he felt free. But everybody knows everything here, he said to himself, and he waited patiently for the first inmate to approach him. Within an hour he was offered drugs and cigarettes, but all he bought was a soda. As he was drinking it, watching the basketball game, a few inmates came up to him and asked whether it was true he had killed all those women. Haas said no. Then the inmates asked about his job and whether selling computers was good money. Haas said it had its ups and downs. And that businessmen were always taking a gamble. "So you're a businessman," said the prisoners. "No," said Haas, "I'm a computer expert who started his own business." He said it so seriously and with such conviction that some of the prisoners nodded. Then Haas wanted to know what they did outside, and most of them started to laugh. "Hang out," was the only answer he understood. He laughed too and bought sodas for the 5 or 6 of them who were gathered around him. The first time he went to the showers, an inmate they called El Anillo tried to rape him. He was a big man, but compared to Haas he was small, and by his expression it was clear he was doing this only because circumstances required him to play the role. If it had been up to him, his expression said, he would have jerked off peacefully in his cell. Haas stared him in the face and asked what kind of an adult would do such a thing. El Anillo didn't understand a word he said and laughed. He had a wide face and smooth skin and his laugh wasn't unpleasant. The prisoners around him laughed too. El Anillo's friend, a younger prisoner called El Guajolote, pulled a shiv out from under a towel and told Haas to shut his mouth and come with them to a corner. "A corner?" asked Haas. "A motherfucking corner?" 2 of the friends Haas had made in the yard got behind El Guajolote and grabbed his arms. Haas's face was scandalized. El Anillo laughed again and said it was no big deal. "In a corner is no big deal?" shouted Haas. "In a corner like dogs is no big deal?" Another of Haas's friends stood in the doorway so no one could come in or out of the showers. "Make him suck your dick, gringo," shouted one of the prisoners. "Make the fucker give you a blow job, gringo. Now. Destroy him." The voices of the prisoners rose. Haas took the shiv away from El Guajolote and told El Anillo to get down on all fours. "If you don't move, cocksucker, nothing will happen. If you move or you re-scared, you'll end up with 2 holes to shit from." El Anillo took off his towel and got down on the floor on all fours. "No, not there," said Haas, under the shower. El Anillo got up passively and moved under the water. His hair, wavy and combed backward, fell over his eyes. "Discipline, motherfucker, all I ask for is a little discipline and respect," said Haas as he stepped into the line of stalls. Then he kneeled behind El Anillo, whispered to him to spread his legs, and pushed in the shiv slowly all the way to the handle. Some could see that every so often El Anillo choked back a little cry. Others could see the very dark drops of blood fall, drops that dissolved in the water in seconds. Haas's friends were called El Tormenta, El Tequila, and El Tutanramon. El Tormenta was 22 and was serving time for having killed the bodyguard of a narco who wanted to take advantage of his sister. Twice in prison someone had tried to kill him. El Tequila was 30 and was infected with HIV, although not many knew it because he hadn't yet developed the disease. El Tutanramon was 18 and his nickname came from a film. His real name was Ramon, but he had gone 3 times to see The Revenge of the Mummy, which was his favorite movie, and his friends had christened him Tutanramon, or maybe he'd given himself the name, as Haas believed. Haas kept them happy by buying them canned food and drugs. They ran errands for him or served as bodyguards. Sometimes Haas listened to them talk about the things that mattered to them, their business, their family life, what they most desired and feared, and he didn't understand a thing. They seemed like extraterrestrials. Other times it was Haas who talked and his 3 friends listened in affecting silence. Haas talked about self-control, hard work, self-help. Every individual controls his own fate. A man could become Lee Iacocca if he put his mind to it. They had no idea who Lee Iacocca was. They imagined he was a mafia boss. But they didn't ask any questions for fear Haas would lose his train of thought. When Haas was moved to the cell block with the rest of the prisoners, the narco came over to say goodbye, a courtesy for which Haas thanked him, touched. "If you have any problem, let me know," the narco said, "but only if it's serious, don't bother me with little shit." "I do my best not to get in the way," said Haas. "I've noticed," said the narco. On her visit the next day, Haas's lawyer asked if he wanted to initiate proceedings to be returned to a private cell. Haas told her he was fine as he was, that before long he was going to have to leave the cell and the sooner he accepted the reality the better. "What can I do for you?" asked his lawyer. "Bring me a cell phone," said Haas. "It won't be easy to get them to let you keep a phone in prison," his lawyer said. "Oh yes it will," said Haas. "Bring me one." A week later he asked his lawyer for another cell phone, and, shortly afterward, another. The first he sold to a man who was serving time for killing 3 people. He was an ordinary-looking guy, on the short side, who was regularly sent money from the outside, probably so he would keep his mouth shut. Haas told him that the best way to handle business was with a cell phone, and the man paid 3 times what the phone had cost. The other he sold to a butcher who had killed one of his employees, a 15-year-old boy, with a cleaver. When the butcher was asked, half in jest, why he had killed the boy, he answered that the boy was a thief and had taken advantage of him. Then the inmates laughed and asked if it hadn't really been because the boy wouldn't let himself be fucked. Then the butcher hung his head and shook it several times, stubbornly, but not a word issued from his lips to deny the calumny. He wanted to keep running his 2 butcher shops from prison, because he thought his sister, who was in charge now, was stealing from him. Haas sold him the phone and showed him how to use the address book and send messages. He charged him 5 times the original price. Haas shared his cell with 5 other inmates. Farfan was the boss. He was about 40 and Haas had never seen an uglier man. His hair grew down to the middle of his forehead and he had the eyes of a bird of prey, set as if at random in the middle of a porcine face. He was pot-bellied and he smelled bad. He had a straggly mustache to which tiny bits of food often clung. On the rare occasions when he laughed he sounded like a donkey, and only then did his face seem bearable. When Haas moved into the cell he thought it wouldn't be long before Farfan picked a fight with him, but not only did Farfan not pick a fight, he seemed lost in a kind of labyrinth where all the prisoners were insubstantial figures. He had friends on the cell block, other tough guys who liked to have him around to watch their backs, but the only company he sought was that of a prisoner as ugly as himself, a man named Gomez, skinny and clam-faced, with a birthmark the size of a fist on his left cheek and the glassy stare of someone permanently high. They would see each other in the yard and the cafeteria. In the yard they nodded to each other, and even if they joined larger groups, in the end they would split off and end up leaning against the wall in the sun or walking pensively from the basketball court to the fence. They didn't talk much, maybe because they had little to say to each other. Farfan was so poor when he got to prison that not even the public defender came to see him. Gomez, who was there for robbing trucks, did have a lawyer, and after he and Farfan met he got his lawyer to handle Farfan's paperwork. The first time they fucked was in one of the Kit Chen buildings. Actually, Farfan raped Gomez. He hit him, pushed him down on some sacks, and raped him twice. Gomez's rage was so great that he tried to kill Farfan. One afternoon he waited for him in the kitchen, where Farfan worked washing dishes and hauling sacks of beans, and tried to stab him with a shiv, but it wasn't hard for Farfan to wrestle him down. Farfan raped him again, and then, while he was still on top of Gomez, he said a situation like this had to be resolved somehow. To make amends, he let Gomez fuck him. What's more, he gave him back the shiv in token of his trust, and then he pulled down his pants and dropped onto the pallet. Lying there with his ass in the air, Farfan looked like a sow, but Gomez fucked him regardless and they resumed their friendship. Since Farfan was the strongest, sometimes he forced the others to leave the cell. Soon afterward, Gomez would come by and the two of them would fuck, and then, when they had finished, they would smoke and talk or lie in silence, Farfan on his cot and Gomez on another inmate's cot, staring at the ceiling or at the plumes of smoke that drifted out the open window. Sometimes it seemed to Farfan that the smoke assumed strange forms: snakes, arms, bent legs, belts cracking in the air, submarines from another dimension. He narrowed his eyes and said, "That's cool shit, that's a fucking trip." Gomez, who was more pragmatic, asked what was a trip, what was he talking about, and Farfan couldn't explain. Then Gomez would get up and look all around, as if searching for his friend's ghosts, and finally he would say, "You're seeing things." Haas didn't understand how a cock could get hard when faced with an asshole like Farfan's or Gomez's. He could understand that a man might be turned on by an adolescent, a youth, he thought, but not that a man or a man's brain could signal for blood to fill the spongy tissue of the penis, difficult as that was, with the sole enticement of an asshole like Farfan's or Gomez's. Animals, he thought. Filthy beasts attracted by filth. In his dreams he saw himself walking the corridors of the prison, the different cell blocks, and he could see his eyes like a hawk's as he strode that labyrinth of snores and nightmares, aware of what was going on in each cell, until suddenly he could go no farther and he came to a stop at the edge of an abyss, since the prison of his dreams was like a castle built on the edge of a bottomless abyss. There, unable to retreat, he lifted his arms, as if beseeching the heavens, which were as dark as the abyss, and tried to say something to a legion of miniature Klaus Haases, speak to them, warn them, impart advice, but he realized, or for an instant he had the impression, that someone had sewn his lips shut. And yet he could feel something inside his mouth. Not his tongue, not his teeth. A piece of flesh that he tried not to swallow as with one hand he ripped out the threads. Blood ran down his chin. His gums were numb. When at last he could open his mouth he spat out the piece of flesh and then he got on his knees in the dark and searched for it. When he found it, after feeling it carefully, he realized it was a penis. Alarmed, he put his hand to his crotch, afraid his own penis would be gone. But it was there, so the penis in his hands was someone else's. Whose? He wondered as blood kept dripping from his lips. Then he felt very tired and curled up on the edge of the abyss and fell asleep. More dreams usually followed. Raping women and then killing them seemed more attractive to him, more sexy, than plunging a cock into Farfan's oozing hole or Gomez's hole full of shit. If they keep fucking each other, I'm going to kill them, he thought sometimes. First I'll kill Farfan. Then I'll kill Gomez, the 3 teraseconds will help me, they'll provide the weapon and the alibi, the logistics, then I'll throw the bodies into the abyss and that will be the last of them. 15 days after his arrival at the Santa Teresa prison, Haas held what could be called his first press conference, attended by 4 reporters from Mexico City and almost all the print media of the state of Sonora. During the question and answer period Haas reaffirmed his innocence. He said that when he was interrogated he had been given strange substances to break his will. He didn't remember having signed anything, any self-incriminating statement, but he indicated that if he had, it had been achieved after 4 days of physical, psychological, and medical torture. He warned the reporters that things were happening in Santa Teresa that would prove he wasn't the killer. Among the reporters who had come from Mexico City was Sergio González. His presence this time wasn't due, as it had been the first time, to a need for money and his eagerness to take on extra work. When he found out that Haas had been arrested, he talked to the editor of the crime page and asked him, as a special favor, to let him follow the case. The editor raised no objection, and when he found out that Haas planned to speak to the press, he called Sergio at the arts page and told him he should go if he wanted. "It's finished business," he said. "I'm not sure I understand why you're interested." Sergio González didn't really understand either. Was it simply morbid fascination, or was it perhaps the certainty that in Mexico nothing was ever finished business? When the improvised press conference was over, Haas's lawyer shook each reporter's hand. When it was Sergio's turn he felt the lawyer slip him a piece of paper. He put his hand holding the paper in his pocket. Outside the prison, while he was waiting for a taxi, he examined it. The only thing on the paper was a phone number. Haas's press conference was a minor scandal. Since when, it was asked in some circles, could an inmate call a meeting with the press and talk to reporters as if he were in the comfort of his own home and not the place the state ND justice system had sent him to pay for a crime, or, as the legal documents reminded, to serve a sentence? It was said Haas had paid off the warden. It was said Haas was the heir, the sole heir, of a very wealthy European family. According to this dispatch, Haas was swimming in cash and had the whole Santa Teresa prison at his beck and call. That night, after the press conference, Sergio González called the number the lawyer had given him. Haas answered. Sergio didn't know what to say. "Hello?" said Haas. "You have a phone," said Sergio. "Who is this?" asked Haas. "I'm one of the reporters you saw today." "The one from Mexico City," said Haas. "Yes," said Sergio. "Who did you think would pick up?" asked Haas. "Your lawyer," admitted Sergio. Well, said Haas. For a moment both were silent. "Do you want me to tell you something?" said Haas. "Here in prison, the first few days, I was afraid. I thought the other inmates, when they saw me, would come after me to avenge the death of all those girls. For me, being in prison was exactly like being dumped on a Saturday at noon in a neighborhood like Colonia Quino, San Damian, Colonia Las Flores. A lynching. Being torn to pieces. Do you understand? The mob spitting on me and kicking me and tearing me to pieces. With no time for explanations. But I soon realized that in prison no one would tear me to pieces. At least not for what I was accused of. What does this mean? I asked myself. That these shitheads are impervious to murder? No. Here, to a greater or lesser degree, Everyone is sensitive to what happens outside, to the heartbeat of the city, you might say. What was it, then? I asked an inmate. I asked him what he thought about the dead women, the dead girls. He looked at me and said they were whores. So in other words, they deserved to die? I asked. No, said the inmate. They deserved to be fucked as many times as anyone wanted to fuck them, but they didn't deserve to die. Then I asked him if he thought I had killed them and the bastard said no, not you, gringo, as if I was a fucking gringo. Which inside maybe I am, although I'm becoming less and less of one. What are you trying to say to me? Asked Sergio Gonzalez. That here in prison they know I'm innocent, said Haas. And how do they know it? Asked Haas. That was a little harder for me to figure out. It's like a noise you hear in a dream. The dream, like everything dreamed in enclosed spaces, is contagious. Suddenly someone dreams it and after a while half the prisoners dream it. But the noise you hear isn't part of the dream, it's real. The noise belongs to a separate order of things. Do you understand? First someone and then everyone hears a noise in a dream. But the noise is from real life, not the dream. The noise is real. Do you understand? Is that clear to you, Señor Reporter? I think so, said Sergio Gonzalez. I think I follow you. Are you sure? Asked Haas. You mean there's someone in the prison who knows for a fact that you couldn't have done the murders, said Sergio. That's it, said Haas. And do you know who the person is? I have some ideas, said Haas, but I need time, which in my case is paradoxical, don't you think? Why? Asked Sergio. Because all I have here is plenty of time. But I need even more time, much more, said Haas. Then Sergio wanted to ask Haas about his confession, the trial date, his treatment by the police, but Haas said they would talk about that on another OCCA scion. That same night, Inspector José Márquez told Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez about a conversation he'd overheard without meaning to at one of the Santa Teresa police stations. Those present were Pedro Negrete, Inspector Ortiz Rebolledo, Inspector Angel Fernández, and Negrete's watchdog, Epifanio Galindo, although as it happened Epifanio Galindo was the only one who never opened his mouth. The subject of the conversation was Klaus Haas's press conference. Ortiz Rebolledo believed it was the warden's fault. Haas must have given him money. Angel Fernández agreed. Pedro Negrete said there was probably something more to it. An extra peso or two to tip the warden in the right direction. Then the name of Enrique Hernández came up. I think Enriquito Hernández twisted the warden's arm, said Negrete. Could be, said Ortiz Rebolledo. Son of a fucking bitch, said Angel Fernández. And that was all. Then José Márquez came into the office, said hello, and was about to sit down, but Ortiz Rebolledo waved him away, making it clear he should leave, and when he went out Ortiz Rebolledo himself closed and locked the door so no one else would bother them. Enrique Hernández was 36. For a while he had worked for Pedro Rengifo and then for Estanislao Campuzano. He was born in Cananea, and when he had enough money he bought a ranch nearby, where he raised cattle, and a house, the best he could get, in the Cen Terre of town, steps from the market square. All his right-hand men were from Cananea too. He had a fleet of 5 trucks and 3 Suburbans, and it was believed he was in charge of transporting the drugs that came by sea to Sonora and were dropped at some point between Guaymas and Cabo Tepoca. His mission was to deliver the shipments safely to Santa Teresa. Then another person took charge of transporting them to the United States. But one day Enriquito Hernández met up with a Salvadorian who was in the business and who, like him, wanted to go independent, and the Salvadorian put him in touch with a Colombian, and all of a sudden Estanislao Campuzano found he no longer had a transport manager in Mexico and Enriquito had become a competitor. Not that the volume of sales bore any comparison. For each kilo Enriquito moved, Campuzano moved 20. But wrath doesn't recognize differences of magnitude, so Campuzano, patiently and without haste, waited for his time to come. Of course, it wasn't to his advantage to turn Enriquito in, for reasons to do with the trade. Instead, he wanted to put him out of circulation by legal means, then quietly take back the route himself. When the right moment came, a wrangle over a woman in which Enriquito went too far and ended up killing 4 people from the same family, Campuzano notified the Sonora Attorney General's office and doled out money and clues, and Enriquito wound up in prison. For the first 2 weeks nothing happened, but during the 3rd week 4 gunmen showed up at a warehouse outside of San Bias, in northern Sinaloa, and after killing the 2 watchmen they carted off a shipment of 100 kilos of coke. The warehouse belonged to a peasant from Guaymas, in the south of Sonora, who had been dead for more than 5 years. Campuzano sent one of his trusted deputies to investigate the matter, a man by the name of Sergio Cancino, alias Sergio Carlos, alias Sergio Camargo, alias Sergio Carrizo, who, after asking at the gas station and around the warehouse, was able to learn only that during the robbery more than one person had seen a black Suburban in the area, like the ones Enriquito Hernandez's men used. Then Sergio went around to the ranches in the area, on the off chance he might find the Suburban's owner. He got as far as El Fuerte, but no one there and none of the few ranchers he came across had the money to buy a Suburban. The fact wasn't reassuring, but that was all it was, thought Estanislao Campuzano, a fact to be considered in context. The Suburban might easily have belonged to an American tourist lost in the billowing dust, or a judicial passing through, or a high official on vacation with his family. Soon after Ward, as one of Estanislao Campuzano's trucks, loaded with 20 kilos of coke, was driving along the dirt road from La Discordia to the border town of El Sasabe, it was attacked and the driver and his companion were killed. They were unarmed, because they had planned to cross over into Arizona that evening, and no one crosses the border armed when he's transporting drugs. You carry either arms or drugs, but not both at the same time. That was the last anyone heard of the men in the truck. Or the drugs. The truck turned up 2 months later in a scrapyard in Hermosillo. According to Sergio Cancino, the owner of the scrapyard had bought the truck, which was a wreck, from 3 junkies, petty criminals and police informers. He talked to one of them, called El Elvis. El Elvis told him that a player from Sinaloa had let him have the truck for 4 pesos. When Sergio asked how he knew the man was from Sinaloa, El Elvis said he could tell by the way he talked. When Sergio asked how he knew he was a player, El Elvis said it was his eyes. The way he looked at you, like a player, open-handed, not afraid of anybody. He was no weekend cowboy, he was the real thing, somebody who would just as soon shoot you in the guts as trade you his truck for a Marlboro or a toke of weed. He gave you the truck in exchange for a joint? Sergio asked, laughing. Half a stick, said El Elvis. This time Campuzano really was angry. Why is Enriquito Hernandez, in his own way, of course, protecting Haas? Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez asked himself. What does he get out of it? Who does he hurt by protecting Haas? And he asked himself, too. How long does he plan to protect him? A month, 2 months, as long as he thinks he needs to? And why rule out affection, friendship? Wasn't it possible that Enriquito had befriended Haas? Couldn't it be a decision based solely on friendship? But no, said Juan de Dios Martínez to himself, Enriquito Hernandez didn't have friends. In October 1995, no dead woman turned up in Santa Teresa or the surrounding area. Since the middle of September, the city had been able to breathe easy, as they say. In November, however, a girl subsequently identified as Adela Garcia Estrada, 15, a worker at the East-West Maquiladora, was found in the El Ojito ravine. She had disappeared a week before. According to the medical examiner, the cause of death was a fracture of the hyoid bone. She was dressed in a gray rock band sweatshirt with a white bra underneath. And yet, her right breast had been severed and the nipple of her left breast bitten off. The case was handled by Inspector Lino Rivera and later by Inspector Ortiz Rebolado and Inspector Carlos Marin. On November 20, a week after the discovery of the body of Adela Garcia Estrada, the body of an unidentified woman was found in a vacant lot in Colonia La Vistosa. The woman seemed to be about 19 and the cause of death was various stab wounds to the chest, all or almost all potentially fatal, produced by a double-edged blade. The woman was wearing a pearl gray vest and black pants. When her pants were removed in the forensic lab, it was discovered that underneath she had on another pair of pants, gray. Human behavior is a MYS Terry, declared the medical examiner. The case was assigned to Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez. No one claimed the body. Bustelo asked for the lists of workers going back 6 months. He was told that a filing error had regrettably caused them to be lost or mislaid. Before Efraín Bustelo could ask when they might locate the lists so he could take a look at them, a file sys executive handed him an envelope full of cash and Bustelo forgot the whole business. Even if the lists did exist, even if no one had burned them, he thought, he probably wouldn't find any trace of Evodio Cifuentes. An arrest warrant was issued for the 2 siblings that circled various police stations around the country like a mosquito around a campfire. The case remained unsolved. 4 days later, the mutilated corpse of Beatriz Concepcion Roldan appeared by the side of the Santa Teresa, Cananea Highway. The cause of death was a gash that sliced her open from navel to chest, presumably inflicted with a machete or big knife. Beatriz Concepcion Roldan was 22, 5'5", thin, and dark-skinned. She had long hair halfway down her back. She worked as a waitress in Madero Norte and she lived with Evodio Cifuentes and his sister, Eliana Cifuentes, although no one had reported her disappearance. Various parts of the body showed evidence of bruising, but a single knife wound was the cause of death, by which the medical examiner concluded that the victim hadn't defended herself or was unconscious at the moment of the fatal attack. After her picture appeared in La Voz de Sonora, an anonymous call identified her as Beatriz Concepcion Roldan, resident of Colonia Sur. 4 days later, when the police paid a visit to the victim's residence, the property, 400 square feet, 2 small bedrooms, a living room outfitted with vinyl-covered furniture, was completely abandoned. According to the neighbors, the man who called himself Evodio Cifuentes and his sister Eliana had been gone for 6 days. One of the neighbor women saw them leave, each dragging 2 suitcases. When the house was searched, few personal effects of the Cifuentes siblings were found. From the beginning the case was handled by Inspector Efraín Bustelo, who soon discovered that the Cifuentes siblings were hardly any more substantial than a pair of ghosts. There were no photographs of them. The descriptions he could come up with were vague, when not contradictory. Cifuentes was short and thin and his sister was nondescript looking. One neighbor thought he remembered that Evodio Cifuentes worked at the Maquiladora File Cis, but the plant had no payroll record of anyone by that name, now or in the last 3 months. When Efron in December, in a vacant lot in Colonia Morelos, up by Calle Colima and Calle Fuensanta, not far from the Morelos Preparatory School, the body of Michelle Requejo was found. The victim had disappeared a week before. The discovery was made by some children who often played baseball in the lot. Michelle Requejo lived in Colonia San Damian, in the south of the city, and worked for the Maquiladora Horizon W&E. She was 14, a thin, friendly girl. She wasn't known to have a boyfriend. Her mother worked for the same company and in her free time she earned a few extra pesos as a fortune teller and healer. Her clients were mostly the neighborhood women or a few of her co-workers with romantic troubles. Her father worked at the Maquiladora Aguilar and Lenox. He put in double shifts most weeks. She had 2 sisters under 10 who were in school and a 16-year-old brother who worked with her father at Aguilar and Lenox. Michelle Requejo had been stabbed several times in the arms and the chest. She was wearing a black blouse torn in a number of places, presumably by the same knife. Her pants were tight, of synthetic fabric, and were pulled down to her knees. She was wearing black Reebok tennis shoes. Her hands were tied behind her back and a little later someone noticed that the rope was knotted the same way as the rope that had bound Estrella Ruiz Sandoval, which made some policemen smile. The case was handled by José Marc Ez, who discussed some of its peculiarities with Juan de Dios Martínez. The latter pointed out that the knots weren't the only strange coincidence, and that in fact another crime had been committed in a field next to the Morelos Preparatory School. José Marquez didn't remember the case. The victim, said Juan de Dios Martínez, was a woman who was never identified. That night the 2 inspectors stopped by the vacant lot where Michelle Requejo's body had been found. For a while they watched the play of shadows in the lot. Then they got out of the car and walked through the brush, treading on plastic bags with soft things inside. They lit cigarettes. There was a smell of dead flesh. José Marquez said he was getting sick of this work. He talked about a job as a security chief in Monterrey, and he asked where the school was. Juan de Dios Martínez pointed to a spot in the dark. There, he said. They walked in that direction. They crossed several dirt roads and felt as if they were being watched. José Marquez put his hand on the holster of his gun and although he didn't draw it this calmed him. They got to the school fence, lit by a single lamp. That's where the dead woman was, said Juan de Dios Martínez, indicating a vague spot near the Nogales Highway. The school janitor found the body. The killer or the killers must have come by car. They hauled the dead woman out of the trunk and left her in the vacant lot. It must have taken them at least 5 minutes. I calculate about 10, because the spot isn't near the highway. They were either on their way to Cananea or coming from Cananea. Based on where they left the body, I would say they were heading to Cananea. Why, Mano? Asked José Márquez. Because if you're coming from Cananea, there are lots of better places to dispose of a body before you get to Santa Teresa. Also, I think they took their time. According to what I was told, a stake had been driven partway through the body. Shit, said José Márquez. That's right, Pepito, and it isn't easy to stow a body like that, looking like that, all set to go, you might say, in the trunk of a car. Chances are they drove the stake into her by the school. Those people were animals, Mano, said José Márquez. They dumped her on the ground and then they shoved a stake up her ass. What do you think of that? Brutal, Mano, said José Márquez. But she was dead by then, wasn't she? That's right, she was already dead, said Juan de Dios Martínez. The next 2 dead women were also found in December 1995. The first was Rosa López Larios, 19. Her body was discovered behind a Pemex tower where couples met at night to make love. At first they came in cars or vans, but then it became fashionable to arrive by motorcycle or bicycle, and it wasn't even unusual to spot young working couples on foot, since there was a bus stop nearby. There had been plans to put up another building behind the Pemex tower, but in the end the plans were scrapped, and now there was just an esplanade and beyond it some prefab barracks, now empty, which had housed company workers for a while. Each night, sometimes brazenly, with radios blasting, but most of the time quietly, cars lined up along the esplanade and the kids who had come by motorcycle or bike pushed open the falling down doors of the barracks, where they turned on flashlights and lit candles and put on music and sometimes even made dinner. Behind the barracks, on a gentle slope, stood a grove of stunted pines that Pemex had planted when it built the tower. Some kids, seeking greater privacy, made their way into the grove, equipped with blankets. That was where Rosa López Larios's body was discovered. It was a 17-year-old couple who found it. The girl thought it was someone sleeping, but when they shone the flashlight on the body they realized she was dead. The girl screamed and went running, terrified. The boy had the fortitude, or was curious enough, to turn the body over and look at the dead woman's face. The girl's screams alerted the people on the esplanade. Some cars drove off immediately. In one of the cars was a city cop, and it was he who reported the discovery and tried, unsuccessfully, to prevent the general flight. When the police showed up, only a few frightened teenagers were still there and the city cop had them all at gunpoint. At 3 in the morning Inspector Ortiz Rebolledo and Officer Epifanio Galindo arrived on the scene. By then the other policemen had managed to get the city cop to put away his non-regulation Taurus Magnum and calm down. On the esplanade, leaning against a patrol car, Epifanio questioned the girl, while Ortiz Rebolledo went up to the grove to take a look at the body. Rosa López had died of multiple wounds inflicted with a sharp instrument that also ripped up her blouse and sweater. She had no identification on her, so at first she was classified as an anonymous victim. 2 days later, however, after her picture was published in the 3 Santa Teresa newspapers, a woman who claimed to be her cousin identified her as Rosa López Larios and gave the police all the information she could, including the address of the deceased, on Calle San Mateo, in Colonia Las Flores. The Pemex tower was near the Cananea Highway, which, while not close to Colonia Las Flores, wasn't terribly far either, which meant the victim might have made her way to the tower on foot or by bus, maybe to meet someone. Rosa López Larios lived with 2 friends, veterans like herself of several maquiladoras located in the General Sepulveda Industrial Park. Her friend said Rosa had a boyfriend, Ernesto Astudillo, from Oaxaca, who worked delivering soft drinks for Pepsi. At the Pepsi warehouse the police were told that, in fact, Astudillo had worked as a loader on a truck on the Colonia Las Flores-Colonia Quino route, but he hadn't shown up for work for 4 days, which meant, as far as the company was concerned, that he could consider himself fired. Once his place of residence was located, a raid was conducted, but the only person present was a friend of Astudillo's who shared the house, a shack barely 200 feet square. The friend was questioned, and it turned out that Astudillo had a cousin or a friend, someone he loved like a brother, who worked as a pollero. "This case is shot to hell," said Epifanio Galindo. Still, there was a search among the patterns for Astudillo's friend, but no one would talk and nothing was discovered. Ortiz Rebolledo dropped the case. Epifanio pursued other lines of investigation. He asked himself what it would mean if Astudillo were dead. If he had died, say, 3 days before his girlfriend's body was found. He asked himself what she had gone to look for, whom Rosa Iopes Irios had gone to meet at the Pemex Tower, the day or night she was killed. Sure enough, the case was shot to hell. The second dead woman of December was Emma Contreras, and this time the killer was easy to find. Emma Contreras lived on Calle Pablo Cifuentes, in Colonia Alamos. One night the neighbors heard a man shouting. As they described it later, it was as if he was alone and had lost his mind. Around 2 in the morning the man stopped his ranting and was quiet. The house was plunged into silence. Around 3 in the morning 2 shots woke the neighbors. The lights were off in the house, but no one had the slightest doubt where the noise had come from. Then 2 more shots were fired and they heard someone shout. A few minutes later they saw a man come out, get in a car parked in front of the house, and disappear. One of the neighbors called the police. A patrol car showed up at about 3:30 in the morning. The door to the house was ajar and the police walked right in. In the biggest bedroom they found the body of Emma Contreras, her hands and feet bound. She had been shot 4 times, and 2 of the shots had destroyed her face. The case was handled by Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez, who, after reaching the scene of the crime at 4 in the morning and searching the house, quickly came to the conclusion that the killer was the victim's housemate, or paramour, Officer Jamie Sanchez, who, days before and equipped with a Brazilian Magnum Taurus, had tried to prevent the flight of couples from the Pemex Tower. Juan de Dios Martínez radioed a search order. At 6 in the morning Jamie Sanchez was found at Serafino's. It was late enough that the place was closed, but a poker game was in progress inside. Near the table of players and spectators, a group of late-night drinkers, more than one policeman among them, were talking at the bar. Jamie Sanchez was in this group. When he got the tip, Juan de Dios Martínez gave orders that the bar be surrounded and Jamie Sanchez not be allowed to leave under any pretext, but also that no one should go in until he got there. Jamie Sanchez was talking about women when he saw the inspector come into the bar with 2 OTHR officers. He kept talking. At the poker table, among the spectators, was Inspector Ortiz Reboledo, who got up when he saw Juan de Dios and asked what brought him to Serafino's so early in the day. "I've come to make an arrest," said Juan de Dios, and Ortiz Reboledo stared at him, smiling broadly. "You and these 2? He asked. "And then? Don't be a dick. Why don't you go suck cock somewhere else?" Juan de Dios Martínez looked at him as if he didn't know him, shook him off, and went over to Jamie Sanchez. From there he could see that Ortiz Reboledo had hold of the arm of one of the 2 policemen, who was talking his ear off. "He must be telling him who I'm here to arrest," thought Juan de Dios. Jamie Sanchez gave himself up without a struggle. Juan de Dios felt under his jacket until he found the holster and the Magnum Taurus. "Is this what you killed her with?" he asked. "I flipped out and lost control," said Sanchez. "Don't make me look bad in front of my friends," he added. "I don't give a flying fuck about your friends," said Juan de Dios as he handcuffed him. When they left the bar the poker match resumed as if nothing had happened. In January 1996, Klaus Haas convened the press again. Not as many reporters came this time, but those who showed up at the prison were able to go about their business in the normal way, undisturbed. Haas asked the reporters how it could be that with the killer, him, in other words, behind bars, murders were still being committed. In particular, he talked about the identical knots in the ropes binding Michelle Requejo and Estrella Ruiz Sandoval, and pointed out that Estrella Ruiz Sandoval was the only one of the dead women who'd had direct contact with him, due, he specified, to her interest in computer science and computers. The newspaper La Razón, where Sergio González worked, sent a novice crime reporter, who read the case file on the plane to Hermosillo. In the file were Sergio González's stories. Sergio stayed behind in Mexico City writing a long article on New Mexican and Latin American fiction. Before the novice was assigned the story, the crime editor went up the 5 floors to the arts section, despite the fact that he almost never took the elevator, and asked Sergio if he wanted to go. Sergio looked at him without answering and finally shook his head. In January 2, the Santa Teresa branch of Women of Sonora for Democracy and Peace held a press conference, which was attended by just 2 reporters from Santa Teresa, at which they talked about the degrading and inconsiderate treatment suffered by the family members of the dead WO men and showed the letters they planned to send to the state governor, José Andrés Briceño, of the PAN, and to the Attorney General of the Republic. The letters were never answered. The Santa Teresa branch of the WSDP grew from 3 to 20 activists and supporters. And yet, January 1996 wasn't a bad month for the city police. 3 men were shot to death in a bar near the old rail line, apparently in a settling of scores between narcos. The body of a Central American with his throat cut appeared on a route used by patterns. A fat, short little man wearing a strange tie printed with rainbows and naked women with the heads of animals shot himself in the roof of the mouth while playing Russian roulette in a nightclub in Madero Norte. But no bodies of women were found in the city's vacant lots, or on its outskirts, or in the desert. At the beginning of February, however, an anonymous call notified the police of a body abandoned inside an old railroad shed. The body, as the medical examiner established, was a woman of about 30, although to look at her anyone might have said she was 40. She had been stabbed twice fatally, and her forearms were marked with deep cuts. According to the medical examiner, the weapon was probably a Bowie knife like those seen in American films. Asked about this, the medical examiner explained that he meant westerns, and the kind of knife used for bear hunting. In other words, a very big knife. On the third day of the investigation, the medical examiner supplied another important clue. The dead woman was an Indian. She might be a Yaqui, but he didn't think so, and she might be a Pima, but he didn't think that was it either. It was possible she was a Mayo, from the south of the state, but frankly he didn't think so. What kind of Indian was she, then? Well, she might be a Seri, but based on certain physical characteristics it was unlikely. She might also be a Papago, which would be only natural, since the Papagos were the Indians geographically closest to Santa Teresa, but he didn't think she was a Papago either. On the fourth day, after much deliberation and Maya's erring, the medical examiner, whose students had begun to call him the Dr. Mengele of Sun Aura, said the dead woman was definitely a Tarahumara. What was a Tarahumara doing in Santa Teresa? Probably working as a maid for some upper or middle-class family. Or waiting her turn to cross over to the United States. The investigation centered on Pollero informers and households whose maids had left their jobs unexpectedly. It was soon neglected and forgotten. The next dead girl was found between the Casas Negras highway and the bottom of a valet without a name, full of brush and wildflowers. She was the first dead girl or woman found in March 1996, a terrible month in which 5 more bodies would be discovered. Among the 6 policemen who reported to the scene was Lalo Cura. The dead girl was 10 years old, more or less. She was 4'3". She was wearing clear plastic sandals fastened with a metal buckle. She had brown hair, lighter where it fell over her forehead, as if it had been dyed. She'd been stabbed 8 times, 3 times in the chest. One of the policemen started to cry when he saw her. The ambulance men climbed down into the valley and proceeded to tie her to the stretcher, because the climb up could be rough and if they tripped, her little body might tumble to the ground. No one came to claim the body. According to the official police statement, she hadn't lived in Santa Teresa. What was she doing there? How had she come there? That they didn't say. Her physical description was sent by fax to police stations around the country. The investigation was handled by Inspector Angel Fernandez and the case was soon closed. A few days later, also down in the valley but on the other side of the Casas Negras highway, the body of another girl was found, this one approximately 13 years old, strangled to death. Like the previous victim, she wasn't carrying anything that might have helped to identify her. She was dressed in white shorts and a gray sweatshirt with the logo of an Amer-Icon football team. According to the medical examiner, she had been dead for at least 4 days, which meant it was possible that both bodies had been dumped the same day. According to Juan de Dios Martínez, this was a rather odd idea, to put it mildly, because in order to leave the first body in the valley the killer would have had to park his vehicle not far from the Casas Negras highway, with the second body inside, running the risk not only that a patrol car would stop, but even that some unsuspecting persons might come by and steal it, and the same would be true if he had dumped the first body on the opposite side of the highway, in other words near the settlement of El Obelisco, which was neither a village nor exactly a suburb of Santa Teresa, but a way station for the poorest of the poor who came each day from the south, people who slept there at night and even died in hovels that they didn't think of as homes but as one more stop along the road to something different or at least a place where they would be fed. Instead of El Obelisco, some called it El Moradero. And in a way they were right, because there was no obelisk and people did die much faster there than in other places. But there had once been an obelisk, when the city limits were different, farther off, and Casas Negras was what might be called an independent town. A stone obelisk, or rather 3 stones, one set on top of the other, stones stacked in a haphazard column. Though with imagination or a sense of humor, the stack could be seen as a primitive obelisk or an obelisk drawn by a child learning to draw. A monstrous baby who lived outside of Santa Teresa and crawled through the desert eating scorpions and lizards and never sleeping. The most practical thing, thought Juan de Dios Martínez, would have been to dispose of the 2 bodies in the same place, first one and then the other. And not drag the first body down into the valley, which was too far from the highway, but dump it right by the road, a few yards from the pavement. And the same with the second body. Why walk to the edge of El Obelisco, with all the risks that entailed, when you could leave it anywhere else? Unless, he said to himself, there were 3 killers in the car, one to drive and the other 2 to dispose quickly of the dead girls, who hardly weighed anything, and who, if carried between 2 men, surely were each no heavier than a small suitcase. The choice of El Obelisco, then, appeared in a new light, acquired new dimensions. Did the killers want the police to turn their suspicions on the inhabitants of that sea of paper houses? But then why not dump both bodies in the same place? In the interests of verisimilitude. And why not suppose that both girls had lived in El Obelisco? Where else in Santa Teresa could there be 10-year-old girls? No one claimed. So then the killers didn't have a car? They crossed the highway with the first girl to the valley near Casas Negras and left her there? And why, if they went to so much trouble, didn't they bury the body? Because the ground was hard in the valley and they didn't have tools? The case was handled by Inspector Angel Fernandez, who conducted a raid in El Obelisco and arrested 20 people. 4 were convicted of theft and sent to prison. Another died in the cells of Precinct No. 2, of tuberculosis, according to the medical examiner. No one admitted to the murder of either of the 2 girls. A week after the discovery of the corpse of the 13-year-old girl on the outskirts of El Obelisco, the body of a girl of about 16 was found by the Cananea Highway. The dead girl was a little under 5'4" and slightly built, and she had long black hair. She had been stabbed only once, in the abdomen, a stab so deep that the blade had literally pierced her through. But her death, according to the medical examiner, was caused by strangulation and a fracture of the hyoid bone. From the place where the body was found there was a view of a succession of low hills and scattered white and yellow houses with low roofs, and a few industrial sheds where the maquiladoras stored their reserve parts, and paths off the highway that melted away like dreams, without rhyme or reason. The victim, according to the police, was probably a hitchhiker who had been raped on her way to Santa Teresa. All attempts to identify her were in vain and the case was closed. Almost at the same time, the body of another girl, approximately 16 years old, was found, stabbed and mauled, although the mauling might have been the work of the dogs in the area, on the slopes of Cerro Estrella, to the northeast of the city, many miles from where the first 3 victims of March had appeared. Slightly built and with long black hair, the dead girl, said some policemen, looked like the twin sister of the presumed hitchhiker found by the Cananea Highway. Like the other girl, she wasn't carrying anything that might have helped to identify her. In the Santa Teresa press there was talk about the cursed sisters, and then, picking up on the police version, the ill-fated twins. The case was handled by Inspector Carlos Marin and was soon filed as unsolved. As March came to an end, the last 2 victims were found on the same day. The first was Beverly Beltran Hoyos. She was 16 and she worked at a maquiladora in General Sepulveda Industrial Park. She had disappeared 3 days before the discovery of the body. Her mother, Isabel Hoyos, had gone to a police station downtown and after she waited for 5 hours she was attended and her report was processed, signed, and passed on to the next stage, albeit grudgingly. Beverly, unlike the previous March victims, had brown hair. Otherwise, there were some similarities: slight build, 5'4", long hair. She was found by some children on a stretch of open ground to the west of General Sepulveda Industrial Park, in a place that was hard to reach by car. The body exhibited multiple stab wounds to the chest and abdominal area. Beverly had been vaginally and anally raped and then dressed by her killers, since her clothes, the same ones she'd been wearing when she disappeared, were entirely free of rips or holes or bullet scorch marks. The case was handled by Inspector Lino Rivera, who initiated and exhausted his inquiries by questioning her co-workers and trying to find a non-existent boyfriend. No one combed the crime scene, nor did anyone make casts of the numerous tracks around the site. The second victim of the day, and the last of March, was found in a vacant lot west of Colonia Remedios Mayor and the illegal dump El Chile, and south of General Sepulveda Indus Trial Park. According to Inspector José Márquez, who was assigned the case, she was very attractive. She was thin but not skinny, and she had long legs, full breasts, and hair past her shoulders. There was both vaginal and anal abrasion. After she was raped, she had been stabbed to death. According to the medical examiner, she must have been between 18 and 20. She wasn't carrying identification and no one came forward to claim the body, so she was buried, after a reasonable waiting period, in the public grave. On April 2, Florida Almada made an appearance on Reynaldo's show along with some activists from the WSDP. Florida said she was there only to introduce the other women, who had something important to say. Then the WSDP activists stepped up to talk about the climate of impunity in Santa Teresa, the laxity of the police, the corruption, and the number of dead WO men, which had been constantly on the rise since 1993. After that they gave their thanks to the kind audience and their friend Florida Almada and said their goodbyes, not without first calling upon the state governor, José Andrés Briceño, to find a solution to this unsustainable situation in a country that claimed to respect human rights and the law. The station head called Reynaldo and came close to suspending him. Reynaldo had a nervous fit and told him to go ahead and fire him if that was what he'd been ordered to do. The station head called him a faggot and an agitator. Reynaldo shut himself in his dressing room and spent a while on the phone with some people in LA who owned a radio station and wanted to hire him. The show's producer told the station head he'd better go easy on Reynaldo. The station head sent his secretary for Reynaldo. Reynaldo refused to go and stayed on the phone. The Chicano he was talking to told him the story of an LA serial killer, a man who killed only homosexuals. "My God," said Reynaldo, "we've got somebody here who only kills women." The LA killer liked to prowl gay bars. "There are people like that everywhere," said Reynaldo, "wolves who prey on the flock." The LA guy seduced homosexuals in gay bars or on the street where male prostitutes hung out and then took them somewhere and killed them. He was as bloodthirsty as Jack the Ripper. He literally chopped up his victims. "Are they going to make a movie about him?" asked Reynaldo. "They already have," said the Chicano at the other end of the line. "So in other words the police caught him?" "Of course," said the Chicano. "What a relief," said Reynaldo. "And who was in the movie?" "Keanu Reeves," said the Chicano. "Keanu as the killer?" "No, as the policeman who catches him." "So who played the killer?" "That blonde guy. What's his name?" said the Chicano. "He has the same name as a character from a Salinger novel." There's an Thor I haven't read," said Reynaldo. "You haven't read Salinger?" asked the Chicano. "That, my friend, is a giant gap in your education," said the Chicano. "The thing is, lately I read only gay writers," said Reynaldo. "And, if possible, gay writers with a literary background like mine." "You'll have to explain that to me when you get to LA," said the Chicano. When they hung up, Reynaldo closed his eyes and imagined himself living in a neighborhood of big palm trees, with pretty little bungalows, and aspiring actors for neighbors, whom he would interview long before they became famous. Then he talked to the show's producer and the station head, and both of them, standing in the doorway of his dressing room, asked him to forget what had happened and stay. Reynaldo said he would think about it, he had other offers. That night he threw a party at his apartment, and near dawn some friends suggested they go to the beach to watch the sunrise. Reynaldo shut himself in his bedroom and called Florida Almada. On the third ring, the seer answered. Reynaldo asked if he'd woken her. Florida Almada said yes, but it didn't matter because she'd been dreaming about him. Reynaldo asked her to tell him the dream. Florida Almada talked about a meteor shower on a beach in Sonora and described a boy who looked like him. "And that boy was watching the falling stars?" asked Reynaldo. "That's right," said Florida Almada, "he was watching them fall as the waves lapped his shins." "What a nice dream," said Reynaldo. "I thought so too," said Florida Almada. "Such a very nice dream, Florida," said Reynaldo. "Yes," she said. The show with Florida Almada and the women from the WSDP was seen by many people. Elvira Campos, the director of the Santa Teresa Psychiatric Hospital, saw it and mentioned it to Juan de Dios Martínez, who hadn't seen it. Don Pedro Rengifo, Lalo Cura's old boss, who almost never left his ranch outside of Santa Teresa, saw it too, but he didn't discuss it with anyone, even though his right-hand man, Pat O'Banion, was sitting next to him. El Tequila, one of Klaus Haas's friends, saw it in the Santa Teresa penitentiary and mentioned it to Haas, but Haas shrugged it off. "It doesn't matter what those old bitches say or think," he said. "The killer keeps killing and I'm locked up. That's an incontrovertible fact. Someone should consider that and draw conclusions." That same night, in bed in his cell, Haas said, "The killer is on the outside and I'm on the inside. But someone worse than me and worse than the killer is coming to this motherfucking city. Do you hear his footsteps getting closer? Do you hear them? Shut the fuck up, Guerrero," said Farfan from his cot. Haas was quiet. The first week of April, the body of another dead woman was found on the open ground east of the old railsheds. The dead woman had no identification on her except for a card without a photograph certifying her as a worker at the Maquiladora Dutch and Roads, in the name of Sagrario Biza Lopez. She had been stabbed several times, and evidence of rape was present. She was approximately 20 years old. When the police visited the offices of Dutch and Roads, it turned out that Sagrario Biza Lopez was alive. Upon being questioned, she stated that she didn't know the dead woman, had never even seen her before. She'd lost her card at least 6 months ago. And, finally, she led an orderly life, devoted to her job and her family, with whom she lived in Colonia Carranza, and she'd never had trouble with the law, which was confirmed by some of her coworkers. And in fact, a record was found in the Dutch and Roads files of the exact date when Sagrario Biza had been issued a new card, with the warning to be more careful and not lose it again. What was the dead woman doing with someone else's work ID? Wondered Inspector Efrain Bustelo. For a few days the Dutch and Roads employees were questioned, in case the dead woman was another worker at the company, but the women who'd left didn't match the dead woman's physical description. 3 workers, ranging in age from 25 to 30, had chosen to cross over into the United States. Another one, a short, fat woman, had been fired for trying to start a union. The case was quietly closed. The last week in April another dead woman was found. According to the medical examiner, before she died she had been beaten all over. The cause of death, however, was strangulation and a fracture of the hyoid bone. The body was found in the desert, some 50 yards from a secondary road that headed east, toward the mountains, in a place where it wasn't unusual to see small drug planes land. The case was handled by Angel Fernandez. The dead woman wasn't carrying identification and her disappearance hadn't been reported at any Santa Teresa police station. Her picture wasn't published in the papers, even though the police supplied photographs of her mutilated face to El Heraldo del Norte, La Voz de Sonora, and La Tribuna de Santa Teresa. In May 1996, no more bodies of women were found. Lalo Cura took part in an auto theft investigation, which ended in 5 arrests. Epifanio Galindo went to visit Haas in prison. Their conversation was brief. The mayor of Santa Teresa announced to the press that the city could relax. The killer was behind bars and the subsequent killings of women were the work of common criminals. Juan de Dios Martínez took charge of a case of aggravated robbery. In 2 days he apprehended the guilty parties. In the Santa Teresa penitentiary a 21-year-old prisoner held in preventive custody committed suicide. The American consul Conan Mitchell went hunting at a ranch owned by businessman Conrado Padilla in the foothills of the Sierra. Also present were his friends, university rector Pablo Negrete and banker Juan Salas Ar Crespo, and a third individual no one knew, a fat, short man with red hair, named René Alvarado, who didn't spend a single day hunting with them because he said guns made him nervous and what's more he had a heart condition. This René Alvarado was from Guadalajara and according to what he said he had interests in the stock market. In the morning, when they went out to hunt, Alvarado wrapped himself up in a blanket and sat on the terrace, facing the mountains, always with a book. In June a dancer at the bar El Pelicano was killed. According to eyewitnesses, she was in the lounge, dancing half-clothed, when her husband, Julian Centeno, came in, and without exchanging a word with the victim, fired 4 bullets into her. The dancer, known as Paula or Paulina, although at other bars in Santa Teresa she went by the name Norma, collapsed and never recovered consciousness, although 2 of the other dancers tried to revive her. By the time the ambulance appeared she was dead. The case was handled by Inspector Ortiz Boledo. Before dawn he was at Julian Centeno's residence, which was deserted and exhibited clear signs of a hasty flight. Julian Centeno was 48, and the dancer, according to the girls she worked with, was no more than 23. He was from Veracruz and she was from Mexico City, and they had come to Sonora a few years ago. According to the dancer herself, they were legally married. At first, no one could say what Paula or Paulina's last name was. At her small, sparsely furnished apartment at 79 Calle Lorenzo Covarrubias in Colonia Madero Norte, no documents were found that might clear up the identity of the victim. There was a chance Centeno had burned them, but Ortiz Rebolledo inclined toward the possibility that the woman called Paulina had lived the last few years without a single document testifying to her existence, which wasn't uncommon among showgirls and whores with no fixed address. But a fax from the Mexico City Police Identification Bureau informed them that Paulina's real name was Paula Sanchez Garces. Her record showed that she had been arrested several times for prostitution, a line of work she seemed to have pursued from the age of 15. According to her friends at El Pelicana, the victim had recently fallen in love with a client, a man they knew only by his first name, and she was planning to leave Centeno to live with him. The search for Centeno was fruitless. A few days after the murder of Paula Sanchez Garces, the body of a girl of about 17, 5'7", long hair, and slight build, appeared by the Casas Negras highway. She had been stabbed 3 times, and there were abrasions on her wrists and ankles and marks on her neck. The cause of death, according to the medical examiner, was one of the stab wounds. She was dressed in a red T-shirt, white bra, black panties, and red high heels. She wasn't wearing pants or a skirt. After vaginal and anal swabs were taken, it was concluded that the victim had been raped. Later, one of the medical examiner's assistants discovered that the shoes the victim was wearing were at least 2 sizes too big for her. No identification of any kind was found, and the case was closed. At the end of June, the body of another woman, approximately 21, was found on the way out of Colonia El Cerizal, near the Pueblo Azul highway. The body was literally riddled with knife wounds. Later the medical examiner would count 27, superficial and severe. The day after the discovery of the body, the parents of Ana Hernández Cecilio, 17, visited the police station and identified the dead woman as their daughter, who had disappeared a week before. 3 days later, however, when the presumed Ana Hernández Cecilio had already been buried in the Santa Teresa cemetery, the real Ana Hernández Cecilio showed up at the police station, saying she had run away with her boyfriend. The two of them still lived in Santa Teresa, in Colonia San Bartolomé, and both worked at a maquiladora in Arsenio Ferrell Industrial Park. Ana Hernández's parents corroborated their daughter's statement. Then an exhumation order was issued for the body found on the Pueblo Azul highway, and the investigation continued, under the direction of Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez and Inspector Angel Fernández and Epifanio Galindo of the Santa Teresa Police. The latter occupied himself walking around Colonia Mairena and Colonia Cerizal, accompanied by an old shopkeeper who had been a policeman. That was how he learned that a man named Arturo Olivares had been abandoned by his wife. The strange thing was that the woman hadn't taken her children, a 2-year-old boy and a girl just a few months old. While they were following other leads, Epifanio asked the ex-cop shopkeeper to keep him informed of Olivares's movements. This led to the discovery that the suspect was occasionally visited by a man by the name of Segovia, who turned out to be a first cousin of Olivares. Segovia lived in a neighborhood on the west side of Santa Teresa and had no known occupation. Until a month ago, he had hardly ever been seen in Colonia Mairena. Segovia was put under surveillance and witnesses were found who said they had seen him come home with bloodstains on his shirt. The witnesses were Segovia's neighbors, and they weren't on the best of terms with him. Segovia made a living acting as a middleman for the dogfights held in a few yards in Colonia Aurora. Juan de Dios Martínez and Angel Fernández stopped by Segovia's house when he wasn't there. They didn't find anything to implicate him directly in the killing of the woman discovered by the Pueblo Azul highway. They asked a cop who kept fighting dogs whether he knew Segovia. The cop said he did. They assigned him to watch Segovia. 2 days later the cop told them that lately Segovia wasn't just organizing fights, he was betting, too. "He's getting money from someone," said Angel Fernández. They shadowed Segovia. At least once a week he went to see his cousin. Epifanio Galindo shadowed Olivares. He discovered that he was selling off the house's furnishings. "Olivares plans to skip town," said Epifanio. On Sundays Olivares played soccer with a neighborhood team. The soccer field was on a lot near the Pueblo Azul highway. When Olivares saw the policemen approaching, 2 in plain clothes and 3 in uniform, he stopped playing and waited for them on the field, as if it were a mental space that would protect him from harm. Epifanio asked him his name and handcuffed him. Olivares didn't put up a fight. The other players and some 30 spectators watching the match were paralyzed. The silence, Epifanio would tell Lalo Cura that night, was total. The policeman pointed to the desert that stretched off on the other side of the road and asked if he had killed her there or at home. It was there, said Olivares. The children were with the wife of a friend of Olivares's, who watched them on Sundays when he played soccer. Did you do it alone or did your cousin help? He helped, said Olivares, but not much. Every life, Epifanio said that night to Lalo Cura, no matter how happy it is, ends in pain and suffering. That depends, said Lalo Cura. Depends on what, champ? On lots of things, said Lalo Cura. Say you're shot in the back of the head, for example, and you don't hear the motherfucker come up behind you. Then you're off to the next world, no pain, no suffering. Goddamn kid, said Epifanio. Have you ever been shot in the back of the head? The dead woman's name was Erica Mendoza. She was the mother of 2 young children. She was 21. Her husband, Arturo Olivares, was a jealous man and often hit her. The night Olivares decided to kill her, he was drunk and his cousin was with him. They were watching a soccer game on TV and talking about sports and women. Erica Mendoza wasn't watching TV because she was cooking. The children were asleep. Suddenly Olivares stood up, got a knife, and asked his cousin to come with him. The 2 of them led Erica to the other side of the Pueblo Azul highway. According to Olivares, she didn't protest at first. Then they made their way into the desert and proceeded to rape her. First Olivares raped her. Then he ordered his cousin to rape her too, which his cousin refused to do at first. Olivares's manner, however, convinced him that opposition could be fatal. After the 2 of them had raped her, Olivares attacked his wife with the knife, stabbing her over and over. Then, with their hands, they dug a hole, inadequate by any measure, and that was where they left the body. On the way back to the house, Segovia was afraid Olivares would come after him or the children, but it was as if Olivares had been freed of a weight and he seemed relaxed, or at least as relaxed as the circumstances permitted. They went back to watching TV and then they had dinner, and 3 hours later Segovia left for home. Because it was so late, it was a long, slow trip. He walked for 45 minutes to Colonia Madero, where he waited half an hour for the Avenida Madero-Avenida Carranza bus. He got off in Colonia Carranza and walked north, crossing Colonia Veracruz and Colonia Ciudad Nueva, until he came to Avenida Cementerio. From there it was a straight shot to where he lived in Colonia San Bartolomé. All in all, more than 4 hours. By the time he got home the sun had come up, although since it was Sunday there weren't many people on the streets. The happy ending of the Erica Mendoza case earned the Santa Teresa police a modicum of trust in the media. In the Sonora media, that is, because in Mexico City a feminist group called Women in Acción, WA, made a TV appearance denouncing the endless trickle of deaths in Santa Teresa and asking the government to send Mexico City investigators to Santa Teresa to resolve the situation, since by all accounts the problem was too much for the Sonora police, who were incapable of handling it, if not complicit. On the same show the question of the serial killer was addressed. Was there a serial killer behind the murders? 2 serial killers? 3? The show's host mentioned Haas, who was in prison and whose trial date still hadn't been set. The Women in Action said Haas was probably a scapegoat and they challenged the show's host to come up with a single piece of evidence incriminating him. They also talked about the WSDP, the Sonora feminists, comrades whose fight for justice was being waged in the most adverse circumstances. And they cast aspersions on the seer who had appeared with the WSDP on a regional TV show, just some old woman who apparently wanted to exploit the crimes for her own benefit. Sometimes Elvira Campo suspected that the whole of Mexico had gone crazy. When she saw the WA women, she recognized one of them as an old friend from college. She looked different, much older, she thought in astonishment, more wrinkled, sunken cheeks, but she was the same person. Dr. González Leon. Was she still practicing medicine? And why this scorn for the seer from Hermosillo? The director of the Santa Teresa Psychiatric Center would have liked to ask Juan de Dios Martínez more about the crimes, but she knew that doing so would only deepen the relationship, lead them, together, into a locked room to which she alone held the key. Sometimes Elvira Campos thought it would be best to leave Mexico. Or kill herself before she turned 55. Maybe 56? In July, the body of a girl was found some 500 yards from the pavement of the Cananea Highway. The victim was naked, and, according to Juan de Dios Martínez, who oversaw the case until he was replaced by Inspector Lino Rivera, the murder took place right there, because clenched in the victim's hand was a kind of grass called zacate, the only thing that grew in the area. According to the medical examiner, the cause of death was cranio-cerebral trauma or one of 3 stab wounds to the chest, but he was unable to give a conclusive answer because the body's state of putrefaction made it impossible to say without conducting further pathological studies. Those studies were carried out by 3 students of forensic medicine at the University of Santa Teresa, and their conclusions were filed and then lost. The victim was between 15 and 16 years old. She was never identified. Shortly afterward, near the border, in a spot similar to where Lucy Ann Sander was found, Inspector Francisco Alvarez and Inspector Juan Carlos Reyes, of the Narcotics Squad, came upon the body of a girl of approximately 17. Questioned by Inspector Ortiz Reboledo, the agents claimed to have received a phone call from the American side, from some Border Patrol buddies who let them know there was something strange near the border. Alvarez and Reyes thought it might be a bag of cocaine, presumably lost by a group of illegals, and they headed for the spot indicated by the Americans. According to the forensic scientist, the victim's hyoid bone was fractured, which meant she had been strangled to death. Before that she had been subjected to sexual abuses that included anal and vaginal rape. The missing person reports were checked and the dead woman turned out to be Guadalupe Elena Blanco. She had arrived in Santa Teresa from Pachuca less than a week before, with her father, mother, and 3 younger siblings. The day of her disappearance she had a job interview at a maquiladora in the El Progreso Industrial Park, and that was the last anyone saw of her. According to the maquiladora employees, she didn't show up for the interview. That same day her parents filed a missing person report. Guadalupe was thin, 5'4", with long black hair. The day of her interview at the maquiladora she was wearing jeans and a newly purchased dark green blouse. A little later, in an alley behind a movie theater, the knifed body of Linda Vasquez, 16, was found. According to her parents, Linda had gone to the movies with a friend, Maria Clara Soto Wolf, 17, a classmate of the victim. Questioned at home by Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez and Inspector Efraín Bustelo, Maria Clara stated that she had gone to the theater with her friend to see a Tom Cruise movie. When the show was over, Maria Clara offered to drive Linda home, but Linda said she was meeting her boyfriend. So Maria Clara left and Linda stood waiting at the entrance to the theater, looking at the posters for coming attractions. When Maria Clara passed the theater again, now in her car, Linda was still there. It wasn't quite dark yet. There was no difficulty locating the boyfriend, 16-year-old Enrique Sarabia, who denied he had planned to meet Linda. Not only his parents, but also the maid and 2 of his friends, were able to testify that Enrique hadn't left the house, where he'd spent the day playing on the computer and then swimming in the pool. That night, 2 couples, friends of his father, had stopped by, and they could also confirm his alibi. Around the theater no one had seen or heard anything, although by Linda's wounds it was easy to deduce that she had put up a fight. Juan de Dios Martínez and Efraín Bustelo decided to give the ticket taker at the theater the 3rd degree. She said she had seen a girl waiting at the entrance, and a little while later the girl had been approached by a boy who didn't seem to be of the same social class. The ticket taker got the impression they were more than friends. That was all she could say, because when she wasn't selling tickets she sat reading in the booth. They had more luck at a photo shop. The owner was pulling down the shutters when he saw Linda and the boy. For some reason he thought they were planning to attack him and he hurried to lock up and leave. The description he provided of the boy was fairly complete: 5'8", denim jacket with an insignia on the back, black jeans, and cowboy boots. The inspectors asked him about the insignia. The owner of the photo shop said he didn't remember it very well, but it looked to him like a skull. Juan de Dios Martínez brought him a book assembled by the Youth Gang Task Force, 2 policemen who for the moment had been transferred to the Narcot-ICS squad, and showed him more than 20 insignias. The man recognized the one on the boy's jacket with no hesitation. That same night the police staged an operation that rounded up 24 members of the Los Caciques gang. Both the ticket taker and the shop owner were able to pick Jesus Chimmel out of a lineup. Chimmel was 18, worked off and on at a motorcycle repair shop in Colonia Rubén Dario, had a record of minor offenses. Chimmel's interrogation was conducted by the police chief in person, along with Epifanio Galindo and Inspector Ortiz Rebolledo. Within an hour, Chimmel confessed to having killed Linda Vasquez. As he told it, he had been dating the victim for 3 weeks, since they'd met at a rock concert outside of El Adobe. Chimmel fell in love with her as he'd never fallen in love with anyone else before. They saw each other behind Linda's parents' backs. Twice Chimmel had visited her house while her parents were away in California. According to Chimmel, Linda's parents traveled to Disneyland at least once a year. There, in the empty house, they made love for the first time. The evening of the crime, Chimmel invited Linda to another concert, this one at El Arenas, a club where boxing matches were also held. Linda said she couldn't go. They walked for a while, they went around the block and then turned into the alley. Waiting there were Chimmel's friends, 4 men and a woman, in a black Peregrino they had just stolen. Linda knew the woman and 2 of the men. They talked about the concert. They smoked pot. Linda smoked too. They talked about an abandoned house near a farming cooperative where no farmworkers lived anymore. One of the boys suggested they go there. Linda refused. Someone complained about something Linda had done. Someone accused her of something. Linda wanted to leave but Chimmel wouldn't let her. He asked her to get in the car and make love. Linda didn't want to. Then Chimmel and the others started to hit her. After that, so she wouldn't say anything to her parents, they knifed her. That same night, thanks to the information supplied by Chimmel, the others were arrested, except for one who, according to his parents, had fled Santa Teresa a few hours after the crime. All of those arrested pleaded guilty. At the end of July, some children found the remains of Marisol Camarena, 28, owner of the nightclub Los Heroes del Norte. Her body had been dropped into a 50-gallon drum of corrosive acid. Only her hands and feet were still whole. Identification was possible thanks to her silicone implants. 2 days before, she had been kidnapped by 17 men from her apartment above the nightclub. Her maid, Carolina Aranchibia, 18, managed to escape a presumably similar fate by hiding in the attic with the daughter of the deceased, a tiny 2-month-old baby. From up above she heard the men talk, heard laughter, shouts, curses, the sound of several cars starting. The case was handled by Inspector Lino Rivera, who questioned a few regulars at the nightclub, but the 17 kidnappers and killers were never found. From the 1st to the 15th of August there was a heatwave, and 2 more victims were found. The first was 13-year-old Marina Rebolledo. Her body was discovered behind Secondary School 30, in Colonia Felix Gomez, a few yards from the State Judicial Police building. She was dark, long-haired, slightly built, 5'2". She was wearing the same clothes she'd had on at the moment of her disappearance: yellow shorts, white blouse, white socks, and black shoes. The girl had left her house, at 38 Calle Mischula, in Colonia Veracruz, at 6 in the morning to walk her sister to work at a maquiladora in Arsenio Ferrell Industrial Park, and she never came back. That same day her family filed a missing person report. 2 of the girl's male friends, 15 and 16 years old, were arrested, but after a week in jail they were both released. On August 15, the body of Angelica Navarez, 23, was found near a sewage ditch west of General Sepulveda Industrial Park. Angelica Navarez, better known as Jessica, lived in Colonia Plata and was a dancer at the nightclub Mi Casita. She had also worked as a dancer at the nightclub Los Heroes del Norte, whose owner, Marisol Camarena, had been found not long ago in a drum of acid. Angelica Navarez was from Culiacán, in the state of Sinaloa, and she had been living in Santa Teresa for 5 years. On August 16, the heat broke, and a slightly cooler wind began to blow from the mountains. On August 17, Perla Beatriz Ochaterena, a 28-year-old teacher, was found hanged in her room. She was from the town of Morelos, near the Sonora-Chihuahua border. She taught classes at Secondary School 20 and was, according to her friends and acquaintances, a pleasant, easy-going person. She lived in an apartment on Calle Jaguar, 2 blocks from Avenida Carranza, shared with 2 other teachers. In her room were many books, especially poetry collections and essays, which she ordered cod from bookstores in Mexico City or Hermosillo. According to her roommates, she was a sensitive and intelligent woman, who had started from almost nothing. The town of Morelos, in Sonora, is pretty but tiny, with virtually nothing but scenic views, and who had gotten where she was by dint of hard work and stubbornness. They also said she liked to write and that an Hermosillo literary magazine had published some of her poems under a pseudonym. The case was handled by Juan de Dios Martínez, and from the beginning he had no doubt it was suicide. An unaddressed letter was found in her desk, in which she tried to explain that she couldn't stand what was happening in Santa Teresa anymore. In the letter it said, "All those dead girls." It was a heartfelt letter, thought Juan de Dios, and also slightly sappy. In the letter it said, "I can't take it anymore." It also said, "I try to make a life for myself, like everyone, but how?" The inspector searched through the teacher's papers for some of her poems but couldn't find any. He noted down several titles of books from her collection. He asked her roommates whether the teacher had a boyfriend. Her roommates said they had never seen her with a man. She led such a quiet life, it got on her friends' nerves. All she seemed to care about were her classes, her students, her books. She didn't have many clothes. She was neat and hardworking and she never complained about anything. Juan de Dios asked what they meant by that. Her roommates gave him an example. Sometimes they would forget to do their share of the housework, like washing the dishes or sweeping, that kind of thing, and she would do it and not give them a hard time about it. In fact, she never gave anyone a hard time about anything. Her life seemed devoid of scolding and blame. On August 20, the body of a new victim was found in a field near the Western Cemetery. She was between 16 and 18 years old and wasn't carrying any kind of identification. Except for a white blouse, she was naked, wrapped in an old yellow blanket printed with black and red elephants. After the forensic examination, it was established that death had been caused by 2 stab wounds to the neck and another very near the right auricle. In their first statement, the police said she hadn't been raped. 4 days later, they issued a correction and said she had been raped. The medical examiner in charge of conducting the autopsy declared to the press that they, the team of police and university pathologists, had never had the slightest doubt she'd been raped, and they had made this clear in the first, and only, official report. The police spokesperson reported that the misunderstanding was due to a problem in the interpretation of said report. The case was handled by Inspector José Marquez and soon shelved. The victim was buried in the public grave in the second week of September. Why did Perla Beatriz Ochaterena kill herself? According to Elvira Campos, she was probably depressed. Maybe she was heading toward a breakdown. She was clearly a lonely and hypersensitive woman. Juan de Dios Martínez read her some of the titles of the teacher's books that he'd jotted down at random. "Have you read any of those?" the director asked him. Juan de Dios admitted he hadn't. "They're good books," said the director, "and some of them are hard to find, at least here in Santa Teresa." "She had them sent from the DF," said Juan de Dios. The next dead woman was Adela Garcia Ceballos, 20, a worker at the Maquiladora Duncorp, stabbed to death in her parents' house. The killer was Ruben Bustos, 25, with whom Adela had been living at 56 Calle Taxquena in Colonia Mancera, and with whom she had a 1-year-old son. For a week the couple had been fighting, and Adela had moved in with her parents. According to Bustos, she planned to leave him for another man. The capture of Bustos was relatively easy. He holed up in his house in Colonia Mancera, but he had only a knife to defend himself. Inspector Ortiz Rebolledo came in shooting and Bustos hid under his bed. The police surrounded the bed, with Bustos refusing to come out, and threatened to pump him full of lead. Lalo Cura was part of the group. Every so often Bustos's arm swept out from under the bed, the same knife in his hand with which he'd killed Adela, and tried to slash them in the ankles. The policemen laughed and jumped back. One of them stepped up on the bed and Bustos tried to stab the soles of his feet through the mattress. Another cop, a man by the name of Cordero, famous at Precinct No. 3 for the size of his dick, began to urinate, aiming straight under the bed. Seeing the urine running along the floor toward him, Bustos started to sob. Finally Ortiz Rebolledo got tired of laughing and told him that if he didn't come out they would kill him right there. The policemen watched as he crawled out, a wreck, and they dragged him into the kitchen. There one of them filled a pot with water and dumped it over him. Ortiz Rebolledo grabbed Cordero by the neck and warned him that if the slightest trace of piss smell lingered in his car he would be sorry. Cordero, though he was near choking, laughed and promised it wouldn't happen. "But what if he pisses, boss?" he said. "I can tell different kinds of piss," said Ortiz Rebolledo. "This faggot's piss would smell like fear and yours stinks of tequila." When Cordero came into the kitchen, Bustos was crying. Between sobs he said something about his son. He talked about his parents, although it wasn't clear whether he meant his own parents or Adela's, who had witnessed the murder. Cordero filled the pot of water and slopped it over him, hard. Then he filled it again and doused him again. The pant legs of the two cops guarding Bustos were wet, and so were their black shoes. What was it the teacher couldn't stand anymore? Asked Elvira Campos. Life in Santa Teresa? The deaths in Santa Teresa? The underage girls who died without anyone doing anything to stop it? Would that be enough to drive a young woman to suicide? Would a college student have killed herself for that? Would a peasant girl who'd had to work hard to become a teacher have killed herself for that? 1 in 1,000? 1 in 100,000? 1 in a million? 1 in 100 million Mexicans? In September there were almost no killings of women. There were fights. There were drug deals and arrests. There were parties and long hot nights. There were trucks loaded with cocaine crossing the desert. There were Cessna planes flying low over the desert like the spirits of Catholic Indians ready to slit everyone's throats. There were whispered conversations and laughter and narcocorridos as background music. On the last day of September, however, the bodies of 2 women were found near Pueblo Azul. The place they were discovered was a spot the motorcyclists of Santa Teresa used for races. The 2 women were dressed in house clothes, one even wearing slippers and a bathrobe. No identification was found on the bodies. The case was handled by Inspector José Márquez and Inspector Carlos Marin, who, based on the brands of the women's clothing, suspected they might be American. After the American police were informed, the dead women were revealed to be the Reynolds sisters, from Relito, outside of Tucson, Lola and Janet Reynolds, 30 and 44 respectively, both with drug trafficking records. Márquez and Marin guessed the rest. The sisters owed money for some purchase, not a buy. G1, because they never moved large quantities, and then they never paid up. Maybe they had liquidity problems. Maybe they got cocky. According to the Tucson police, Lola was a woman to be reckoned with. Maybe their suppliers came looking for them, showed up at night and found them on their way to bed. Maybe they crossed the border with their victims and killed them when they got to Sonora. Or maybe they killed them in Arizona, 2 shots each to the head, the women still half asleep, and then crossed the border and left them near Pueblo Azul. In October the body of another woman was found in the desert, south of Santa Teresa, between 2 country roads. The body was in a state of decomposition and the forensic scientists said it would take days to determine the cause of death. The victim had red-painted nails, which led the first officers on the scene to think she was a whore. By the clothes, jeans and a low-cut blouse, they deduced she was young. Although plenty of 60-year-olds dressed that way too. When the forensic report finally arrived, the cause of death probably some kind of stab wound. Everyone had forgotten the case, even the media, and the body was tossed without further ado into the public grave. In October, too, Jesus Chimel of Los Caciques, responsible for the death of Linda Vázquez, was admitted to the Santa Teresa prison. Although new people were brought in every day, the arrival of the young killer roused unusual interest among the inmate population, as if they were being visited by a famous singer or a banker's son, someone who would provide at least a weekend's worth of entertainment. Klaus Haas could feel the excitement in the cell blocks and he asked himself if it had been the same when he arrived. No, this time the expectation was different. There was something terrifying about it, and also stirring. The prisoners didn't discuss it directly, but somehow they alluded to it when they talked about soccer or baseball. About their families. About bars and whores who existed only in their imagination. Even the behavior of some of the most disruptive inmates improved. As if they wanted to be worthy. But worthy in whose eyes? Haas asked himself. They were waiting for Chimel. They knew he was on his way. They knew which cell he would be in and they knew he had killed the daughter of a man with money. According to El Tequila, the prisoners who were former caciques were the only ones steering clear of all this drama. The day Chimel arrived they were also the only ones who came out to greet him. Chimel, for his part, didn't come alone. The other 3 who'd been arrested for the killing of Linda Vázquez were with him and they never left each other's side, even to go to the can. One of the caciques who'd been inside for a year slipped Chimel a steel shiv. Another slipped him 3 amphetamine capsules under the table. The first 2 days Chimel acted like a madman. He kept turning around to see what was going on behind his back. He slept with the shiv in his hand. He carried the amphetamines everywhere, like a tiny talisman that would protect him from evil. His 3 companions were never far behind. When they walked in the yard, it was 2 by 2. They moved like commandos lost on a toxic island on another planet. Sometimes Haas watched them from a distance and thought, "Poor boys, poor kids lost in a dream." On their 8th day in prison, the 4 were forced into the laundry room. Suddenly, the guards disappeared. 4 inmates kept watch over the door. When Haas arrived, they let him in as if he was one of them, one of the family, something for which Haas thanked them tacitly, although he never stopped despising them. Chimmel and his 3 partners were pinned in the middle of the lawn dry room. Their mouths had been taped shut. 2 of the caciques were already naked. One of them was shaking. From the 5th row, leaning on a pillar, Haas watched Chimmel's eyes. It seemed clear he wanted to say something. If they had taken off the tape, he thought, he might have harangued his very captors. From a window, some guards were looking down on the events underway in the laundry room. The light coming from the window was yellow and dim compared to the light radiated by the laundry room's fluorescent tubes. The guards, noted Haas, had taken off their caps. One had a camera. An inmate by the name of Ayala went up to the naked caciques and slit their scrotums. The prisoners who were holding the caciques immobile grew tense. Electricity, thought Haas, pure life force. Ayala seemed to milk the 2 caciques until their balls dropped, encased in fat, blood, and something crystalline he couldn't identify, and didn't want to identify. "Who is that guy?" asked Haas. "It's Ayala," whispered El Tequila, the steel gut of the border. "Steel gut?" wondered Haas. Later El Tequila explained that among the many deaths Ayala could claim were those of 8 immigrants he had ferried to Arizona in a pickup. After 3 days away, Ayala returned to Santa Teresa. But nothing was heard of the pickup and the immigrants until the gringos found the wreckage of the truck, with blood everywhere, as if Ayala, before he turned back, had sliced the bodies into bits. "Something ugly happened here," said the Border Patrol, but since there were no bodies, the whole thing was easy to write off. What did Ayala do with the bodies? According to El Tequila, he ate them. That's how crazy and evil he was. Although Haas doubted there was anyone capable of wolfing down 8 illegal immigrants, no matter how demented or ravenous he might be. One of the castrated caciques fainted. The other one had his eyes closed and the veins in his neck looked as if they were about to burst. Next to Ayala now was Farfan, and the 2 of them shared the role of master of ceremonies. "Get rid of those," said Farfan. Gomez scooped the balls off the floor and remarked that they looked like turtle eggs. "Nice and tender," he said. Some of the spectators murmured in agreement and no one laughed. Then Ayala and Farfan, each with a 2-foot length of broomstick, headed for Chimmel and the other cacique. At the beginning of November, Maria Sandra Resales Zepeda, 31, a prostitute who worked the sidewalk outside the Pancho Villa bar, was killed. Maria Sandra had been born in a town in the state of Nayarit and at 18 she had come to Santa Teresa, where she worked at the Horizon W and E Maquiladora and El Mubel Mexicano. At 22 she became a streetwalker. The night she was killed there were at least 5 other girls outside. According to the eyewitnesses, a black Suburban pulled up near the women. Inside there were at least 3 men. Music was blasting from the Suburban speakers. The men called to one of the women and talked to her for a while. Then the woman moved away from the Suburban and the men called Maria Sandra. She leaned on the open window of the Suburban, as if ready to get into a long discussion about her rates. But the conversation lasted barely a minute. One of the men pulled out a gun and shot her from close range. Maria Sandra toppled backward, and for the first few seconds the whores waiting on the sidewalk didn't know what had happened. Then they saw an arm come out the window and fire again at Maria Sandra, who was sprawled on the ground. After that the Suburban started and disappeared in the direction of downtown. The case was handled by Inspector Angel Fernandez, later joined by Epifanio Galindo, who signed up on his own initiative. No one remembered the Suburban's license plate number. The whore who had talked to the strangers said they asked about Maria Sandra. They talked about her as if they knew her by reputation, as if someone had spoken highly of her. There were 3 of them and the 3 wanted to do some business with her. She didn't remember their faces well. They were Mexicans, they sounded like they were from Sonora, and they seemed loose, ready to party all night. According to one of Epifanio Galindo's informers, 3 men showed up at the bar Los Zancudos an hour after Maria Sandra's murder. They were in high spirits and they drank shots of mezcal the way other people eat peanuts. At a certain point one of them pulled a gun from his belt and aimed at the ceiling, as if to blow away a spider. No one said a thing and he put the gun away. According to the informer, it was an Austrian Glock with a 15-shot clip. Later they were joined by a fourth person, a tall, thin man in a white shirt, with whom they drank for a while, and then they left in a bright red Dodge. Epifanio asked his source whether they had come in a Suburban. The source said he didn't know. All he knew was that they had left in a bright red Dodge. The bullets that ended Maria Sandra's life were from a 7.65 mm Browning. The clock was a 9 mm Parabellum. They probably killed the poor thing with a Scorpion submachine gun. Checkmate, thought Epifanio, a weapon he didn't like, though some models had begun to be seen regularly in Santa Teresa, especially among the small groups involved in drug trafficking or among kidnappers out of Sinaloa. The news barely filled an inside column in the Santa Teresa newspapers, and few media outlets in the rest of the country picked it up. "Prison scores settled," read the headline. 4 members of the gang Los Caciques, in custody while awaiting trial, were massacred by inmates at the Santa Teresa penitentiary. Their bodies were found piled in the laundry supply room. Later the bodies of 2 other former members of Los Caciques were found in the sanitary facilities. The police and members of the penal institution itself launched an investigation but were unable to uncover the motives or identity of those responsible. When his lawyer came to see him at noon, Haas told her he had witnessed the killing of the Caciques. "The whole cell block was there," said Haas. "The guards watched from a kind of skylight on the floor above. They took pictures. No one did anything. The Caciques got reamed. Their assholes were shredded." "Are those bad words?" asked Haas. "Chimmel, the leader, was screaming for them to kill him. They splashed him with water 5 times to wake him up. The executioners stood aside so the guards could take good pictures. They stood aside and moved the spectators aside. I wasn't in the first row. I could see it all because I'm tall. Strange. It didn't turn my stomach. Strange, very strange. I watched all the way to the end." The executioner seemed happy. "His name is Ayala. He was helped by another man, an ugly guy who's in my cell, named Farfan. Farfan's lover, Gomez, also took part. I don't know who killed the Caciques they found later in the bathroom, but the first 4 were killed by Ayala, Farfan, and Gomez, with the help of another 6 men who held them down. Maybe there were more. Scratch 6, make it 12. And all of us from the cell block who watched the action and didn't do anything." "And you think," asked the lawyer, "that they don't know all this on the outside?" "Oh, Klaus, you're so naive." "No, just stupid," said Haas. "But if they know, why don't they say anything?" "Because people are discreet, Klaus," said the lawyer. "The reporters too?" asked Haas. "They're the most discreet of all," said the lawyer. "For them, discretion equals money." "Discretion is money?" asked Haas. "Now you're getting it," said the lawyer. "Do you know why they killed the Caciques?" "I don't know," said Haas. "All I know is it wasn't a walk in the park." The lawyer laughed. "For money," she said. "Those animals killed the daughter of a man with money. Everything else is beside the point." "Just babble," said the lawyer. In the middle of November, the body of another dead woman was discovered in the Podesta ravine. She had multiple fractures of the skull, with loss of brain matter. Some marks on the body indicated that she had put up a struggle. She was found with her pants down around her knees, by which it was assumed that she'd been raped, although after a vaginal swab was taken this hypothesis was discarded. 5 days later the dead woman was identified. She was Luisa Cardona Pardo, 34, from the state of Sinaloa, where she had worked as a prostitute from the age of 17. She had been living in Santa Teresa for 4 years and she was employed at the EMSA Maquiladora. Previously she had worked as a waitress and kept a little flower stall in the center of the city. She lived with a friend in Ahmad Est house, though it had electricity and running water, in Colonia La Prechada. Her friend, who also worked at EMSA, told the police that at first Luisa had talked about immigrating to the United States and had even had dealings with a pollero, but in the end she decided to stay in the city. The police questioned some of the other workers at the Maquiladora and then closed the case. 3 days after the discovery of Luisa Cardona's body, the body of another woman was found in the same Podesta ravine. The patrolmen Santiago Ordóñez and Olegario Cura found the body. What were Ordóñez and Cura doing there? Taking a look around, as Ordóñez admitted. Later he said they were there because Cura had insisted on going. The area they were assigned to that day stretched from Colonia El Cerizal to Colonia Las Cumbres, but Lalo Cura said he wanted to see the place where they'd found Luisa Cardona's body, and Ordóñez, who was driving, didn't object. They parked the patrol car at the top of the ravine and headed down a steep path. The Podesta ravine wasn't very big. The tape that had cordoned off the area for the crime scene investigators was still there, tangled in the brush and the yellow and gray stones. For a while, according to Ordóñez, Lalo Cura did strange things, like measuring the ground and the height of the walls, looking up toward the top of the ravine and calculating the arc that Laura Cardona's body must have traced as it fell. After a while, when Ordóñez was getting bored, Lalo Cura told him that the killer or killers had disposed of the body in that particular spot so it would be found as soon as possible. When Ordóñez objected that there weren't exactly many people around, Lalo Cura pointed to the edge of the ravine. Ordóñez looked up and saw 3 children, or maybe an adolescent and 2 children, all wearing shorts, who were watching them closely. Then Lalo Cura began to walk toward the south end of the ravine and Ordóñez sat on a rock, smoking and thinking that maybe he should have gone to work for the fire department instead. A little while later, with Lalo out of sight, he heard a whistle and headed after his partner. When he reached him he saw the woman's body lying at his feet. She was dressed in something that looked like a blouse, torn on one side, and she was naked from the waist down. According to Ordóñez, the expression on Lalo Cura's face was very odd, not a look of surprise but of happiness. What did he mean by happiness? Was he laughing? Smiling? They asked. He wasn't smiling, said Ordóñez, he looked serious, like he was concentrating, like he wasn't there, not right then, like he was in the Podesta ravine, but at a different time, when the bitch got it. When Ordóñez came up to him Lalo Cura told him not to move. He was holding a little notebook and he had taken out a pencil and was writing down everything he could see. She has a tattoo, he heard Lalo Cura say. A good tattoo. By her position I'd say her neck was broken. But first she was probably raped. Where is the tattoo? Asked Ordóñez. On her left thigh, he heard his companion say. Then Lalo Cura got up and searched for the missing clothes. All he found were old newspapers, rusted cans, burst plastic bags. Her pants aren't here, he said. Then he told Ordóñez to go up to the car and call the police. The dead woman was 5'7" and she had long black hair. She didn't have any kind of identification on her. No one claimed the body. The case was soon shelved. When Epifanio asked why he'd gone to the Podesta ravine, Lalo Cura answered that it was because he was a cop. You little shit, Epifanio said, don't go where you're not called, do you hear me? Then Epifanio took him by the arm and looked him in the face and said he wanted to know the truth. I thought it was strange, said Lalo Cura, that in all this time a dead woman had never turned up in the Podesta ravine. And how did you know that, ass wipe? Asked Epifanio. Because I read the papers, said Lalo Cura. Do you really, you little cocksucking son of a bitch? Yes, said Lalo Cura. And you read books, too, I suppose. That's right, said Lalo Cura. The faggot books for faggots that I gave you? Modern criminal investigation by the late chief director of Sweden's National Institute of Technical Police, Mr. Harry Soderman, and the former president of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, ex-inspector John J. O'Connell, said Lalo Cura. And if those supercops were so fucking great how come they're ex-fuckers now? Asked Epifanio. Answer me that, you little punk. Don't you know, you snot-nosed bastard, that there is no such thing as modern criminal investigation? You're not even 20 years old yet, are you? Or am I wrong? You aren't wrong, Epifanio, said Lalo Cura. Well, be careful, champ, that's the first and only rule, said Epifanio, letting go of his arm and smiling and giving him a hug and taking him out to eat at the only place that served pozole in the center of Santa Teresa at that murky time of night. In December, and these were the last victims of 1996, the bodies of Estefania Rivas, F.I.F.T., and Herminia Noriega, 13, were found in an empty house on Calle Garcia Herrero, in Colonia El Cerizal. They were half-sisters. Estefania's father had disappeared soon after she was born. Herminia's father lived with his wife and daughters and worked as a night watchman at the Macon Corp. Maquiladora, where the girl's mother was also on the payroll as a machine operator. The girls themselves were still in school and helped with the housework, although Estefania planned to quit the following year and go to work. The morning they were kidnapped they were both on their way to school, along with 2 younger sisters, one Even and the other 8. The 2 little girls and Herminia went to José Vasconcelos Primary School. Every day, after Estefania left them, she walked the same 15 blocks to her own school. The day of the kidnapping, however, a car stopped next to the four sisters, and a man got out and pushed Estefania into the car and then got out again and thrust Herminia in, and then the car disappeared. The two little girls stood frozen on the sidewalk and then they walked home, but no one was there, so they knocked at the house next door, where they told their story and finally burst into tears. The woman who took them in, a worker at the Horizon W and Maquiladora, went to get another neighbor and then she called the Macincorp. Maquiladora trying to find the girl's parents. At Macincorp, she was told that personal calls were forbidden and the operator hung up on her. The woman called again and gave the name and job title of the girl's father, since it occurred to her that their mother, being an ordinary worker like herself, must be considered of lower rank, meaning disposable at any moment or for any reason or hint of a reason, and this time the operator kept her waiting for so long that she ran out of coins and the call was cut off. That was all the money she had. Despondent, she went back to her house, to the other neighbor woman and the girls, and for a while the four of them experienced what it was like to be in purgatory, a long, helpless wait. A wait that begins and ends in neglect, a very Latin American experience, as it happened, and all too familiar, something that once you thought about it you realized you experienced daily, minus the despair, minus the shadow of death sweeping over the neighborhood lick. A flock of vultures and casting its pall, upsetting all routines, leaving everything overturned. So, as they waited for the girl's father to get home, the neighbor woman, to kill time and master her fear, thought how she would like to have a gun and go out in the street. And then what? Well, then she would fire a few shots in the air to express her anger and shout Viva Mexico to pluck up her courage or feel a last surge of warmth and then dig a hole with her hands, with mindless speed, a hole in the packed dirt street, and bury herself in it, soaked to the bone, forever and ever. When the girl's father finally arrived they all went together to the nearest police station. There, after giving a brief, or scattered, explanation of the problem, they were made to wait for more than an hour until two inspectors arrived. The inspectors asked them the same questions all over again and some new ones, all about the car that picked up Estefanfa and Herminia. After a while, there were 4 inspectors in the office where the girls were being questioned. One of them, who seemed nice, asked the neighbor woman to come along and took the girls to the police station garage, where they were asked which car, of the ones parked there, looked most like the car that had taken away their sisters. With the information they got from the girls, the inspector said the car to look for was a black Peregrino or Arcaro. At 5 the girl's mother arrived at the station. One of the neighbors had left by then and the other couldn't stop crying and hugging the littlest girl. At 8 that night Ortiz Rebolledo arrived and organized 2 search teams, one to question the friends and family of the girls, headed by Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez and Lino Rivera, and the other to locate, with the assistance of the city police, the Peregrino or Arcaro or Lincoln in which it seemed the girls had been kidnapped. This team coordinated by Inspector Angel Fernandez and Inspector Efraín Bustelo. Juan de Dios Martínez took a public stand against this approach, since in his opinion the 2 teams should unite their efforts to find the car. His chief argument was that few if any of the circle of friends, acquaintances, and co-workers of the Noriega family owned a car at all, let alone a black Peregrino or a black Chevy Astra, since virtually all of them could be classed as pedestrians, some so poor they didn't even take the bus to work, preferring to walk and save a few pennies. Ortiz Rebolledo's answer was unequivocal. Anyone could steal a Peregrino. Anyone could steal an Arcaro or a Bocho or a Jetta. You didn't need money or a driver's lease sense. All you needed to know was how to break into a car and start it. So the teams remained divided as Ortiz Rebolledo had ordered, and the policemen, moving wearily, like soldiers trapped in a time warp who march over and over again to the same defeat, got to work. That same night, after making some inquiries, Juan de Dios Martínez learned that Estefania had a boyfriend or a suitor, a kid with a wild streak, 19 years old, called Ronald Luis Luque, aka Lucky Strike, aka Ronnie El Magico, who had been arrested twice for car theft. When he got out of prison, Ronald Luis had shared a house with a man by the name of Felipe Escalante, someone he'd met in prison. Escalante was a professional car thief and he had also been under investigation, though never charged, for rape of a minor. For 5 months Ronald Luis lived with Escalante and then he moved out. Juan de Dios Martínez went to see Escalante that same night. According to Escalante, his former cellmate hadn't left of his own accord but had been kicked out because he didn't pay his share of anything. Escalante was currently stocking shelves at a supermarket and no longer led a life of crime. "It's been years since I stole a car, boss, I swear," he said, kissing his fingers held up in the sign of the cross. In fact, he didn't even have wheels. Any place he went he took the bus. What choice did he have, or hoofed it, which was cheaper and anyway made him feel like a free man. Asked whether Lucky Strike, as he was called, ever stole even the occasional car, Escalante said he didn't think so, although honest to God he couldn't say for sure, because the fucker wasn't exactly predictable in these matters. Others who were questioned seemed to confirm what Escalante had said. El Magico was a freeloader and a lazy bastard, but not a thief or a thug, or at least not into violence for the sake of violence, and most of them thought he would piss himself if he went so far as to kidnap his girlfriend and his girlfriend's sister. Now Ronald Luis lived with his parents and still couldn't find a job. It was to his parents' house that Juan de Dios Martínez headed, where he talked to Ronnie's father, who resignedly let him in and said that his son had left shortly after the kidnapping of Estefania and Herminia. The inspector asked if he could talk. Look around the place. Make yourself at home, said Ronnie's father. For a while Juan de Dios Martínez poked around the room that Ronnie shared with 3 younger siblings, although from the start he could see he wouldn't find anything there. Then he went out into the yard and lit a cigarette as he watched the orange and violet sunset over the ghost city. Did he say where he was going? He asked. Yuma, answered his father. And have you ever been to Yuma? Many times, as a young man. I crossed over, found work, got caught by the border cops, was sent back to Mexico, and then I crossed over again, many times, said Ronnie's father. Until I got tired of it and settled down to work here and take care of my old lady and the kids. And do you think the same thing will happen to Ronald Luis? I pray to God it won't, said Ronnie's father. 3 days had gone by when Juan de Dios Martínez learned that the team assigned to find the black car used in the kidnapping had been disbanded. When he went to demand an explanation from Ortiz Rebolledo, he was told that the order came from above. It seemed the police had fallen afoul of some big fish whose sons, the JRs of Santa Teresa, owned almost the entire fleet of the city's peregrines. It was a car of choice for rich kids, like the Archangel or Desertwine convertible, and they pulled strings to get the cops to stop fucking with them. 4 days later an anonymous call alerted the police to some shots fired inside a house on Calle Garcia Herrero. A patrol car showed up half an hour later. The officers rang the bell several times and no one answered. When the neighbors were questioned, they said they hadn't heard anything, although their sudden deafness might have had something to do with the volume of their TV sets, turned up so loud they could be heard from the street. But a boy said that while he was riding by on his bicycle he had heard shots. When the neighbors were asked who lived in the house, their answers were contradictory, which made the patrolmen think it could be narcos and they'd better leave and not make trouble. One of the neighbors, however, said he'd seen a black Peregrino parked outside the house. Then the police drew their guns and knocked again at 677 Calle Garcia Herrero, with the same results. Next they radioed the station and waited. Half an hour later another pair of cops appeared, to act as backup, they said, and shortly afterward Juan de Dios Martínez and Lino Rivera arrived. According to the latter, orders were to wait for the rest of the inspectors. But Juan de Dios Martínez said there wasn't time and the patrolman, on his express instructions, broke down the door. Juan de Dios Martínez was the first to go in. The house smelled of semen and alcohol, he said. What do semen and alcohol smell like? Bad, said Juan de Dios Martínez, just plain bad. But then you get used to it. It isn't like the smell of decomposing flesh, which you never get used to and which worms its way into your head, even into your thoughts, and no matter whether you shower and change your clothes 3 times a day you keep smelling it for days, sometimes weeks, sometimes whole months. Behind him came Lino Rivera and nobody else. Don't touch anything, Lino remembers Juan de Dios said. First they scanned the living room. Normal. Cheap but decent furniture, a table with newspapers on it. Don't touch them, said Juan de Dios. 2 empty bottles of Sauza tequila and an empty bottle of Absolute vodka in the dining room. Clean kitchen. Normal. Food wrap purrs from McDonald's in the garbage can. Clean floor. Through the kitchen window a small yard, half paved, the other half dried up, with a few shrubs clinging to the wall that separated the yard from another yard. Normal. Then they went back the other way. First Juan de Dios and behind him Lino Rivera. The hallway. The bedrooms. 2 bedrooms. In one of them, Li Ying face down on the bed, Herminia's naked body. "Oh, shit," Juan de Dios heard Lino Rivera murmur. In the bathroom, curled up in the shower, her hands tied behind her back, Esteban Fa's body. "Stay in the hallway, don't come in," said Juan de Dios. He himself did go into the bathroom. He went in and kneeled down next to Estefanfa's body and examined it carefully, until he lost all sense of time. Behind his back he heard Lino talking on the radio. "Get the medical examiner here," said Juan de Dios. According to the medical examiner, Estefania had been shot twice in the back of the head. Before that she had been beaten and it looked as if she'd been strangled. "But she wasn't strangled to death," said the medical examiner. "They played at strangling her. Abrasion marks were visible on her ankles. I'd say she was hung by her feet," said the medical examiner. Juan de Dios looked for a beam or a hook in the ceiling. The house was full of cops. Someone had covered Herminia with a sheet. In the other bedroom he found an iron hook bolted to the ceiling between the two beds. He closed his eyes and imagined Estefania hanging upside down. He called 2 cops and ordered them to find the rope. The medical examiner was in Herminia's room. "She was shot in the back of the head, too," he said when Juan de Dios came up next to him, "but I don't think that was the cause of death." "So why did they shoot her then?" asked Juan de Dios. "To make sure she was dead. I want everybody out of the house who isn't a tech," shouted Juan de Dios. The cops filed out slowly. In the living room 2 hunched men, looking exhausted, searched for fingerprints. "Everybody out," shouted Juan de Dios. Lino Rivera was sitting on the sofa reading a boxing magazine. "Here are the ropes, boss," said one of the cops. "Thanks," said Juan de Dios, "and now get out, man, I only want the techs here." The photographer lowered his camera and winked at him. "There's no end to it, is there, Juan de Dios?" No end, answered Juan de Dios as he dropped onto the sofa where Lino Rivera was sitting and lit a cigarette. "Take it easy," the inspector said. Before he was done smoking his cigarette, the medical examiner called him into the bedroom. "Each girl was raped several times, I'd say, with penetration of both orifices, although there might have been penetration of 3 orifices in the case of the girl in the bathroom. Both of them were tortured. In one instance, the cause of death is clear. Less so in the other. Tomorrow I'll give you an official report. Now clear the street for me because I'm taking them to the morgue," said the medical examiner. Juan de Dios went out into the yard and told a policeman that the bodies were going to be moved. The sidewalk was full of gawkers. "It's strange," thought Juan de Dios as the ambulance disappeared in the direction of the Institute of Forensic Anatomy. Suddenly, in a few seconds, everything has changed. An hour later, when Ortiz Rebolledo and Angel Fernandez showed up, Juan de Dios was questioning the neighbors. Some said it was a couple who lived at 677. Others said it was 3 boys, or rather a man and 2 boys, who came there only to sleep, and others said it was a strange man who didn't speak to anyone in the neighborhood and sometimes didn't appear for days, as if he worked outside of Santa Teresa, and other times spent days without leaving the house, watching TV until very late or listening to corridos and danzones and then sleeping past noon. Those who claimed it was a couple living at 677 said they owned a combi or some other kind of van and they drove back and forth together from work. What kind of work? They didn't know, although one of them said they were probably waiters. Those who believed it was a man with 2 boys living in the house thought that the man drove a van, which might, in fact, be a combi. Those who said it was a single man living there were unable to remember whether he had a car or not, although they said he was often visited by friends who did. "So in the end, who the fuck lives here?" asked Ortiz Rebolledo. "We'll have to investigate," answered Juan de Dios before he left the house. The next day, once the autopsies were completed, the medical examiner confirmed his initial assessments and added that what had killed Herminia wasn't the bullet lodged in the back of her head but a heart attack. "The poor little thing," the medical examiner said to a group of inspectors, "the torture and abuse were more than she could stand. She didn't have a chance. The gun used was probably a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol. The house where the bodies were found belonged to an old woman who had no clue about anything, a Santa Teresa Society lady who lived off the rents of her properties, including most of the neighboring houses. The properties were managed by a real estate company that belonged to one of the old lady's grandsons. According to papers held by the agent, all of them in order. Incidentally, the tenant at 677 was a man named Javier Ramos and he paid his monthly bills through the bank. Inquiries at the bank revealed that Javier Ramos had made a couple of big deposits, enough to cover 6 months of rent as well as the electricity and hot water bills, and no one had seen him since. A curious bit of information, worth filing away for future reference, was turned up at the property registration office by Juan de Dios Martínez, namely that the houses on the next block of Calle Garcia Herrero belonged, in their entirety, to Pedro Rengifo, and the houses on Calle Tableta, which ran parallel to Garcia Herrero, were the property of someone called Lorenzo Juan Hinojosa, who was a strawman for the narco Estanislao Campuzano. In addition, all the buildings on Calle Hortensia and Calle Licenciado Cabezas, parallel to Tableta, were registered in the name of the mayor of Santa Teresa or one or another of his children. Also, 2 blocks to the north, the houses and buildings on Calle Ingeniero Guillermo Ortiz were the property of Pablo Negrete, brother of Pedro Negrete and distinguished rector of the University of Santa Teresa. "It's an odd thing," Juan de Dios said to himself. "The bodies are there and you shake. Then they take the bodies away and you stop shaking. Is Rengifo mixed up in this business with the girls? Is Campuzano up to his eyebrows in it? Rengifo was the good drug lord. Campuzano was the bad drug lord. Odd, genuinely odd," Juan de Dios said to himself. "No one rapes and kills on his own property. No one rapes and kills near his own property. Unless he's crazy and wants to be caught." 2 nights after the discovery of the bodies there was a meeting at the country club, attended by the mayor of Santa Teresa, José Refugio de los Heras, the police chief Pedro Negrete, and Mr. Pedro Rengifo and Mr. Estanislao Campuzano. The meeting lasted until 4 in the morning and a few things were cleared up. The next day it seemed as if all the police in the city were on the hunt for Javier Ramos. No stone in the desert was left unturned. But in the end they couldn't come up with so much as a convincing sketch of him. For many days Juan de Dios Martínez thought about the 4 heart attacks Herminia Noriega had suffered before she died. Sometimes he thought about it while he was eating or while he was urinating in the men's room at a coffee shop or one of the inspector's regular lunch spots, or before he went to sleep, just at the moment he turned off the light, or maybe seconds before he turned off the light. And when that happened he simply couldn't turn off the light and then he got out of bed and went over to the window and looked out at the street, an ordinary, ugly, silent, dimly lit street, and then he went into the kitchen and put water on to boil and made himself coffee, and sometimes, as he drank the hot coffee with no sugar, shitty coffee, he turned on the TV and watched late-night shows broadcast across the desert from the 4 cardinal points. At that late hour he could get Mexican channels and American channels. Channels with crippled madmen who galloped under the stars and uttered unintelligible greetings, in Spanish or English or Spanglish, every last fucking word unintelligible. And then Juan de Dios Martínez set his coffee cup on the table and covered his face with his hands and a faint and precise sob escaped his lips, as if he were weeping or trying to weep. But when finally he removed his hands, all that appeared, lit by the TV screen, was his old face, his old skin, stripped and dry, and not the slightest trace of a tear. When he told Elvira Campos what was happening to him, the asylum director listened in silence and then, for a long time afterward, as they lay naked in the dusk of the bedroom, she confessed that she sometimes dreamed of giving up everything. In other words, making a drastic break, no holds barred. She dreamed, for example, of selling her apartment and 2 other properties she owned in Santa Teresa, and her car and her jewelry, selling everything until she had collected a decent sum of money, and then she dreamed about flying to Paris, where she would rent a tiny apartment, a studio, say between Villiers and Porte de Clichy, and then she would go to see a famous doctor, a wonder-working plastic surgeon, get a facelift, get her nose and cheekbones fixed, have her breasts enlarged. In short, when she got off the operating table she would look like someone else, a different woman, not 50-something anymore but 40-something, or better yet, just over 40, unrecognizable, new, changed, rejuvenated. Although of course for a while she would go everywhere wrapped in bandages, like a mummy, not an Egyptian mummy but a Mexican mummy, which would be something she enjoyed, walking to the metro, for example, knowing that all the Parisians were watching her surreptitiously, some of them even giving up their seats for her, imagining the horrible suffering, burns, traffic accident, that this silent and stoic stranger had undergone, and then getting off the metro and going into a museum or an art gallery or a Montparnasse bookstore, and studying French for 2 hours a day, with joy, with excitement. French is so pretty, such a musicale language, it has a certain je ne sais quoi, and then, one rainy morning, taking off her bandages, slowly, like an archaeologist who has just discovered an incredible bone, like a girl who carefully unwraps, bit by bit, a present that she wants to make last forever? Nearly forever, until finally the last bandage falls. Where does it fall? To the floor, to the rug or the wooden floor, in any case a top-quality floor, and on the floor all the bandages slither like snakes, or all the bandages open their sleepy eyes like snakes, although she knows they aren't snakes but rather the guardian angels of snakes, and then someone brings her a mirror and she stares at herself, she nods at herself, she approves of herself, with a gesture in which she rediscovers the sovereignty of childhood, the love of her father and mother, and then she signs something, a paper, a document, a check, and she steps out into the streets of Paris. Into a new life? Asked Juan de Dios Martínez. I suppose so, said the director. I like you the way you are, said Juan de Dios Martínez. A new life without Mexicans or Mexico or Mexican patients, said the director. I'm crazy about you the way you are, said Juan de Dios Martínez. At the end of 1996, it was reported or hinted at in some Mexican media that films of real murders, snuff films, were being shot in the north, and that the capital of snuff was Santa Teresa. One night 2 reporters talked to General Humberto Paredes, the former police chief of Mexico City, in his walled castle in Colonia del Valle. The reporters were old Macario López Santos, who had been on the crime beat for more than 40 years, and Sergio González. The dinner with which the general regaled them consisted of pork tacos with extra chili sauce and La Invisible tequila. Anything else the general tried to eat at night only gave him heartburn. When inroads had been made on the food, Macario López asked the general what he thought about the snuff industry in Santa Teresa, and the general told them that over the course of his long career he had seen many terrible things, but he'd never seen films like that and he wasn't sure they existed. But they do exist, said the old reporter. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't, answered the general. But what's strange is that I never saw one, when I saw and was informed of everything. The 2 reporters agreed that it was strange, although they hinted that maybe, back when the general was on the job, this particular brand of horror hadn't yet emerged. The general begged to differ. According to him, pornography had reached its fullest flowering slightly before the French Revolution. Everything you might see today in a film from the Netherlands or a collection of photographs or a dirty book had already been set before the year 1789, and for the most part was a repetition, a fillip on an already gazing gaze. General, said Macario López Santos, sometimes you talk just like Octavio Paz. You wouldn't happen to be reading him, would you? The general burst out laughing and said the only thing he'd read by Paz, and this was many years ago, was The Labyrinth of Solitude, and he hadn't understood a single word. I was very young back then, said the general, eyeing the reporters. I must have been 40. Oh, am I general, said Macario López. Then they talked about freedom and evil, about the highways of freedom where evil is like a Ferrari, and after a while, when an elderly maid cleared the table and asked whether the gentleman would be having coffee, they returned to the subject of snuff films. According to Macario López, the situation in Mexico had changed. On the one hand there had never been so much corruption. To this you had to add the problem of the drug trade and the heaps of money revolving around it. The snuff industry, in this context, was just a symptom. A virulent symptom in the case of Santa Teresa, but ultimately just a symptom. The general's reply was dismissive. He said he didn't think corruption today was any worse than under past governments. It wasn't as bad as it was during Miguel Alamon's administration, for example, or López Mateos's presidency. The desperation might be worse now, but not the corruption. The drug trade, he conceded, was something new, but the real burden of the drug trade on Mexican society, and on American society, was overstated. All you needed to make a snuff film, he said, was money, nothing but money, and there was money before the drug lords made their fortunes, and also a pornography industry, and still, the films, the famous films, weren't made. You may not have seen them, General, said Macario López. The general laughed and his laughter was lost among the flowerbeds in the dark yard. I saw everything, Macario my friend, he answered. Before they left, the old crime reporter remarked that he hadn't had the pleasure of saluting any bodyguard when they got to the walled house in Colonia del Valle. The general answered that this was because he didn't have bodyguards anymore. And why is that, am I general? Asked the reporter. Have your enemies given up? Security is getting more and more expensive, Macario, said the general as he walked them to the gate along a path lined with bougainvilleas, and I would rather spend my few pesos on pleasanter indulgences. And if you're attacked? The general reached behind him and showed the two reporters an Israeli Desert Eagle .50 Magnum with a 7-shot clip. In his pocket, he told them, he always carried 2 replacement clips. But I don't think I'll have to use the gun, he said. I'm so old my enemies must think I'm already pushing up Deus Ex. Some people hold grudges for a long time, observed Macario López Santos. True, Macario, said the general, in Mexico we don't know how to be good sports. Of course, if you lose you die and if you win some times you die too, which makes it hard to keep up a sporting attitude. But still, the general reflected, some of us try to fight the good fight. Oh, am I general, said Macario López Santos, laughing. In January 1997, 5 members of the Los Vicentes gang were arrested. They were accused of several murders committed after Haas was caught. Those arrested were Sebastián Rosales, 19, Carlos Camilo Alonso, 20, René Guardia, 17, Julio Bustamante, 19, and Roberto Aguilera, 20. All 5 had previous convictions for sexual abuse and 2 of them, Sebastián Rosales and Carlos Camilo Alonso, had been held in custody for the rape of a minor, María Inés Rosales, a first cousin of Sebastián, who withdrew the charges a few months after Sebastián was sent to the Santa Teresa penitentiary. It was said that Carlos Camilo Alonso had been renting the house on Calle García Herrero where the bodies of Estefania and Herminia were found. All 5 were accused of having kidnapped, raped, tortured, and killed the 2 women found dead in the Podesta ravine, in addition to being charged with the murder of Marisol Camarena, whose body was found in a drum of acid, and the murder of Guadalupe Elena Blanco, plus the killings of Estefania and Herminia. During the interrogation to which they were subjected, Carlos Camilo Alonso lost all his teeth and suffered a fracture of the nasal septum, supposedly in a suicide attempt. Roberto Aguilera ended up with 4 broken ribs. Julio Bustamante was locked in a cell with 2 butch queers, who sodomized him until they were tired, as well as beating the shit out of him every 3 hours and breaking the fingers of his left hand. A lineup was assembled, and out of 10 residents of Calle García Herrero only 2 recognized Carlos Camilo Alonso as the tenant at 677. 2 witnesses, one of whom was a known police informer, stated that they had seen Sebastián Rosales in a black Peregrino during the week when Estefania and Herminia were kidnapped. According to Rosales's own testimony, it was a car he had just stolen. 3 firearms were found in the possession of the Vicentes. 2 CZ Model 85 9mm pistols and a Gearman Heckler & Koch. Another witness, however, said that Carlos Camilo Alonso had bragged about owning a Smith & Wesson like the one that had been used to kill the 2 sisters. Where was the gun? According to the same witness, Carlos Camilo had told him he'd sold it to some gringo drug traffickers he knew. Meanwhile, after the Vicentes were arrested, it was discovered by chance that one of them, Roberto Aguilera, was the younger brother of a certain Jesus Aguilera, an inmate at the Santa Teresa penitentiary who went by the nickname El Tequila and was a good friend and protégé of Klaus Haas. It wasn't long before conclusions were drawn. Very likely, said the police, the series of killings carried out by the Vicentes were murders for hire. According to this version, Haas paid $3,000 for each dead woman who resembled his own victims. The news was soon leaked to the press. Voices were raised demanding the resignation of the warden. It was said that the prison was under the control of organized crime gangs, in turn reigned over by Enriquito Hernández, the Cananea drug lord and true boss of the prison, from which he continued to manage his affairs with impunity. An article appeared in La Tribuna de Santa Teresa that linked Enriquito Hernández to Haas in the trafficking of drugs disguised as a legal cross-border import-export business in computer parts. The article wasn't attributed and the reporter who wrote it had seen Haas only once in his life, which didn't stop him from putting statements in Haas's mouth that Haas had never made. The serial killings of women have been successfully resolved, said José Refugio de las Heras, mayor of Santa Teresa, on Hermosillo television, and his declaration was rebroadcast on the news programs of the big Mexico City stations. Everything that happens from now on falls under the category of ordinary crimes, what you'd naturally find in a city in a constant state of growth and development. This is the end of the psychopaths. One night, as he was reading George Steiner, he got a call from someone he at first couldn't identify. A very agitated voice with a foreign accent said it's all a lie, it's all a con. Not as if this were the start of a conversation but as if they'd been talking for half an hour. "What do you want?" he asked. "Who is this?" "Is that Sergio Gonzalez?" asked the voice. Speaking. "Well, then, you son of a bitch, how are you?" said the voice. It sounded as if it came from very far away, thought Sergio. "Who is this?" he asked. "What the fuck, you don't recognize me?" asked the voice with a hint of astonishment. "Klaus Haas?" asked Sergio. At the other end of the line he heard a laugh and then a kind of metallic wind, the sound of the desert and of prions at night. "That's right, I see you haven't forgotten me." "No," said Sergio. "How could I forget you?" "I don't have much time," said Haas. "I just wanted to tell you that the bullshit about how I paid off the Bicentennial isn't true. I'd need serious cake to cover all those deaths." "Cake?" asked Sergio. "Money," said Haas. "I'm friends with a crazy bastard everybody calls El Tequila, and one of the Bicentennials is El Tequila's brother. But that's all. There's nothing else, I swear," said the voice with the foreign accent. "Tell it to your lawyer," said Sergio. "I don't write about the killings in Santa Teresa anymore." At the other end of the line Haas laughed. "That's what everybody says. Tell this person, tell that person. My lawyer already knows," he said. "I can't do anything for you," said Sergio. "Well, I'm telling you, I think you can," said Haas. Again Sergio heard the sound of pipes, scratches, a hurricane wind that came in gusts. "What would I do if I were locked up?" Sergio wondered. "Would I hide in a corner, wrapped in my blanket, like a child? Would I shake? Would I beg for help, cry, try to kill myself?" "They want to destroy me," said Haas. "They're postponing the trial. They're afraid of me. They want to destroy me." Then Sergio heard the sound of the desert and something like the tread of an animal. "We're all losing our minds," he thought. "Haas? Are you still there?" No one answered. After the arrest of the Bicentennial gang in January, the city got a break. "The best Christmas present," read the headline of the story in La Voz de Sonora describing the capture of the 5 pachucos. True, there were deaths. A longtime thief whose stage of operations was the city center was stabbed to death. 2 men with ties to the drug trade died. A dog breeder died. But no one found any women who had been raped and tortured and then killed. This was in January. And it was the same in February. There were the usual deaths. Yes, those to be expected. People who started off celebrating and ended up killing each other. Uncinematic deaths. Deaths from the realm of folklore, not modernity. Deaths that didn't scare anybody. The serial killer was officially behind bars. His imitators or followers or hirelings were, too. The city could breathe easy. In January, the correspondent for a Buenos Aires newspaper spent 3 days in Santa Teresa on his way to Los Angeles and wrote a story about the city and the killings of women. He tried to visit Haas in prison but was refused permission. He went to a bullfight. He was at a brothel, internal affairs, and he slept with a whore called Rosanna. He visited Domino's, the club, and Serafino's, the bar. He met a fellow reporter from El Heraldo del Norte and Consul Ted. The paper's file on disappeared, kidnapped, and murdered women. The reporter at El Heraldo introduced him to a friend who introduced him to another friend who claimed to have seen a snuff film. The Argentinian told him he wanted to see it. The friend of the reporter asked how much he was willing to pay in dollars. The Argentinian said he wouldn't give half a mango for filth like that. He wanted to see it only as a matter of professional interest, and also, he had to admit, out of curiosity. The Mexican made an appointment with him at a house in the northern part of the city. The Argentinian had green eyes and was 6'3" and weighed almost 220 pounds. He came at the appointed time and saw the movie. The Mexican was short and on the heavy side, and as they watched the movie he was very still, sitting on the sofa next to the Argentinian, like a young lady. Through the whole movie the Argentinian was waiting for the moment when the Mexican would touch his cock. But the Mexican didn't do anything except breathe heavily, as if he didn't want to miss a cubic inch of the oxygen previously breathed by the Argentinian. When the movie was over the Argentinian asked politely for a copy, but the Mexican refused even to consider it. That night they went to a place called El Rey del Taco for beers. As they were drinking, the Argentinian thought for a moment that all the waiters were zombies. It didn't surprise him. The place was huge, full of murals and paintings depicting the childhood of El Rey del Taco, and the heaviness of a petrified nightmare hung over the tables. At one point the Argentinian thought someone had put something in his beer. He left abruptly and went back to his hotel by taxi. The next day he took a bus to Phoenix and caught a plane from there to Los Angeles, where he spent his days interviewing any actors who would agree to be interviewed, which wasn't many, and his nights writing a long article about the killings of women in Santa Teresa. The article centered on the porn film industry and the underground sub-industry of snuff films. The term snuff film, according to the Argentinian, had been invented in Argentina, although not by an Argentinian but by an American couple who had come there to make a movie. The Americans were called Mike and Clarissa Epstein, and they hired two relatively famous Buenos Aires actors who had fallen on hard times, and several young people, some of whom were later very well known. The crew was also Argentinian, except for the cameraman, a buddy of Epstein's called J.T. Hardy, who got to Buenos Aires a day before the filming began. This was in 1972, when there was still talk in Argentina about revolution, about Peronist revolution, about socialist revolution and even mystical revolution. Psychoanalysts and poets roamed the streets and were watched from the windows by psychics and practitioners of the dark arts. When JT arrived in Buenos Aires, he was met at the airport by Mike and Clarissa Epstein, who were more excited about Argentina with each passing day. As they rode in a taxi to the house they had rented on the edge of the city, Mike confessed that all of this, and in explanation he spread his arms wide, was like the West, the American West, but better than the American West, because in the West, when you thought about it, all the cowboys did was herd cattle, and here, on the Pampa, as he had come to see more and more clearly, the cowboys were zombie hunters. Is the movie about zombies? JT wanted to know. There are one or two, said Clarissa. That night, in honor of the cameraman, a traditional Argentinian barbecue was held in the Epstein's yard, next to the pool, with the actors and crew in attendance. 2 days later they left for Tigre. After a week of filming the whole team returned to Buenos Aires. They took a break for a few days. The actors, who were mostly younger, went to visit their parents and friends, and JT, sitting next to the Epstein's pool, read the script. He didn't understand much of it, and what was worse, he didn't recognize any of the scenes he'd shot in Tigre. A little later, in a fleet of 2 trucks and a pickup, they left for the Pampa. They looked, said one of the Argentinian actors, like a troupe of gypsies heading into the unknown. The trip was endless. The first night they slept at a kind of truck stop and Mike and Clarissa had their first fight. An 18-year-old Argentinian actress started to cry and said she wanted to go home, back to her mother and little brothers and sisters. An Argentinian actor who looked like a leading man got drunk and fell asleep in the bathroom and the other actors had to drag him to his room. The next day Mike woke them up very early and they got back on the road, looking sheepish. To save money, they ate on riverbanks, as if they were picnicking. The girls were good cooks and even the boys seemed skilled at grilling. Their diet was based on meat and wine. Almost everyone had a camera and during the meal breaks they took pictures of one another. Some spoke in English with Clarissa and JT, to practice, they said. Mike, meanwhile, talked to everybody in Spanish, a Spanish riddled with the Argentinian slang lun fardo that made the kids smile. On the 4th day of the trip, when JT thought he was lost in a nightmare, they arrived at a ranch, where they were received by the only 2 employees, a couple in their 50s who looked after the house and stables. Mike talked to them for a while, explaining that he was a friend of the boss, and then everyone got out of the trucks and took possession of the house. That same afternoon work started up again. They filmed an outdoor scene, a man making a fire, a woman tied to a barbed wire fence, 2 men talking business while they sat on the ground eating big pieces of meat. The meat was hot, and the men tossed it from hand to hand so as not to burn themselves. That night they had a party. There was talk about politics, the need for agricultural reform, landowners, the future of Latin America, and the Epsteins and JT were quiet, partly because they weren't interested and partly because they had more important things to think about. That night JT had discovered that Clarissa was cheating on Mike with one of the actors, although Mike didn't seem to care. The next day they filmed inside the ranch. Sex scenes, which was what JT was best at, since he was an expert in indirect lighting, in the art of hints and suggestion. The ranch caretaker slaughtered a calf, which they ate at noon, and Mike went along, equipped with several plastic bags. When he came back the bags were full of blood. The filming that morning resembled nothing so much as a massacre. It was supposed to look as if 2 of the actors had killed one of the actresses and then chopped her to pieces, wrapped the remains in sacking, and gone out onto the Pampa to bury them. Pieces of the calf slaughtered that morning were used, and almost all of its innards. One of the Argentinian girls cried and said the movie they were making was disgusting trash. The housekeeper, however, seemed highly amused. On Sunday, the third day of filming, the woman who owned the ranch drove up in a Bentley. The only Bentley JT remembered having seen was one that belonged to a Hall Y Wood producer in a far-off time when he still thought he could make a life for himself in Hollywood. The owner might have been 45 and she was an attractive, elegant blonde who spoke much more proper English than the three Americans. The Argentinian kids were cautious around her at first. As if they didn't trust her and as if she, Necessor Eiley, would distrust them, which wasn't the case. Also, she turned out to be a very practical kind of person. She reorganized the pantry in such a way that there was always enough food, sent for another woman to help the housekeeper with the cleaning, set a schedule for meals, put her Bentley at the director's disposal. Suddenly the ranch was no longer an Indian camp. Or to put it another way, the ranch lost on the Pampa stopped being Sparta and became Athens, as one of the young actors resoundingly declared during one of the evening gatherings that since the owner's arrival were held daily on the large, comfortable veranda. Of these gatherings, which sometimes lasted until 3 or 4 in the morning, JT would remember the hostess's readiness to listen, her bright eyes, the way her skin glowed in the moonlight, the stories she told about her childhood in the country and her adolescence at a Swiss boarding school. Sometimes, especially when he was alone, in his room, in bed and with a blanket pulled up to his chin, JT thought that she might be the woman he'd been looking for all his life. What am I here for, he asked himself, if not to meet her? What's the point of Mike's disgusting and incomprehensible film if not to give me the chance to come to this godforsaken country and meet her? Does it mean anything that I was out of work when Mike called me? Of course it does. It means I had no choice but to accept his offer and meet her. The ranch owner's name was Estella and JT could repeat it until his mouth was parched. Estella, Estella, he said over and over again, under the blankets, like a worm or an insomniac mole. During the day, however, when they met or talked, the cameraman was all circumspection and prudence. He didn't allow himself yearning looks. He didn't allow himself suggestive hints or romantic swoons. His relationship with their hostess never once departed from the strict pathways of courtesy and respect. When the filming was over, the ranch owner offered to drive the EP Steins and JT back to Buenos Aires in her Bentley, but JT said he would rather make the return trip with the team. 3 days later the Epsteins dropped him off at the airport and JT didn't dare ask them directly about Estella. Nor did he ask anything about the film. In New York he tried in vain to forget her. The first few days were tinged with melancholy and regret and JT thought he would never recover. Anyway, recover what? And yet, with the passage of time, in his heart he understood that he'd gained much more than he'd lost. At least, he said to himself, I've met the woman of my dreams. Other people, most people, glimpse something in films, the shadow of great actresses, the gaze of true love. But I saw her in the flesh, heard her voice, saw her silhouetted against the endless pampa. I talked to her and she talked back. What do I have to complain about? In Buenos Aires, meanwhile, Mike edited the film in a cheap studio that he rented by the hour, on Calle Corrientes. A month after the filming had ended, one of the young actresses fell in love with an Italian revolutionary on his way through Buenos Aires and left with him for Europe. No one could say why, but word spread that the actress had died while Epstein's film was being shot, and a little later it was rumored, although it must be emphasized that no one took this seriously, that Epstein and his troupe had killed her. According to this last version, Epstein wanted to film a real murder and to that end he had selected, with the acquiescence of the other actors and the crew, everyone, at the peak of the madness, immersed in satanic rituals, the least well-known and most defense-less actress in the cast. Hearing these rumors, Epstein took it upon himself to spread them, and the story, with slight variations, reached some cinephile circles in the United States. The following year the film opened in Los Angeles and New York. It was a total flop, dubbed as it was into English, chaotic, with a weak script and pitiful performances. Epstein, who returned to the United States, tried to exploit the gruesome element, but a TV commentator demonstrated, frame by frame, that the purportedly real crime had been faked. The actress, concluded the critic, deserved to die for her poor acting, but the truth is, in this film at least, no one had the good sense to do away with her. After Snuff, Epstein shot 2 more films, both low budget. Clarissa, his wife, stayed in Buenos Aires, where she moved in with an Argentinian movie producer. Her new companion, a Peronist, later became an active member of a death squad that began by killing Trotskyites and guerrillas and ended up orchestrating the disappearance of children and housewives. During the military dictatorship, Clarissa returned to the United States. A year later, while he was shooting what would be his last film, his name doesn't appear in the credits. Epstein was killed when he fell down an elevator shaft. After a fall of 14 flights, the state of the body, according to witnesses, was indescribable. The second week of March 1997, the macabre round began again with the discovery of a body on some desert land in the southern part of the city, designated El Rosario on city blueprints, where there was a plan to build a neighborhood of Phoenix-style houses. The body was found half-buried some 50 yards from the road that crossed El Rosario and intersected a dirt track that ran from the eastern end of the Podesta ravine. It was discovered by a local ranch hand who was passing by on horseback. According to the medical examiners, the cause of death was strangulation, with a fracture of the hyoid bone. Despite the body's state of decomposition, signs of battery with a blunt object were still evident about the head, hands, and legs. The victim had probably also been raped. As indicated by the fauna found on the body, the date of death was approximately the first or second week of February. There was nothing to identify the victim, although her particulars matched those of Guadalupe Guzmán Prieto, 11 years old, disappeared the evening of February 8, in Colonia San Bartolomé. Anthropometric and odontologic tests were carried out to establish her identity, with positive results. Later a new autopsy was performed and there was confirmation of the cranial trauma and hematomas, as well as of the ecchymosis of the neck and the fracture of the hyoid. According to one of the inspectors in charge of the case, it was possible that the killer had hanged the girl with his hands. Trauma to the right thigh and gluteal muscles was also detected. The parents recognized the body as that of their daughter Guadalupe. According to La Voz de Sonora, the corpse was well preserved, which helped with the identification, its skin cured as if the arid yellow earth of El Rosario were a kind of medium for mummification. 4 days after the discovery of the body of Guadalupe Guzmán Prieto, the body of Jasmine Torres Durantes, also 11 years old, was found on the eastern slopes of Cerro Estrella. The cause of death was determined to be hypovolemic shock, occasioned by the more than 15 stabs she had been dealt by her attacker or attackers. The vaginal and anal swabs established that she had been raped several times. The body was fully dressed, khaki sweatshirt, jeans, and cheap sneakers. The girl lived in the western part of the city, in Colonia Morelos, and she had been kidnapped 20 days before, although the case hadn't been publicized. The police arrested 8 young men from Colonia Estrella, members of a gang involved in car theft and small-time drug dealing, as the perpetrators of the crime. 3 were transferred to juvenile court and the other 5 ended up being held in the Santa Teresa penitentiary, although there was no conclusive evidence against them. 2 days after Jasmine was discovered, a group of children found the lifeless body of Car Alina Fernandez Fuentes, 19, worker at the W.S. Inc. Maquiladora, on a stretch of wasteland to the west of General Sepulveda Industrial Park. According to the medical examiner, it had been 2 weeks since she was killed. The body was completely naked, although a blood-stained blue bra was found 15 yards away, and a pair of black nylon stockings some 50 yards away. When Carolina's roommate, also a worker at W.S. Inc., was interviewed, she declared that the bra belonged to the deceased but the stockings certainly did not, because her friend and beloved roommate wore only panties and had never used stockings, an item of clothing she considered more suitable for a whore than a factory worker. When the requisite tests were completed, however, it turned out that there were traces of Carolina Fernandez Fuentes' blood on both the stockings and the bra, which started a rumor that Carolina had led a double life, or that the night when she was killed she had participated voluntarily in an orgy, since traces of semen were also found in her vagina and rectum. For 2 days some men at W.S. Inc. were questioned about their possible connection to the dead woman, to no avail. Carolina's parents, who were from the town of San Miguel de Horcasitas, made the trip to Santa Teresa. They didn't issue any statements. They claimed their daughter's body, signed the papers that were put in front of them, and returned by bus to Horcasitas with what was left of Carolina. The cause of death was 5 stab wounds to the neck. According to the experts, she wasn't killed in the place she was found. 3 days after the discovery of Carolina's body in Th. E. calamitous month of March 1997, A girl of between 16 and 20 was found on some stony ground near the Pueblo Azul highway. The body was in an advanced state of decomposition, by which it was assumed that she had been dead for at least 15 days. She was completely naked, wearing only brass earrings in the shape of little elephants. Several families of girls and women who had disappeared were brought in to view the body, but no one recognized her as a daughter, sister, cousin, or wife. According to the medical examiner, the right breast had been mutilated and the nipple of the left breast had been torn off, probably bitten or cut with a knife, though the putrefaction of the body made it impossible to say for sure. The official cause of death: fracture of the hyoid. In the last week of March, the skeleton of another woman was discovered some 400 yards from the Cananea Highway, essentially in the middle of the desert. It was 3 students and an American history professor from the University of Los Angeles who found it. They were on a motorcycle trip in the north of Mexico, and according to them, they had turned down a back road looking for a Yaqui village and gotten lost. According to the Santa Teresa police, the gringos had left the road to commit indecent acts, in other words to fuck each other, and they put the 4 in a seal to await developments. Late that night, when the students and their professor had been locked up for more than 8 hours, Epifanio Galindo arrived at the police station and asked to hear their story. The Americans repeated it and even drew a map that showed the exact spot where they'd found the half-buried body. When asked whether they might not have mistaken the bones of a cow or a coyote for those of a human being, the professor responded that there was no animal, except possibly a primate, with a human skull. The tone in which he said this irritated Epifanio, who decided to make a trip to the scene the next day, at dawn, along with the gringos, which meant that in order to facilitate the process they would have to remain on hand, in other words as guests of the Santa Teresa police, though of course in their very own cell, not to mention that they would be fed on the public dime, and not jailhouse slop but decent food that a policeman went to fetch for them at the nearest coffee shop. And despite the foreigners' protests, that was that. The next day, Epifanio Galindo, several policemen, and 2 inspectors, with the Americans in tow, made their way to the spot, a place called El Pajonal, a name that was clearly more the expression of a wish than a reality, since there were no grasslands nearby or anything of the kind, only desert and stones and, here and there, gray-green shrubs, the mere sight of which made the heart sink. There, poorly buried, in the exact spot marked by the gringos, they found the bones. According to the medical examiner, the victim was a young woman with a fractured hyoid. She wasn't wearing clothes or shoes or anything that might have helped to identify her. Either they carried the naked body here or they stripped her before they buried her, said Epifanio. Do you call this burying? Asked the medical examiner. Why, no, sir, they didn't try very hard, said Epifanio, they didn't try very hard. The next day the body of Elena Montoya, 20, was found by the side of a local road from the cemetery to the La Cruz Ranch. She had been missing from home for 3 days and a report had been filed. The body exhibited multiple stab wounds to the abdomen, abrasions to the wrists and ankles, and marks around the neck, as well as trauma to the head produced by a blunt object, possibly a hammer or a stone. The case was handled by Inspector Lino Rivera and his first step was to question the husband of the deceased, Samuel Blanco, who remained under interrogation for 4 days, at the end of which he was released for lack of evidence. Elena Montoya worked at the Cal and Son Maquiladora and had a 3-month-old son. The last day of March some scavenger children discovered a body in the El Chile dump, in a complete state of decomposition. What was left of it was removed to the city's Institute of Forensic Anatomy, where all the usual procedures were performed. It appeared that the victim was somewhere between 15 and 20 years old. According to the medical examiners, she had died more than 12 months ago, and the cause of death was unable to be determined. This information nevertheless caught the attention of the González Reséndez family, of Guanajuato, whose daughter had disappeared around that time, and the Guanajuato police requested the forensic report for the El Chile victim from the Santa Teresa police, putting special emphasis on the dental evidence. Once the evidence was received, it was confirmed that the victim was Irene González Reséndez, 16, who had run away from home in January 1996 after a quarrel with her family. Her father was a well-known local PRI politician and her mother had appeared on a popular TV show, Live Before the Cameras, asking her daughter to come home. Even a passport-style picture of Irene was printed on the labels of milk bottles, with her physical description and a telephone number. No Santa Teresa policeman ever saw the picture. No Santa Teresa policeman drank milk. None but la locura. The 3 medical examiners of Santa Teresa bore no resemblance to one another. The oldest of them, Emilio Garibay, was big and fat and suffered from asthma. Sometimes he had an asthma attack at the morgue, while he was performing an autopsy, and he ignored it. If Dona Isabel, his assistant, was nearby, she would get his inhaler out of his jacket, hanging on the coat-rack, and Garibay would open his mouth, like a baby bird, and let himself be given a spurt. But when he was alone he ignored it and kept working. He had been born in Santa Teresa, and everything seemed to indicate he would die there. His family were upper-middle-class landowners, and many had gotten rich selling desert plots to the maquilador as that set up shop this side of the border in the 80s. Emilio Garibay, however, hadn't sold anything. Or not much. He was a professor at the medical school, and as a medical examiner he unfortunately never lacked for work, so he simply didn't have time for other things, like business, for example. He was an atheist and it had been years since he'd read a book, despite the fact that he had amassed a more than decent library of works in his specialty, as well as volumes of philosophy and Mexican history and a novel or two. Sometimes he thought it was precisely because he was an atheist that he didn't read anymore. Not reading, it might be said, was the highest expression of atheism, or at least of atheism as he conceived of it. If you don't believe in God, how do you believe in a fucking book? He asked himself. The name of the second medical examiner was Juan Arredondo and he was from Hermosillo, the capital of Sonora. Unlike Garibay, who had studied in Mexico City, he got his degree at the medical school of the University of Hermosillo. He was 45, married to Annette Ive of Santa Teresa with whom he had 3 children, and his political sympathies lay on the left, with the PRO, although he was never active in the party. Like Garibay, he alternated his work as a medical examiner with teaching duties at the University of Santa Teresa, where he was well liked by the students, who saw him as a friend, not just a professor. What he liked best was watching TV and eating at home with his family, although when invitations came to conferences abroad he went wild and did everything he could to get his hands on them. The dean, who was a friend of Garibay's, despised Arredondo, and sometimes, out of pure contempt, tossed him a bone. As a result, Arredondo had traveled 3 times to the United States, once to Spain, and once to Costa Rica. On one occasion he represented the Institute of Forensic Anatomy and the University of Santa Teresa at a symposium held in Medellín, Colombia, and when he got back, he was a changed man. "We have no idea what's going on there," he told his wife, and that was all he would say. The third medical examiner was Rigoberto Frias and he was 32. He was from Irapuato, and for a while he had worked in Mexico City, then left his job abruptly and without explanation. He had been in Santa Teresa for 2 years, hired on the recommendation of a former classmate of Garibay, and he was, in the opinion of his colleagues, meticulous and skillful. He worked as a teaching assistant at the medical school and lived alone on a quiet street in Colonia Serafin Garabito. His apartment was small but tastefully furnished. He had many books and almost no friends. Outside of class he hardly ever talked to his students, and he had no social life, at least not in university circles. Sometimes, at an order from Garibay, the 3 medical examiners would meet for breakfast in the early morning hours. At that time of day, the only place open was a 24-hour American-style coffee shop, which drew people from the area who had been up all night. Orderlies and nurses at the General Sepulveda Hospital, ambulance drivers, relatives and friends of patients, whores, students. The coffee shop was called Runaway, and on the sidewalk next to one of the windows there was a vent from which big gusts of steam billowed. The Runaway sign was green and sometimes the steam was tinted green, an intense green, like a tropical forest, and when Garibay saw it he invariably said, "Fuck, that's pretty." Then he would fall silent and the 3 medical examiners would wait for the waitress, a chubby, dark-skinned teenager from Aguas Calientes, or at least that's where they thought she was from, to bring them coffee and ask what they wanted for breakfast. Young Frias hardly ever order. Anything, at most a donut. Arredondo usually asked for a piece of cake with ice cream. And Garibay had a steak, rare. A while back, Arredondo had told him it was terrible for his joints. "At your age, you shouldn't," he'd said. He no longer remembered Garibay's answer, but it was sharp and succinct. While they were waiting for their breakfast to come, the medical examiners sat in silence, Arredondo staring at the back of his hands, as if searching for some tiny drop of blood. Frias staring at the table or with his eyes fixed on Runaway's ochre ceiling, and Garibay watching the street and the few cars that went by. Sometimes, very rarely, two students who made extra money as lab or office assistants came along, and then they usually talked a little more, but as a general rule they were silent, sunk deep in what Garibay called the knowledge of a job well done. Then each paid his bill and they slunk out like vultures, and one of them, whoever's turn it was, walked back to the institute, and the other two went down to the underground parking garage and parted without saying goodbye, and shortly afterward a Renault drove out, Arredondo gripping the wheel with both hands, and vanished into the city, and shortly after that another car drove out, Garibay's Grand Marquis, and the streets swallowed it up like a commonplace lament. At the same time of day, cops at the end of their shifts met for breakfast at Trejo's, a long coffee shop like a coffin, with few windows. There they drank coffee and ate huevos rancheros or eggs and bacon or scrambled eggs. And they told jokes. Sometimes they were monographic, the jokes. And many of them were about women. For example, one cop would say, "What's the perfect woman? Pues she's 2 feet tall, big ears, flat head, no teeth, and hideously ugly." Why? Pues 2 feet tall so she comes right up to your waist, big ears so you can steer her, a flat head so you have a place to set your beer, no teeth so she can't bite your dick, and hideously ugly so no bastard steals her away. Some laughed. Others kept eating their eggs and drinking their coffee. And the teller of the first joke continued. He asked, "Why don't women know how to ski?" Silence. Pues because it never snows in the kitchen. Some didn't get it. Most of the cops had never skied in their lives. Where do you ski in the middle of the desert? But some laughed. And the joke teller said, "All right, friends, what's the definition of a woman?" Silence. And the answer? Pues a vagina surrounded by a more or less organized bunch of cells. And then someone laughed, an inspector, good one, Gonzalez, a bunch of cells, yes, sir. And another joke, international this time. Why is the Statue of Liberty a woman? Because they needed an empty head for the observation deck. And another. How many parts is a woman's brain divided into? Pues that depends, valedors. Depends on what, Gonzalez? Depends how hard you hit her. And on a roll now. Why can't women count to 70? Because by the time they get to 69 their mouths are full. And still going strong. What's dumber than a dumb man? An easy one. Pues a smart woman. And full throttle. Why don't men lend their cars to women? Pues because there's no road from the bedroom to the kitchen. And in the same vein, what does a woman do outside the kitchen? Pues wait for the floor to dry. And a variation. What do you call a neuron in a woman's brain? Pues a tourist. And then the same inspector laughed again and said, "Excellent, Gonzalez, brilliant, neuron. Yes, sir, tourist, brilliant." And Gonzalez, tireless, went on. "How do you pick the 3 dumbest women in the world?" Pues at random. Get it? At random. It makes no difference. And how do you give a woman more freedom? Pues get her a bigger kitchen. And how do you give a woman even more freedom? Pues plug the iron into an extension cord. And how long does it take a woman to die who's been shot in the head? Pues 7 or 8 hours, depending on how long it takes the bullet to find the brain. Brain, yes, sir, mused the inspector. And if someone complained to Gonzalez about all the chauvinist jokes, Gonzalez responded that God was the chauvinist, because he made men superior. And he went on. What do you call a woman who's lost 99% of her IQ? Pues speechless. And what happens to a woman's brain in a spoon of coffee? Pues it floats. And why do women have one more brain cell than dogs? Pues so that when they're cleaning the bathroom they don't drink the water out of the toilet. And what's a man doing when he throws a woman out of the window? Pues polluting the environment. And how is a woman like a squash ball? Pues the harder you hit her, the faster she comes back. And why do kitchens have windows? Pues so that women can see the world. Until at last Gonzalez wore himself out and got a beer and dropped into a chair and the rest of the policemen went back to their eggs. Then the inspector, exhausted after a night's work, wondered to himself how much of God's truth lay hidden in ordinary jokes. And he scratched his crotch and dropped his Smith & Wesson Model 686, which weighed almost 2.5 pounds, on the plastic table, and it made a muffled sound like thunder in the distance when it hit the tabletop, attracting the attention of the 5 or 6 nearest cops, who were listening, who glimpsed his words, the words the inspector meant to utter, as if they were wetbacks lost in the desert and they had glimpsed an oasis or a town or a pack of wild horses. "God's truth," said the inspector. "Who the fuck comes up with jokes?" asked the inspector. "And sayings? Where the fuck do they come from? Who's the first to think them up? Who's the first to tell them?" And after a few seconds of silence, with his eyes closed, as if he'd fallen asleep, the inspector half opened his left eye and said, "Listen to the one-eyed man, you bastards. A woman's path lies from the kitchen to the bedroom, with a beating along the way." Or he said, "Women are like laws, they were made to be broken." And the laughter was general. A great blanket of laughter rose over the long room, as if death were being tossed in it. Not all of the cops laughed, of course. Some, at the farthest tables, polished off their eggs with chili or their eggs with meat or their eggs with beans in silence or talked among themselves, about their own business, separate from the others. They ate, it might be said, hunched over in anguish and doubt. Hunched over in contemplation of essential questions, which doesn't get you anywhere. Numb with sleep. In other words, with their backs turned to the laughter that invited a different kind of sleep. Meanwhile, leaning at the ends of the bar, others drank without a word, just watching the commotion, or murmuring what a load of shit, or not murmuring a thing, simply taking a mental snapshot of the crooked cops and inspectors. The morning of the jokes about women, for example, when Gonzalez and his partner, patrolman Juan Rubio, left Trejo's, La Locura was waiting for them. And when Gonzalez and his partner tried to shake him off, Epifanio emerged from a corner and said they'd better listen to the kid. According to Juan Rubio, they'd been working the night shift and they were tired, and who was Epifanio to tell them what to do? This kind of event was as popular among Santa Teresa cops as jokes about women. Even more so, in fact. The two cars drove off to a secluded spot. Slowly. After all, why hurry to a shit-kicking? First Gonzalez's car, followed a few yards back by Epifanio's. They left behind the paved streets and any buildings over 3 stories high. They watched the sun rise through the windows. They put on sunglasses. News of the event was radioed from one of the cars, and soon after they got to the field some 10 police cars showed up. The men got out of their cars and offered each other cigarettes or laughed or kicked at stones. Those who had flasks took swallows and made innocent remarks about the weather or their private affairs. After half an hour all the cars drove off, leaving a cloud of yellow dust hanging in the air behind them. "Talk to me about your family history," said the bastards. "Explain your family tree," the Ashol said. "Self-sucking pieces of shit." La Locura didn't get angry. "Faggot sons of bitches. Tell me about your coat of arms." "That's enough now. The kid's going to blow. Stay calm. Respect the uniform. Don't show you're scared or back down, don't let them think they're getting to you." Some nights, in the dim light of the tenement, when he was done with the books on criminology, "Don't lose it now, man, dizzy from all the fingerprints, blood and semen stains, principles of toxicology, investigations of thefts, breaking and entering, footprints, how to make sketches and take photographs of the crime scene," half asleep, drifting between sleep and wakefulness, he heard or remembered voices talking to him about the first exposito. The family tree dating back to 1865. The nameless orphan, 15 years old, raped by a Belgian soldier in a one-room adobe house outside Villavicosa. The next day the soldier got his throat cut and 9 months later a girl was born, called Maria Exposito. The orphan, the first one, said the voice, or several voices taking turns, died in childbirth and the girl grew up in the same house where she was conceived, which became the property of some peasants who took her in and treated her like another member of the family. In 1881, when Maria Exposito was 15, on the feast day of San Dimas, a drunk from another town carried her off on his horse, singing at the top of his lungs, "Que chingadera's son estás y Dimas la dijo agestis." On the slope of a hill that looked like a dinosaur or a Gila monster he raped her several times and disappeared. In 1882, Maria Exposito gave birth to a child who was baptized Maria Exposito Exposito, said the voice, and the girl was the wonder of the peasants of Villavicosa. From early on she showed herself to be clever and spirited, and although she never learned to read or write she was known as a wise woman, learned in the ways of herbs and medicinal salves. In 1898, after she had been away for 7 days, Maria Exposito appeared one morning in the Villavicosa Plaza, a bare space in the center of town, with a broken arm and bruises all over her body. She would never explain what had happened to her, nor did the old women who tended to her insist that she tell. 9 months later a girl was born and given the name Maria Exposito, and her mother, who never married or had more children or lived with any man, initiated her into the secret art of healing. But the young Maria Exposito resembled her mother only in her good nature, a quality shared by all the Maria Expositos of Villaviciosa. Some were quiet and others liked to talk, but common to them all was their good nature and the fortitude to endure periods of violence or extreme poverty. But young Maria Exposito's childhood and adolescence were more carefree than her mother's and grandmother's had been. In 1914, at 16, her thoughts and actions were still those of a girl whose only tasks were to accompany her mother once a month in search of rare herbs and to wash the clothes, not at the public washhouse, which was too far away, but behind the house, in an old wooden trough. That was the year Colonel Sabino Duque, who in 1915 would be shot to death for cowardice, came to town looking for brave men, and the men of Villaviciosa were famous for being braver than anyone, to fight for the revolution. Several boys from the town joined up. One of them, whom until then Maria Exposito had thought of only as an occasional playmate, the same age as she and seemingly as naive, decided to declare his love the night before he marched to war. For the purpose, he chose a grain shed that no one used anymore. The people of Villaviciosa had grown poorer and poorer, and when his declaration only made the girl laugh he proceeded to rape her on the spot, desperately and clumsily. In the morning, before he left, he promised he would come back and marry her, but 7 months later he died in a skirmish with the federal troops and he and his horse were swept away by the Rio Sangre de Cristo. So he never returned to Villaviciosa, like so many other boys who had gone away to war or found work as guns for hire. Boys who were never heard of again or who cropped up here and there in stories that might or might not have been true. In any case, 9 months later Maria Exposito was born, and young Maria Exposito, now a mother herself, set to work selling potions and the eggs from her own henhouse in the neighboring towns, and she didn't do badly. In 1917, there was an unusual development in the Exposito family. Maria, after one of her trips, got pregnant again and this time she had a boy. He was named Raphael. His eyes were green like those of his distant Belgian great-grandfather and there was something strange about his gaze, the same strangeness that outsiders noted in the townspeople of Villaviciosa. They had the opaque, intense stare of killers. The few times she was asked who the father was, Maria Exposito, who had gradually adopted her mother's witch-like language and manner, although all she did was sell the potions, fumbling among the little rheumatism bottles and the varicose vein flasks, answered that his father was the devil and Raphael his spitting image. In 1934, after a Homeric bender, the bullfighter Celestino Ar Raya and his comrades from the club Los Charros de la Muerte came to Villaviciosa in the early morning hours and took rooms at a tavern that no longer exists and that in those days offered beds for travelers. They shouted for roast goat, which they were served by 3 village girls. One of those girls was Maria Exposito. By 12 the next day they were gone, and 3 months later Maria Exposito confessed to her mother that she was going to have a baby. "Who's the father?" asked her brother. The women were silent and the boy set out to retrace his sister's steps on his own. A week later Raphael Exposito borrowed a rifle and went walking to Santa Teresa. He had never been in such a big place, and the paved streets, the Teatro Carlota, the movie theaters, the city hall, and the whores who back then walked the streets of Colonia, Mexico, near the border and the American town of El Adobe, surprised him greatly. He decided to stay in the city for 3 days and learn his way around before he did what he had come to do. The first day he spent searching for Celestino Araya's haunts and a place to sleep for free. He discovered that in certain neighborhoods night was the same as day and he told himself he simply wouldn't sleep. On the second day, as he was walking up and down the street in Colonia, Mexico, a short, shapely Yucatecan girl, with jet black hair down to her waist, took pity on him and brought him home with her. In a room in a boarding house she made him rice soup and then they made love until night. For Raphael Exposito it was the first time. When they parted the whore ordered him to wait for her in the room, or, if he went out, in the café on the corner or on the stairs. The boy said he was in love with her and the whore went off happily. On the third day they went to Teatro Carlota to hear the ballads of Pajarito de la Cruz, the Dominican trovador who was touring Mexico, and José Ramírez's rancheras. But what the boy liked best were the chorus girls and the magic numbers by a Chinese conjurer from Michoacán. At sunset on the fourth day, Well fed and calm in mind and heart, Rafael Exposito said goodbye to the whore, retrieved the rifle from where he had hidden it, and headed resolutely for the bar Los Primos Hermanos, where he found Celestino Araya. Seconds after he shot him, he knew without a shadow of a doubt that he had killed him, and he felt avenged and happy. He didn't shut his eyes when the bullfighter's friends emptied their revolvers into him. He was buried in the public grave in Santa Teresa. In 1935 another Maria Exposito was born. She was shy and sweet, and so tall that even the tallest men in town looked short next to her. From the time she was 10 she spent her days helping her mother and grandmother to sell her great-grandmother's remedies, and going along with her great-grandmother at dawn to gather herbs. Sometimes the peasants of Villaviciosa saw her silhouette against the horizon, climbing up and down hills, and it struck them as extraordinary that such a tall, long-legged girl could exist. She was the first of her lineage, said the voice, or the voices, who learned to read and write. At 18 she was raped by a peddler, and in 1953 a girl was born who was called Maria Exposito. By then there were 5 generations of Maria Expositos living outside Villaviciosa, and the little house had grown, with rooms added on and a big kitchen with a gas stove and a wood fire where the eldest prepared her brews and medicaments. At night, when it was time for dinner, the 5 always sat down together, the girl, her lanky mother, Raphael's melancholy sister, the childlike one, and the witch. And often they talked about saints and illnesses that they never caught, about the weather and men, which they considered equally troublesome, and they thanked heaven, though not too enthusiastically, said the voice, that they were only women. In 1976, the young Maria Exposito met 2 students from Mexico City in the desert who said they were lost but appeared to be fleeing something and who, after a dizzying week, she never saw again. The students lived in their car and one of them seemed to be sick. They looked as if they were high on something and they talked a lot and didn't eat anything, although she brought them tortillas and beans that she snuck from home. They talked, for example, about a new revolution, an invisible revolution that was already brewing but wouldn't hit the streets for at least 50 years. Or 500. Or 5,000. The students had been to Villaviciosa but what they wanted was to find the highway to Ures or Hermosillo. Each night they made love to her, in the car or on the warm desert sand, until one morning she came to meet them and they were gone. 3 months later, when her great-grandmother asked her about the father of the child she was expecting, the young Maria Exposito had a strange vision. She saw herself small and strong, she saw herself fucking 2 men in the middle of a salt lake, she saw a tunnel full of potted plants and flowers. Against the wishes of the family, who wanted to baptize the boy Rafael, Maria Exposito called him Olegario, the patron saint of hunters and a Catalan monk in the 12th century, Bishop of Barcelona and Archbishop of Tarragona, and she also decided that the first half of her son's last name wouldn't be Exposito, which was a name for orphans, as the students from Mexico City had explained to her one of the nights she spent with them, said the voice, but Cura, and that was how she entered it in the register at the Par-ish of San Cipriano, 20 miles from Villaviciosa, Olegario Cura Exposito. Despite the questioning to which she was subjected by the priest and his incredulity about the identity of the owl-legged father. Her great-grandmother said it was pure arrogance to put the name Cura before Exposito, which was the name she'd always had, and a little while later she died, when Lalo was 2 and walking naked in the yard, contemplating the yellow or white houses of Villaviciosa, always shut tight. And when Lalo was 4, the other old woman, the childish one, died, and when he turned 15, Rafael Exposito's sister died, said the voice or the voices. And when Pedro Negrete came to get him to put him to work for Don Pedro Rengifo, only the lanky Exposito and Lalo Cura's mother were still alive. Living in his desert, thought Lalo Cura as the car, with Epifanio at the wheel, left the field behind, is like living at sea. The border between Sonora and Arizona is a chain of haunted or enchanted islands. The cities and towns are boats. The desert is an endless sea. This is a good place for fish, especially deep-sea fish, not men. The dead women of March prompted the Mexico City papers to ask some questions out loud. If the murderer was behind bars, who had killed all these other women? If the killer's lackeys or accomplices were behind bars, too, who was responsible for all the deaths? To what extent were Los Vicentes, that terrible and improbable youth gang, a real phenomenon, and to what extent were they a police creation? Why had Haas's trial been postponed over and over again? Why didn't the federal authorities send a special prosecutor to lead the investigations? On April 4, Sergio González got his paper to send him to write a new story about the killings in Santa Teresa. On April 6 the body of Michelle Sánchez Castillo was found, next to the storage sheds of a soft drink bottling plant. The discovery was made by 2 company employees assigned to clean the area. Some 50 yards from the body an iron bar was recovered, bloodstained and with bits of scalp adhering to it, which led to the conclusion that it was the murder weapon. Michelle Sánchez was wrapped in old quilts, next to a stack of tires, a place where it wasn't unusual to find people on their way through town or neighborhood drunks asleep, more or less tolerated by the bottling plant. Peaceable people, according to the night watchman, but if they got angry they might set fire to the tires, which could make the situation even more difficult. The victim exhibited facial trauma and minor lacerations to the chest, as well as a fatal fracture of the skull just behind the right ear. She was wearing white beaded black pants, which the police found pulled down to her knees, and a pink blouse with big black buttons, pulled up over her breasts. Her shoes were heavy, with tractor tire soles. She had on a bra and panties. By 10 in the morning the place was full of onlookers. According to Inspector José Márquez, who was in charge of the investigation, the woman had been attacked and killed where she was found. The reporters who knew him asked to be allowed to come closer and take pictures and the inspector didn't object. It wasn't known who she was because she wasn't carrying any kind of identification. But she seemed to be under 20, said José Márquez. Among the reporters who approached the body was Sergio González. He had never seen a corpse. At intervals, the stacks of tires formed something like caves. On a cold night, it wouldn't be a bad place to sleep. You'd have to crawl in. And it was probably even harder to get out. He saw 2 legs and a blanket. He heard the Santa Teresa reporters asking José Márquez to uncover the body and he heard José Márquez laugh. Sergio González had seen enough. He walked back to the highway where the Beetle he had rented was parked. The next day the victim was identified as Michelle Sánchez Castillo, 16. According to the forensic report, the autopsy had determined that death was due to severe head trauma and that she hadn't been sexually assaulted. Bits of skin were found under her fingernails, so it could be argued that she had fought her attacker to the end. The trauma to her face and ribs was more evidence of the fight she had put up. And the vaginal swab proved conclusively that she hadn't been raped. Her family said Michelle had visited a friend on April 5 and gone from there to look for work at a maquiladora. According to the police press release, she was probably attacked and killed sometime between the night of the 5th and the early morning of the 6th. No fingerprints were found on the iron bar. Sergio González interviewed Inspector José Márquez. He arrived just as night was falling over the city and the judicial police offices were almost empty. A man who acted as custodian showed him the way to José Márquez's desk. He didn't pass anyone in the hall. The doors to most of the offices were open and the sound of a photocopier could be heard coming from somewhere. José Márquez talked to him with one eye on the clock and after a while he asked Sergio to come with him to the locker room, to save time. As the inspector undressed, Sergio asked how it was that Michelle Sánchez could have reached the rear grounds of the bottling plant alive. "Why not?" answered Márquez. "As I understand it," said Sergio, "the women are kidnapped in one place, raped and killed somewhere else, and finally dumped in a third place, in this case behind the storage sheds." "Sometimes it's like that," Márquez said, "but the killings don't all follow the same pattern." Márquez put his suit in a bag and changed into sweatpants and a warm-up jacket. "You must be wondering," he said as he adjusted his Desert Eagle .357 Magnum in its holster under High's jacket, "why the building is so empty." Sergio said the logical answer was that the inspectors were all out working. "Not at this time of day," said Márquez. "Why, then?" asked Sergio. "Because today is the indoor soccer match between the Santa Teresa police and our boys." "Are you going to play?" asked Sergio. "Maybe, maybe not, I'm a substitute," said Márquez. As they were leaving the locker room, the inspector told him he shouldn't try to find a logical explanation for the crimes. "It's fucked up, that's the only explanation," said Márquez. The next day he visited Haas and Michelle Sánchez's parents. Haas struck him as even colder than before, if possible. And taller, too, as if in prison his hormones had gone haywire and he had finally attained his true height. He asked about Michelle Sánchez, whether Haas had any opinion on the subject, and he asked about the Bicentennial and all the dead women who had been springing up in the Santa Teresa desert since his arrest. Haas replied listlessly, with a smile, and Sergio thought that even if he hadn't been guilty of the most recent killings, he was guilty of something. Then, when he left, he asked himself how he could size someone up by his smile or his eyes. Who was he to judge? Michelle Sanchez's mother told him that for a year she had been having terrible dreams. She would wake up in the middle of the night or the day, when she worked the night shift, with the certainty that she had lost her little girl forever. Sergio asked if Michelle was her youngest. "No, I have 2 younger children," said the woman. "But in my dreams the one I lost was Michelle." "And why is that?" "I guess I don't know," said the woman. "In my dreams Michelle was a baby. Not the age she is now, she was 2 or 3 at most, and suddenly she would disappear. I never saw the person who took her from me. All I saw was an empty street or yard or room. One moment my little girl was there. And when I looked again she was gone." Sergio asked her if people were afraid. "The mothers are," said the woman. "Some fathers, too. But not people in general, I don't think." Before he said goodbye, at the approach to the Arsenio Feral Industrial Park, the woman said her dreams had begun around the time she first saw Florida Almada on TV. Florida Almada, La Santa, as she was called. A crowd of women arrived on foot or got off the buses run by the park's different maquiladoras. "Are the buses free?" asked Sergio, distracted. "Nothing here is free," said the woman. Then he asked her who Florida Almada was. "She's an old woman who's on Hermosillo TV every so often, on Rain Aldo's show. She knows what's hidden behind the crimes and she tried to tell us, but we didn't listen. No one listens to her. She's seen the faces of the killers. If you want to know more, go and see her, and when you've seen her call me or write me." "I'll do that," said Sergio. Haas liked to sit on the ground, against the wall, in the shady part of the yard. And he liked to think. He liked to imagine that God didn't exist. For 3 minutes, at least. He also liked to think about the insignificance of human beings. 5 minutes. If pain didn't exist, he thought, we would be perfect. Insignificant and ignorant of pain. Fucking perfect. But there was pain to fuck everything up. Finally he would think about luxury. The luxury of memory, the luxury of knowing a language or several languages, the luxury of thinking and not running away. Then he opened his eyes and contemplated, as if in a dream, some of the Bicentennes, who were mauve-ing around the sunny part of the yard, the other side, as if they were grazing. The Bicentennes graze in the prison yard, he thought, and that calmed him like a fast-acting tranquilizer, because sometimes, though not often, Haas started the day as if his head had been pierced with the point of a knife. El Tequila and El Tormenta were next to him. Sometimes he felt like a shepherd misunderstood by the very stones. Some inmates seemed to move in slow motion. The one with the sodas, for example, who came over with 3 cold Coca-Colas. Or the ones playing basketball. The previous night, before he went to bed, a guard had come to get him and told him that Don Enrique Hernandez wanted to see him. The drug lord wasn't alone. With him were the warden and a man who turned out to be his lawyer. They had just eaten and Enriquito Hernandez offered him a cup of coffee that Haas turned down, saying it kept him awake. Everyone laughed except the lawyer, who gave no indication of having heard. "I like you, gringo," said the drug lord, "and I just want you to know that someone's looking into this business with the Bicentennes." "Is that clear?" "Totally clear, Don Enrique." After that they invited him to sit down and asked him how life was for the prisoners. The next day he told El Tequila that the whole affair was in Enriquito Hernandez's hands. "Tell your brother." El Tequila nodded and said, "That's good. Isn't it nice to sit here in the shade," said Haas. According to Santa Teresa's Department of Sex Crimes, a government agency barely a year old, the male-female ratio of killings in Mexico was 10-1, whereas in Santa Teresa it was 10-4. The head of the department, Yolanda Palacio, was a woman of about 30, fair-skinned and brown-haired, formal in manner, although her formality betrayed glimpses of a yearning for happiness, a yearning for good times. But what are good times? Sergio Gonzalez asked himself. Maybe they're what separates certain people from the rest of us, who live in a state of perpetual sadness. The will to live, the will to fight, as his father used to say, but fight what? The inevitable? Fight against whom? And what for? More time, certain knowledge, the glimpse of something essential? As if there were anything essential in this shitty country, he thought, anything essential on this whole self-sucking motherfucker of a planet. Yolanda Palacio had studied law at the University of Santa Teresa, and then she had special IZED in penal law at the University of Hermosillo. But she didn't like trials, as she had discovered a little too late, and didn't want to become a litigator, so she had gone into research. Do you know how many women are the victims of sex crimes in this city? More than 2,000 a year. And almost half of them are underage. And probably at least that many don't report being attacked, which means we're talking about 4,000 rapes a year. In other words, every day more than 10 women are raped here, she said, gesturing as if the women were being assaulted in the corridor. A corridor dimly lit by a yellow fluorescent tube, exactly like the fluorescent tube that was turned off in Yolanda Palacio's office. Some of the rapes end in murder, of course. But I don't mean to exaggerate. Most rapists just do their thing and move on. That's all, folks. Next customer. Sergio didn't know what to say. Do you know how many people work here in the Department of Sex Crimes? Just me. There used to be a secretary. But she got fed up and moved to Ensenada, where she has family. Shit, said Sergio. That's right, shit, it's always shit, it's always Jesus. Fuck, you're shitting me. But when it comes down to it, no one remembers, not a word, and no one has the balls to do anything about it. Sergio looked at the floor and then he looked at Yolanda Palacio's tired face. And speaking of shit, she said, want to get something to eat? I'm starving. There's a restaurant near here called El Rey del Taco. You should try it if you like Tex-Mex. Sergio got up. My treat, he said. I assumed that, said Yolanda Palacio. On April 12 the remains of a woman were found in a field near Casas Negras. The people who came upon the corpse realized it was a woman by the hair, black and waist length. The body was discovered in an advanced state of decomposition. After the forensic examination, it was determined that the victim was between 28 and 33, 5'6", and that the cause of death was massive cerebral contusion. She wasn't carrying identification. She was dressed in black pants, a green blouse and tennis shoes. Car keys were found in one of her pockets. Her description didn't match that of any women missing from Santa Teresa. She had probably been dead for a few months. The case was shelved. Without knowing very well why, since he didn't believe in Sears, Sergio Gonzalez went looking for Florida Almada at Hermosillo's Channel 7 studios. He talked to one secretary, then another, then to Reynaldo, who told him it wasn't easy to get to see Florida. Her friends, said Reynaldo, protect her. We protect her privacy. We're a human shield around La Santa. Sergio explained that he was a reporter and said Florida's privacy was guaranteed. Reynaldo set a time to meet with him that same night. Sergio went back to his hotel and tried to write a draft of his article about the killings, but after a while he realized he couldn't write anything. He went down to the hotel bar and spent a while drinking and reading the local papers. Then he went up to his room, took a shower, and came back down again. Half an hour before the time Reynaldo had indicated, he hailed a taxi and asked the driver to circle around the center of town a few times before taking him to his appointment. The driver asked where he was from. Mexico City, said Sergio. Crazy city, said the driver. Once I was attacked 7 times in the same day. The only thing they didn't do was rape me, said the driver, laughing in the rearview mirror. Things have changed, said Sergio, now it's the taxi drivers who attack people. So I hear, said the driver, and about time, too. Depends how you look at it, said Sergio. The meeting was at a bar with a male clientele. The place was called Popeye and the bouncer outside was well over 6 feet tall and weighed more than 200 pounds. Inside there was a zigzagging bar and tiny tables lit by little lamps and chairs upholstered in purple velvet. New Age music was playing over the speakers and the waiters were dressed as sailors. Reynaldo and a stranger were waiting for him on overly tall stools at the bar. The stranger had a fashionable haircut and was well dressed. His name was José Patriciu and he was Reynaldo's and Florida's lawyer. So Florida Almada needs a lawyer? Everybody needs one, said José Patriciu very seriously. Sergio didn't want a drink and soon afterward the three of them got in José Patriciu's BMW and drove down darker and darker streets to Florida's house. Along the way José Patriciu wanted to know what it was like to be a crime reporter in Mexico City and Sergio had to confess that he actually worked for the arts page. He gave a very general explanation of how he had come to write about the killings in Santa Teresa and José Patriciu and Reynaldo listened with rapt attention, like children hearing the same story for the 1000th time. A story that terrifies and paralyzes them, nodding seriously, in on the secret. Later, however, when it wasn't much farther to Florida's house, Reynaldo asked whether Sergio knew a certain famous Televisa talk show host. Sergio said he knew him by name but had never run into him at a party. Then Reynaldo said that this host had been in love with José Patriciu. For a while he came to Hermosillo every weekend and took José Patriciu and his friends to the beach, spending money right and left. At the time, José Patriciu was in love with a gringo, a law professor at Berkeley, and completely ignored him. One night, said Reynaldo, the famous host asked me up to his hotel room and told me he had a proposal to make. He'd just been rejected, and I thought he wanted to sleep with me or take me under his wing and launch me on a new TV career in Mexico City, but he only wanted to talk, with me as audience. At first, said Reynaldo, all I felt was disgust. He isn't an attractive man and he looks even worse in person than he does on TV. At the time I hadn't met Florita Almada yet and I was living the life of a sinner. Laughter. The point is, I despised him and I was probably also a little envious, since I thought he'd gotten luckier than he deserved. Anyway, I went with him to his room, said Reynaldo, the best suite at the best hotel in Bahia Quino, our base for sailing trips to Tiburon or Turner Island. Every possible luxury, as you can imagine, said Reynaldo, as he stared out the window of José Patriciu's BMW at the modest houses they were passing. And there was the famous host, Televisa's star of the moment, sitting at the foot of the bed, with a drink in his hand, his hair a mess, and his eyes so squinty they almost vanished. And when his gaze fell on me, when he realized I was in the room, standing there, waiting, he blurted out that this would probably be his last night on earth. As you can imagine, I was petrified, because immediately I thought, this fucker is going to kill me first and then kill himself, all to teach José Patriciu a posthumous lesson. Laughter. That's the word, isn't it, posthumous? More or less, said José Patriciu. So I said to him, said Reynaldo, listen, don't be ridiculous. Listen, maybe we should go for a walk. And as I was talking, my eyes were searching for the gun. But I didn't see a gun anywhere, although he could easily have had it under his shirt, like a hit man. Although he didn't look like a hitman just then, he looked desperate and alone. I remember I turned on the TV and found a late-night show out of Tijuana, a talk show, and I said to him, I'm sure you could have done a better job, given the same resources, but he wouldn't so much as glance at the TV. All he did was stare at the floor and whisper that life was meaningless and he might as well be dead. Blah blah blah. Anything I might say, I realized then, would be useless. He wasn't even listening to me, he just wanted me nearby, but in case of what? I don't know, but definitely in case of something. I remember I went out onto the balcony and gazed at the bay. There was a full moon. It's so pretty, the coast, I reflected, but the sad thing is we notice it only at the worst of times, when we can scarcely enjoy it. The coast and the beach and the sky full of stars, also pretty. But then I got bored and came back in and sat in the chair in the bedroom. And so I wouldn't have to look at the host's face. I started watching TV again, where some guy was saying that he stood in possession. Those were his words, stood in possession, like somebody talking about medieval history or politics, of the record for most expulsions from the United States. Do you know how many times he had entered the United States illegally? 345. And 345 times he had been arrested and deported to Mexico. All within a span of 4 years. I admit that suddenly my interest was piqued. I imagined him on my show. I imagined the questions I would ask. I began to think about how to get in touch with him, because there's no denying it was a very interesting story. The guy from Tijuana TV asked a key question. Where did he get the money to pay the coyotes to take him to the other side? Because considering the frantic rate at which he was expelled, it was clear there was no way he had time to work and save up money in the United States. His answer was breathtaking. He said at first he paid what they asked, but later, maybe after the 10th deportation, he bargained and asked for discounts, and after the 50th deportation the Paulins and Coyotes brought him along out of friendship, and after the 100th they probably felt sorry for him, he thought. Now, he said to the Tijuana talk show host, they brought him as a good luck charm, because his presence in some way relieved the stress for everyone else. If anyone was caught, that someone would be him, not the others. At least if they knew to steer clear of him once they had crossed the border. Put it this way, he had become the marked card, the marked bill, as he said himself. Then the host, who was bad, asked him one stupid question and one good question. The stupid question was whether he planned to get into the Guinness Book of World Records. The man didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about, he'd never heard of the Guinness Book of World Records. The good question was whether he was going to keep trying. "Trying what?" asked the man. "Trying to get across," said the host. "God willing," the man said. So long as he was in good health he would never give up on the idea of living in the United States. "Aren't you tired?" asked the host. "Don't you want to go back to your village or look for a job here in Tijuana?" The guy smiled like he was embarrassed and said that once he had an idea in his head he couldn't get rid of it. "He was a crazy guy, crazy, really crazy," said Reynaldo. "But I was in the craziest hotel in Bahia Kino and next to me, sitting at the foot of the bed, was the craziest talk show host in Mexico City, so what was I supposed to think, really?" Of course, the host had given up the idea of killing himself. He was still sitting at the foot of the bed, but his eyes, the eyes of a tired dog, were fixed on the TV. "What do you think?" I asked him. "Can a person like that really exist? Isn't he the most charming thing? Isn't he innocence personified?" Then the host got up holding the gun that all this time he'd had hidden under his leg or a buttock, and the color drained from my face again and he made a gesture, a barely perceptible gesture, as if to say I had nothing to worry about anymore, and he went into the bathroom without shutting the door and I thought, oh, fuck, now he's going to kill himself. But all he did was take a long piss. Everything was so cozy. Everything made sense. The TV on, the open door. The night like a glove over the hotel. The perfect wetback. The wetback I wanted to have on my show and who maybe the host in love with José Patricio wanted to have on his show. The appalling wetback. The king of bad luck. The man carrying the fate of Mexico on his shoulders. The smiling wetback. That toad-like creature. That dumb, helpless greasy illegal. That lump of coal who in some other reincarnation could have been a diamond. That untouchable born in Mexico instead of India. Everything made sense. Suddenly everything made sense. So why commit suicide now? From where I was I saw the Televisa host put the gun away in his toilet kit and then he closed the kit and put it in a bathroom drawer. I asked him if he wanted to get a drink at the hotel bar. "All right," he said, but first he wanted to see the end of the show. On TV they were already talking to someone else, a cat trainer, I think. "What channel is this?" asked the host. "Tijuana 35, I answered. Tijuana 35, like someone talking in his sleep. Then we left the room. In the hallway the host stopped and took a comb out of his back pocket and combed his hair. "How do I look?" he asked. "Divine," I said. Then we pressed the button for the elevator and waited. "What a day," said the host. I nodded. When the elevator came we got in and went down to the bar without saying a word. Shortly afterward we parted and each of us went to bed. After they had eaten, as both of them stared out at the night through the windows of El Rey del Taco, Yolanda Palacio said it wasn't all bad in Santa Teresa. It wasn't all bad, where women were concerned. As if, with their stomachs full, tired and ready for bed, both of them could appreciate the good, the fabricated hopeful details. They smoked. Do you know which Mexican city has the lowest female unemployment rate? Sergio Gonzalez glimpsed the desert moon, a fragment, a helicoidal slice, rising above the roofs. "Santa Teresa?" he asked. "That's right, Santa Teresa," said the head of the Department of Sex Crimes. "Here almost all the women have work. Badly paid and exploitative work, with ridiculous hours and no union protections, but work, after all. Which is a blessing for so many women from Oaxaca or Zacatecas." A helicoidal slice? It can't be, thought Sergio. It must be an optical illusion, strange clouds in the shape of little cigars. Clothes fluttering in the night breeze, pose fly or mosquito. "So there's no female unemployment?" he asked. "Don't be an asshole," said Yolanda Palacio. "Of course there's unemployment, female and male. It's just that the rate of female unemployment is much lower than in the rest of the country. So in fact you might say, speaking broadly, that all the women here have work. Ask for the figures and see for yourself." In May, Aurora Cruz Barrientos, 18, was killed in her own home. She was found in the conjugal bed, with multiple stab wounds, mainly to the chest, in the middle of a big slick of coagulated blood, her arms flung wide as if she was beseeching the heavens. The discovery was made by a neighbor and friend, who thought it was strange that the curtains were still drawn. The door was open and the neighbor walked into the house, where immediately she sensed that something was wrong, though she couldn't say what. When she got to the bedroom and saw what had been done to Aurora Cruz she fainted. The house was located at 870 Calle Estepa, in Colonia Felix Gomez, a lower middle-class neighborhood. The case was assigned to Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez, who showed up at the scene an hour after the house had been occupied by the police. Aurora Cruz's husband, Rolando Perez Mejia, was at work at the city Keys Maquiladora and hadn't yet been notified of his wife's death. The police who searched the house found some blood-stained undershorts, presumably belonging to Perez Mejia, discarded in the bathroom. Early that afternoon, a couple of officers stopped by City Keys and brought Perez Mejia into Precinct No. 2. In his statement he maintained that before he left for work he'd had breakfast with his wife, like every morning, and that they got along well together because they didn't let their problems, which were mostly financial, interfere with their lives. They had been married, according to Perez Mejia, for a year and a few months and they never fought. When he was shown the blood-stained undershorts, Perez Mejia recognized them as his own, or similar to a pair that belonged to him, and Juan de Dios Martínez thought he would collapse. But although he wept bitterly when he saw them, which struck Juan de Dios Martínez as odd, since a pair of shorts isn't a picture or a letter, just a pair of shorts, he didn't collapse. In any case, he remained under arrest in anticipation of new developments, which weren't long in coming. First, a witness appeared who said he had seen a man prowling around Aurora Cruz's house. The prowler, according to this witness, was an athletic-looking young man who rang doorbells and peered in windows as if he wanted to check which houses were empty. At least that was what he did at 3 houses, one of them Aurora Cruz's, and then he disappeared. What happened after that, the witness didn't know, because he had left for work, not without first warning his wife and his wife's mother, who lived with them, of the intruder's presence. According to the witness's wife, shortly after her husband left, she spent a while looking out the window but didn't see anything. Then she went to work too, and the only person left at home was her mother, who, like her daughter and son-in-law before her, scanned the street from the window, without noticing anything suspicious, until her grandchildren got up and she had to fix them breakfast before she sent them to school. No one else in the neighborhood, for that matter, saw the athletic-looking prowler. At the Maquiladora where the victim's husband worked, several workers testified that Rolando Perez Mejia had arrived at the same time as he did every morning, a little before his shift began. According to the forensic report, Aurora Cruz had been anally and vaginally raped. The rapist and killer, said the medical examiner, was a person of great vitality, undoubtedly a young man, someone completely unrestrained. Asked by Juan de Dios Martínez what he meant by unrestrained, the medical examiner replied that the quantity of semen found in the victim's body and on the sheets was abnormal. It might have been 2 people, said Juan de Dios Martínez. Possibly, said the medical examiner, and to find out he had already sent samples to the crime lab analysts in Hermosillo for confirmation if not of the attacker's DNA then at least of his blood type. Based on the anal tearing, the medical examiner was inclined to believe that the anal rape took place after the victim was dead. For a few days, feeling sicker and sicker, Juan de Dios investigated some neighborhood kids with gang ties. One night he had to go to the doctor, who confirmed that he had the flu and prescribed decongestants and patience. The flu took a more serious turn a few days later when he came down with strep throat and was put on antibiotics. The victim's husband spent a week in the cells of Precinct No. 2 and then was released. The semen samples sent to Hermosillo were lost, whether on the way there or the way back it wasn't clear. Florida herself came to the door. Sergio hadn't expected her to be so old. Florida gave Reynaldo and José Patricio each a kiss on the cheek and shook Sergio's hand. "We've been dying of boredom," he heard Reynaldo say. Florida's hand was creased, like the hand of someone who had spent a lot of time working with chemicals. The living room was small, with 2 armchairs and a TV set. Black and white photographs hung on the walls. In one of the photographs he saw Reynaldo and some other men, all smiling, dressed as if for a picnic, gathered around Florida. The members of a sect gathered around their priestess. He was offered tea or beer. Sergio requested a beer and asked Florida whether it was true that she could see the deaths that had taken place in Santa Teresa. La Santa seemed uncomfortable and took a while to answer. She tugged at the neck of her blouse and her little wool jacket, possibly too tight. Her answer was vague. She said that sometimes, like anybody, she saw things, and the things she saw weren't necessarily visions but things she imagined, like anybody, things that sprang into her head, which was supposedly the price you paid to live in modern society. Although she believed that anybody, no matter where they lived, at certain moments saw or pictured things, and all she could picture recently, as it happened, were the killings of women. A charlatan with a heart of gold, thought Sergio. Why a heart of gold? Because all little old Mexican ladies had hearts of gold? More like a heart of flint, thought Sergio, to endure so much. Florida, as if she'd read his mind, nodded several times. So how do you know these killings are the Santa Teresa killings? Asked Sergio. Because they're such a burden, said Florida. And because they come one after the other. Urged to explain herself better, she said that an ordinary murder, although there was no such thing as an ordinary murder, almost always ended with a liquid image, a lake or a well that after being disturbed grew calm again, whereas serial killings, like the killings in the border city, projected a heavy image, metallic or mineral, a smoldering image, say, that burned curtains, dancing, but the more curtains it burned the darker it grew in the bedroom or the living room or the shed or the barn where the killings took place. And can you see the killers' faces? Asked Sergio, feeling suddenly weary. Sometimes, said Florida, sometimes I see their faces, but when I wake up I forget them. What would you say their faces are like, Florida? They're ordinary faces, although there's no such thing as an ordinary face, at least not in Mexico. So you wouldn't say these people look like killers? No, I'd just say they have big faces. Big? Yes, big, somehow swollen or inflated. Like masks? I wouldn't say that, said Florida. Their faces, not masks or disguises, they're just swollen, as if the killers were taking too much cortisone. Cortisone? Or any other kind of corticosteroid that makes you swell up, said Florida. So they're sick? I don't know, it depends. Depends on what? On the way you see them. Do they consider themselves sick people? No, not at all. They know they're healthy, then? If by knowing you mean they really know, no one in this world knows anything for sure, child. But they think they're healthy? Let's say they do, said Florida. And their voices, have you ever heard them? Asked Sergio. She called me child. It's the oddest thing, she called me child. Not often, but I have heard them talk once or twice. And what do they say, Florida? I don't know, they speak Spanish. A mixed-up Spanish that doesn't sound like Spanish. It isn't English either. Sometimes I think they speak a made-up language. But it can't be made up because I understand some words, so I'd say it's Spanish and they're Mexican, except that most of their words are incomprehensible to me. She called me child, thought Sergio. Just once, which means it's fair to think it isn't only rhetoric. A charlatan with a heart of gold. He was offered another beer, which he refused. He said he was tired. He said he had to get back to his hotel. Reynaldo looked at him with poorly disguised resentment. What have I done? Wondered Sergio. He went to the bathroom. It smelled like old lady, but on the floor there were 2 potted plants, so dark green they were almost black. Not a bad idea, plants in the bathroom, thought Sergio as he listened to the voices of Reynaldo and José Patricio and Florida, who seemed to be arguing in the living room. From the tiny bathroom window he could see a small cement yard, wet as if it had just rained, where, among the potted plants, he spied red and blue flowers, of an unknown variety. When he got back to the living room he didn't sit down. And again. He shook Florida's hand and promised her he would send her the article he planned to publish, although he knew very well he wouldn't send her anything. One thing I do understand, said La Santa as she walked them to the door. As she spoke, she looked Sergio in the eye and then Reynaldo. What is it you understand, Florida? Asked Sergio. Don't tell, Florida, said Reynaldo. When a person speaks, his joys and sorrows shine through, even if only in part, wouldn't you say? That's God's truth, said José Patricio. Well, when these figments of mine speak among themselves, even though I don't understand their words, I can tell for a fact that their joys and sorrows are big, said Florida. How big? Asked Sergio. Florida fixed him with her gaze. She opened the door. He could feel the Sonora night brushing his back like a ghost. Huge, said Florida. As if they know they're beyond the law? No, 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 said Florida, it has nothing to do with the law. On June 1, Sabrina Gomez Demetrio, 15, arrived on foot at IMSS Gerardo Reguera Hospital. She'd been stabbed multiple times and shot twice in the back. She was admitted immediately to the emergency ward, where she expired a few minutes later. She didn't say much before she died. She gave her name and the street where she lived with her sisters and brothers. She said she had been locked in a Suburban. She said something about a man with the face of a pig. One of the nurses who was trying to stop her from hemorrhaging asked if he was the man who had kidnapped her. Sabrina Gomez said she was sorry she would never see her brothers and sisters again. In June, Klaus Haas made some phone calls and convened a press conference at the Santa Teresa Penitentiary, attended by 6 reporters. His lawyer had advised against the conference, but by now Haas seemed to have lost his previous composure and he refused to listen to a single argument against his plan. Nor did he, according to his lawyer, advise her of the subject of the conference. All he said was that he was now in possession of a piece of information that he'd been lacking before, something he wanted to make public. The reporters who came weren't expecting anything new, let alone something that would illuminate the dark chasm that the regular appearance of dead women, in the city or just outside the city or in the desert that closed around Santa Teresa like an iron fist, had become. But they came because ultimately Haas and the dead women were their news. The big Mexico City papers didn't send any representatives. In June, a few days after Haas, by phone, had promised the reporters a statement, a stunning revelation, as he put it, Aurora Ibanez Medel, whose disappearance had been reported a few weeks ago by her husband, appeared dead by the side of the Casas Negras highway. Aurora Ibanez was 34 and worked at the Interzone Bernie Maquiladora. She had 4 children between the ages of 14 and 3 and she had been married since she was 17 to Jamie Pacheco Pacheco, a mechanic, who at the moment of his wife's disappearance was unemployed, a victim of factory floor layoffs at Interzone Bernie. According to the forensic report, the cause of death was asphyxiation, and despite the passage of time, lesions were still visible around the victim's neck. The hyoid wasn't fractured. It was likely that Aurora had been raped. The case was handled by Inspector Ephraim Bustelo, in consultation with Inspector Ortiz Rebolledo. Following inquiries among the victim's acquaintances, they proceeded to arrest Jamie Pacheco, who, after being subjected to an interrogation, confessed to the crime. The motive, Ortiz Rebolledo told the press, was jealousy. Not of any man in particular, but of all the men she might have encountered or because of his new situation, which was intolerable. Poor Pacheco thought his wife was going to leave him. Asked about the means of transportation he had used to get his unwitting wife out past the 15-mile marker on the Casas Negras highway or to dispose of the body there, supposing he had killed her elsewhere, which was a matter Pacheco refused to discuss despite the harshness of the interrogation, he stated that a friend had loaned him his car, an '87 Coyote, yellow with red flames on the sides, but the police were unable to find this friend or failed to search for him as diligently as the case warranted. Sitting stiffly next to Haas and looking straight ahead, as if images of a rape were passing through her head, was his lawyer, and gathered around them were reporters from the 3 local papers, El Heraldo del Norte, La Voz de Sonora, and La Tribuna de Santa Teresa, as well as reporters from El Independiente de Phoenix, El Sonorense de Hermosillo, and La Raza de Green Valley, a small weekly, sometimes bi-weekly or monthly, paper that got by with almost no advertising on the subscriptions of some lower middle-class Chicanos from the area between Green Valley and Sierra Vista, OL. Farmworkers settled in Rio Rico, Carmen, Tubac, Sonoita, Amado, Sahuarita, Patagonia, San Javier, a paper that published nothing but crime stories, the more gruesome the better. La Voz de Sonora had only sent a photographer, Chuy Pimentel, who stood just behind the circle of reporters. Every so often the door would open and a guard would come in and glance at Haas or his lawyer, as if to inquire whether they needed anything. At one point the lawyer asked the guard to bring water. The guard nodded dead and said right away and disappeared. After a while he showed up with 2 bottles of water and several cans of cold soda. The reporters thanked him and almost all of them took sodas, except for Haas and his lawyer, who preferred to drink water. For a few minutes no one said anything, not a word, and everyone drank. In July, the body of a woman was found in a sewage ditch to the east of Colonia Mairena, not far from a dirt track and some high-voltage electrical towers. The woman was somewhere between 20 and 25, and according to the forensic team she had been dead for at least 3 months. Her hands were tied behind her back with plastic cord, the kind used to tie up big packages. On her left hand she was wearing a long black glove that reached halfway up her arm. It wasn't a cheap glove either, but a velvet one, like the kind used by the highest-class exotic dancers. When the glove was removed they found 2 rings, one on the middle finger, of real silver, and the other on the ring finger, worked in the shape of a snake. On her right foot she was wearing a man's sock, brand name Tracy. And most surprising of all, tied around her head, like a strange but not entirely implausible hat, was an expensive black bra. Otherwise the woman was naked and had no identification on her. After the necessary procedures, the case was shelved and her body was tossed into the public grave in the Santa Teresa cemetery. At the end of July, the Santa Teresa authorities, in collaboration with Sonora state oficials, invited the investigator Albert Kessler to the city. When the news was made public, some reporters, especially from Mexico City, asked the mayor, José Refugio de los Heras, if the hearing of the former FBI agent was a tacit acknowledgement that the Mexican police had failed. De los Heras replied that it wasn't, not at all, that Mr. Kessler was coming to Santa Teresa to give a 15-hour professional training course to a select group of students chosen from among Sonora's best officers, and that Santa Teresa had been picked as the site for this course, over Hermosillo, for example, for its status as an industrial powerhouse as well as its sad record of serial killings, a blight previously unheard of or almost unheard of in Mexico, that they, the country's top officials, wanted to halt in time. And what better way to eliminate a blight than by forming a police corps with expertise in the matter? I'm going to tell you who killed Estrella Ruiz Sandoval, of whose death I've been unjustly accused, said Haas. It's the same people who've killed at least 30 of this city's young women. Haas's lawyer bowed her head. Chuy Pimentel took his first picture. It shows the faces of the reporters, who look at Haas or consult their notebooks with no excitement, no enthusiasm. In September, the body of Ana Muflo San Juan was found behind some trash cans on Calle Javier Paredes, between Colonia Felix Gómez and Colonia Centra. The body was completely naked and showed evidence of strangulation and rape, which would later be confirmed by the medical examiner. After an initial investigation, her identity was determined. The victim's name was Ana Muñoz San Juan and she was 18. She lived on Calle Maestro Caicedo in Colonia Rubén Dario, where she shared a house with 3 other women, and she worked as a waitress at El Gran Chaparral, a coffee shop in the historic district of Santa Teresa. Her disappearance hadn't been reported to the police. The last people she was seen with were 3 men known as El Mono, El Tamaulipas, and La Vieja. The police tried to find them, but it was as if the earth had swallowed them up. The case was shelved. Haas said, "I've been investigating." He said, "I've gotten tips." He said, "Nothing's secret in prison." He said, "Friends of friends are your friends and they tell you things." He said, friends of friends get around and do you favors." No one laughed. Chuy Pimentel kept taking pictures. They show the lawyer, who seems about to shed a few tears of rage. The reporters have the gaze of reptiles. They watch Haas, who stares at the gray walls as if his lines are written on the crumbling cement. "The name," said one of the reporters, whispering, but loudly enough for everyone to hear. Haas stopped staring at the wall and contemplated the person who had spoken. Instead of answering directly, he explained once more that he was innocent of the murder of Estrella Ruiz Sandoval. "I didn't know her," he said. Then he covered his face with his hands. "A lovely girl," he said. "I wish I had known her." He feels sick. He imagines a street full of people, at sunset. A street that slowly empties until there's no one to be seen, just a car parked on a corner. Then night falls and Haas feels the lawyer's fingers on his hand. Fingers that are too thick, too short. "The name," says another reporter, "we won't get anywhere without the name." "Who's bringing in Albert Kessler?" asked the reporters. "Who's going to pay for Mr. Kessler's services? And how much? The city of Santa Teresa, the state of Sonora? Where will the money come from for Mr. Kessler's fees? From the University of Santa Teresa? From the illicit funds of the state police? Will private sources be part of it? Is there some benefactor behind the visit of the eminent American investigator? And why now? Why bring in a serial killer expert precisely now and not sooner? And also, aren't there any Mexican criminologists capable of collaborating with the police? Professor Silverio Garcia Correa, for example, isn't he good enough? Wasn't he the best psychologist of his year at UNAM? Didn't he get a Masters in criminology from NYU and another master's from Stanford? Wouldn't it have been cheaper to hire Professor Garcia Correa? Wouldn't it have been more patriotic to entrust a Mexican affair to a Mexican, rather than an American? And, incidentally, does Albert Kessler speak Spanish? And if he doesn't, who'll interpret for him? Is he bringing his own interpreter, or will he be supplied one from here? In September, on an empty lot in Colonia Sur, wrapped in a quilt and black plastic bags, the naked body of Maria Estela Ramos was found. Her feet were bound with a cord and she showed signs of having been tortured. Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez handled the case, and he determined that the body had been dumped between midnight and 1:30 on Saturday, since the rest of the time the field had been used as a meeting point for drug dealers and their clients and packs of teenagers who came there to listen to music. After comparing various statements, it was established that, for one reason or another, no one had been there between 12 and 1:30. Maria Estela Ramos lived in Colonia Veracruz, and these weren't her usual haunts. She was 23 and she had a 4-year-old son, and she shared a house with 2 fellow workers at the Maquiladora, one of them unemployed at the time, since, as the woman told Juan de Dios, she had tried to organize a union. "What do you think of that?" she asked. "They kicked me out for demanding my rights." The inspector shrugged his shoulders. He asked her who would take charge of Maria Estela's son. "Me," said the thwarted union organizer. "Isn't there any family? Doesn't the boy have grandparents?" "I don't think so," said the woman, "but we'll try to find out." According to the medical examiner, the cause of death had been blunt trauma to the head, although the victim also had 5 broken ribs and superficial cuts on her arms. She had been raped. And the killing had taken place at least 4 days before the drug addicts found her among the trash and weeds of the vacant lot in Colonia Sur. According to her friends, Maria Estela had had a boyfriend, called El Chino. No one knew his real name, but they did know where he worked. Juan de Dios went to look for him at a hardware store in Colonia Serafin Garabito. He asked for El Chino and they told him they didn't know anyone by that name. He described El Chino as he had been described by Maria Estela's friends, but the response was the same. No one who answered to that name or fit that description had ever worked there, at the counter or in the back. He sent out his informants and for a few days he did nothing but search. But it was like looking for a phantom. "Mr. Albert Kessler is a highly qualified professional," said Professor Garcia Correa. Mr. Kessler, according to what I'm told, was one of the first to draw up psychological profiles of serial killers. I understand that he's worked for the FBI and before that he worked for the United States Military Police or Army Intelligence, which is almost an oxymoron, since the word intelligence rarely sits comfortably with the word army, said Professor Garcia Correa. "No, I don't feel offended or supplanted because I wasn't given the job. The Sonora authorities know me very well and they know I'm a man whose only God is truth," said Professor Garcia Correa. "In Mexico it takes frighteningly little to dazzle us. It makes me cringe when I see or hear or read certain adjectives in the press, certain praise that seems to have been spouted by a tribe of deranged monkeys. But there's nothing to be done. That's Mexico for you, and in time a person gets used to it," said Professor Garcia Correa. "Being a criminologist in this country is like being a cryptographer at the North Pole. It's like being a child in a cell block of pedophiles. It's like being a beggar in the country of the deaf. It's like being a condom in the realm of the Amazons," said Professor Garcia Correa. "If you're mistreated, you get used to it. If you're snubbed, you get used to it. If your life savings vanish, the money you were putting aside for retirement, you get used to it. If your son swindles you, you get used to it. If you have to keep working when by law you should be doing whatever you please, you get used to it. If on top of that your salary is cut, you get used to it. If you have to work for crooked lawyers and corrupt detectives to supplement your pay, you get used to it. But you'd better not put any of this in your articles, boys, because if you do, my job will be on the line," said Professor Garcia Correa. Mr. Albert Kessler, as I was saying, is a highly qualified investigator. As I understand it, he works with computers. Interesting work. He's also a consultant or advisor on some action movies. I haven't seen any of them, because it's been a long time since I went to the movies and Hollywood trash just puts me to sleep. But according to my grandson, they're plenty of fun and the good guys always win," said Professor Garcia Correa. "The name," said the reporter. "Antonio Uribe," said Haas. The reporters exchanged glances, to see whether any of them recognized it, but they all shrugged their shoulders. "Antonio Uribe," said Haas, "that's the name of the killer of women in Santa Teresa." After a silence, he added, "And the surrounding area." "And the surrounding area?" asked one of the reporters. "The killer of women in Santa Teresa," said Haas, "and also of the dead women who've turned up just outside the city." "And do you know this Uribe?" asked one of the reporters. "I met him once, just once," said Haas. Then he took a breath, as if he were about to tell a long story, and Chuy Pimentel chose that moment to take a picture of him. In it, because of the light and the angle, Haas looks much thinner, his neck long like a turkey's, though not just any turkey but a singing turkey or a turkey about to break into song, not just sing, but break into song, a pirching song, a grating song, a song of shattered glass, but of glass bearing a strong resemblance to crystal, that is, to purity, to self-abnegation, to a total lack of deceitfulness. On October 7, the body of a girl somewhere between the ages of 14 and 16 was discovered 30 yards from the railroad tracks, in the bushes bordering some baseball fields. She showed clear signs of torture. Her arms, chest, and legs were covered with bruises and stab wounds. A policeman set out to count them and got bored when he reached 35, none of which, however, had injured or pierced any vital organ. The victim wasn't carrying identification. According to the medical examiner, the cause of death was strangulation. There were bite marks on the left nipple and it was half torn off, attached by just a few strands of tissue. Another piece of information supplied by the medical examiner. One of the victim's legs was shorter than the other, which at first seemed likely to speed the identification process, though this turned out not to be the case, since none of the women reported missing in Santa Teresa fit the description. The day the body was discovered, by a group of teenage baseball players, Epifanio and Lalo Cura paid a visit to the scene. The place was crawling with cops. There were inspectors, city policemen, crime scene technicians, the Red Cross, reporters. Epifanio and Lalo Cura took a stroll around until they came to the exact spot where the body still lay. The girl wasn't short. She was at least 5'6". She was naked except for a white bra and a white blouse covered with smudges of dirt and bloodstains. As they walked away, Epifanio asked Lalo Cura what he thought. "About the dead woman?" asked Lalo. "No, the crime scene," said Epifanio, lighting a cigarette. "There is no crime scene," said Lalo. "It's been deliberately wiped clean." Epifanio started the car. "Not deliberately," he said, stupidly, "but it doesn't matter. It's been wiped clean." 1997 was a good year for Albert Kessler. He had given lectures in Virginia, Alabama, Kentucky, Montana, California, Oregon, Indiana, Maine, Florida. He had been to different universities and talked to former students who were professors now and had grown children, some of them even married, which never failed to surprise him. He had traveled to Paris, France, London, England, Rome, Italy, where his name was known, and those who attended his lectures brought along his book, translated into French, Italian, German, Spanish, so he could scrawl some warm or clever remark, which he was happy to do. He had traveled to Moscow, Russia, and St. Petersburg, Russia, and Warsaw, Poland, and he had been invited to many other places, which suggested that 1998 would be another busy year. The world really is small, thought Albert Kessler sometimes, especially ally when he was flying, in first or business class, and for a few seconds he forgot the lecture he was going to give in Tallahassee or Amarillo or New Bedford and looked out at the fanciful shapes of the clouds. He almost never dreamed about killers. He had known many of them and tracked down many others, but he hardly ever dreamed about any of them. The truth was, he didn't dream much, or he was lucky enough to forget his dreams as soon as he woke up. His wife, with whom he'd lived for more than 30 years, often remembered her dreams, and sometimes, when Albert Kessler was home, she would tell them to him as they had breakfast together. They would put on the radio, a classical station, and have coffee, orange juice, frozen bread that his wife put in the microwave and that came out delicious, better than any other bread he'd ever had anywhere. As he spread butter on his bread, his wife would tell him what she'd dreamed the night before, almost always about relatives of hers, most of them dead, or about mutual friends they hadn't seen for a long time. Then his wife would shut herself in the bathroom and Albert Kessler would go out into the front yard and scan the horizon of red, gray, and yellow roofs, the tidy sidewalks, the late model cars that his neighbors' younger children left parked in the gravel driveways. In the neighborhood, people knew who he was and they respected him. If a neighbor came by while Albert Kessler was in the yard, he would wave and say "Good morning, Mr. Kessler," before he got in his car and drove off. They were all younger than he was. Not too young, doctors or mid-level executives, professionals who worked hard for a living and tried to do no harm, although on this last point one never did know for sure. Almost all of them were married and had 1 or 2 children. Sometimes they had poolside barbecues in their backyards, and once, because his wife begged him to, he came along to one and drank half a bud and a whiskey. No policeman lived in the neighborhood, and the only person who seemed to have his wits about him was a college professor, a bald, lanky man who ultimately turned out to be an idiot, someone who could only talk sports. A cop or an ex-cop, he thought sometimes, is most at home with a woman or another cop, a cop of his same rank. In his case, only the second part of that statement was true. It had been a long time since women interested him, unless they were cops and they worked on murder cases. At some point, a Japanese colleague suggested he spend his free time gardening. The man was a retired policeman like him, and for a while, or so it was said, he had been the ace of Osaka's crime squad. Kessler followed his advice, and when he got home he told his wife to let the gardener go, because from then on he would personally take charge of the gardening. Of course, it wasn't long before he made a mess of everything and the gardener came back. Why did I try to cure myself of stress I didn't feel, through gardening, no less? He asked himself. Sometimes, when he got home after 20 or 30 days on tour, promoting his book or advising crime writers and thriller directors or hosted by universities or police departments mired in insoluble murder cases, he gazed at his wife and had the vague impression he didn't know her. But he knew her, there could be no doubt about that. Maybe it was the way she walked, the way she moved around the house, the way she invited him to come with her, in the evenings, when it was beginning to get dark, to the supermarket where she always went and where she bought the frozen bread they ate in the mornings, bread that seemed to have come straight from a European oven, not an American microwave. Sometimes, after they'd done the shopping, they would stop, each with his or her cart, in front of a bookstore that carried the paperback edition of his book. His wife would point to it and say, "You're still there." Invariably, he would nod and then they would continue browsing the mall stores. Did he know her or didn't he? He knew her, of course he did. It was just that sometimes reality, the same little reality that served to anchor reality, seemed to fade around the edges, as if the passage of time had a porous effect on things, and blurred and made more insubstantial what was itself already, by its very nature, insubstantial and satisfactory and real. "I saw him only once," said Haas. "It was at a club or a place like a club that might just have been a bar with the music turned up too loud. I was with some friends and clients. And there was this kid, sitting at a table, with people who knew some of the people with me. Next to him was his cousin, Daniel Uribe. I was introduced to both of them. They seemed like two polite kids, they both spoke English and they dressed like ranchers, but it was clear they weren't ranchers. They were strong and tall, Antonio Uribe taller than his cousin. You could tell they went to the gym and lifted weights and took care of themselves. You could tell they cared about their appearance. They had 3-day-old beards, but they smelled good, they had the right haircuts, clean shirts, clean pants. Everything brand name, their cowboy boots shiny, their underwear probably clean and brand name too. Two modern kids, all in all. I talked to them for a while, about boring things, the kind of things you talk about in a place like that, men's things, as they say, new cars, DVDs, CDs of rancheras, Paulina Rubio, narcocorridos, that black woman. What's her name, Whitney Houston? No, not her, Lana Jones. Not her either, a black woman. Now I can't remember who. And I had a drink with them and the OTHers and then we all left the club. I can't remember why. Everybody was outside all of a sudden. And there in the dark I lost sight of the Uribes. It was the last time I saw them, but it was them, and then one of my friends hustled me into his car and we got out of there like a bomb was about to go off. On October 10, near the Pemex soccer fields, between the Cananea Highway and the railroad, the body of Leticia Borrego Garcia, 18, was found, half-buried and in an advanced state of decomposition. The body was wrapped in an industrial plastic bag, and, according to the forensic report, the cause of death was strangulation with a fracture of the hyoid bone. The body was identified by the girl's mother, who had reported her disappearance a month before. Why did the killer bother to dig a little hole and try to bury her? Lalo Cura asked himself as he poked around the site. Why not just dump her by the side of the Cananea Highway or in the rubble of the old railroad warehouses? Didn't the killer notice he was leaving his victim's body next to the soccer fields? For a while, until he was asked to leave, Lalo Cura stood there staring at the spot where the body had been found. A child's or a dog's body might have just fit in the hole, but never a woman's. Was the killer in a hurry to get rid of his victim? Was it nighttime, and was he in an unfamiliar place? The night before Albert Kessler arrived in Santa Teresa, at 4 in the morning, Sergio González Rodriguez got a call from Azucena Esquivel Plata, reporter and PRI congresswoman. When he answered the phone, Afraid it would be some family member calling to tell him there had been an accident, he heard a woman's voice, firm, imperious, commanding, a voice that wasn't used to apologizing or accepting excuses. The voice asked whether he was alone. Sergio said he'd been asleep. "But are you alone, man, or not?" asked the voice. Then he recognized it, or his auditory memory was triggered. It could only be Azucena Esquivel Plata, the Maria Felix of Mexican politics, the Grande Dame, the Dolores del Rio of the PRI, the Tun Galele of the lustful fantasies of some congressman and nearly every political reporter over 50, or actually closer to 60, all of them sinking like crocodiles in the swamp, more mental than real, presided over, some might say invented, by Azucena Esquivel Plata. "I'm alone," he said. "And in your pajamas, yes? That's right. Well, get dressed and come downstairs, I'm picking you up in 10 minutes." Actually, Sergio wasn't in his pajamas, but it seemed hardly tactful to contradict her from the start, so he put on jeans, socks, and a sweater and went down to the building entrance. At the door was a Mercedes with its lights off. Someone in the Mercedes had seen him too, because one of the back doors opened and a hand with bejeweled fingers beckoned for him to get in. In a corner of the backseat, bundled in a plaid blanket, was Congresswoman Azucena Esquivel Plata, the Grande Dame, who despite the darkness, and as if she were the bastard daughter of Fidel Velázquez, hid her eyes behind black-framed sunglasses with wide black bows, like the kind Stevie Wonder wore occasionally and that some blind people used so the inquisitive couldn't see their vacant eyeballs. First he flew to Tucson, and in Tucson he boarded a small plane that landed at the Santa Teresa airport. The Sonora State Attorney General remarked that soon, in a year or maybe a year and a half, construction work would begin on the new Santa Teresa airport, which would be big enough for Boeings. The mayor welcomed him, and as they were clearing customs a mariachi began to play in his honor, singing a song in which his name was mentioned, or so he thought. He decided it was best not to ask and smiled. The mayor pushed aside the customs officer who was stamping passports, and it was he himself who stamped in the illustrious guest. As he did, he froze in place, stamp raised and smile stretched from ear to ear, so the photographers gathered could take their pictures at leisure. The state attorney general made a joke and everyone laughed, except for the customs officer, who didn't look happy. Then they all climbed into a convoy of cars and headed for City Hall, where, in the main assembly room, the former FBI agent proceeded to give his first press conference. He was asked whether the case file for the killings of women in Santa Teresa, or something like it, was already in his hands. He was asked whether it was true that Terry Fox, the star of the movie Stained, was really a psychopath, in real life, that is, as his third wife had announced before she divorced him. He was asked whether he had been to Mexico before, and, if so, whether he liked it. He was asked whether it was true that R. H. Davis, the author of Stained and Killer Among the Children and Codename, couldn't sleep without the lights on. He was asked whether it was true that Ray Samuelson, the director of Stained, had barred Davis from the film set. He was asked whether anything like the Santa Teresa serial killings would be possible in the United States. "No comment," said Kessler, and then, in very deliberate fashion, he paid his respects to the reporters, thanked them, and left for his hotel, where he had reserved the best suite, which wasn't called the presidential suite or the honeymoon suite, as it would be in most hotels, but the desert suite, since from the terrace, which faced south and west, there was a sweeping view of the Sonora Desert in all its grandeur and solitude. "They're from Sonora," said Haas, "and also from Arizona." "How does that work?" asked one of the reporters. "They're Mexican but also American. They have joint citizenship." "Is there such a thing as Mexican-U.S. joint citizenship?" The lawyer nodded without lifting her head. "So where do they live?" asked one of the reporters. "In Santa Teresa, but they have another house in Phoenix." "Uribe," said one of the reporters, "the name sounds familiar." "It sounds familiar to me, too," said another reporter. "They wouldn't be related to that Uribe from Hermosillo, would they?" "Which Uribe?" "The dude from Hermosillo," said the reporter from El Sonorance, the ship Pinguy. "The one with the fleet of trucks." At this point Chuy Pimentel got a picture of the reporters. Young, poorly dressed, some looking ready to sell themselves to the highest bidder, hard-working kids with tired faces who exchanged glances and set in motion a kind of shared memory. Even the envoy from La Raza de Green Valley, who looked more like a ranch hand than a reporter, understood and applied himself readily to the task of remembering, of tightening the focus a few degrees. "Uribe from Hermosillo. The Uribe with the trucks. What's his name? Pedro Uribe? Rafael Uribe? Pedro Uribe, said Haas. Does he have anything to do with the Uribes you're talking about? He's Antonio Uribe's father, said Haas. And then he said, Pedro Uribe has more than 100 cargo trucks. He transports merchandise from various maquiladoras in Hermosillo and Santa Teresa too. His trucks cross the border every hour or half hour. He also owns property in Phoenix and Tucson. His brother, Joaquin Uribe, has several hotels in Sonora and Sinaloa and a chain of coffee shops in Santa Teresa. He's Daniel's father. The two Uribes are married to Americans. Antonio and Daniel are the oldest children. Antonio has 2 sisters and a brother. Daniel is an only child. Antonio used to work at his father's offices in Hermosillo, but he hasn't worked anywhere for a while. Daniel was always a fuck-up. Both are protégés of Fabio Izquierdo, a narco who himself works for Stanislao Campuzano. It's said that Stanislao Campuzano was Antonio's godfather. Their friends are other children of millionaires, but also Santa Teresa cops and narcos. Wherever they go they spend money like water. They are the Santa Teresa serial killers. On October 10, the same day Leticia Borrego Garcia's body was found near the Pemex soccer fields, the body of Lucia Dominguez Roa was found in Colonia Hidalgo, on the sidewalk along Calle Persephone. The first police report stated that Lucia worked as a prostitute and was a drug addict and that the cause of death had probably been an overdose. The next morning, however, a distinctly different statement was issued. It said that Lucia Dominguez Roa had worked as a waitress at a bar in Colonia, Mexico, and that the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the abdomen. The bullet was a .44, probably from a revolver. There were no witnesses to the killing, and the possibility that the killer might have shot from inside a moving vehicle hadn't been ruled out. Nor had the possibility that the bullet was intended for someone else. Lucia Dominguez Roa was 33 and separated, and she lived alone in a room in Colonia, Mexico. No one knew what she was doing in Colonia Hidalgo, although it was most likely, according to the police, that she'd been taking a walk and had come upon death purely by chance. The Mercedes entered Colonia Lalpan, circled around several times, and finally turned down a cobblestone street of moonlit houses behind high walls, houses that appeared to be uninhabited or in ruins. During the ride, Azucena Esquivel Plata sat in NCE, smoking swathed in her plaid blanket, and Sergio stared out the window. The congresswoman's house was big and low, with courtyards where in the old days there had been carriages and stables and watering troughs carved directly into the stone. He followed her to a big room where a tamayo and an orozco hung. The tamayo was red and green, the orozco black and gray. The stark white walls of the room somehow called up visions of a private clinic or death. The congresswoman asked him what he would like to drink. Sergio said coffee. Coffee and a tequila, said the congresswoman without raising her voice, as if she were simply commenting on what each would like at that early hour. Sergio looked behind him, in case there was a maid, but he didn't see anyone. After a few minutes, however, a middle-aged woman of more or less the same generation as the congresswoman but much more worn by work and the years, appeared with tequila and a steaming cup of coffee. The coffee was wonderful and Sergio told his hostess so. Azucena Esquivel Plata laughed. Actually, she just bared her teeth and let out a sound bearing some resemblance to laughter, a sound like the croak of a night bird, and said he wouldn't know what good was until he tried her tequila. But let's get down to business, she said without taking off her enormous dark glasses. Have you heard of Kelly Rivera Parker? No, said Sergio. I was afraid of that, said the congresswoman. Have you heard of me? Of course, said Sergio. But not of Kelly? No, said Sergio. That's this fucking country for you, said Azucena, and for a few minutes she was silent, gazing at her glass of tequila, shot through by the light of a table lamp, or staring at the floor or with her eyes closed, because she could do all of that, and more, under cover of her glasses. I met Kelly when we were girls, the congresswoman said, as if in a dream. At first I didn't like her, she was too prissy, or so I thought at the time. Her father was an architect and he worked for the city's nouveau riches. Her mother was a gringa and her father had met her when he was at Harvard or Yale, one of the two. Of course, it wasn't his own parents, Kelly's grandparents, who paid his way. He went on a government scholarship. I suppose he must have been a good student, mustn't he? No doubt, said Sergio, seeing that silence seemed about to descend once again on the congresswoman. He was a fine student of architecture, yes, but a miser-able architect. Do you know La Casa Elizondo? No, said Sergio. It's in Coyoacán, said the congresswoman. It's a hideous house. Kelly's father built it. I've never heard of it, said Sergio. A film producer lives there now, a hopeless drunk. A has-been who doesn't make movies anymore. Sergio shrugged his shoulders. One of these days he'll turn up dead and his nephew EWS will sell La Casa Elizondo to a developer and they'll put up an apartment block. In fact, fewer and fewer traces are left of Rivera's passage through this world. Isn't reality an insatiable AIDS-riddled whore? Sergio nodded and said of course, she was right. Rivera, said the congresswoman. After a moment of silence, she said, her mother was a lovely woman, beautiful is the word, very beautiful. Mrs. Parker, a beautiful and modern woman who, incidentally, her husband treated like a queen. As well he should have, because when men saw her they lost their heads, and if she had wanted to leave the architect, she wouldn't have lacked for willing partners. But the truth is she never left him, although when I was little it was said that a general and a politician were wooing her and she wasn't averse to their attentions. But she must have loved Rivera because she never left him. They had only the one child, Kelly, whose real name was Luz Maria, like her grandmother. Mrs. Parker got pregnant many times, but she had trouble with her pregnancies. I suppose there was something wrong with her womb. Maybe it couldn't stand any more Mexican children and the babies were aborted naturally. It could be. Stranger things have happened. Anyway, Kelly was an only child, and that misfortune or stroke of luck left its stamp on her. On the one hand, she was or seemed to be a prissy girl, the typical pampered daughter of an arriviste, and on the other hand, from the time she was little she was strong-willed, determined, I would even say an original. Anyway, I didn't get along with her at first, but later, as I got to know her, when she invited me to her house and I invited her to mine, I grew to like her more and more, until we became inseparable. These things tend to leave a lasting imprint, said the congresswoman, as if she were spitting in the face of a man or a ghost. I can imagine, said Sergio. Won't you have more coffee? On the very day he arrived in Santa Teresa, Kessler left the hotel on his own. First he went down to the lobby. He talked for a while to the receptionist, asked her about the hotel computer and internet connectio. Then he went to the bar, where he ordered a whiskey, which he left half finished to get up and go to the bathroom. When he came out he seemed to have washed his face, and he headed to the restaurant, not glancing at anyone at the bar tables or in the lounge. He ordered a Caesar salad and whole wheat bread and butter and a beer. As he was waiting for his food he got up and made a phone call from the phone at the entrance to the restaurant. Then he sat down again and took an English-Spanish dictionary out of his jacket pocket and looked up some words. Then a waiter set his salad on the table and Kessler drank a few swallows of Mexican beer and spread butter on a piece of bread. He got up again and headed to the bathroom. But he didn't actually go in. Instead he gave $1 to the attendant and exchanged a few words in English with him. Then he turned down a side corridor and opened a door and crossed another corridor. At last he came to the Hotel Kitchens, above which floated a cloud that smelled like hot salsa and carne and adobo, and Kessler asked one of the kitchen boys for the exit. The boy showed him to a door. Kessler gave him $1 and left by the back way. On the corner a taxi was waiting for him and he got in. Let's take a ride around the slums, he told the driver in English. The driver said okay and they set off. The tour lasted approximately 2 hours. They circled the center of the city, driving through Colonia Madero Norte and Colonia Mexico and almost to the border, where you could make out El Adobe, which was on American soil. Then they went back to Madero Norte and cruised the streets of Colonia Madero and Colonia Reforma. This isn't what I want, said Kessler. What do you want, boss? Asked the driver. Shantytowns, the area around the maquiladoras, the illegal dumps. The driver headed back across Colonia Centra and set off in the direction of Colonia Felix Gomez, where he turned onto Avenida Carranza and drove through Colonia Veracruz, Colonia Carranza, and Colonia Morelos. At the end of the street there was a kind of plaza or big open space, of an intense yellow, with an accumulation of trucks and buses and stalls at which people sold and bought everything from vegetables and chickens to cheap jewelry. Kessler told the driver to stop, he wanted to look around. The driver said better not, boss, a gringo's life isn't worth much here. Do you think I was born yesterday? Asked Kessler. The driver didn't understand the expression and insisted he stay in the car. Stop here, damn it, said Kessler. The driver braked and asked him to pay up. "Are you planning to leave?" asked Kessler. "No," said the driver, "I'll wait for you, but there's no guarantee you'll come back with money in your pocket." Kessler laughed. "How much do you want?" $20 will do," said the driver. Kessler gave him a $20 bill and got out of the taxi. For a while, with his hands in his pockets and his tie undone, he wandered around the makeshift market. He asked a little old woman who was selling pineapple with chili powder which way the buses went, since they all headed in the same direction. "They end up in Santa Teresa," said the old woman. "And what's over there?" he asked in Spanish, pointing in the opposite direction. "That would be the park," said the old woman. Out of politeness, he bought a piece of pineapple with chili, which he dropped on the ground as soon as he was out of sight. "You see, nothing happened to me," he told the driver when he got back to the car. "By some miracle," said the driver, smiling in the rearview mirror. "Let's go to the park," said Kessler. At the edge of the dirt plaza, the road split, each branch in turn splitting in two. The 6 roads were paved and met at Arsenio Ferrell Industrial Park. The factory buildings were tall and each plant was surrounded by a wire fence, and the light of the big streetlights bathed everything in a vague aura of haste, of momentousness. Which was false, since it was just another workday. Kessler got out of the taxi again and breathed the air of the Maquila, the industrial air of northern Mexico. Buses arrived with workers and other buses left. Damp, fetid air, smelling of scorched oil, struck him in the face. He thought he heard laughter and accordion music on the wind. North of the industrial park stretched a sea of scrap roofs. South, past the distant shacks, he spotted an island of light and knew right away that it was another industrial park. He asked the driver what it was called. The driver got out and looked for a while in the direction Kessler had pointed. "That must be General Sepulveda Industrial Park," he said. Dusk began to fall. It had been a while since Kessler saw such a beautiful sunset. The colors swirled in the evening sky and he was reminded of a sunset he had seen many years ago in Kansas. It wasn't exactly the same, but the colors were identical. He was there, he remembered, on the highway, with the sheriff and another FBI man, and the car stopped for a moment, maybe because one of the 3 had to get out to pee, and then he saw it. Bright colors in the west, giant butterflies dancing as night crept like a cripple toward the east. "Let's go, boss," said the driver. "Let's not push our luck." "So what proof do you have, Klaus, that the Uribes are the serial killers?" asked the reporter from El Independiente de Phoenix. "You hear everything in prison," said Haas. Some reporters nodded in agreement. The reporter from Phoenix said that was impossible. "It's just a legend, Klaus, a legend invented by inmates, a false substitute for freedom. In prison you hear the little that gets past the prison walls and that's it." Haas gave her an angry look. "I meant," he said, "that in prison you know everything that happens outside the law." "Not true, Klaus," said the reporter. "It is true," said Haas. "No, it isn't," said the reporter. "It's an urban legend, a movie invention." The lawyer ground her teeth. Chuy Pimentel took her picture. Black hair, dyed, COV earring her face. Her nose slightly aquiline in profile, her eyes lined with pencil. If it had been up to her, everyone around her, the shadowy figures on the edges of the photograph, would have disappeared instantly, and so would the room, the prison, jailers and jailed, the 100-year-old walls of the Santa Teresa penitentiary, and all that was left would be a crater, and in the crater there would be only silence and the vague presence of the lawyer and Haas, chained in the depths. On October 14, by the side of a dirt road leading from Colonia Estrella to the ranches on the outskirts of Santa Teresa, the body of another dead woman was found. She was dressed in a long-sleeved dark blue T-shirt, a pink jacket with black and white vertical stripes, Levi's, a wide belt with a velvet-covered buckle, calf-length spike-heeled boots, white socks, black panties, and a white bra. Death, according to the forensic report, was due to asphyxiation caused by strangulation. There was still a 3-foot-long electrical cord around her neck, doubled and knotted in the middle, that had likely been used to strangle her. External signs of violence were also visible around her neck, as if before using the cable someone had tried to strangle her with his hands, and there was excoriation of the left arm and right leg, and bruises to the gluteal region, as if she had been kicked. According to the forensic report, she had been dead for 3 or 4 days. Her age was calculated to be between 25 and 30. Later she was identified as Rosa Gutierrez Centeno, 38, a former Maquila worker, and, at the time of her death, a waitress at a coffee shop in the center of Santa Teresa. She had disappeared 4 days previously. She was identified by her daughter, Sev Entine, same name, with whom she had lived in Colonia Alamos. The young Rosa Gutierrez Centeno viewed her mother's corpse in one of the rooms at the morgue and said it was her. Lest any doubt remain, she also stated that the pink jacket with black and white vertical stripes was hers. It belonged to her, and she and her mother had shared it, as they shared so many things. There were times, said the congresswoman, when we saw each other every day. Of course, as girls, in school, we didn't have any choice. We spent our recesses together and played and talked about our lives. Sometimes she invited me to visit and I loved to go. Although my parents and grandparents weren't eager for me to spend time with girls like Kelly. Not because of her, of course, but because of her parents, for fear her architect father would in some way take advantage of his daughter's friendship to gain access to what my family considered sacrosanct, the iron circle of our private life, which had resisted the onslaughts of revolution and repression that came after the Cristero uprising and the marginalization when the remnants of Porfirism, in fact, the remnants of Mexican iturbidism, were roasted over a slow fire. To give you an idea, things weren't bad for my family under Porfirio Diaz, but they were better under Emperor Maximilian, and they would have been at their best under Iturbide, under an iturbidist monarchy without upheavals or interruptions. In my family's view, I can tell you, real Mexicans were few and far between. 300 families in the whole country. 1,500 or 2,000 people. The rest were embittered Indians or resentful whites or violent people come from who knows where to destroy Mexico. Thieves, most of them. Upstarts. Fortune hunters. People without scruples. In their minds, as you can imagine, Kelly's father was the prototype of the social climber. They took it for granted that his wife wasn't Catholic. Probably, judging by what I heard later, they considered her a whore. Anyway, that was the charming attitude they took. But they never forbade me to visit her, although, as I say, it wasn't to their liking, or to have her over to my house, more and more often. The truth is, Kelly liked my house. I'd say she liked it better than her own, and ultimately it makes sense that she should have, and it says a great deal about the clarity of her taste, even as a girl. Or stubbornness, which might be the more fitting word. In this country we've always confused clarity with stubbornness, don't you think? We think we're clear-sighted when in fact we're stubborn. In that sense, Kelly was very Mexican. She was stubborn, obstinate. More stubborn than me, which is saying a lot. Why did she like my house better than hers? Well, because mine had class and hers only had style. Do you see the difference? Kelly's house was pretty, much more comfortable than mine, with more amenities, I mean, a light-filled house, with a big, pleasant main room, perfect for receiving guests or throwing parties, and a modern yard, with a lawn and lawnmower, a rational house, as they were called back then. Mine, you can see for yourself, was this very house, although of course not as well kept as it is now, a big, rambling house that smelled of mummies and candles, more like a giant chapel than a house, but with all the attributes of Mexican wealth and permanence. It was a house with no style, sometimes as ugly as a sunken ship, but it had class. And do you know what it means to have class? To be, in the final instance, a sovereign entity. Not to owe anything to anyone. Not to have to make explanations to anyone. And that was Kelly. I don't mean she was conscious of that. Nor was I. The two of us were children, and as children we were simple and complicated and we didn't get tangled up in words. But that was how she was. Pure will, pure explosive force, pure thirst for pleasure. Do you have daughters? No, said Sergio. No sons and no daughters. Well, if you ever have daughters you'll know what I mean. The congresswoman was silent for a while. I have just one child, a son, she said. He's in school in the United States. Sometimes I hope he never comes back to Mexico. I think that would be best for him. That night Kessler was escorted from the hotel to a gala dinner at the mayor's house. At the table were the Sonora Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General, 2 inspectors, Dr. Emilio Garibay, head of the Forensics Department and Professor of Pathology and Forensic Medicine at the University of Santa Teresa, the U.S. Consul Mr. Abraham Mitchell, whom everyone called Conan, the businessmen Conrado Padilla and René Alvarado, and the university rector, Don Pablo Negrete, all either with their wives, if they were married, or alone, though 1 or 2 who were married had been invited without their wives. The bachelors were far gloomier and quieter than the married men, although a few seemed content with their status and laughed and told stories. During the meal the talk was of business, not crime, the economic situation along their strip of border was good and still improving, and of movies, especially those on which Kessler had served as advisor. After coffee and the near-instantaneous disappearance of the women, following prior instruction by their spouses, the men gathered in the library, which looked more like a trophy room or the gun room of a fancy ranch, where they touched on the main subject, at first with excessive delicacy. To the surprise of some, Kessler answered the initial questions with other questions. Questions, in addition, that were addressed to the wrong people. For example, he asked Conan Mitchell what he, as an American citizen, thought was going on in Santa Teresa. Those who spoke English translated. Some felt it was in bad taste to begin with the American. Not to mention addressing him specifically in his capacity as an American citizen. Conan Mitchell said he had formed no opinion on the matter. Immediately afterward Kessler asked Rector Pablo Negrete the same question. The rector shrugged his shoulders, smiled faintly, said his business was the world of culture, and then coughed and was silent. Finally Kessler wanted to know what Dr. Garibay thought. "Do you want me to answer as a resident of Santa Teresa or as a forensic scientist?" asked Garibay in return. "As an ordinary citizen," said Kessler. "Not much chance a forensic scientist can ever be an ordinary citizen," said Garibay, "too many bodies." The mention of bodies dimmed the enthusiasm of those present. The Sonora Attorney General presented Kessler with a file. One of the inspectors said he believed there was, in fact, a serial killer, but he was already in prison. The Assistant Attorney General told Kessler the story of Haas and the Bicentennial gang. The other inspector wanted to know what Kessler thought about killers who imitated other killers. Kessler had a hard time understanding the question until Conan Mitchell whispered copycats. The university rector invited him to teach a couple of master classes. The mayor said once again how happy they were to have him there in the city. On High's way back to the hotel, in one of the city council's official cars, Kessler thought how nice and hospitable these people really were, just as he had believed Mexicans to be. That night, tired, he dreamed of a crater and a man pacing around it. "That man is probably me," he said to himself in the dream, but it didn't strike him as important and the image was lost. "It was Antonio Uribe who started the killing," said Haas. Daniel went along with him and helped to dispose of the bodies afterward. But little by little Daniel got interested, though interested isn't the right word, said Haas. "What is the right word?" asked the reporters. "I'd say it if there were no women in the room," said Haas. The reporters laughed. The woman reporter from El Independiente de Phoenix said he shouldn't hold back for her sake. Chuy Pimentel got a shot of the lawyer. "A good-looking woman, in her own way," thought the photographer. "Nice posture, tall, proud-looking. What is it that drives a woman like that to spend her life at trials and visiting clients in prison?" "Say it, Klaus," said the lawyer. Haas looked at the ceiling. "The right word," he said, "is aroused." "Aroused?" asked the reporters. Watching what his cousin did, Daniel Uribe got aroused, said Haas, and it wasn't long before he started to rape and kill, too. "Damn," exclaimed the reporter from El Independiente de Phoenix. At the beginning of November, a group of hikers from a Santa Teresa private school found the remains of a woman on the steepest side of Cerro La Asunción, also known as Cerro de Villa. The teacher in charge used his cell phone to call the police, who showed up 5 hours later, just as it was getting dark. As they climbed the hill, one of the policemen, Inspector Elmer Donoso, slipped and broke both legs. With the help of the hikers, who were still there, the inspector was taken to a Santa Teresa hospital. Before dawn the next morning, Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez, assisted by several policemen, returned to Cerro La Asunción along with the teacher who had reported the discovery of the bones, which were located this time with no problem, and proceeded to collect them and remove them to the city's forensic facility IES, where it was determined that the remains were those of a woman, though the cause of death couldn't be established. There was no soft tissue left, and not even any microorganisms. Near where the remains were discovered, Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez found a pair of pants, threadbare from exposure. As if the killers had removed the victim's pants before tossing her in the bushes. Or as if they had brought her up there naked, with her pants in a bag, and later discarded the pants a few yards from the body. The truth is, none of it made any sense. When we were 12 we stopped seeing each other. The architect had the nerve to die unexpectedly, and all of a sudden Kelly's mother found herself not only husbandless but deep in debt. The first measure she took was to find Kelly a new school, and then she sold their house in Coyoacán and they went to live in an apartment in Colonia Roma. But Kelly and I still talked on the phone and we saw each other 2 or 3 times. Then they left the Roma apartment and moved to New York. I remember when she left I spent 2 whole days crying. I thought I would never see her again. At 18 I went to college. I think I was the first woman in my family to go. Probably they let me stay in school because I threatened to kill myself if they didn't. First I studied law, then journalism. That was when I realized that if I wanted to keep living, that is to keep living as who I was, as a Susana Esquivel Plata, I had to shift my priorities 180 degrees, priorities that up until then hadn't differed substantially from my family's. I, like Kelly, was an only child, and my family members were languishing and expiring one after the other. It wasn't in my nature, as you might suppose, to languish or expire. I liked life too much. I liked what life had to offer me, and me alone, and I was convinced I deserved every bit of it. At college I started to change. I met different kinds of people. The young sharks of the PRI in the law department, the bird dogs of Mexican politics in the journalism department. Everybody taught me something. My professors loved me. At first that disconcerted me. Why me? Someone who seemed to have stepped off a country estate anchored in the early 19th century. Was there something special about me? Was I particularly attractive or intelligent? I wasn't stupid, true, but I wasn't a genius either. Why, then, did I inspire this fondness in my professors? Because I was the last of the Esquivel Platas with blood in my veins? And if that was the case, who cared? Why did that make me different? I could write a treatise on the secret sources of Mexican sentimentalism. What twisted people we are. How simple we seem, or pretend to be in front of others, and how twisted we are deep down. How paltry we are and how spectacularly we contort ourselves before our own eyes and the eyes of others, we Mexicans. And all for what? To hide what? To make people believe what? At 7 in the morning he got up. At 7:30 showered and dressed in a dove gray suit, white shirt, and green tie, he went down to breakfast. He ordered orange juice, coffee, and 2 pieces of toast with butter and strawberry jam. The jam was good, the butter wasn't. At 8:30, as he was glancing over the crime reports, 2 policemen came to get him. The policemen were utterly submissive in manner. They were like 2 whores allowed for the first time to dress their pimp, but Kessler didn't notice. At 9 he gave a closed-door lecture to an exclusive audience of 24 hand-picked officers, most in plain clothes, although a few were in uniform. At 10:30 he visited the judicial police offices and spent a while examining the computers, playing with them and the programs for identifying suspects, under the satisfied gaze of the retinue of policemen accompanying him. At 11:30 they all went to eat at a restaurant specializing in Mexican and norteña food that wasn't far from the judicial building. Kessler ordered coffee and a cheese sandwich, but the inspectors insisted that he try some Mexican antojitos, or snacks, which the owner of the restaurant brought out in person on 2 big trays. Seeing the antojitos, Kessler was reminded of Chinese food. After his coffee, though he hadn't ordered it, a little glass of pineapple juice was set in front of him. He tried it and immediately tasted alcohol. Very little, just enough to heighten or serve as counterpoint to the scent of pineapple. The glass was full of finely crushed ice. Some of the antojitos were crunchy, with unidentifiable fillings. Others were smooth on the outside, like boiled fruit, but full of meat. On one tray were the hot things and on the other tray the milder things. Kessler tried a few from the second tray. "Nice," he said, "very nice." Then he tried the hot things and drank the rest of his pineapple juice. "These sons of bitches eat well," he thought. At 1 o'clock he left with 2 English-speaking inspectors to visit 10 places Kessler had chosen beforehand from the files he'd been given. Another car carrying more inspectors followed. First they stopped at the Podesta ravine. Kessler got out, went over to the ravine, took out a map of the city, and made some notes. Then he asked the inspectors to take him to the Buena Vista subdivision. When they arrived he didn't even get out of the car. He spread the map in front of him, scrawled 4 notes that the inspectors couldn't make out, and then asked to be taken to Cerro Estrella. They drove up from the south, through Colonia Mairena, and when Kessler asked what this neighborhood was called and the inspectors told him, he insisted that they stop and walk for a while. The car following them pulled up beside them and the driver looked inquiringly at the officers in the main car. The inspector who was standing in the street with Kessler shrugged his shoulders. In the end they all got out and set off walking behind the American, with people stealing glances at them, some of them fearing the worst. Others thinking it was a party of narcos, although some of them recognized the old man who was walking ahead of the group as the great FBI detective. After 2 blocks Kessler discovered a little place with tables outside, under a creeping vine and some blue and white striped pieces of canvas tied to sticks. The floor was scuffed wood and the place was empty. "Let's sit for a while," he said to one of the inspectors. From the patio you could see Cerro Estrella. The inspectors pushed 2 tables together and sat down and lit cigarettes, and they couldn't help smiling among themselves, as if to say, "Here we are, sir, at your orders." Young, energetic faces, thought Kessler, the faces of healthy youths. Some would die before they reached old age, before they grew wrinkled with age or fear or useless fretting. A middle-aged woman in a white apron appeared at the back of the patio. Kessler said he wanted pineapple juice with ice, like the kind he'd had that morning, but the policeman advised him to order something different. You couldn't trust the water in this neighborhood. It took them a while to come up with the English word drinkable. "What are you having, friends?" asked Kessler. "Bacanora," said the policeman, and they explained that it was a drink distilled only in Sonora, from a kind of agave that grew here and nowhere else in Mexico. "Let's try the bacanora, then," said Kessler, as some children peeked in and stared at the group of policemen and then went running off. When the woman came back she was carrying a tray with 5 glasses and a bottle of Bacanora. She herself poured and stood waiting for Kessler's approval. "Very nice," said the American detective as the blood rushed to his head. "Are you here because of the dead women, Mr. Kessler?" asked the woman. "How do you know my name?" asked Kessler. "I saw it yesterday on TV. I've seen your movies too." "Ah, my movies," said Kessler. "Are you going to stop the killings?" asked the woman. "That's a hard question. I'll try. That's all I can promise you," said Kessler, and the inspector translated for the woman. From where they were, under the blue and white striped canvas, Cerro Estrella looked like a plaster cast. The black veins must be garbage. The brown veins were houses or shacks perched in precarious and bizarre equilibrium. The red veins might have been scraps of metal rusted from contact with the elements. "Good bacanora," said Kessler as he got up from the table and left a $10 bill that the inspectors handed right back to him. "You're our guest here, Mr. Kessler. We want you to feel at home, Mr. Kessler. It's an honor to have you here. To patrol with you. Are we on patrol?" asked Kessler with a smile. From the far end of the patio the woman watched them go, half-veiled, like a statue, by a blue curtain that separated the kitchen or whatever it was from the tables. "Who got that metal up the hill?" wondered Kessler. "And you, Klaus, how long have you known all this?" "For a long time," said Haas. "So why didn't you say anything earlier?" "Because I had to verify the information," said Haas. "How can you verify anything in prison?" asked the reporter from El Independiente. "Let's not start that again," said Haas. "I have my sources, I have friends, I have people who hear things." "And according to your sources, where are the Uribes now?" "They disappeared 6 months ago," said Haas. "Disappeared from Santa Teresa?" "That's right, from Santa Teresa. Although there are people who claim to have seen them in Tucson, Phoenix, even Los Angeles," said Haas. "How can we verify this?" "Very simple. Get their parents' phone numbers and ask where they are," said Haas with a smile of triumph. On November 12, Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez heard over the police scanner that the body of another woman had been found in Santa Teresa. Though he hadn't been assigned to the case, he headed to the scene, between Calle Caribe and Calle Bermudez, in Colonia Félix Gómez. The dead woman's name was Angelica Ochoa and, as he was told by the policemen who were cordoning off the street, it looked more like a settling of scores than a sex crime. Shortly before the crime was committed, 2 cops saw a couple arguing heatedly on the sidewalk, next to the club El Vaquero, but they didn't want to intervene, thinking it was a normal lover spat. Angelica Ochoa had been shot through the left temple, the bullet exiting her right ear. A second bullet had pierced her cheek and exited the right side of her neck. There was a third bullet in her right knee, a fourth in her left thigh, and a fifth and last bullet in her right thigh. The sequence of shots, thought Juan de Dios Martínez, was probably fifth to first, the coup de grâce delivered to the left temple. At the moment the shots were fired, where were the policemen who had seen the couple fighting? When they were questioned, they couldn't give a coherent explanation. They said they'd heard the shots, turned around, returned to Calle Caribe, and by that time the only people there were Angelica, on the ground, and a few onlookers who were beginning to come to the doors of nearby businesses. The day after the occurrence the police declared that it was a crime of passion and that the likely murderer was Ruben Gomez Aranchibia, a local pimp also known as La Venata, not because he looked like a deer but because he claimed to have venedeado many men, which was like saying he had hunted them down, treacherously and at an advantage, as befitted a second or third-rate pimp. Angelica Ochoa was his wife, and it seems La Venata had heard she was planning to leave him. Most likely, thought Juan de Dios sitting behind the wheel of his car, parked on a dark corner, the murder hadn't been premeditated. At first La Venata probably just wanted to hurt or scare or warn her, thus the bullet in the right thigh. Then, upon seeing Angelica's expression of pain or surprise, he felt not only rage but amusement, the darkest expression of humor, which manifested itself in a desire for symmetry, and then he shot her in the left thigh. After that he lost control. The floodgates were open. Juan de Dios rested his head on the steering wheel and tried to cry but couldn't. The attempts of the police to find La Venata were in vain. He had disappeared. At 19 I began to take lovers. My sex life is legendary all over Mexico, but legends are always false, especially in this country. The first time I slept with a man it was out of curiosity. That's right. Not love or admiration or fear, the way it is for most women. I could have slept with him out of pity, because ultimately I pitied the kid I fucked that first time, but the honest truth is it was curiosity. After 2 months, I left him and went off with someone else, an asshole who thought he was a revolutionary. Mexico has an abundance of these assholes. Hopelessly stupid, arrogant men, who lose their wits when they come across an Esquivel Plata, want to fuck her right away, as if the act of possessing a woman like me were the equivalent of storming the Winter Palace. The Winter Palace. They, who couldn't even cut the grass of the summer dacha. Well, I got rid of that one soon enough, too, and now he's a fairly well-known reporter who, every time he gets drunk, likes to talk about how he was my first love. My next lovers were chosen because they were good in bed or because I was bored and they were witty or entertaining or strange, so extravagantly strange that only I found them amusing. For a while, as I'm sure you know, I was someone with a certain stake in the university leftist movement. I even visited Cuba. Then I got married, had my son. My husband, who was also on the left, joined the PRI. I began to work in journalism. On Sundays I would go home, to my old house, where my family was slowly rotting away, and I would wander the hallways, the garden, look at photo albums, read the diaries of unknown forebears, which were more like missals than diaries, sit quietly for hours next to the stone well in the courtyard, deep in an expectant silence, smoking one cigarette after another, not reading, not thinking, sometimes even unable to remember anything. The truth is I was bored. I wanted to do things, but I didn't know exactly what. Months later I got divorced. My marriage didn't last 2 years. Of course, my family tried to dissuade me, they threatened to leave me in the street, saying, and it was completely true, incidentally, that I was the first Esquivel to profane the holy sacrament of marriage. One of my uncles, a 90-year-old priest, Don Ezequiel Plata, wanted to have a talk with me, an informational chat or two, but then, when they least expected it, I was overtaken by the demon of command or leadership, as it's called now, and I put them in their place, each and every one of them and all together. In short, beneath these walls I became what I am and what I'll be until I die. I told them that the time for pieties and mealy-mouthed platitudes was over. I told them I wasn't going to stand for any more limp wrists in the family. I told them that the fortune and properties of the Esquivels had only dwindled with the years and that at this pace my son, say, or my grandchildren, if my son turned out like me and not like them, would be left without a penny. I told them I didn't want to hear any muttering while I was talking. I told them that if they didn't agree with what I had to say, they should leave. The door was wide open and Mexico itself was open even wider. Beginning this stormy night, I said, because lightning really was flashing all over the city, and we could see it from the windows, there would be no more alms for the church, which promised us heaven but for more than 100 years had been bleeding us here on earth. I told them I wouldn't marry again, and I warned them to expect even worse gossip about me. I told them they were dying and I didn't want them to die. They all turned pale and gaped, but no one had a heart attack. When it comes down to it, we Esquivels are tough. A few days later, I remember it as if it were yesterday, I saw Kelly again. That same day Kessler was at Cerro Estrella and he walked around Colonia Estrella and Colonia Hidalgo and explored the area along the Pueblo Azul Highway and saw the ranches empty like shoe boxes, solid structures, graceless, functionless, that stood at the bends of the roads that ran into the Pueblo Azul Highway. And then he wanted to see the neighborhoods along the border, Colonia Mexico, next to El Adobe, at which point you were back in the United States, the bars and restaurants and hotels of Colonia Mexico and its main street, where there was a permanent thunder of trucks and cars on their way to the border crossing. And then he made his entourage turn south along Avenida General Sepulveda and the Cananea Highway, where they took a detour into Colonia La Vistosa, a place the police almost never ventured. One of the inspectors told him, the one who was driving, and the other one nodded sorrowfully, as if the absence of police in Colonia La Vistosa and Colonia Quino and Colonia Remedies Mayor was a shameful stain that they, zealous young men, bore with sorrow. And why sorrow? Well, because impunity pained them, they said. Whose impunity? The impunity of the gangs that controlled the drug trade in these godforsaken neighborhoods. Something that made Kessler think, since in principle, looking out the car window at the fragmented landscape, it was hard to imagine any of the residents buying drugs, easy to imagine them using, but hard, very hard, to imagine them buying, digging in their pockets to come up with enough change to make a purchase. Say, something easy enough to imagine in the black and Hispanic ghettos up north. Neighborhoods that looked placid in comparison to this dismal chaos. But the two inspectors nodded, their strong, young jaws. That's right. There's lots of coke around here and all the filth that comes with it. And then Kessler looked out again at the landscape, fragmented or in the constant process of fragmentation, like a puzzle repeatedly assembled and disassembled, and told the driver to take him to the illegal dump El Chile. The biggest illegal dump in Santa Teresa, bigger than the city dump, where waste was disposed of not only by the maquiladora trucks but also by garbage trucks contracted by the city and some private garbage trucks and pickups, subcontracted or working in areas that public services didn't cover, and then the car was back on paved streets and they seemed to head the way they'd come, returning to Colonia La Vistosa and the highway, but then they turned down a wider street, just as desolate, where even the brush was covered with a thick layer of dust, as if an atomic bomb had dropped nearby and no one had noticed, except the victims, thought Kessler, but they didn't count because they'd lost their minds or were dead, even though they still walked and stared, their eyes and stares straight out of a western, the stares of Indians or bad guys, of course, in other words lunatics, people living in another dimension, their gazes no longer able to touch us, we're aware of them but they don't touch us, they don't adhere to our skin, they shoot straight through us, thought Kessler as he moved to roll down the window. No, don't open it, said one of the inspectors. Why not? The smell, it smells like death. It stinks. 10 minutes later they reached the dump. So what do you think of all this? One of the reporters asked the lawyer. The lawyer bent her head and then looked at the reporter and at Haas. Chuy Pimentel took her picture. She seemed short of breath, as if her lungs were about to burst, although she wasn't red in the face but deeply pale. This was Mr. Haas's idea, she said, and I don't pretend to have anything to do with it. Then she talked about Mr. Haas's vulnerable position, about the trials that kept being postponed, about the evidence lost, the witnesses coerced, the limbo in which her defendant was living. Anyone in his place would lose his head, she murmured. The reporter from El Independiente looked at her mockingly and with interest. You're romantically involved with Klaus, aren't you? She asked. The reporter was young, still in her 20s, and she was used to dealing with people who spoke bluntly and sometimes harshly. The lawyer was past 40 and she seemed tired, as if she had gone several days without sleeping. I'm not going to answer that question, she said. It has no bearing. On November 16, the body of another woman was found on the back lot of the Kusai Maquiladora, in Colonia San Bartolomé. According to the initial examination, the victim was between 18 and 22 and the cause of death, according to the forensic report, was asphyxiation due to strangulation. She was completely naked and her clothes were found 5 yards away, hidden in the bushes. Actually, not all of her clothes were found, just a pair of black leggings and red panties. 2 days later, she was identified by her parents as Rosario Marquina, 19, who disappeared on November 12 while she was out dancing at Salon Montana, on Avenida Carranza, not far from Colonia Veracruz, where they lived. It just so happened that both the victim and her parents worked at the Kusai Maquiladora. According to the medical examiners, the victim was raped several times before she died. Kelly's reappearance was like a gift. The first night we saw each other we were up till dawn telling each other our life stories. Hers had been mostly a disaster. She tried to be a theater actress in New York, a movie actress in Los Angeles, tried to be a model in Paris, a photographer in London, a translator in Spain. She set out to study modern dance but gave it up the first year. She set out to be a painter, and at her first show she realized she had made the worst mistake of her life. She wasn't married, she had no children, no family, her mother had just died after a long illness, no projects. It was the perfect moment to return to Mexico. In Mexico City it would be easy for her to find work. She had friends and she had me, her best friend, don't you doubt that for a second. But she wasn't obliged to turn to anyone, at least anyone I knew, because she soon found work on what you might call the gallery circuit. In other words, she planned openings, designed and printed catalogs, slept with artists, talked to buyers, all of this for 4 art dealers who in those days were the dealers in Mexico City, the phantom figures behind the galleries and the painters, pulling all the strings. By that time I had given up my activities in support of the ineffectual left, no offense intended, and was nudging closer and closer to certain sectors of the PRI. Once my ex-husband said to me, "If you keep writing what you're writing you're going to be ostracized or worse." And I didn't stop to think what he meant by worse but kept writing and turning out articles. As it happened, not only was I not ostracized, I received signals that the people on top were increasingly interested in me. It was an incredible time. We were young, we didn't have many responsibilities, we were independent, and we had plenty of money. It was in those days that Kelly decided that the name that suited her best was Kelly. I still called her Luz Maria, though everybody else called her Kelly, until one day she brought it up. She said, "Azucena, I don't like Luz Maria Rivera. I don't like how it sounds, I prefer Kelly, that's what everybody calls me, will you too?" And I said, "Fine. If you want me to call you Kelly, I will." And from then on I started to call her Kelly. At first I thought it was funny. A typically American affectation. But then I realized that the name suited her. Maybe because Kelly had a hint of Grace Kelly about her. Or because Kelly is a short name, 2 syllables, whereas Luz Maria was longer. Or because Luz Maria had religious associations and Kelly had no associations, or its association was a photograph. Somewhere I must have letters from her signed Kelly R. Parker. I think that was even how she signed her checks. Kelly Rivera Parker. There are people who think our names are our day tiny. I don't believe that. But if they are, when Kelly chose that name she somehow took the first step into invisibility, into a nightmare. Do you think our names are our destiny? No, said Sergio, but then I wouldn't. Why not? Asked the congresswoman with a sigh, without curiosity. I have an ordinary name, said Sergio, fixing his gaze on his hostess's dark glasses. For a moment, the congresswoman put her hands to her head, as if she had a migraine. Do you want me to tell you something? All names are ordinary, they're all vulgar. Whether your name is Kelly or Luz Maria, it makes no difference in the end. All names disappear. Children should be taught that in elementary school. But we're afraid to teach them. The El Chili dump made less of an impression on Kessler than the neighborhoods he drove through, always in a police car escorted by another police car, where the snatchings most often took place. Colonia Quino, La Vistosa, Remedios Mayor, and La Prechada to the southeast, Colonia Las Flores, Colonia Plata, Alamos, Lomas del Toro to the west, the neighborhoods near the industrial parks and along both sides of Avenida Rubén Darío and Avenida Carranza like a double spinal cord, and Colonia San Bartolomé, Guadalupe Victoria, Ciudad Nueva, Colonia Las Rositas to the northeast. Walking the streets in broad daylight, he told the press, is frightening. I mean, frightening for a man like me. The reporters, none of whom lived in those neighborhoods, nodded. The officers, however, hid smiles. They thought Kessler sounded naive. He sounded like a gringo. A good gringo, of course, because bad gringos sounded different, spoke differently. For a woman, said Kessler, it's dangerous to be out at night. Reckless. Most of the streets, except for the main thoroughfares with bus routes, are poorly lit or not lit at all. The police keep out of some neighborhoods, he told the mayor, who squirmed in his seat as if he'd been bitten by a snake and assumed an expression of infinite regret and infinite comprehension. The Sonora State Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General, the inspectors, said that the problem might be, perhaps was, could conceivably be, you might say, a problem of the city police, headed by Don Pedro Negrete, twin brother of the university rector. And Kessler asked who Pedro Negrete was, whether he had been introduced to him, and the two energetic young officers who had escorted him everywhere and whose English wasn't bad, said no. In fact, Mr. Kessler and Don Pedro hadn't crossed paths, and Kessler asked them to describe him, since maybe he'd seen him the first day, at the airport, and the inspectors gave a brief description of the police chief, not very enthusiastically, a poor sketch, as if after having mentioned Pedro Negrete they regretted having done so. And the sketch didn't suggest anything to Kessler. It remained mute, grafted of hollow words. A tough guy, the real thing, said the energetic young inspectors. A former member of the judicial police. He must look like his brother, the rector, mused Kessler. But the inspectors laughed and offered him a last shot of Bacanora and said no, he shouldn't get that idea. Don Pedro didn't look anything like Don Pablo. Nothing at all like him. The rector was a tall, thin man, practically skin and bones. Whereas Don Pedro was on the short side, broad-shouldered but short, and carrying a few extra pounds because he liked to eat well and didn't turn up his nose at either Norteña food or American hamburgers. And then Kessler wondered whether he should talk to the man. Whether he should visit him. And he also wondered why the police chief hadn't come to visit him, when after all he was the guest. So he wrote down the name in his notebook. Pedro Negrete, former judicial, municipal police chief, highly regarded, didn't come to welcome me. And then he turned to other matters. He busied himself studying the killings one by one. He busied himself drinking shots of Bacanora, Christ it was good. He busied himself preparing his 2 lectures to be given at the university. And one afternoon he went out the back way, as he'd done the day he arrived, and took a taxi to the crafts market, which some called the Indian market and others the Norteño market, to buy a souvenir for his wife. And just like the first time, unknown to him, an unmarked police car followed the whole way. When the reporters left the Santa Teresa penitentiary, the lawyer laid her head on the table and began to sob very softly, so unobtrusively that she didn't seem like a white woman. Indian women cried like that. Some mestizas. But not white women, and certainly not college-educated white women. When she felt Haas's hand on her shoulder, his touch not a caress or even friendly, maybe just a token gesture, the few tears she'd let fall on the tabletop, a table that smelled of disinfectant and, strangely, of cordite, dried, and she lifted her head and gazed at the pale face of her defendant, her beloved, her friend, a haughty and at the same time relaxed face. How could anyone be haughty and relaxed at the same time? Observing her with scientific rigor, not from that prison room but from the sulfurous vapors of another planet. On November 25, the body of Maria Elena Torres, 32, was found in her house on Calle Sucre in Colonia Rubén Dario. 2 days earlier, on November 23, there had been a march of women across Santa Teresa, from the university to City Hall, protesting the killings of women and the climate of impunity. The march was organized by the WSDP, along with several NGOs, plus the PRD and some student groups. According to the authorities, no more than 5,000 people took part. According to the organizers, there had been more than 60,000 people marching the streets of Santa Teresa. Maria Elena Torres was among them. 2 days later she was knifed in her own home, stabbed through the neck so that she bled to death. Maria Elena Torres lived alone, since she and her husband had separated not long before. She had no children. According to the neighbors, she had fought with her husband that week. When the police showed up at the boarding house where her husband lived, he had already fled. The case was assigned to Inspector Luis Villaseñor, recently arrived from Hermosillo, who after a week of interrogations came to the conclusion that the killer wasn't the fugitive husband but Maria Elena's boyfriend, Augusto or Tito Escobar, whom the victim had been seeing for a month. This Escobar lived in Colonia La Vistosa and had no known occupation. When they went to look for him, he was gone. 3 men were found in the house. Upon interrogation, they declared that they had seen Escobar come home one night with bloodstains on his shirt. Inspector Villaseñor had to say that he'd never interrogated 3 worse-smelling individuals. Shit, he said, was like their second skin. The 3 men worked picking through the trash at El Chile, the illegal dump. Not only was there no shower where they lived, but no running water either. How the fuck, Inspector Villaseñor asked himself, had Escobar managed to become Maria Elena's lover? At the end of the interrogation, Villaseñor took the 3 men out to the courtyard and gave them a beating with a length of hose. Then he made them undress, threw them some soap, and sprayed them down for 15 minutes. Later, as he was throwing up, it occurred to him that there was a logical connection between the two acts. As if one led to the other. The beating with the piece of green hose. The water gushing from the black hose. Thinking this made him feel better. From the scavengers' combined descriptions, a police sketch was made of the suspected killer, and police stations around the country were alerted. But the case went nowhere. Maria Elena's ex-husband and boyfriend simply disappeared and were never heard of again. Of course, one day the work dried up. Dealers and galleries come and go. Mexican painters don't. Mexican painters are always what they are, like mariachis, say, but dealers fly off one day to the Cayman Islands, and galleries close or cut their employees' salaries. Something like that had to happen to Kelly. Afterward she turned to managing fashion shows. The first few months she did well. Fashion is like art but easier. Clothes are cheaper, no one has any illusions when she buys a dress, and at first she did well. He had experience and friends. People trusted her taste even if they didn't trust her. Her shows were a success. But she was bad at managing herself and her money, and always, for as long as I can remember, she was strapped for cash. Sometimes the way she lived drove me crazy and we had huge fights. Several times I introduced her to men, single or more often divorced, who would have married her and financed her lifestyle, but in that regard Kelly was irreproachably independent. By this I don't mean she was a saint. There was nothing saintly about her. I know of men, because those same men told me so with tears in their eyes, she took for everything she could get. But never under legal cover. If they gave her what she asked for, it was because she, Kelly Rivera Parker, had asked for it, not because they felt an obligation to their wife or the mother of their children. By this point in her life Kelly had decided she would never have children, or their official lover. There was something in her nature that rejected any notion of romantic commitment, even if her perpetual lack of commitment left her in a precarious position, a position that Kelly, meanwhile, never attributed to her own actions but to unforeseen twists of fate. She lived, like Oscar Wilde, above her means. The most incredible thing of all was that this never made her bitter. Well, once or twice it did. Once or twice I saw her furious, raging, but these attacks would be over in minutes. Another of her good points, one of mine, too, was loyalty to her friends. Well, this might not be exactly a good point. But Kelly was like that. Friends were sacred and she would always stand up for a friend. For example, when I joined the PRI there was a slight domestic upheaval, to call it something. Some reporters who had known me for years stopped talking to me. Others, the worst, still talked, but mostly behind my back. As you're well aware, this is a macho country full of faggots. The history of Mexico wouldn't make sense otherwise. But Kelly was always on my side, never asked me to explain, never reproached me for a thing. The others, as you know, said I had joined the party out of self-interest. Of course I joined out of self-interest. But there are all kinds of self-interest and I was tired of preaching in a vacuum. I wanted power, that I won't deny. I wanted free rein to change some things in this country. I won't deny that either. I wanted to improve public health and the public schools and do my bit to prepare Mexico to enter the 21st century. If that's self-interest, so be it. Of course, I didn't achieve much. I brought more hopes than hard-headedness to it, I'm sure, and it wasn't long before I realized my mistake. You think that from the inside you might change some things for the better. First you work from the outside, then you think that if you were inside the real possibilities for change would be greater. You think that inside, at least, you'll have more freedom to act. Not true. There are things that can't be changed from outside or inside. But here comes the funniest part. The really unbelievable part of the story, the sad story of Mexico or Latin America, it makes no difference. The part you can't believe. When you make mistakes from inside, the mistakes stop mattering. Mistakes stop being mistakes. Making a mistake, butting your head against the wall, becomes a political virtue, a political tactic, gives you political presence, gets you media attention. At the moment of truth, which is every moment, or at least every moment from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., it makes just as much sense to be present and to err as to hunker down and wait. You can do nothing, you can fuck things up, it doesn't matter, so long as you're there. Where? Why, there, the place to be. And that was how I went from being well-known to being famous. I was an attractive woman. I didn't mince words. The dinosaurs of the PRI laughed at my jabs. The sharks of the PRI considered me one of their own. the left wing of the party unanimously cheered my brazenness. I wasn't aware of the half of it. The truth is like a strung-out pimp. Wouldn't you agree? Albert Kessler's first lecture at the University of Santa Teresa was a popular success like few in memory. If you didn't count the 2 talks given in the same place years ago, by a PRI candidate for president, or another by a president-elect, never before had the FI 1,500-seat University Hall been completely filled. According to the most conservative estimates, the number of people who came to listen to Kessler far exceeded 3,000. It was a social occasion, because everybody who was anybody in Santa Teresa wanted to meet Kessler, shake the distinguished visitor's hand, or at least see him from up close, and it was also a political occasion, because even the most stubborn opposition groups seemed to relax or assume a more diplomatic and less antagonistic stance than they had adopted thus far, and even the feminists and the groups of relatives of disappeared women and girls settled down to wait for the scientific miracle. The miracle of the human mind set in motion by that modern-day Sherlock Holmes. The story of Haas's denunciation of the Uribes came out in the 6 papers that had sent their correspondence to the Santa Teresa Penitentiary. Before publication, 5 of the reporters called the police for comment, and the police, like the big national papers, expressly denied there was any credibility to the account. The reporters also called the Uribe residents and talked to family members who said that Antonio and Daniel were traveling or didn't live in Mexico anymore or had moved to Mexico City, where they were studying at one of the universities there. The reporter from El Independiente de Phoenix, Mary Sue Bravo, even managed to get the address of Daniel Uribe's father and tried to interview him, but all her attempts were in vain. Joaquin Uribe always had something to do or wasn't in Santa Teresa or had just stepped out. While Mary Sue Bravo was in Santa Teresa, she happened to run into the reporter from La Raza de Green Valley, who was the only reporter to cover Haas's press conference who hadn't called the police for their official response, thus risking a lawsuit from the Uribe family and the Sonora state agencies handling the case. Mary Sue Bravo spotted him through the window of a cheap restaurant in Colonia Madero where the reporter from La Raza was eating. He wasn't alone. Sitting with him was a brawny man who Mary Sue thought looked like a policeman. At first she shrugged it off and kept walking, but a few yards farther on she had a presentiment and turned back. She found the reporter from La Raza alone, polishing off some chilaquiles. They said hello and she asked if she could sit down. The reporter from La Raza said of course. Mary Sue ordered a Diet Coke and for a while they talked about Haas and the slippery Uribe family. Then the reporter from La Raza paid the bill and left, leaving Mary Sue alone in a restaurant full of men who, like the reporter, looked like farmworkers and wetbacks. On December 1, the body of a young woman between 18 and 22 was found in a dry streambed near Casas Negras. The discovery was made by Santiago Catalan, who was out hunting and noticed that his dogs were behaving strangely as they approached the stream. Suddenly, in the words of the witness, the dogs began to quiver as if they'd scented a tiger or a bear. But since there are no tigers or bears around here, I got it in my head that they'd scented the ghost of a tiger or a bear. I know my dogs and I know when they start to quiver and whine it's for a reason. Then I got curious, so after I had kicked the dogs to get them to stop acting like a bunch of pussies, I strode toward the stream. When he stepped down into the dry streambed, which was no more than 1.5 feet deep, Santiago Catalan didn't see or smell anything and even the dogs seemed to relax. But when he got to the first bend he heard a noise and the dogs started to bark again and quiver. The body was enveloped in a cloud of flies. Santiago Catalan was so startled that he let the dogs go and fired a burst of birdshot in the air. The flies rose for a moment and he could see it was the body of a woman. At the same time, he remembered that the bodies of other young women had been found in the area. For a few seconds he was afraid the killers might still be there and he regretted having fired his gun. Then he stepped very carefully out of the streambed and scanned the scene. Just chala and bisnaga cactuses and in the distance a saguaro or two, and a whole spectrum of yellows, one shading into another. When he got back to his ranch, El Jugador, outside of Casas Negras, he called the police and described the exact place he'd made the discovery. Then he washed his face and changed his shirt, thinking about the dead woman, and before he went out again he ordered one of his employees to accompany him. When the police got to the streambed, Catalan was still carrying his rifle and ammunition belt. The body was face up, with pants on just one leg, caught around the ankle. There were 4 stab wounds to the abdomen and 3 to the chest, as well as marks around the neck. The victim was dark-skinned with shoulder-length hair dyed black. A few yards away they found her shoes, black Converse sneakers with white laces. The rest of her clothes had disappeared. The police combed the streambed for clues, but they failed to find anything or didn't know how to go about it. 4 months later, purely by chance, an identification was made. She was Ursula González Rojo, 20 or 21, no family, resident for the last 3 years of the city of Zacatecas. She had been in Santa Teresa for 3 days when she was kidnapped and then killed. This last bit of information came from a friend in Zacatecas, whom Ursula had called. She sounded happy, said the friend, because she was about to get work at a maquiladora. Identification was possible thanks to the Converse and a small scar on the victim's back in the shape of a lightning bolt. "The truth is like a strung-out pimp in the middle of a storm," said the congresswoman. Then she was quiet for a while, as if listening for thunder in the distance. And then she picked up her glass of tequila, which was full again, and said, "Every day I had more work, that's the Hun's truth. Every day I was busy with dinners, trips, meetings, planning sessions that achieved nothing except my utter exhaustion. Busy with interviews, busy with denials, television appearances, lovers, men I fucked. Why? To keep the legend alive, maybe, or because I liked them, or because it was to my advantage to fuck them. But just once, so they got a taste and nothing else. Or maybe simply because I like to fuck when and where I please, and I had no time for anything. My affairs in the hands of my lawyers. The Esquivel plot of fortune. No longer dwindling, I won't lie, but growing, in the hands of my lawyers. My son in the hands of his teachers, and me with more and more work. Water problems in the state of Michoacán, highways in Querétaro, interviews, equestrian statues, public sewage systems, all the local shit passing through my hands. Around this time, I suppose I neglected my friends a little. Kelly was the only one I saw. Whenever I had time I visited her at her apartment in Colonia Condesa and we tried to talk. But really, I was so tired when I got there that communication was a problem. She told me things, I remember that clearly. She told me things about her life. More than once she would explain something and then ask me for money, and what I did was take out my checkbook and write a check for the amount she needed. Sometimes I would fall asleep while we were talking. Other times we would go out for dinner and have a good time. But my head was almost always elsewhere, mulling over a problem yet to be solved. It was hard for me to follow the thread of the conversation. Kelly never blamed me for it. Each time I was on television, for example, the next day she would send me a bouquet of roses and a note telling me how well I'd done and how proud of me she was. She never stopped sending me a present for my birthday. Thoughtful gestures like that. Of course, as time went by I ticked a few things. The fashion shows Kelly organized were fewer and farther between. The modeling agency she ran was no longer the elegant, bustling place it had once been, but a dark office, almost always closed. Once I stopped by the agency with Kelly and was struck by its state of abandonment. I asked her what was wrong. She looked at me with a smile, one of her carefree smiles, and said that the best Mexican models would rather sign up with American or European agencies. That's where the money was. I wanted to know what had happened to her business. Then Kelly spread her arms and said, "This is it," encompassing the darkness, the dust, the lowered shades. I had a shiver of foreboding. It had to be foreboding. I'm not the kind of woman who shivers at just anything. I sat down in a chair and tried to reason. The rent for those offices was expensive and it seemed to me it wasn't worth paying all that for a business that was going under. Kelly told me she still put together some shows, and she named places that struck me as picturesque, unlikely or unthinkable spots for high fashion, although I suppose high fashion didn't enter into it, and then she said she was making enough to keep the office open. She also explained that now she organized parties, not in Mexico City but in provincial capitals. "What does that mean?" I asked. "It's very simple," said Kelly. "Suppose for a moment that you're a rich lady from Aguascalientes. You're going to throw a party. Suppose you want this party to be a great party. In other words, a party that will impress your friends. What makes a party memorable? There's the buffet, of course, and the waiters, the band, lots of things. But there's one thing in particular that makes all the difference." "What is it, do you know?" "The guests," I said. "Exactly, the guests. If you're a lady from Aguascalientes and you've got lots of money and you want a party to remember, then you get in touch with me. I oversee everything. As if it were a fashion show. I take care of the food, the staff, the decorating, the music, but especially, and depending on how much money I have to work with, the guests. If you want the star from your favorite soap opera, you have to talk to me. If you want a talk show host, you have to talk to me. Put it this way, I handle the famous guests. It's all about the money. Bringing a famous talk show host to Aguascalientes maybe isn't possible. But if the party is in Cuernavaca, I might be able to get him to show up. I'm not saying it's easy or cheap, but I can try. Getting a soap star to Aguascalientes is possible, though that won't come cheap either. But if the star is in a slump, say, if he hasn't worked in the last year and a half, there's more of a chance he'll make an appearance. And it won't cost too much. What's my job? Well, to convince them to come. First I call them, I take them out for coffee, I sound them out. Then I talk to them about the party. I tell them there's money in it for them if they make a cameo. At this point, there's usually some bargaining. I offer a small sum. They ask for more. We approach an agreement. I reveal the names of the hosts. I say these are important people, provincials, but important. I make them repeat the husband's and wife's names several times. They ask me whether I'll be there. Of course I'll be there. Supervising everything. They ask me about the hotels in Aguascalientes, Tampico, Irapuato. Nice hotels. And anyway, all the houses where it have lots of guest rooms. Finally we make a deal. The day of the party I show up with 2 or 3 or 4 famous guests and the party is a success. And you make enough doing that? More than enough, said Kelly. The only problem is that there are dry spells, when no one has any interest in fancy parties, and since I don't know how to save, then things are tight. After that we went out. I don't know where, to a party, maybe, or the movies, or dinner with some friends, and that was the last we spoke of the mater. Anyway, I never heard her complain. I imagine sometimes things were all right and other times they weren't. But one night she called and said she had a problem. I thought it had to do with money and I told her she could count on me. But it wasn't money. I've gotten myself into a mess, she said. Are you in debt? I asked her. No, it isn't that, she said. I was in bed, half asleep, and her voice sounded different. It was Kelly's voice, of course, but it sounded strange, as if she were alone, I thought, in her offices, with the lights out, sitting in a chair not knowing what to say or how to begin. I think I've gotten myself into trouble, she said. If it's trouble with the police, I said, tell me where you are and I'll come get you right away. She told me it wasn't that kind of trouble. For God's sake, Kelly, speak plainly or let me sleep, I said. For a few seconds I thought she'd hung up or that she'd left the phone on the chair and walked away. Then I heard her voice, like the voice of a child, saying I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, several times, and I was sure, too, that her I don't know was addressed not to me but to herself. I asked then if she was drunk or high. At first she didn't answer, as if she hadn't heard me, then she laughed. She wasn't drunk or high, she promised. Maybe she'd had a couple of whiskey sodas, but that was all. Then she apologized for calling so late. She was about to hang up. Wait, I said, there's something wrong, you can't kid me. She laughed again. There's nothing wrong, she said. I'm sorry, we get emotional as we get older, she said, good night. Wait, don't hang up, I said. Something's wrong, don't lie to me. I've never lied to you, she said. There was a silence. Except when we were girls, said Kelly. Oh, really? When I was a girl I lied to everyone, not all the time, of course, but I lied. Not anymore. A week later, as she was leafing idly through La Raza de Green Valley, Mary Sue Bravo learned that the reporter who had covered Haas's vaunted and ultimately disappointing declaration had disappeared. So it said in her own paper, too, which was the only outside source to pick up the news, a vague, local piece of news, so local that the only people who seemed interested were the publishers of La Raza. According to the article, Josué Hernández Mercado, that was his name, had disappeared 5 days before. He had covered the killings of women in Santa Teresa. He was 32. He lived alone, in a small house in Sonoita. He was born in Mexico City, but he had lived in the United States since the age of 15, and he was an American citizen. He was the author of 2 books of poetry, both in Spanish, published by a small company in Hermosillo, probably at his own expense, and 2 plays, written in Chicano or Spanglish and printed in a Texas magazine, La Windoa, which sheltered in its tumultuous breast an unpredictable group of writers in this neolanguage. As a reporter for La Raza he had published a long series of pieces on farmworkers in the area, a job he knew from watching his parents and working at it himself. He had pulled himself up by his bootstraps. The profile ended by saying, "Though it seemed less like a profile, thought Mary Sue, than an obituary." On December 3, the body of another woman was found dumped in an open field in Colonia Mairena, near the Pueblo Azul highway. The body was clothed and no external signs of violence were visible. Later the victim was identified as Juana Marin Lozada. According to the medical examiner, the cause of death was a fracture of the cervical vertebrae. Or what amounted to the same thing, her neck had been snapped. The case was handled by Inspector Luis Villaseñor, who, as a first step, interrogated the victim's husband and then arrested him as the prime suspect. Juana Marin lived in Colonia Centeno, in a middle-class neighborhood, and worked at a computer store. According to Villaseñor's report, she was probably killed somewhere indoors, possibly in her own home, and then her body was tossed in the field in Colonia Mairena. It wasn't clear whether she'd been raped or not, although the vaginal swab revealed that she'd had sexual relations in the previous 24 hours. According to Villaseñor's report, Juana Mann was reportedly involved with a computer teacher from an academy near the store where she worked. Another version had it that her lover worked for the University of Santa Teresa television station. Her husband remained in custody for 2 weeks and then was released for lack of evidence. The case remained unsolved. 3 months later, Kelly disappeared in Santa Teresa, Sonora. I hadn't seen her since the phone call. Her partner, an ugly young woman who adored her, called me. After many tries she had managed to reach me. She told me that Kelly should have been back from Santa Teresa 2 weeks ago and had never shown up. I asked if she'd tried to call her. She said Kelly's cell phone was dead. "It rings and rings and rings and no one answers," she said. I could see Kelly having a fling and disappearing for a few days. In fact, she'd done it more than once, but I couldn't see her not calling her partner, if only to advise her how to handle Boosie Ness during the time she planned to be away. I asked her if she had gotten in touch with the people Kelly was working for in Santa Teresa. She said yes. According to the man who'd hired her, Kelly had left for the airport the day after the party, to catch the Santa Teresa Hermosillo flight, and then she had planned to fly from Hermosillo to Mexico City. "When did this happen?" I asked. 2 weeks ago," she said. I imagined her sniffling, clinging to the phone, nicely but plainly dressed, her makeup smudged, and then it occurred to me that this was the first time she had called me, the first time we had talked this way, and I got worried. "Have you called the Santa Teresa hospitals or the police?" I asked. She said she had and no one knew anything. Kelly left the ranch for the airport and disappeared, simply vanished into thin air, she said in a shrill voice. "The ranch? The party was at a ranch," she said. "So in other words she had to be driven, someone dropped her off at the airport." "No," she said. "Kelly had rented a car." "And where's the car?" "They found it in the airport parking lot," she said. "So she made it to the airport," I said. "But she didn't get on the plane," she said. I asked her for the name of the people who had hired Kelly. She said it was the Salazar Crespo family and she gave me a phone number. "I'll see what I can find out," I said. Actually, I figured Kelly would turn up before long. Probably she was off with some man, and the way things were unfolding, almost definitely a married man. I imagined her in Los Angeles or San Francisco, 2 perfect cities for lovers looking to have a good time and not attract attention. So I tried to be calm and wait. A week later, however, her partner called me again and told me she still had no news of my friend. She talked to me about 1 or 2 lost contracts, said she didn't know what to do. In short, what she was trying to say was that she felt alone. I imagined her more disheveled than ever, pacing that dark office, and it made me shudder. I asked her what news she had from Santa Teresa. She had talked to the police, but the police didn't know or wouldn't tell her anything. "She's just vanished," she said. That afternoon, from my office, I called a trusted friend who had worked for me for a while, and explained the problem. He said it would be best if we spoke in person and we agreed to meet at El Rostro Pulido, a fashionable coffee shop. I don't know whether it still exists or whether it's closed now. Fads in Mexico, as you know, disappear or go underground like people and no one misses them. I explained Kelly's story to my friend. He asked some questions. He wrote down the name Salazar Crespo in a notebook and told me he'd give me a call later that night. When we said goodbye and I got in my car, I thought that anybody else would be afraid by now or beginning to be afraid. But all I felt, increasingly, was anger, an immense rage. All the rage the Esquivel Platas had stored up for decades or centuries, now suddenly lodged in my nervous system, and I also thought, with bitterness and remorse, that this anger or rage should have set in sooner, that it shouldn't have been driven, if that's the word, propelled by personal friendship, even though that personal friendship undoubtedly exceeded the very definition of personal friendship, that it should have been triggered by so many other things I'd seen since I was old enough to take notice. But no, that's fucking life, I said to myself, weeping and gnashing my teeth. That night, around 11, my friend called and the first thing he asked was whether it was a secure line. Bad sign, bad news, I thought instantly. In any case, I turned ice cold again. I said the line was utterly secure. Then my friend told me that the name I'd given him, he was careful not to speak it, belonged to a banker who, according to his sources, laundered money for the Santa Teresa cartel, which was like saying the Sonora cartel. All right, I said. Then he said that this banker, in fact, owned not one ranch outside the city but several, although according to his sources there hadn't been a party at any of them on the days my friend was in the area. In other words, there was no public party, he said, with society photos and that kind of thing. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I said. Then he said that to his knowledge, and this had been confirmed by his sources, the banker in question had good relations with the party. How good? I asked. Exemplary, he whispered. To what degree? I pressed. They go deep, very deep, said my friend. Then we said good night and I sat there thinking. Deep meant reaching far back in time. Very far back, in other words millions of years back, in other words to the dinosaurs. Who were the dinosaurs of the PRI? I mused. Several names came to my head. Two of them, I remembered, were from the north or had interests there. I didn't know either one personally. For a while I thought about the friends we might have in common. But I didn't want to get any friend in trouble. The night, I remember as if it were yesterday and not years ago, was pitch dark, with no stars, no moon, and the house, this house, was silent. No sound even from the night birds in the garden. Although I knew my bodyguard was nearby, awake, maybe playing dominoes with the chauffeur, and if I rang a bell one of my maids wouldn't be long in coming. The next day, first thing, after spending a sleepless night, I got on a plane to Hermosillo and then another to Santa Teresa. When the mayor, José Refugio de las Heras, was informed that Congresswoman Esquivel Plata was waiting for him, he dropped everything and was with me in a flash. Probably we had met at some point. In any case, I didn't remember him. When I saw him, smiling and sniveling like a lapdog, I felt like smacking him, but I controlled myself. One of those dogs that stand up on their hind legs, if you know what I mean. I do, said Sergio. Then he asked me if I'd had breakfast. I said no. He had a Sonora breakfast brought in, a typical border breakfast, and as we were waiting, two city workers dressed as waiters busied themselves preparing a table next to the window of his office. From the window you could see the old plaza of Santa Teresa and people going back and forth, on their way to work or idling along. It struck me as a terrible place, despite the light, which glowed golden, very faint in the morning and strong and dense in the afternoon, as if the air, at sunset, was laden with desert dust. Before we ate I told him I was there about Kelly Rivera. I told him she had disappeared and I wanted her to be found. The mayor called his secretary, who began to take notes. What is your friend's name, Congresswoman? Kelly Rivera Parker. And more questions. The day she disappeared, the reason for her stay in Santa Teresa, age, profession, and the secretary took down everything I said, and when I had finished answering the questions, the mayor ordered the secretary to run and get the top boss of the state judicial police, a man by the name of Ortiz Rebolledo, and bring him straight back to City Hall. I didn't mention Salazar Crespo. I wanted to see what would happen. The mayor and I had huevos a la ranchera. Mary Sue Bravo asked her editor to let her investigate the disappearance of the reporter from La Raza. Her editor said that Hernández Mercado had probably gone completely out of his head and now he might be wandering one of the state parks, Tubac or Patagonia Lake, eating berries and talking to himself. There aren't any berries in those parks, said Mary Sue. Well, then, drooling and talking to himself, said her editor, but in the end he let her cover the story. First she was in Green Valley, at the offices of La Raza, and she talked to the editor, another man who looked like a farm worker, and to the reporter who had written up Hernández Mercado's disappearance, a boy of 18, maybe 17, who took his job very seriously. Then she went to Sonoita with the boy. Before they visited the sheriff's office they stopped at Hernández Mercado's house and the boy let her in with a key he said was kept at the offices of La Raza, although to Mary Sue it looked like a picklock. The sheriff told her that Hernandez Mercado was probably in California by now. Mary Sue wanted to know why he thought that. The sheriff said the reporter had lots of debts, for example, he owed 6 months' rent and the landlord planned to evict him, and with what he made working on the paper he could barely feed himself. The boy, to his chagrin, confirmed what the sheriff had said. La Raza didn't pay much because it was a paper for the people, he said. The sheriff laughed. Mary Sue wanted to know whether Hernandez had a car. The sheriff said no, that when Hernandez had to leave Sonoita, he took the bus. The sheriff was a friendly man and he went with her to the bus stop and they asked whether anyone had seen Hernandez, but the information they got was confused and useless. The day of his disappearance, according to the old man who sold tickets and the few people who rode the bus daily, Hernandez might have got 10 on the bus and then again he might not have. Before she left Sonoita, Mary Sue wanted to see the reporter's house once more. Everything was orderly, there were no traces of violence, dust was gathering on the few pieces of furniture. Mary Sue asked the sheriff whether he had checked Hernandez's computer. The sheriff said he hadn't. Mary Sue turned it on and began to go through the files of the reporter and poet of La Raza de Green Valley, more or less at random. She didn't find anything interesting. The beginning of a novel, a mystery by the look of it, written in Spanglish. Published articles. Sketches of the daily life of seasonal laborers and farm workers on the ranches in southern Arizona. The articles about Haas, almost all sensationalistic. And little else. On December 10, some workers at the ranch La Perdición informed the police of the discovery of some bones at the edge of the ranch, around mile 15 of the Casas Negras highway. At first they thought it was an animal, but when they found the skull they realized their mistake. According to the forensic report, it was a woman, and the cause of death, due to the time elapsed, remained undetermined. Some 3 yards from the body a pair of leggings and a pair of tennis shoes were found. In total, I spent 2 nights in Santa Teresa, staying at the Hotel Mexico, and although everybody claimed to be eager to indulge my slightest whim, we didn't actually get anywhere. Ortiz Rebolledo struck me as a fudge packer. The mayor seemed to play for the other team. The assistant attorney general looked limp in the wrist. They all lied to me or said things that didn't add up. To start with, they assured me that no one had reported Kelly missing, when I knew for a fact her partner had. The name Salazar Crespo never came up. No one talked to me about the killings of women, which were public knowledge by then, let alone connected Kelly's disappearance to those shameful cases. The night before I left I called 3 local reporters and announced that I was going to hold a press conference at my hotel. There I told Kelly's story, which was later picked up by the national press, and I said that as a politician and feminist, as well as a friend, I would be unflagging in my determination to uncover the truth. Inside I thought, you don't know whom you've crossed, you pack of cowards, you're going to piss your pants. That night, after I had given the press conference, I went up to my room and made phone calls. I talked to 2 PRI deputies, good friends, who told me I could count on their support. Of course I expected no less. Then I called Kelly's partner and told her I was in Santa Teresa. The poor girl, so ugly, so hopelessly ugly, burst into tears and thanked me, I have no idea what for. Then I called home and asked if anyone had tried to reach me in the last few days. Rosita read me the list of calls. Nothing out of the ordinary. Everything was the same as always. I tried to sleep but couldn't. I spent a while looking out the window at the city's dark buildings, the yards, and the streets, empty except for the occasional new-looking car. I paced the room. I noticed there were 2 mirrors. One at one end and the other by the door, and they didn't reflect each other. But if you stood in a certain place, you could see one mirror in the other. What you couldn't see was me. Strange, I said to myself, and for a while, as sleep began to overtake me, I made calculations and experimented with positions. That was where I was when 5 o'clock struck. The more I studied the mirrors, the more uneasy I felt. I realized it was ridiculous to go to bed at that hour. I showered, changed clothes, packed my suitcase. At 6 I went down to the restaurant for breakfast, but it wasn't open yet. One of the hotel employees went into the kitchen and made me orangeade and a cup of strong coffee. I tried to eat but couldn't. At 7 a taxi took me to the airport. As I passed through different parts of the city, I thought about Kelly, about what Kelly had thought as she gazed at the same things I was gazing at now, and then I knew I'd be back. The first thing I did when I got to Mexico City was go to see a friend who had worked for the Mexico City Attorney General's office and ask him to recommend a good detective, a man above suspicion, someone who had what it takes. My friend asked me what the problem was. I told him. He recommended Luis Miguel Loya, who had worked for the federal attorney general. Why did he leave? I asked. Because he could make more in the private sector, said my friend. I couldn't help thinking my friend hadn't told me the whole story, because since when is private business incompatible with public employment in Mexico? But I just thanked him and went to visit Loya. He, of course, had been alerted by my friend and was expecting me. Loya was an odd character. On the short side, but with a boxer's build, not an ounce of fat, although when I met him he must have been 50. Good manners, well-dressed, big office, and he had at least 10 people working for him, between the secretaries and the men with the look of hired thugs. Once again I told Kelly's story. I talked about the banker Salazar Crespo, his dealings with drug traffickers, the attitude of the authorities in Santa Teresa. He didn't ask stupid questions. He didn't take notes. Not even when he asked me for a phone number where he could reach me. I suppose he was recording it all. When I left, when we shook hands, he told me he'd have news of Kelly in 3 days. He smelled of aftershave and a cologne I didn't recognize. Lavender, with a faint underlying scent of imported coffee, barely noticeable. He walked me to the door. 3 days. When he told me that, it didn't seem very long. Making it through those days, waiting for them to go by, was like an eternity. I went half-heartedly back to work. The second day of the wait I was visited by a group of feminists who believed that the stance I'd taken after Kelly's disappearance was admirable and most fitting for a woman. There were 3 of them, and by what I understood, the group's membership wasn't large. Ordinarily I would have gotten rid of them, but I must have been depressed, not sure exactly what to do, and I invited them to sit down and stay for a while. So long as we didn't talk politics, they were even pleasant. And one of them had gone to the same convent school Kelly and I had. Although this woman had been 2 years behind us, and we shared many memories. We drank tea, talked about men, our jobs. The 3 of them were college professors, 2 of them divorced. They asked why I had never married again, and I laughed. Because deep inside, I confessed, I'm the biggest feminist of all. On the 3rd day Loya called me at 10 at night. He told me he had prepared an initial report and if I wanted he could show it to me right away. I can't wait much longer, I said. Where are you? In my car, said Loya. No need for you to come anywhere, I'm on my way to your house. Loya's report was 10 pages long. His work had consisted of compiling a detailed account of Kelly's professional activities. There were names, people from Mexico City, parties in Acapulco, Mazatlan, Oaxaca. According to Loya, most of Kelly's jobs could simply be considered veiled prostitution. High-level prostitution. Her models were whores, the parties she organized were for men only. Even her percentage of the take was that of a high-class madam. I told him I couldn't believe it. I flung the papers in his face. Loya bent down and picked them up and handed them back to me. Read it all, he said. I kept reading. Garbage, complete garbage. Until the name Salazar Crespo appeared. According to Loya, Kelly had worked for Salazar Crespo before, 4 times in all. I also read that between 1990 and 1994 Kelly had flown at least 10 times to Hermosillo, and of those 10 times, on 7 occasions she had traveled on to Santa Teresa. The meetings with Salazar Crespo were classified under the heading, Party Planning. To judge by the flights from Hermosillo to Mexico City, she never spent more than 2 nights in Santa Teresa. The number of models she took with her to the city varied. At first, in 90 and 91, she might travel with 4 or 5. Then there would be only 2, and she made the final trips alone. Maybe those times she really was planning parties. Another name appeared alongside that of Salazar Crespo. Conrado Padilla, a Sonora businessman with interests in a few maquiladoras, a few transport companies, and the Santa Teresa slaughterhouse. Kelly had worked for this Conrado Padilla on 3 occasions, according to Loya. I asked who Conrado Padilla was. Loya shrugged his shoulders and said he was a man with lots of money, in other words somebody exposed to every kind of threat, every kind of unpleasantness. I asked Loya if he'd gone to Santa Teresa. No, he said. I asked if he'd sent someone there. No, he said. I told him to go to Santa Teresa. I wanted to see him there, at the heart of things, and he should keep investigating. For a while he seemed Ed to consider my proposal, or rather search for the right words for what he had to say. Then he said he didn't want to see me waste my money or my time. "Do you mean you think Kelly is dead?" I shouted. "More or less," he said without losing his composure in the slightest. "What do you mean, more or less?" I shouted. "For fuck's sake, you're either dead or you're not. In Mexico a person can be more or less dead," he answered very seriously. I stared at him, wanting to hit him. What a cold, detached man he was. "No," I said, almost hissing, "no one can be more or less dead, in Mexico or anywhere else in the world. Stop talking like a tour guide. Either my friend is alive, which means I want you to find her, or my friend is dead, which means I want the people who killed her." Loya smiled. "What are you laughing at?" I asked him. "The tour guide part was funny," he said. "I'm sick of Mexicans who talk and act as if this is all Pedro Paramo," I said. "Maybe it is," said Loya. "No, it isn't, I can assure you," I said. For a while Loya was silent, sitting with his legs crossed, very dignified, thinking about what I'd just said. "It might take me months, even years," he said at last. "And also," he added, "I don't think they'll let me do my job." "Who? Your own people, Congresswoman, your own party colleagues. I'll be behind you every step of the way and I'll back you up," I said to him. "I think you overestimate yourself," said Loya. "Fuck it all. Of course I overestimate myself. If I didn't I wouldn't be where I am," I said. Loya was silent again. For a moment I thought he'd fallen asleep, but his eyes were wide open. "If you won't do it, I'll find someone else," I said, not looking at him. After a while he got up. I went with him to the door. "Are you going to take the job?" "I'll see what I can do, but I'm not promising anything," he said, and he disappeared down the path to the street, where my bodyguard and my chauffeur were trading puns like a couple of zombies. One night Mary Sue Bravo dreamed that a woman was sitting at the foot of her bed. She felt the weight of a body on the mattress, but when she stretched her legs she didn't touch anything. That night, before she went to bed, she had read a few online news stories about the Uribes. In one of them, by a reporter from a well-known Mexico City daily, it said that Antonio Uribe really had disappeared. His cousin Daniel Uribe was in Tucson, it seemed. The reporter had talked to him on the phone. According to Daniel Uribe, all the information provided by Haas was a pack of lies, easily disproved. Regarding the whereabouts of Antonio, however, he gave no hint, or the hints the reporter got out of him were ambiguous, imprecise, evasive. When Mary Sue woke up she didn't entirely lose the feeling that there was another woman in the room until she got out of bed and went to the kitchen to drink a glass of water. The next day she called Haas's lawyer. She didn't know exactly what she wanted to ask her, what she wanted to be told, but the need to hear her voice overrode any logical imperative. After identifying herself, she asked the lawyer how her client was. Isabel Santola said he was the same as he'd been the last few months. Mary Sue asked if she'd read Daniel Uribe's statements. The lawyer said she had. "I'm going to try to interview him," said Mary Sue. "Can you think of anything I should ask?" "No, I can't," said the lawyer. To Mary Sue it seemed as if the lawyer were talking like someone in a trance. Then, for no reason, she asked the lawyer about herself. "My life isn't important," said the lawyer. She said it haughtily, as if addressing an impertinent teenager. On December 15, Esther Perea Pefia, 24, was shot to death at the dance hall Los Lobos. The victim was sitting at a table with 3 friends. At one of the next tables, a good-looking man in a black suit and white shirt pulled out a gun and started to fool around with it. It was a Smith & Wesson Model 5906 with a 15-round clip. According to some witnesses, the same man had danced with Esther and one of her friends, and everything had been relaxed and friendly. The man's 2 friends, according to the version of one of the witnesses, warned him to put away the gun. The man ignored them. Apparently he wanted to impress someone, presumably the victim herself or the victim's friend, the one he danced with before. According to other witnesses, the man claimed to be a judicial assigned to the narcotics squad. He looked like a judicial. He was tall and strong, and he had a good haircut. At a certain moment, as he was handling the gun, it went off and Esther was fatally wounded. By the time the ambulance arrived, the girl was dead and the shooter had disappeared. Inspector Ortiz Reboledo took personal charge of the case, and the next morning he was able to inform the press that the police had found the body of a man, whose clothing and physical description matched those of Esther's killer, on the old Pemex sports fields, W. Ith a Smith & Wesson, just like the one Esther's killer had been carrying, and a bullet in his right temple. His name was Francisco Lopez Arefos and he had a long record of auto theft. But he wasn't a natural killer, and shooting someone, even if it was accidental, must have upset him considerably. The man committed suicide, said Ortiz Rebolledo. Case closed. Later Lalo Cura would comment to Epi Fanio that it was strange there hadn't been a lineup to identify the body. And it was strange, too, that the killer's companions hadn't come forward. And that the Smith & Wesson, once it was locked away in the police archives, had disappeared. And strangest of all was that a car thief should commit suicide. "Did you know this Francisco Lopez Ribs?" Epifanio asked him. "I saw him once and I wouldn't say he was handsome," said Lalo Cura. "No, he looked more like a rat." "All very strange," said Epifanio. "For 2 years I had Loya on the case. Over those 2 years I had time to craft an image that little by little began filtering into the media. Of a woman sensitive to violence. A woman who represented change in the heart of the party. Not just generational change but a change in attitude. With a view of Mexican reality that was open-minded, not dogmatic. Really, I was just burning with rage at Kelly's disappearance, at the macabre joke made at her expense. I cared less and less about the opinion of what we call the public, my constituents, whom I didn't truly see, or if I did see, accidentally or sporadically, I despised. As I learned about other cases, however, as I heard other voices, my rage began to assume what you might call mass stature. My rage became collective, or the expression of something collective. My rage, when it allowed itself to show, saw itself as the instrument of vengeance of thousands of victims. Honestly, I think I was losing my mind. Those voices I heard, voices, never faces or shapes, came from the desert. In the desert, I roamed with a knife in my hand. My face was reflected in the blade. I had white hair and sunken cheeks covered with tiny scars. Each scar was a little story that I tried and failed to recall. I ended up taking pills for my nerves. Every 3 months I saw Loya. At his express wish I never visited him at his office. Sometimes he would call me or I would call him, on a secure line. But we never said much when we talked on the phone, because nothing, Loya would say, is 100% secure. Thanks to Loya's reports I began to create a map or piece together the puzzle of the place where Kelly had disappeared. From his reports I learned that the parties thrown by the banker Salazar Crespo were in fact orgies, and that Kelly's job had presumably been to put these orgies together. Loya had talked to a model who worked for Kelly for a few months and now lived in San Diego. The model told him that Salazar Crespo's parties would be held at either of the 2 ranches he owned, showplace properties, pieces of land that the rich bought and neither cultivated nor used to keep livestock. Just expanses of land, a sprawling house in the middle, a big living room and lots of bedrooms. Sometimes but not always a pool. They aren't comfort-able places, really, there's no feminine touch. In the north they call them narcoranchos, because lots of drug traffickers own similar estates, less like ranches than garrisons in the middle of the desert, some even with watchtowers where they post their best marksmen. Sometimes these narcoranchos sit empty for long stretches of time. One employee might be left there, without keys to the main house, with orders to do little, to wander the barren, stony grounds, to watch so that packs of wild dogs don't take up residence. All these poor men are given as a cell phone and some vague instructions that they gradually forget. According to Loya, it isn't unusual for one of them to die with no one the wiser, or simply to disappear, drawn by the Simurgh, the mythical giant flying creature of the desert. Then, all at once, the narcorancho stirs to life. First to arrive are some of the peons, say 3 or 4, in a combi, and they spend a day getting the big house ready. Then come the bodyguards, the muscle, in their black Suburbans or Spirits or Peregrinos, and the first thing they do when they show up, besides strut around, is set a security perimeter. Finally the boss and his right-hand men make their appearance. Armored Mercedes-Benzes or Porsches snaking through the desert. At night the lights never go out. You see all kinds of cars, even Lincoln Continentals and Vintage Cadillacs, ferrying people to and from the ranch. Trackers loaded with meat, baked goods and Chevy Astras. And music and shouting all night long. These were the parties, as Loya told me, that Kelly would help to plan on her trips north. According to Loya, at first Kelly took along models who wanted to make good money fast. The girl who lived in San Diego had told him there were never more than Thr. At the parties there were other women Kelly in theory didn't know, Young girls, younger than the models. Girls Kelly dressed appropriately for the parties. Little whores from Santa Teresa, I guess. What happened at night? The usual. The men would get drunk or high, watch videotaped soccer or baseball games, play cards, go out to the courtyard for target shooting, talk business. No one ever shot a porn film, or at least that's what the girl from San Diego told Loya. Sometimes, in a bedroom, the guests would watch porn. The model had walked in once by mistake and she saw the familiar sight, stony-faced men, their profiles lit by the glow of the screen. It's always that way. I mean, stony-faced, as if watching a film where people fuck turns the viewers into statues. But no one, according to the model, ever shot a film like that at the narcoranchos. Sometimes, a few guests would sing rancheras and corridas. Sometimes, those same guests would go out into the courtyard and parade around the ranch, singing at the top of their lungs. And once they went out naked, maybe one or two covered their private parts, wore a thong or leopard or T-gear print briefs, braving the cold, which was intense at 4 in the morning, singing and laughing, from one caper to the next, like Satan's helpers. Those aren't my words. They're the words of the model who lived in San Diego, spoken to Loya. But no porn films, nothing like that. Then Kelly stopped relying on the models and didn't call them anymore. According to Loya, the decision was probably Kelly's, because the models' rates were high and the little whores of Santa Teresa didn't charge much and Kelly's finances weren't in very good shape. She made her first trips for Salazar Crespo, but through him she met important people in the area and it was possible that she had also organized parties for Sigfrido Catalan, who owned a fleet of garbage trucks and was said to have an exclusive contract with most of the maquiladoras in Santa Teresa, and for Conrado Padilla, a businessman with interests in Sonora, Sinaloa, and Jalisco. Salazar Crespo, Sigfrido Catalan, and Padilla, according to Loya, all had connections to the Santa Teresa cartel, which meant Estanislao Campuzano, who occasion ally, though not often, in truth, had attended these parties. Evidence, or what a civilized jury would consider evidence, was lacking, but during the time Loya worked for me he collected a vast number of testimonies, drunken conversations or talk in brothels, with people saying Campuzano didn't come, or that sometimes he did. Whatever the case, there were plenty of narcos at Kelly's orgies, especially 2 of them, considered Campuzano's lieutenants, one by the name of Muñoz Otero, Sergio Muñoz Otero, the boss of the Nogales Narcos, and Fabio Izquierdo, who for a while was the boss of the Hermosillo Narcos and later worked creating routes for the transport of drugs from Sinaloa to Santa Teresa or from Oaxaca or Michoacán or even Tamaulipas, which was the territory of the Ciudad Juárez cartel. There was no case Tion, Loya believed, that Muñoz Otero and Fabio Izquierdo were present at some of Kelly's parties. So there was Kelly without models, working with girls of humble origin or simply with whores, at narcoranchos in the middle of nowhere, and at her parties we have a banker, Salazar Crespo, a businessman, Catalan, a millionaire, Padilla, and, if not Campuzano, at least 2 of his most notorious men, Fabio Izquierdo and Muñoz Otero, as well as other personages from the worlds of society, crime, and politics. A collection of worthies. And one morning or night my friend vanishes into thin air. For a few days, from the offices of El Independiente de Phoenix, Mary Sue tried to get in touch with the reporter from Mexico City who had interviewed Daniel Uribe. He was almost never at the paper and the people she talked to refused to give her his cell phone number. When she was finally able to speak to him, the reporter, who sounded like a drunk and an ashole, thought Mary Sue, or at least arrogant, wouldn't give her Daniel Uribe's phone number, claiming he had to protect the privacy of his sources. Mary Sue unwisely reminded him that they were colleagues, they both worked for the press, and the reporter from Mexico City told her they could have been lovers for all he cared. There was no news about Josué Hernández Mercado, the vanished reporter from La Raza. One night Mary Sue searched through her file on the Haas case until she came up with the story Hernández Mercado had written after the poorly attended press conference at the Santa Teresa Penitentiary. Hernández Mercado's style wavered between sensationalism and flatness. The story was riddled with clichés, inaccuracies, sweeping statements, exaggerations, and flagrant lies. Sometimes Hernández Mercado painted Haas as the scapegoat of a conspiracy of rich Sonorans and sometimes Haas appeared as an avenging angel or a detective. Locked in a cell but by no means defeated, gradually cornering his tormentors solely by dint of intelligence. At 2 in the morning, as she drank her last cup of coffee before she left the paper, Mary Sue thought that no one with half a brain would have bothered to kill a person and hide the body over trash like that. But then what had happened to Hernandez Mercado? Her editor, who was also working late, supplied various possible answers. He got fed up and ran off. He flipped out and ran off. He ran off, period. A week later, the boy reporter who had traveled with her to Sonoita called. He wanted to know what kind of progress Mary Sue had made on the story she planned to write about Hernandez Mercado. "I'm not going to write anything," she told him. The boy reporter wanted to know why. "Because there's nothing to write about," said Mary Sue. "Hernandez is probably living and working in California." "I don't think so," said the boy reporter. It sounded to Mary Sue as if he'd shouted. In the background she heard the noise of a truck or several trucks, as if he were making the call from the yard of a trucking company. "Why won't you believe it?" she asked. "Because I've been to his house," said the boy. "So have I, and I didn't see anything to make me think he'd been taken by force. He left because he wanted to." "No," she heard the boy say. "If he'd left of his own accord, he would have brought his books." "Books are heavy," said Mary Sue, "and anyway you can always buy new ones." "There are more bookstores in California than in Sonoita," she said, intending it as a joke, but almost as she spoke she realized it wasn't funny. "No, I'm not talking about those books, I'm talking about his books," said the boy. "What do you mean his books?" asked Mary Sue. "The ones he wrote and published. He wouldn't have left those behind even if the world was coming to an end." For a while Mary Sue tried to remember Hernandez Mercado's house. There were books in the living room, and some in the bedroom too. Altogether there couldn't have been more than 100 volumes. It wasn't a big collection, but for someone like the farmworker reporter, maybe it was more than enough. It hadn't occurred to her to think that among them might be the books Hernandez Mercado had written. "And you think he wouldn't have left without them?" "No chance," said the boy, "they were like his children." Mary Sue thought that the books Hernandez Mercado had written must not have weighed much and there was no way he could have bought new copies in California. On December 19, on some land near Colonia Quino, a few miles from the Gavilanes del Norte farming cooperative, the remains of a woman were found in a plastic bag. According to the police statement, she was another victim of the Bicentennial gang. According to the medical examiners, the victim was between 15 and 16 years old, 5'2" or 5'3", and it had been approximately a year since she'd been killed. In the bag were a pair of cheap navy blue pants, like the kind women wore to work at the maquiladoras, a shirt, and a black plastic belt with a big plastic buckle, of the decorative Vari Etti. The case was handled by Inspector Marcos Arana, recently transferred from Hermosillo, where he was attached to the narcotics squad, but on the first day Inspector Angel Fernandez and Inspector Juan de Dios Martínez showed up at the scene. The latter, when told to leave the case to Arana because they wanted to break him in, took a stroll around the area until he came to the gates of the Gavilanes del Norte farming cooperative. The main house still had its roof and windows, but the other buildings looked as if they'd been flattened by a hurricane. For a while, Juan de Dios wandered around the ghost farm, to see if he could at least find a farmworker or a child or a dog, if nothing else, but even the dogs were gone. "What is it I want you to do?" asked the congresswoman. "I want you to write about this, keep writing about this. I've read your articles. They're good, but too often you pull your punches. I want you to strike hard, strike human flesh, unassailable flesh, not shadows. I want you to go to Santa Teresa and sniff around. I want you to sink in your teeth." At first I didn't know much about Santa Teresa. I had some general ideas, like anybody, but I think it was after my 4th visit that I began to understand the city and the desert. Now I can't get them out of my head. I know everybody's names, or almost everybody's. I know of some illicit activities. But I can't go to the Mexican police. At the Attorney General's office they would think I was crazy. And I can't hand over my information to the gringo police. Out of patriotism, ultimately, because no matter whom it disturbs, myself first of all, I'm a Mexican. And also a Mexican congresswoman. We'll fight it out among ourselves, as always, or we'll go down together. There are people I don't want to hurt, but I know I'll hurt them. I accept it, because Tim's are changing and the PRI has to change too. So all I have left is the press. Maybe because of my years as a reporter, I've kept my faith in some of you. Also, the system may be full of flaws, but at least we have freedom of expression, which is something the PRI has almost always respected." "I said almost always, don't look so incredulous," said the congresswoman. Here people publish what they want with no trouble. Anyway, we aren't going to argue about this, are we? You published a so-called political novel in which all you do is toss around unfounded accusations, and nothing happened to you, did it? You weren't censored or taken to court. It was my first novel, said Sergio, and it's very bad. Did you read it? I read it, said the congresswoman. I've read everything you've written. It's very bad, said Sergio, and then he said, books aren't censored or read here, but the press is another story. Newspapers are read. At least the headlines. And after a silence, what happened to Loya? Loya died, said the congresswoman. No, he wasn't killed and he didn't disappear. He just died. He had cancer and no one knew it. He was a private man. Now someone else runs his agency. Maybe it doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe it's a corporate consulting firm now. I have no idea. Before he died, Loya gave me all his files on Kelly. What he couldn't turn over he destroyed. I sensed something was wrong, but he wouldn't tell me anything. He went off to the United States, to a clinic in Seattle, where he held out for 3 months and then he died. He was a strange man. I visited him only once. He lived alone in an apartment in Colonia, Naples. From the outside it was an ordinary middle-class place, but inside it was something else. I don't know how to describe it, like a mirror image of Loya or a self-portrait, but an unfinished self-portrait. He had lots of records and art books. The doors were armored. He had a photograph of an older woman in a gold frame, a melodramatic touch. The kitchen was completely redone and it was big and full of professional kitchen gadgets. When he found out he didn't have long to live, he called me from Seattle and in his own way he said goodbye. I remember I asked whether he was afraid. I don't know why I asked him that. He answered with another question. He asked whether I was afraid. No, I'm not afraid, I said. Then neither am I, he said. Now I want you to use everything that Loya and I gathered between us and stir up the hive. Nator ally, you won't be alone. I'll be with you always, though you can't see me, helping you every step of the way. The last case of 1997 was fairly similar to the second to last, except that the bag containing the body wasn't found on the western edge of the city but on the eastern edge, by the dirt road that runs along the border and then forks and vanishes when it reaches the first mountains and steep passes. The victim, according to the medical examiners, had been dead for a long time. She was about 18, 5'2.5" or 3. She was naked, but a pair of good quality leather high heels were found in the bag, which led the police to think she might be a whore. Some white thong panties were also found. Both this case and the Previ OUS case were closed after 3 days of generally half-hearted investigations. The Christmas holidays in Santa Teresa were celebrated in the usual fashion. There were posadas, piñatas were smashed, tequila and beer were drunk. Even on the poorest streets people could be heard laughing. Some of these streets were completely dark, like black holes, and the laughter that came from who knows where was the only sign, the only beacon that kept residents and strangers from getting lost.